The previous chapter could be deemed a perfect conclusion, yet now an unruly sequel has emerged. Now, we interrupt this program for a special news bulletin. Today, an alarming number of terrorists have been sighted across the globe, wielding a peculiar device that pierces the human body to extract energy. Investigations suggest that these terrorists are likely affiliated with the same organization. Citizens are advised to exercise caution while traveling. If any suspicious activity is observed, please promptly report it to the relevant authorities. Below are the distinctive tattoos of the organization's adherents. Please be vigilant in identifying them. Immediately, a series of images flickered onto the television screen like a slideshow. The images depicted muscular men, each adorned with an identical black mark on their foreheads. During mealtime, the television abruptly aired a special news report. Upon hearing the broadcast, Sun Wukong turned sharply to gaze at the screen. Upon viewing the images, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. That symbol. Familiar, too familiar. It is the sinister emblem of the evil sorcerer Babidi. Has it finally come to this? As Sun Wukong pondered, Wukong. Oh, what is it? Biddy noticed Sun Wukong's sudden distraction and called out to him twice. What is he so preoccupied? Chi-Chi also turned her attention toward him. At that moment, it was lunchtime. Sun Wukong had yet to return from his escapades. Seated at the table were Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Biddy, the Ox King, and two nannies hired to care for the three children. Typically, nannies are not permitted to dine at the same table as their employers. However, Sun Wukong's family did not mind this. It was merely a matter of adding a couple of extra sets of chopsticks. Something has happened. Sun Wukong pointed to the television, which continued to replay the news. Surely, it cannot be that serious? Chi-Chi inquired. It likely isn't a major issue. Let's eat first, Sun Wukong replied with a smile, returning to his meal. The ball game is over. What chaos does Babidi still wish to incite? After the meal, Sun Wukong teleported to the sacred world of the Kais. Upon encountering Dandy, Sun Wukong immediately spoke. Dandy, quickly help me locate a certain individual. Sensing Sun Wukong's aura, Piccolo, suspended in midair, opened his eyes and descended. What is happening? Piccolo and Dandy asked in unison. It appears that a group of strange individuals has emerged on Earth, posing a potential threat to its safety. Sun Wukong recounted the news he had just seen. I need to have a word with their leader, but it seems that individual has employed a special method to cloak their energy signature. Is that truly the case? I haven't observed any extraterrestrial ships arriving on Earth in recent days, Dandy said incredulously, moving to the edge of the sacred world to survey the Earth below. Could it be the work of Earthlings? Piccolo frowned, standing alongside Dandy as they scanned the planet. Though Piccolo had merged with the Supreme Kai, he still retained the ability to observe Earth from the sacred world. There are a total of 38 individuals, each wielding a unique energy collector. Several thousand ordinary lives have already been imperiled. Fortunately, they have merely had their energy drained without losing their lives. With some rest, they should recover. Damn it, I merely failed to patrol the mortal realm today. Dandy clenched his fists, filled with regret. He lamented the insidious nature of such evil forces. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai echoed in the air. Hey, Wukong, are you listening? Yes, please go ahead if you have something to say. Sun Wukong surmised that the North Kai's message likely pertained to the sorcerer Babidi. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to make contact. Do you remember the incident involving the South Kai's murder? I do recall that was several years ago, prior to Bojack's invasion of Earth, wasn't it? Yes, indeed. We have finally uncovered the identity of the perpetrator. Sun Wukong felt a foreboding sense of dread. The individual the North Kai was about to reveal was likely Babidi. The North Kai continued. There is an evil sorcerer who has recently gathered a considerable number of malevolent warriors, traversing the galaxy to collect energy. A few years ago, he was active in the South Galaxy. The death of the South Kai is connected to him. Sun Wukong's heart sank, confirming his fears it was indeed the wretched Babidi behind this. This wicked sorcerer is named Babidi. He is said to be a descendant of the malevolent sorcerer Babidi, who once created Majin Buu. I suspect he is collecting energy in a bid to resurrect Majin Buu. Wukong, I must inform you of an even more troubling development. Babidi is likely currently on Earth. Sun Wukong sighed. You may very well be correct. I am currently having Dandy locate his whereabouts. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, three piercing sounds echoed through the air. Three individuals arrived at the sacred world in succession. Sun Wukong, the Supreme Kai Asin, and the attendant Jebet. Sun Wukong had teleported from the North Kai's realm. The Supreme Kai and Jebet had also sensed Babidi's presence, prompting their arrival on Earth. Upon meeting, the Supreme Kai presented Sun Wukong with an award for foresight. Wukong, It is fortunate that you had the foresight to relocate the sealing sphere of Majin Buu now. Babidi's descendant has indeed appeared. Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, our immediate priority is to locate Babidi and his entourage. Dandy stepped forward and bowed to the Supreme Kai, stating, Supreme Kai, I have a question. There have been no extraterrestrial ships arriving on Earth in recent days. How did Babidi suddenly appear? The Supreme Kai smiled. Dandy, you may not be aware, but Babidi is well-versed in dark magic, and his abilities may even surpass those of his father, Babidi. He likely utilized a spell akin to instant transmission to traverse space and arrive on Earth. Found him, the Supreme Kai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He had pinpointed Babidi's hiding place. Splendid. Truly worthy of the Supreme Kai, Dandy remarked. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong grew excited. Wukong, do you think this Babidi is a formidable adversary? And just like that, the old habit resurfaced. Sun Wukong replied, I'm uncertain, but being a sorcerer, we must exercise utmost caution regarding his magic. Let's not delay any longer, Wukong. Wukong, Piccolo, follow me, the Supreme Kai instructed, leaping from the sacred world. Supreme Kai, why not just use instant transmission? Sun Wukong couldn't help but retort, yet he followed the Supreme Kai. Piccolo and Sun Wukong leaped down as well. Because there are matters to discuss along the way, many are still unaware of Babidi, the Supreme Kai explained. At that moment, the air shimmered. Trunks and Vegeta arrived via instant transmission. Wukong, what's going on? I sense your energy gathering and assumed there was a significant operation underway. So, I came along, Trunks explained to Sun Wukong. He then joined the group. Vegeta, however, merely snorted, turning his head away. Observing the aloof Vegeta, Sun Wukong genuinely worried he might develop a neck ailment eventually. 072. Babidi is fuming. Since everyone is here, let me share the tale of this malevolent sorcerer, Babidi. Turning to face the group, the Supreme Kai Asin began recounting Babidi's history. Fortunately, Wukong had the foresight to relocate the sealing sphere of Majin Buu to the Supreme Kai's realm, thus averting a catastrophe. Babidi will be unable to locate Majin Buu now. Our current mission is to eliminate Babidi and his nefarious warriors. Vegeta coldly remarked. Then they're doomed. This is a gathering of all the strongest beings in the universe. They are merely walking into their own demise. The Supreme Kai looked at Vegeta with a smile. Do not underestimate Babidi. He may have some formidable subordinates. Vegeta crossed his arms, unimpressed. Hey, Supreme Kai, I'm eager to see what this Majin Buu looks like, Sun Wukong said, rubbing his fists together, his eyes practically sparkling. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai was taken aback. That is out of the question, absolutely not. He firmly rejected Sun Wukong's request. Though they were both Saiyans, the disparity in their personalities was striking. Wukong and Trunks were notably composed, whereas Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared rather reckless. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a curious contrast in character dynamics. Who truly is the father here? Meanwhile, at this moment, in a basin on the Yunzabit Heights, a massive spaceship lay buried underground, with only a small opening visible on the surface for entry and exit. In the innermost chamber of the ship, a diminutive, grotesque figure resembling an insect, Babidi, was seething with rage. Damn it, what is going on? Where is Majin Buu? Where has the sealing sphere of Majin Buu vanished to? Standing only a little over 50 centimeters tall, Babidi's excrement green skin resembled that of a dung beetle. As he raged, his voice grew shrill, and saliva flew from his mouth, making him appear even more repulsive. Beside him stood a towering, muscular figure draped in a blue cloak. With skin as pink as a blossom, he was none other than the king of the demon realm, Dabura. Dabura lowered his head and spoke with an air of concern. Lord Babidi, has someone tampered with matters before our arrival? Indeed, it must be so. It is certainly that scoundrel, the East Kaishin. Only he knows the whereabouts of Majin Buu, and it infuriates me to no end. Babidi retorted, breathless and with veins bulging on his forehead, consumed by rage. Dabura offered solace. Lord Babidi, even if we cannot locate him, it matters not. You now have me by your side. Even in the absence of Majin Buu, we can dominate the universe. No one shall stand against me. Babidi shot a disdainful glance at Dabura, scoffing. You pale in comparison to Majin Buu. He is my father's most exquisite creation. Hearing such words, Dabura felt a twinge of indignation, yet he dared not voice his dissent. Though he was the king of the demon realm, he found himself ensnared by Babidi's malevolent sorcery, marked with an M upon his forehead, compelled to obey Babidi without harboring any rebellious thoughts, lest he suffer unimaginable torment. He nodded. Yes, Lord Babidi, what shall we do now? Babidi sneered. drain the energy of the Earthlings completely, then obliterate this planet. One day, I shall find Majin Buu and avenge my father by eliminating that East Kaishin. Indeed, Lord Babidi, I eagerly await that day, Dabura responded, flattering him. By the way, is that fellow still asleep? Babidi inquired suddenly. That scoundrel, go rouse him. But, Lord Babidi, he does nothing when he awakens, and his temper is quite fierce. I simply cannot abide by his slumber. You go and awaken him for me. Does he dare to find me? Yes, Dabura replied, turning to ascend to the second level. Meanwhile, Sun Gohan and his companions descended upon the summit of a mountain in the Yunza Biter Highlands. The East Kaishin pointed to a location in the basin. Babidi's spaceship is concealed there. Do you see that entrance? The group nodded in agreement. Their eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary folk, allowing them to see great distances. At that moment, a robust, muscular man descended from the sky, wielding a standard energy collector as he entered the spaceship. It appeared he had returned to gather energy. Gohan, what shall we do now? Trunks inquired. With Trunks' question, the others turned to Sun Gohan, subtly indicating their reliance on him. It must be said that in terms of strength, Sun Gohan currently stood as the undisputed champion. Even Vegeta, who consistently gazed disdainfully at the heavens, could not help but admire Sun Gohan's formidable power. They remained oblivious to the true extent of Sun Gohan's current prowess. Sun Gohan stated, "The enemy is in the light. While we remain hidden, we are orchestrating a surprise attack. What else can we do? Naturally, we should seize the opportunity while they are unaware and utterly disable their spaceship. Every one we can capture is a victory." The group's brows furrowed with concern. Powerful adversaries are notoriously difficult to guard against. Watch me, Sun Gohan grinned, raising his hand towards the direction of Babidi's spaceship, unleashing a blue energy blast that soared forth. Whoosh! A brilliant light pierced the heavens. The energy blast detonated upon striking the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and flames surged skyward. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, engulfing the entire valley in a thick haze. Dust and debris flew, and a considerable portion of the Yunza Biter Highlands was obliterated. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the explosive display. At that moment, at the epicenter of the explosion, a battered Babidi struggled to maintain a protective shield, spitting out a mouthful of blood in his fury. What, vile wretch? Who dares to blow up my spaceship? Curse them! They destroyed the energy I painstakingly gathered for years. Beasts. Ah, woe is me. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. Dabura, his cloak laden with dust, shook it off and wiped the blood from his lips, reporting to Babidi, cough, cough. Lord Babidi, in addition to the energy that was destroyed, Pui and Goku, along with dozens of warriors, perished in the explosion. And that fellow? Babidi inquired. He was still asleep moments ago. I had not yet managed to awaken him, so he likely. Curse it, forget about him. Let us see who is responsible for this mischief. I shall slay them. Yes, Lord Babidi, Dabura replied respectfully. Babidi and Dabura soared into the air, only to spot Sun Gohan and his companions. Damn it, it is them. Dabura, go teach them a lesson. Babidi pointed an accusatory finger, trembling with rage. His years of effort had been reduced to naught, all thanks to this group before him. Unforgivable. They must be exterminated to quell his wrath. Rage clouded Babidi's judgment. Understood, Dabura affirmed, then descended with Babidi before the group. Who are you? What audacity! You dare destroy my spaceship. You are courting death. Babidi, hidden behind Dabura, peered out, furiously losing a few more strands of hair. Then he caught sight of the East Kaishin among the crowd. Damn it, East Kaishin, it is you who has orchestrated this. I shall see you dead. 073. Vegeta's first battle. Babidi, seething with fury as he hid behind Dabura, unleashed his wrath. Dabura, kill that East Kaishin. Yes, Lord Babidi, Dabura responded loudly, stepping forward to glare at the 7 individuals ahead. Humph, it is you who shall perish here today. Babidi, the East Kaishin retorted sharply. Yet, his gaze towards Dabura was laced with caution. He knew of Dabura's origins and turned to explain to the others. This hulking brute is the king of the demon realm. Dabura, his strength is unfathomable. Proceed with caution. Having spoken, he swiftly retreated behind his companions. Dabura sneered. Humph, now that you are aware of my name, do you still intend to struggle in vain? You dim-witted giant, what nonsense do you speak? I shall be your opponent, Vegeta replied with a mocking laugh, stepping forward. Seeing Vegeta attempt to claim the fight, Son Goku interjected, Vegeta, I wish to stretch my legs as well. Humph. Let us decide who strikes first with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Very well, let us begin. Son Goku declared with determination. Thus, Son Goku and Vegeta engaged in their first fierce contest of wills. Scissors, paper, stone. Scissors, paper, stone. The scene was indeed quite intense. Dabura and Babidi were momentarily at a loss for words. Dabura, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, "Stop bickering. You should confront him together." Silence. Vegeta shot an intense glare in their direction. Dabura, visibly infuriated with veins bulging on his forehead, silently vowed to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. After a minute, the game of rock, paper, scissors concluded. Ultimately, Vegeta emerged victorious and prepared to face Dabura. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, lifting his chin defiantly, his fist clenched tightly. In an instant, his raven hair transformed into a dazzling golden hue, and a fierce golden aura erupted around him. In that moment, an overwhelming force radiated from him, generating a tempestuous wind. Son Gohan gazed at Vegeta with a sense of astonishment. He was taken aback by the remarkable achievements Vegeta had attained in such a brief span of years. Such an overwhelming aura. It was unmistakable. The power was reminiscent of the strength he and Trunks had exhibited when they first emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. In just 2 or 3 years, Vegeta had progressed from a mere Super Saiyan to this formidable state. This indicated that the effort Vegeta had expended during these years was unfathomable to ordinary individuals. His strength far surpassed that of the complete Cell during the Z timeline. With a mighty roar, Vegeta elevated his energy to its zenith, unleashing a burst of power beneath him, propelling his figure forward at an astonishing speed towards Dabura. Humph. Seeking death, Dabura sneered, conjuring a large sword from thin air and swinging it menacingly at Vegeta. In a swift movement, Vegeta dodged Dabura's strike, reappearing at his right side and delivering a powerful punch to his face. The impact echoed loudly as Dabura blocked Vegeta's heavy blow with his sword. The two warriors shouted as they engaged in a fierce clash, waves of energy rippling outward in all directions. The battle was poised to erupt. Sensing the impending danger, Babidi hastily retreated. Boom. The clash concluded with Vegeta and Dabura exchanging countless blows with their fists and feet, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Following this, they collided with full force, their fists crashing together. The surrounding rocks shattered into dust, and the ground sank deeply around them. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta's mouth bled slightly as he was sent flying backward, somersaulting through the air before barely regaining his balance. It became evident that his strength was considerably inferior to Dabura's. Engaging in direct confrontation proved to be a disadvantage. However, true to Vegeta's nature, surrender was not in his repertoire. He leaped into the air, his hands moving rapidly, emitting a series of tapping sounds as energy spheres rained down upon Dabura. This classic strategy, the prince's tactic. Yet, it was well known that such an assault, while seemingly ferocious, served merely to scratch the surface against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. It would yield no significant effect, only wreaking havoc upon the earth and creating blinding light. As expected, Dabura emerged from the billowing smoke, instantly appearing before Vegeta, wielding his sword, which came crashing down with lethal intent. However, it was unlikely that such an attack would vanquish Vegeta. In a display of incredible reflexes, Vegeta brought his hands together above his head, seemingly activating a skill to catch the blade barehanded, stopping Dabura's sword in its tracks. With a vigorous surge of energy, Vegeta unleashed another wave of power. His hands ablaze with intensity, forcefully twisting to the side. Dabura's sword shattered into 2 pieces, rendered useless. Yet, this exertion left Vegeta breathless, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Humph. Dabura tossed the broken blade aside. In a flash, he delivered a knee strike that connected with Vegeta's abdomen, launching him into the air. Following this, a relentless barrage of punches and kicks rained down upon Vegeta, who could only defend himself, retreating under the onslaught, enduring the pain. Dabura's strength far exceeded his own, making him a formidable opponent. Vegeta exploded with renewed vigor, radiating brilliance that forced Dabura to retreat yet again. At that moment, Son Goku shouted from a distance, "Vegeta, isn't it my turn to step in?" "Shut up, Kakarot." Vegeta retorted, his eyes fixed on Dabura, breathing heavily. Despite his fierce demeanor, he could hardly contain his exhaustion. Turning back to Dabura, he challenged, "Humph, is this all you can muster?" Hardly impressive. Dabura's gaze turned cold as he waved his hand, launching an energy blast towards Vegeta. Vegeta leaped high to evade the attack. However, the energy sphere hurtled directly towards the spectators, its speed alarming. Oh no! The Supreme Kai and Kibito gasped in shock. Yet, as they observed the calm demeanor of the others, they felt compelled to maintain their composure amidst their growing unease. The energy sphere whistled through the air, drawing ever closer. At that moment, Trunks surged forward, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 in an instant, and struck the incoming energy sphere with a decisive punch. It exploded in the distance, giving rise to another mushroom cloud. Vegeta, soaring high above, erupted into laughter, his hands glowing with energy, resembling a brilliant sun. "Ha ha ha, Dabura. Do you dare to receive my attack?" Vegeta boasted, employing his signature bravado. "Vegeta, that energy could destroy the earth." The Supreme Kai and Kibito exclaimed in alarm, the former shouting urgently. But Vegeta was beyond hearing their warnings. Even if he had, it would not have mattered. No one could alter his resolve. Vegeta was a man of unparalleled pride. "Prepare yourself, final flash." Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a cataclysmic blue beam that cascaded from the heavens towards Dabura. In an instant, the world seemed to shift, as if only Vegeta's attack existed within it. The speed of the final flash was staggering, leaving Dabura with no time to evade. With no alternative, Dabura summoned his strength to its peak, grasping Vegeta's devastating assault with both hands. "You think I can fear you?" Dabura defiantly declared, struggling against the overwhelming force. The energy crackled with intensity, emitting sizzling sounds and plumes of smoke. The ground beneath him gave way, leaving deep furrows as he was pushed back. After being forced several dozen meters away, Dabura shouted in frustration, veins bulging in his arms, finally redirecting the final flash to the side. The overwhelming energy, trailing a long tail, tore through mountains and broke through the atmosphere, erupting in the vast cosmos. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped half the earth, causing everyone to shield their eyes from the blinding radiance. The final flash seemed to drain the last vestiges of energy from Vegeta. He descended to the ground, propping himself up with his left hand on his right shoulder, his breath coming in heavy gasps. At that moment, Vegeta was utterly exhausted, nearing his limit. As the brilliant light dissipated, Dabura fanned his scorched palm. Observing the unsteady Vegeta, "I have not yet lost. Ha ha ha, what a pity your strength doesn't match the arrogance of your words." Dabura laughed heartily as he accelerated, bursting forth with an aura of energy as he charged forward. Is this truly the end? Vegeta's heart burned with unwillingness. At that very moment, a figure materialized out of thin air, delivering a single kick that sent the murderous Dabura flying through the air. Dabura tumbled violently before crashing into a weathered boulder, which instantly shattered into fragments scattering in all directions. Dabura sprang to his feet, his face etched with shock. Who? Such tremendous power. Raising his gaze, he beheld a golden-haired youth no older than 17 or 18, bearing a sword upon his back. That single kick had carried with it the very sin of death. Who would have imagined such formidable strength concealed within this unassuming figure? Father, a Senza bean. Trunks produced one of the miraculous beans and tossed it to Vegeta. Son Gohan bestowed upon Trunks 2 magical beans, which he carried with him, though the beans cultivated had yet to mature, for seeds remained, prompting Son Gohan to give Trunks 2. Vegeta, taken aback by Trunks possessing the beans, realized this was not the moment for such thoughts. He grabbed them and consumed them without hesitation. Observing this, Son Goku grew anxious. "Trunks, you have violated the rules. It is my turn now." "Silence, Kakarot. This opponent shall be dealt with by me. I have yet to be defeated," Vegeta retorted, having regained his strength and even grown stronger after consuming the beans. "Vegeta, you are playing unfairly," Son Goku expressed his discontent. Trunks furrowed his brow and implored, "Father, allow me to vanquish him." The desire for a one-on-one battle with Vegeta had been delayed for far too long, and Trunks could no longer bear the sight. "Trunks, step aside," Vegeta commanded. Fine. He is my father," Trunks conceded, mentally soothing himself as he suppressed his anger and returned to his original position. At that moment, Vegeta's countenance suddenly twisted in agony as he clutched his head and knelt. In an instant, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, revealing a visage of profound torment. At that moment, Vegeta's veins bulged, and he was drenched in sweat. "Father, what is wrong?" Trunks, sensing the dire situation, rushed to assist Vegeta. However, he was caught off guard as a furious Vegeta struck him away with a powerful punch. Vegeta trembled as he rose, unleashing a maniacal laugh. His energy surged, escalating rapidly. Soon, he transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 1. Within mere breaths, he was enveloped in crackling electricity, successfully ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Haha. His laughter was wild, reminiscent of a primal return. Observers Piccolo and Son Goku felt as if they were witnessing the Vegeta from the initial invasion of Earth. What is happening? What has come over Vegeta? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Piccolo, equally bewildered, remarked, "Incredible. Vegeta has achieved Super Saiyan 2 in the heat of battle." "No. Something is amiss. Vegeta's energy is too ferocious," Son Goku frowned. Son Gohan, however, understood the situation perfectly. Vegeta had been enchanted by Babidi, granting him a surge in power that forced his way beyond the limits of Super Saiyan 2. It was a case of misfortune turning into fortune. This battle was not in vain. It had honed his combat prowess and allowed him to break through his boundaries. Moreover, Vegeta was far from easily controllable. The M-shaped symbol on Vegeta's forehead grew increasingly pronounced, marking his enchantment. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Vegeta, cease your battle with Dabura and go kill the Supreme Kai." It was Babidi, who had returned, hiding behind a weathered stone. "Silence." Vegeta strained to turn his head towards Babidi. "What? You dare defy my command?" Babidi was incredulous. Those he enchanted were typically incapable of rebelling against his orders. Disobedience would result in excruciating headaches or, worse, cerebral hemorrhages that rendered them unable to function. "Go kill the Supreme Kai," Babidi insisted, refusing to accept defeat. "Ugh." Vegeta sank to his knees, pounding the ground with his fists. "Silence. How could I possibly heed your command? I am the noble prince of the Saiyans, you wretched insect." Suddenly, Vegeta erupted in fury, fully unleashing his Super Saiyan 2 aura, causing the ground to fracture in a spiderweb pattern. Babidi stood frozen, utterly astonished. He had never encountered such a being. Nearby, Trunks gazed at Vegeta with a complex expression. His father's pride was more formidable than he had anticipated. The Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes, declaring, Babidi, it is Babidi who has taken control of Vegeta. Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at him, conveying the sentiment that even I have discerned this, Lord Kaishin. There is no need to reiterate what is already common knowledge. Eliminate him. I shall proceed to vanquish Babidi, declared Kaishin. As he spoke, he soared into the sky, heading towards Babidi's location. Sun Wukong shouted from behind, Lord Kaishin, be cautious. At that moment, the battle between Vegeta and Dabura reignited. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's power surged tremendously, putting Dabura at a disadvantage and teetering on the brink of defeat. Suddenly, Dabura spat at Vegeta, who raised his hand to block it, resulting in the spittle soiling his white glove. To Vegeta's astonishment, he discovered that his glove was rapidly petrifying. How vile! He exclaimed, swiftly removing the glove and discarding it to the ground. With a sharp crack, the glove shattered into shards. Meanwhile, the Kaishin, who had attempted to attack Babidi, was suddenly sent flying back, spewing blood. What happened, Lord Kaishin? Jebet exclaimed in shock. He rushed to catch the Kaishin and immediately cast a healing spell. The Kaishin quickly regained his composure, though a look of dread crossed his face as he glanced towards Babidi's hiding place. Babidi has another accomplice. An accomplice? I thought Babidi's only remaining minion was Dabura. Jebet replied, astonished. Indeed, I sensed an unusual presence earlier. I had no idea there was another one capable of concealing their energy. Father, Uncle Piccolo, let us investigate. Sun Wukong soared into the sky. Sun Wukong and Piccolo swiftly followed suit, as the three soared towards the direction of Babidi. Upon witnessing their departure, Jebet turned to King Kai and inquired, what about us? Shall we simply remain here and not hinder their efforts? At this juncture, King Kai had gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities, akin to a mere bystander. In the air, Sun Wukong and his companions gazed down at Babidi's hiding place, only to witness Babidi being lifted by a single hand around his neck. Babidi struggled frantically in the air. Frieza? Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked down. Not Frieza. Sun Wukong shook his head. On the ground, Babidi's face turned ashen as he was held aloft by the grip around his neck. He kicked and flailed, fearfully regarding the man who was supposed to be under his control. The figure gripping him bore a resemblance to Frieza, yet was taller and exuded a greater sense of power, adorned in white and purple. This was none other than Frieza's elder brother, Cooler, renowned as the most talented warrior of the Frieza clan. Babidi's small hands clawed at Cooler's fingers, desperately struggling. Cooler, what do you intend to do? Let me go. Of course, I intend to kill you, Babidi. A worthless being without utility should not exist. Cooler's eyes glinted coldly as he chuckled, tightening his grip. Babidi found it increasingly difficult to breathe. How dare you betray me? Let me go. I not only dare to betray you, but I also dare to kill you, Babidi. Did you truly believe you could control me? The memory of Vegeta and the sight of Cooler's incessant smirk filled Babidi with terror. What did this man, who willingly submitted to his control in the past, actually desire? Yet, Babidi had no chance to ponder further. Die. With that, Cooler glared fiercely. Babidi's head suddenly. Sun Wukong activated his hidden powers, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. With a single Kamehameha wave, he propelled himself into the sun. However, even in this state, Cooler did not perish entirely. He subsequently morphed into a metallic form that nearly obliterated planet Namek. During that encounter, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were on the brink of demise. He proved to be a rather formidable adversary. Yet, after sifting through his memories, Son Gohan discovered that this Cooler had not set foot on Earth more than a decade prior. This indicated that he was making his official debut now. Could it be that his father's heart condition led to Cooler's absence? Or was it a consequence of Trunks altering the timeline in the Z dimension, thus allowing Cooler to appear prematurely? In any case, there seemed to be some temporal discrepancies. Meanwhile, Cooler extended his palm towards the three figures in the sky, his hand radiating with potent energy, poised to unleash a cataclysmic strike at any moment. Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Son Goku exchanged glances before descending to a spot not far from Gula. Upon witnessing their arrival, Gula ceased the tumultuous energy swirling in his hands and regarded the trio with keen interest. Ah, so you are Son Goku, the Super Saiyan who vanquished my brother. Gula remarked with a semblance of a smirk directed at Goku. Indeed, I am Son Goku. Who is your brother? Goku stepped forward, his fist cracking with anticipation, an indication of his excitement upon facing an adversary. My foolish brother often laughs in such a manner. Ha ha ha. Ah, I see now. It must be Frieza. I never would have anticipated that Frieza had a sibling. So, have you come to avenge Frieza? Sun Wukong suddenly realized. No wonder Gula bears such a striking resemblance to Frieza. Ah, no, that is incorrect. It should be Frieza who resembles this Gula. Humph. My foolish brother and my brainless father were outmatched. They perished, so why should I seek vengeance for them? But judging by your demeanor, are you intent on killing me as well? You Saiyans truly embody the essence of villainy. Ah, that is not my intention. I merely wish to engage you in combat. What if I were to desire your death instead? The Super Saiyan. Gula's gaze abruptly turned menacing. Ha ha ha. I am not so easily slain, Sun Wukong declared, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Oh, is that so? Gula retorted, and in an instant, his form flickered, appearing before Sun Wukong with astonishing speed. Delivering a punch that sent Sun Wukong hurtling away. A cacophony erupted as Sun Wukong's body collided with a petrified forest, shattering it into fragments. The sound reverberated thunderously. Old Sun, in a state of urgency, shouted anxiously, adopting a defensive stance. Father is fine, he can withstand the blows. Son Gohan spoke, his brow slightly furrowed. This power seems rather peculiar, does it not? It far surpasses that of Frieza. Moreover, Son Gohan was aware that the Guldo before him had not yet reached his final form. He possessed at least one additional formidable transformation compared to Frieza. Speaking of which, that transformation was rather impressive. Recalling his thoughts, Son Gohan fixed his gaze upon Guldo, who stood beside him, curiously scrutinizing him. Guldo, you were the one who killed the South Kai, weren't you? Guldo looked down at Son Gohan, who was half a head taller, with an expression of cold indifference. Humph. And who might you be? I am Son Gohan. The person you just sent flying is my father. And suddenly, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, unleashed a powerful strike, delivering a lightning-fast punch to the abdomen of Cooler, sending him flying through the air. Cooler's trajectory mirrored that of Sun Wukong moments earlier. With a thunderous roar, countless stone formations erupted, filling the air with dust and producing a cacophony of sound. Ha ha, how amusing, Gohan exclaimed. However, Cooler swiftly ascended, repositioning himself a few meters opposite Gohan, while Sun Wukong also soared back into the fray. Both combatants had exchanged blows but emerged relatively unscathed, their spirits invigorated by the exhilarating encounter. Sun Wukong stretched his limbs, bounding with energy, and exclaimed, Gohan, hold your horses, allow me to confront him first. Son Gohan shrugged helplessly, signaling after you. Cooler glanced at Gohan, then turned his gaze towards Son Goku, tilting his chin upward with a cold smirk. You seem rather unimpressive. Son Goku, I'm no fool like Frieza. Frankly, you don't interest me as an opponent. Oh, so I'm being underestimated. Goku scratched his head awkwardly. Well, how about this then? With a mighty roar, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura blazing fiercely as his hair stood on end. Crossing his arms, Cooler shook his head dismissively. So this is the legendary Super Saiyan? Pathetic. Barely enough to handle my worthless brother. Oh, then how about this? Goku roared again, his powers surging violently. His golden aura intensified, crackling with arcs of electricity as overwhelming energy erupted from his body. Super Saiyan 2. A wicked grin spread across Cooler's face. Now this is mildly entertaining. You think I spent the last decade just eating and sleeping? Goku shot back. With a booming laugh, Cooler erupted in a violent purple aura. Haha. Come then, Super Saiyan. Let me crush you. He lunged forward in a blur of motion. Chapter 76, Cooler's further evolution. Their first clash sent Goku hurtling backward. Cooler's current strength was beyond comprehension. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Goku found himself slightly outmatched in raw power. Boom, boom, boom. Streaks of light flashed across the sky as the two warriors clashed at blinding speeds. Kaboom. Another ancient stone mountain shattered into dust. The very earth trembled and split apart. Son Gohan and Piccolo swiftly departed from the battlefield, observing from a distance. Piccolo, filled with disbelief, remarked, This Gula is astonishingly more powerful than Frieza. Capable of contending with Goku? However, he immediately retracted his statement, pondering, No, he is merely suppressing Goku. How could this be possible? Son Gohan remarked. It is only reasonable that an elder brother would surpass his younger sibling in strength. Moreover, we are not the only ones advancing. Perhaps he was indeed comparable to Frieza in the past, but over the course of more than a decade, circumstances might have arisen that enabled him to grow stronger. Piccolo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Gohan's statement. However, Goku has yet to reveal his true power. He has not even utilized his Super Saiyan 3 form. And this Guldo is certainly no match for him. I hope that is the case, Gohan replied. Suddenly, an energy sphere hurtled towards the two of them. Damn. A stray shot. Sun Wukong effortlessly sent it soaring away with a single strike. Whoosh. Sun Wukong and Gula moved with lightning speed. Yet each time, Gula was always a step ahead, effortlessly outpacing Sun Wukong. The rapid flurry of punches rained down like a relentless storm, striking with wild abandon. Sun Wukong, weary from defense, was forced to retreat repeatedly as he sought a means of breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta had concluded his battle, having utterly annihilated Dabura with a single energy wave, his essence seemingly vanishing into the heavens. Consequently, Trunks and Vegeta joined the ranks of spectators. Who is that? He actually possesses the power to surpass Uncle Wukong, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. In comparison, he believed his Super Saiyan 2 strength paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's. Thus, the individual battling Uncle Wukong must indeed possess greater prowess, leaving him utterly astonished. Vegeta's expression was also far from pleasant, having just forcibly transcended to Super Saiyan 2. His strength was still significantly inferior to that of Trunks. Son Gohan elucidated, that is Frieza's brother, known as Cooler. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Frieza possessed a sibling who had yet to reveal himself. Trunks, on the other hand, was unfazed, as he had never encountered Frieza personally. The tales of Frieza's exploits had been recounted by Son Gohan during their childhood. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Cooler raised his hand, his fingers converging. And a radiant glow flickered at their tips as he unleashed a barrage of purple energy beams that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Goku. This technique bore a resemblance to Frisia's death beam. Piccolo had suffered greatly from it during their encounter on Namek. Frisia, in his second form, had employed this very move to leave Piccolo questioning his own existence, utterly powerless to retaliate. Sun Wukong deftly evaded the onslaught, weaving frantically amidst the barrage of rays. However, the lethal beams proved excessively dense, and he sustained injuries, a gash marring his arm and blood flowing profusely. Even his visage bore a painful scratch, igniting a fiery sting. This dire predicament compelled Sun Wukong to act decisively. Seizing an opportune moment, he executed a swift instantaneous movement, creating distance between himself and the threat. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed a long, piercing howl that reverberated through the heavens. His energy surged uncontrollably, his hair lengthening and thickening in response. Ah! The treacherous Saiyan had concealed such formidable power? Gula crossed his arms, wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Thunder rumbled from above, causing the very earth to tremble. Waves of energy radiated outward as the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was consummated. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, eyebrows vanished, and his pupils gleamed a vibrant emerald, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Sun Wukong's visage bore an unsettlingly sinister charm, evoking the countenance of a villain. Indeed. It seemed that now you embody the essence of a rogue more than I do, Gula remarked with a sardonic smile. Humph, let us commence the next round. Sun Wukong let out a cold snort, his expression exuding an air of frigid ruthlessness. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Gula, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the nape of his neck, a precise assault on a vulnerable point. Before Gula could even react, he was sent hurtling away. As Sun Wukong transitioned from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3, his strength surged dramatically. Observing the defeated Gula being propelled backward, Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported to his location, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon Gula with relentless force. Receive my attack, Sun Wukong declared, thrusting both hands downward, pressing an energy sphere against Gula's chest. In the next moment, Gula was forcibly driven into the ground by the energy ball. The sphere erupted, sending shockwaves through the earth. The surrounding area was laid to waste, and the planet's guardian suffered grievously. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, engulfing all in its vicinity. The onlookers hastily evaded the blast, regaining their vision only after moving to safety. At that moment, a booming laughter resonated from the epicenter of the explosion. Gula was reveling in his newfound power. His energy began to skyrocket. Had he concealed his true strength? Piccolo gaped in astonishment. That despicable fiend. Vegeta clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. In an instant, a wave of purple energy surged skyward, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Gula slowly ascended, his form transforming. Compared to before, he now appeared significantly more robust, with thicker arms and legs and a notable increase in height. Furthermore, his upper body seemed to be encased in a pearlescent armor that protected vital areas from his head, for horns extended backward, and his face was also shrouded in armor, with his eyes turning crimson and his pupils vanishing, exuding an aura of menace. His shoulders jutted out like a chest plate, and two long horns sprouted from his back. Razor-like appendages emerged from his arms and the tops of his feet, enhancing his capacity to inflict harm upon adversaries. A thick tail, pulsating with violet energy, flicked with a sharp glimmer, revealing its lethal nature. Gula was enveloped in purple flames, with fiery tendrils dancing across his skin, his potent aura nearly palpable, radiating immense power. The spectators were taken aback by Gula's transformation, but what astonished them even more was the overwhelming energy he now emanated. Gula's presence eclipsed that of Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong, reaching an exceedingly formidable level. Sun Wukong's expression turned icy. He realized that he was facing a formidable opponent this time. Ha ha ha, it is my turn now, Sun Wukong. Gula laughed, his body transforming into a streak of purple lightning, dashing towards Sun Wukong with astonishing speed. Ha ha. Gula roared with laughter, his legs sweeping through the air, accompanied by the resounding cracks of explosive force. Sun Wukong swiftly raised his arms to block, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick. The tremendous force left him with a sweet taste in his throat, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. This was an overwhelming strength. Gula had no intention of letting Sun Wukong off the hook. He swiftly brought his hands together, unleashing a colossal energy sphere of alternating purple and black light, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Struggling to regain his footing, Sun Wukong looked up to see the ominous energy sphere barreling towards him. With a mighty roar, he summoned the full might of Super Saiyan 3, channeling all his strength to meet the oncoming assault. 077. I am Gula, and this is my tale. Consider this chapter a side story. I am Gula, the most gifted warrior in my family. Ahem, speaking of my family, since I became aware, there have only been 3 of us left: myself, my foolish brother Frisia, and our father, King Cold. 3 individuals constitute our family. How cool is that? Well, cool in a rather cold manner. Remember, I am not making a cold joke here, for our names and personalities are as frigid as they come. My brother, due to his immature control over power, developed several deceptive transformations to prevent his strength from leaking. He often presents himself with that foolish demeanor, which is rather laughable. However, I am different. I possess an innate mastery of power, achieving a perfect 100 control. Thus, I have no need for such meaningless regressive transformations. My current form is far cooler than his. And let me share a secret with you. Something Frieza might not even know. I can undergo yet another transformation, significantly amplifying my battle power. I will always have one more transformation than Frieza. After all, as an elder brother, I ought to be stronger to protect my younger sibling. Yet, my brother gradually matured, which brings me some solace. Observing him thrive in the North Galaxy, I chose to venture far and wide to develop in the South Galaxy. Notably, I have established myself as a formidable ruler here, a prominent figure within the South Galaxy. In a remarkably short time, I assembled the illustrious Gula Legion, with the Gula Mecha Squad as my trusted vanguard, commanding the entire Legion. For over 20 years, our Gula Legion roamed the South Galaxy, rarely encountering worthy adversaries. Life has indeed been as lonely as snow. Until one day, I received alarming reports from the North Galaxy. What? My inept bro, is that fellow simply cultivating to become stronger? It is not a sudden mutation. Transforming from an ant into an elephant, is it? I believe I have unearthed a secret. And what is this about inviting someone to the Grand Kai's planet for a competition? What exactly is this martial arts bout? Clarify your words, you scoundrel. Your vague speech is infuriating. I am truly inclined to end your existence. Cursed North Kai and South Kai. Very well, let us proceed with the killing. I shall swiftly sever the head of South Kai with a precise strike. Worthless being, unworthy of life, a waste of resources. Upon witnessing my act of slaying South Kai, that grotesque Babidi appeared quite pleased. Very well. For now, I shall spare you. I wish to delve into the nature of this cultivation. As that insufferable North Kai mentioned, is it merely a matter of physical training? Yet, to speak of physical exercise sounds rather tedious. Let us give it a try. Exercising for just a day or two over the course of a month should suffice. Lo and behold, my combat power has indeed increased. Remarkable. It seems that the Super Saiyan known as Son Goku must have trained for several months. Otherwise, how could he possibly defeat Frieza? Regarding the rapid enhancement of Gula and Frieza's powers, this book establishes the following premises. 1. They possess an exceptional lineage, allowing for swift advancement in their cultivation. 2. Mental torment serves as a form of training, akin to a slow accumulation of strength that can lead to a rapid boost in power. 3. They harbor immense potential. Similar to potential release, after training, this potential becomes more readily accessible, though it is finite. Once their potential is fully realized, their progress in cultivation will decelerate and revert to a normal pace. 078. Intense battle, Sun Gohan vs. Gula. Sun Wukong was relentlessly pushed back by the dark red energy sphere. He pressed his palms firmly against the orb, his feet carving 2 deep trenches into the ground as he continued to retreat. This is infuriating. Gula has become exceedingly powerful. Wukong swallowed the blood that threatened to rise in his throat, struggling to resist. Gula let out a cold snort, and with a sudden forceful push, the energy of the sphere surged violently. This is bad, very bad. I can't hold on any longer. Wukong's arms bulged with tension, his expression contorted, and his breath began to falter as the battle took a dire turn. Without reinforcements, he feared he would be consumed by the energy sphere. Just then, sensing the dire situation, Son Gohan dashed onto the battlefield. Dad, let me take over, Gohan said, placing his hands against the energy sphere, instantly alleviating some of the pressure on Wukong. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, instantly entered a state of unparalleled energy. Come on, Gohan, defeat him. Sun Wukong pressed his right hand against his chest, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, as he gazed at his son, breathless. I will, Gohan affirmed with a nod. Then unleashed a powerful roar, his entire being enveloped in a shimmering, silvery energy. He propelled himself forward, pushing the energy sphere created by Gula as he sprinted across the ground. Oh, Gohan has arrived, Gula remarked with a knowing tone, observing Gohan as he raced along. Pushing the energy sphere before him, Sun Wukong, panting heavily, transformed back from his Super Saiyan 3 form to his usual appearance, and then gradually flew towards the direction of Piccolo and the others. Old Sun, noticing Piccolo's intention to assist him, prepared to accept the gesture. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile, There's no need, Piccolo. I can still hold my ground. On the battlefield, Son Gohan accelerated with remarkable speed, launching a powerful kick that sent an energy sphere soaring toward Gula. Whoosh! Gula barely managed to dodge in time. Yet the energy sphere grazed past him, leaving a deep gash upon his shoulder. The sphere then vanished into the vastness of space, exploding somewhere beyond the stars. However, Son Gohan remained unfazed by such matters. In an instant, he teleported beside Gula, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon him. The intensity of the assault forced Gula to retreat repeatedly, struggling to defend himself. In the following moment, Son Gohan delivered a decisive kick that sent Gula hurtling away, his body resembling a meteorite propelled through the air, igniting sparks from the friction with the atmosphere. As Sun Wukong raised his hand, a sphere of energy was cast forth. detonating violently upon contact with Gula. Yet, Gula swiftly erected an energy shield. The thunderous explosion shattered the freshly conjured barrier, causing him to cough up blood. Nevertheless, despite this, Gula sustained no grave injuries, showcasing his remarkable defensive capabilities. However, Sun Wukong's assaults appeared to be inexorably targeted, as energy spheres rained down upon him with relentless precision, leaving him in a state of distress. In contrast to the prince's ineffective barrage of attacks, Sun Wukong's strikes resembled a masterful unlocking of his potential. How formidable Sun Wukong is! Piccolo couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, I was just overwhelmed by Gula, and now it seems Wukong has taken the upper hand. Son Goku remarked with a smile. After a brief respite, Sun Wukong felt significantly rejuvenated. Trunks, with eyes ablaze with determination, appeared as if he were the one engaged in battle, brimming with excitement. Vegeta remarked, I am not surprised at all by Gohan's accomplishments. He has displayed remarkable talent since childhood. The others exchanged incredulous glances, astonished to hear praise emanating from Vegeta's lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cooler was incensed by Gohan's relentless targeting, his body drenched in blood. Cooler roared in fury, his purple aura surging intensely, sending ripples of violet energy outward, dispersing Gohan's assault in all directions. In an instant, energy spheres erupted in all directions, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of explosions. The ground cracked as if it had endured a series of powerful nuclear detonations, leaving the earth in a state of grave distress. Ha ha ha, Gohan, I was not mistaken. You truly are the strongest among them. Cooler laughed heartily, disregarding the blood trickling from his mouth, and declared, prepare to face my ultimate move, supernova explosion. He raised his hand skyward, conjuring a colossal golden energy sphere that blotted out the sun, expanding to a diameter of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. During battle, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, prefers silence. With remarkable speed, he concentrated the Kamehameha wave. His hands, clasped at his waist, radiated in astonishing brilliance. Cooler bellowed, propelling the enormous supernova in the sky downward. Yet, astonishingly, it was not directed at Gohan, but rather plummeted towards the earth. Son Gohan let out a furious roar, darting to the ground with lightning speed as he thrust his hand skyward, unleashing a surging Kamehameha wave. Blue and gold clashed, splitting the heavens into two dominant hues. Cooler's veins bulged grotesquely across his body, while Gohan's muscles trembled with thunderous tension. With a sudden explosive surge of power, the Kamehameha wave swelled to more than double its size, forcing back the colossal golden energy sphere, over 100 meters in diameter, that loomed above. Arg, I can't hold it. Cooler screamed, his arms weakening. Flee. He had to flee now, or all would be lost. He bolted sideways at breakneck speed, but the sheer enormity of his own supernova proved his undoing. Though he moved like lightning, the gargantuan energy sphere still grazed him, melting half of his thick tail clean off. Agony twisted his features. Blood gushed from the severed stump, painting the sky crimson. Now battered and gasping for breath, his injuries far surpassed even Son Goku's earlier state. Boom! The supernova collided with the Kamehameha midair, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. The blinding radiance and shockwaves engulfed half the planet, trembling the earth beneath as if the very ground quivered in fear. Had this eruption occurred on the surface, the entire world would have been reduced to cosmic dust, a fleeting firework in the void. Cooler's chest heaved violently. Wiping blood from his lips, he glared down at Gohan with venomous intensity. Yet before he could act, Gohan flicked his fingers, sending razor-sharp energy beams slicing through the air. Damn pest! Cooler dodged frantically, but one beam pierced clean through his thigh. Instead of fear, his body quivered with manic exhilaration. A deranged laugh tore from his throat. Ha! Son Gohan, today you die. Freya. With a final roar, an overwhelming shockwave of energy erupted from his body. Sun Wukong focused his energy between his brows. As a formidable attack, the magic-piercing light cannon began to take shape. Golden Legend, Golden Gula, magic-piercing light cannon. Son Gohan let out a mighty roar as a colossal beam of energy, entwined in hues of purple and gold, surged forth, aimed directly at Gula. However, at that moment, the energy emanating from Gula was so dense that it rendered the surrounding air murky and distorted. The magic-piercing light cannon seemed to collide with an invisible wall of air, causing its speed to abruptly decelerate by a third. Just then, a blinding golden radiance shot skyward, piercing through the heavens and the earth. Son Gohan's dual-colored magical attack, the violet gold Kamehameha, was unexpectedly repelled by a powerful wave of energy, causing its trajectory to deviate and shoot off into the distance. The spectators, sensing the intense aura emitted by Gula, were left in utter astonishment. Piccolo's mouth fell agape, large enough to accommodate an entire egg. What a terrifying presence this is. Gula's energy had evidently surged, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Such formidable power. Son Goku and Vegeta clenched their fists, their bodies trembling slightly. Not out of fear, but from the exhilarating thrill of witnessing a true powerhouse. Though they were not adversaries, the pure-blooded Saiyans possessed an indomitable and combative spirit, with courage surging through their veins like boiling water. Uncle Goku consumed this senzu bean. It appears that Gohan might need our assistance, Trunks remarked, furrowing his brow as he presented the Soul Senzu beam to Son Goku. Just then, Jebet and the Supreme Kai descended from the sky. Allow me to assist in healing Son Goku, Jebet declared, casting a healing spell upon him. Sun Wukong's condition instantly returned to its peak. Trunks quietly retracted the. Just moments ago, they had assumed that the King of Worlds and Jebet had retreated back to the King of Worlds realm. Son Gohan furrowed his brow deeply, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward the brilliantly radiant Gula. However, his seemingly fearsome energy dissipated like a drop in the ocean, failing to inflict any genuine harm upon the tempestuous Gula at its core. Gula's aura continued to swell, transcending its previous limits and ascending to unprecedented heights. It was no wonder his defenses were so formidable, akin to an indomitable cockroach. He had evidently reached that realm. As Son Gohan gazed toward the direction ablaze with golden light, a fierce battle spirit ignited within his eyes. Gradually, the smoke cleared, revealing Gula's form to all. It was a spectacle of pure gold, resplendent and dazzling. At that moment, Gula underwent a dramatic transformation. His entire complexion appeared as though forged from gold, embodying a golden deity of war. This was his new form, Golden Gula. Gula erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Son Gohan, I must concede. You are indeed powerful to have compelled me into this form. I too can hardly believe I have become so formidable." Sun Wukong remarked, "So, is it now referred to as Golden Korra? Let us call it Golden Korra, shall we? What do you think of my invincible demeanor? Are you not astonished?" "I am indeed somewhat surprised, yet it was within the realm of my expectations," replied Sun Wukong. "Huh, what utter arrogance," Korra scoffed, his eyes suddenly emitting two beams of purple light, directed towards Sun Wukong. Gohan swiftly sidestepped, yet in that very instant, the hairs on his nape stood on end. An instinctive sense of peril surged through him, disaster loomed. Without warning, Cooler materialized behind him, delivering a devastating kick to his spine. The brutal impact shattered Gohan's backbone with an audible crack, sending his body hurtling through the air like a projectile. A searing wave of agony contorted Gohan's face. Cooler's speed had become terrifying. Yet, his formidable regenerative abilities swiftly mended the damage, knitting his fractured vertebrae back together. Whoosh. Mid-flight, Gohan vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Cooler in the next breath. The tyrant sneered, slashing downward with a blade-like hand strike that cleaved Gohan clean in two. But in the next heartbeat, Gohan manifested again, this time multiplying. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. 16 identical figures encircled Cooler, each pressing a shimmering energy sphere against his body before detonating them in a cataclysmic symphony of destruction. What technique is this?" Vegeta muttered, stunned. Trunks explained. "It's the replication technique from Yardrat." "Replication?" Vegeta frowned. "Somewhat similar to Tien's Four Witches technique," Goku mused, stroking his chin. "Pathetic parlor tricks." Cooler scoffed from the heart of the explosion. A golden shockwave erupted from his body, obliterating 15 of the clones into dust. Yet, Gohan's true form had already soared above Cooler. "Oh, then how about this? Solar flare." As Cooler tilted his head back with a mocking grin, Gohan roared. The heavens erupted as if the sun itself had shattered, flooding the world with blinding radiance. "Arg, my eyes." Cooler bellowed, his vision seared into temporary blindness, tears streaming down his face. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of energy blasts pummeled him, the shockwaves rippling across the planet, making the very earth tremble. Raref. Engulfed in the maelstrom, Cooler writhed, not only from the agony in his eyes, but from the searing pain scorching his flesh. He was wounded. Lightly, yes, but wounded nonetheless. In his golden form, he had been injured? Despite the overwhelming disparity in power, he had been harmed? Unthinkable. Damn you, Gohan. Resorting to underhanded tricks. As the explosions continued to ravage his body, Cooler's fury burned hotter than the flames consuming him. Son Gohan swiftly distanced himself, instantly donning a battle suit of remarkable elasticity. He then raised his hand towards the heavens, and a sphere of energy, perfectly round like a full moon, ascended into the sky. Subsequently, he forcefully clenched his fingers. Explode. A resounding boom echoed through the air. A luminous moon now hung high in the sky. Gula, barely regaining his sight, gazed at the celestial bodies shining together and, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment, inquired, "What have you done?" As Sun Wukong gazed upon the artificial moon in the sky, his body unexpectedly reverted to its normal state, and a rapid heartbeat began to resonate within him. "Shall I show you my transformation? Are you daring enough?" The intensity of his heartbeat rendered his speech somewhat incoherent. Transformation? Gula appeared puzzled, yet stood there with arms crossed. His arrogance led him to disdain the notion of resorting to a sneak attack like Sun Wukong. Among the onlookers, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. An artificial full moon? What scheme is this young one concocting? What purpose does transforming into a giant ape serve? His battle prowess pales in comparison to that peculiar form he exhibited earlier. Is Wukong truly intending to become a gorilla? Sun Wukong expressed his own confusion. Trunks, suppressing his curiosity, refrained from glancing at the full moon overhead and elucidated. Brother Wukong can transform into a giant ape and subsequently evolve into a Super Saiyan form. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were left speechless. Meanwhile, King Kai and Jebet, having witnessed Sun Wukong's golden giant ape form previously, found nothing particularly strange about the situation. However, Gula, upon realizing that Sun Wukong intended to become a giant ape, crossed his arms and erupted into laughter. Foolish. What purpose does transforming into that grotesque beast serve? Not only does your battle power diminish, but your speed will falter as well. Very well, let me witness your transformation. What of it? Gula regarded the rapidly expanding Sun Wukong, harboring a deep-seated contempt for such a foolish metamorphosis. 080, Super Saiyan 4 beneath the thundering engine of the Emperor. His eyes absorbed the light waves emitted by the artificial full moon, and his tail began to react. Son Gohan swiftly transformed into a colossal black ape towering at 25 meters. His blood-red eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of menace, imbued with primal ferocity, while his presence surged with untamed wrath and bloodlust. A thunderous roar erupted from the gaping maw of the giant ape, as a resplendent golden aura ascended around him. The once ebony-coated giant was instantaneously bathed in a magnificent golden hue. The fur atop the giant ape's head fluffed and stood erect, resembling the iconic hairstyle of a Super Saiyan. This represented the Super Saiyan state of the great ape, embodying the formidable power of a Super Saiyan while in the form of a giant. The battle prowess escalated dramatically, with the ape's strength amplifying tenfold, combined with the Super Saiyan's 50-fold increase, culminating in an astounding total enhancement of 500 times. In this state, Son Gohan's energy surpassed that of his previous mysterious form. However, his agility suffered in comparison. The Super Saiyan great ape's combat capabilities were heavily skewed towards strength and defense. Sun Wukong and Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their perceptions of the Saiyans being profoundly challenged. Nevertheless, despite this extraordinary transformation, Son Gohan's combat prowess still fell far short of that of Gula. But the transformation is not yet complete. Boom. Thunder rumbled from the heavens. Blue sparks danced upon the surface of the golden giant ape. Son Gohan, now in his great ape form, had successfully transcended into Super Saiyan 2. His golden fur resembled an array of gilded needles. This was a transformation he had previously attempted, only to fail. Yet now, he had succeeded. His current base power far surpassed that of years gone by. Through relentless daily training, he grew stronger with each passing day. A tempestuous aura surged forth, as the skies erupted in flashes of lightning and thunder. A fierce wind howled, creating a haunting melody. The great ape form, multiplied by 10, combined with the 100-fold increase of Super Saiyan 2, resulted in a staggering total amplification of combat power reaching 1,000 times. How intriguing. Yet still so distant from my own power, Gula remarked. Though somewhat taken aback by Gohan's peculiar transformation, he remained fully confident in his own strength. Boy, are you ready yet? He asked, his impatience evident. What's the rush? Are you afraid of me? Afraid of you? Never. Gula scoffed, with a taunt directed at Gula. The golden giant ape fiercely thumped its chest, its massive fists clenched tightly, muscles swelling into a formidable golden behemoth. The previously subdued waves of energy began to roar once more. The aura surged rapidly upward. The hair atop the giant ape's head grew wildly, extending uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Is this Super Saiyan 3? When did Gohan master this form? In truth, 2 years prior, Son Gohan had unlocked the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. However, compared to his unique and enigmatic state, Super Saiyan 3 bore many disadvantages, leading him to refrain from utilizing it. Thus, everyone assumed he had not attained this form. A terrifying aura spread relentlessly, darkening the skies. The heavens crackled with unceasing lightning. The very earth trembled, as if struggling to withstand this overwhelming wave of energy. Gula's expression began to shift towards seriousness. The Super Saiyan 3 Grade 8 form, with a power amplification of 10 times combined with the 400-fold increase of Super Saiyan 3, resulted in a staggering 4,000-fold enhancement. At that moment, within the heart of the golden giant ape, Son Gohan experienced a profound and wondrous revelation. The world fell silent, unbound and free. Crack. A flash of insight illuminated his mind. Son Gohan's crimson pupils contracted violently as his heartbeat accelerated once more. The towering 25-meter golden great ape rapidly shrank before their eyes. In an instant, a brilliant golden radiance pierced through the clouds, sending concentric waves of golden energy rippling outward, dispersing the ominous storm clouds and revealing clear skies once again. Apologies, this is my first time taking this form, so I'm still adjusting. Gohan's voice resonated from within the luminous golden aura. As the radiance gradually faded, the onlookers beheld his transformed appearance. His stature had expanded from 186 centimeters to an imposing 210 centimeters, his frame now more robust and exuding raw power. Thick, untamed black locks cascaded over his shoulders, with a single dark fringe draping across his forehead. His once blood-red eyes had now regained their distinct sclera and iris, though his golden pupils gleamed with an eerie brilliance, accentuated by deep crimson eyeliner that lent him an indescribable allure. His upper body was now adorned with dense, dark red fur. His arms similarly covered in the same wild, primal coat, exuding an untamed aura. A pair of gray wristbands encircled each of his powerful forearms. Below, he wore loose black work pants and sturdy gray combat boots, his posture radiating confidence and vigor. Behind him, his bushy, dark red tail swayed rhythmically with the wind. Sun Wukong carefully sensed the overwhelming power coursing through his body. His combat strength surged by an astonishing 4,000 times, akin to that of a Super Saiyan 3 in its great ape form. However, he now harnessed the immense power of the great ape while maintaining his human form, thus shedding all the drawbacks associated with both the great ape and Super Saiyan 3. In this state, every aspect, be it stamina, speed, strength, defense, endurance, or energy consumption, was nothing short of perfection. He was undoubtedly a hexagonal warrior. Moreover, his energy expenditure had plummeted to an all-time low. Yet, this form possessed a terrifying amplification of combat power exceeding 4,000 times. It was truly formidable. At this moment, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, finally comprehended why Vegeta and GT could transcend Super Saiyan 3 and directly transform into Super Saiyan 4. This so-called Super Saiyan 4 is, in fact, the Super Saiyan 3 form sustained by the physical body of a human, thus making it both Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. Although uncertain of his conclusion, Gohan embraced this understanding for the time being. Observing Gohan's overwhelming aura, everyone around him was left in astonishment, including Trunks. Wasn't it agreed that they would transform into golden great apes together? Yet, why had Gohan seemingly become so striking? Piccolo was equally bewildered. What kind of transformation is this? Is this still Gohan? It was truly astonishing that Gohan's power had surged to such an extent, altering even his appearance. Sun Wukong could only marvel at the unexpected surprises Gohan consistently delivered. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with excitement as he glimpsed a new path before him. Perhaps he himself could not achieve such evolution, but he firmly believed that Trunks could, for his son certainly had the potential. The Kaishin clenched his fist in delight, proclaiming that Gohan's aura now rivaled that of Cooler. Surely, he could emerge victorious. Indeed, confidence radiated from Jebet as well. Yes, Gohan would undoubtedly triumph. Trunks tightly clenched his fists, more excited than anyone else. Gohan, you are truly remarkable. Cooler, gazing upon Gohan in his Super Saiyan 4 form, felt his battle spirit surge, blood coursing with fervor. Come on, Gohan, you have kept me waiting for so long. I hope you won't disappoint me, he bellowed, his golden aura blazing fiercely, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Humph, let us see who will be the one to fall. Gohan's fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. At this moment, it felt as though what coursed through his veins was not blood, but searing magma. Note, the storyline of this work intertwines the unique timelines of GT and Super, allowing characters from both realms to potentially appear, creating a new, independent narrative. The author strives to integrate the power systems and storyline into a more coherent whole. Situations where Super Blue and Master Roshi Krillin are evenly matched will not be present here. In the aftermath of Sun Wukong, Son Gohan's trajectory is directed towards Super Saiyan 4, with a potential breakthrough into the divine essence of Super Saiyan 4. Following this, the beast transformation awaits. While the realms beyond shall be contemplated later, it is highly probable that Sun Wukong and Vegeta will continue to pursue a divine path. Please refrain from criticism. Thank you. 081. The Battle of Super Saiyan 4 and Golden Forms. Two figures transformed into radiant beams of light, colliding fiercely. Their fists met with a powerful impact, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy, annihilating the surrounding space. Boom. Son Gohan was knocked back several steps. In his first clash after transforming, he profoundly felt the terrifying power of Golden Gula. The combat strength of Golden Gula was, in fact, significantly greater than that of his current Super Saiyan 4 form, rendering it truly formidable. Was this the limit of his capabilities? Gula sneered as he charged towards the staggered Son Gohan. However, rather than retreating, Gohan advanced, instantaneously appearing in front of Gula and delivering a powerful punch to his face. Consequently, Gula's head was jolted to the side, while Gohan received a fierce blow to his chest. A shockwave erupted, and both warriors expelled a mouthful of blood, their energies forcing them apart by several meters. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Once again, radiant energy surged from both Gula and Gohan as they recklessly leaped toward each other. Fists collided, legs struck, and their tails entwined around each other's necks, employing an array of outrageous techniques. Boom, boom, boom. Their speed was so astonishing that it eluded the naked eye, leaving only the sensation of violent shockwaves rippling through the air. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Powerful, frenzied, swift. What caliber of battle was this? The disparity in their strength was insurmountable. Whoosh. Gula's eyes widened as two violet beams shot toward the close-range Son Gohan. As Sun Wukong shrank his head, two beams of energy grazed the top of it, singeing a considerable amount of his hair. He bent his knees and assumed a stance, launching a powerful right fist that erupted with the sound of explosive air, striking Gula in the abdomen. A tremendous surge of energy burst forth from Gula's back, radiating brilliance and obliterating a distant mountain range. Gula, enduring the intense pain in his abdomen, retaliated with a fierce knee strike aimed at Sun Wukong. But this attempt was thwarted as Sun Wukong blocked it with his arms. Once again, an energy storm erupted. Following the violent collision, both combatants swiftly created distance between them, standing several meters apart in the high altitude. After an intense battle, both were breathing heavily, their inner energy significantly depleted. However, being extraordinary beings, they each possessed remarkable recovery abilities and astonishing endurance. Within mere seconds, both were restored to their prime state. Observing Sun Wukong, who appeared to be completely unscathed, Gula expressed his surprise. How have you managed to maintain your energy? Likewise, are you not the same? Sun Wukong thought to himself, equally astonished. Gula's current form evidently indicated a full output of energy, yet his stamina showed no signs of decline. If it were Frieza in such a state, his energy would undoubtedly begin to wane. This clearly illustrated that Gula's energy control was indeed superior to that of Frieza. Humph. Let us continue. Gula scoffed. As his purple golden aura flared back to life, he swiftly charged at Sun Wukong, his right hand trailing behind him, gathering a glimmering sphere of icy energy. Sun Wukong's techniques mirrored his own. In an instant, the two collided violently, their energy spheres detonating midair with terrifying force. Amidst the deafening explosion, space itself fractured with a resounding crack, splitting open into a kaleidoscopic rift. Standing at ground zero, both warriors' bodies trembled from the shockwaves, crimson blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Son Gohan suddenly retreated several dozen meters, and then a surging golden aura coalesced in his right hand, forming a 2-meter-long energy sword. This was the Spirito Attack Form Energy Sword. By concentrating the energy at a single point, the damage was exponentially amplified, resulting in astonishing destructive power. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared beside Gula, the 2-meter energy sword slicing through the air with lethal precision. Gula's pupils constricted as he raised his hand to forcibly block the energy sword, only to be met with a gaping, bloodied wound. Excellent. Effective. With a grin, Sun Wukong swung his right hand repeatedly, unleashing a 2-meter-long energy blade that sliced through Gula with precision. Gula, filled with fury and urgency, lashed out with his massive golden tail towards Sun Wukong. However, to his astonishment, Sun Wukong raised his hand in defense, and the energy sword blazed with brilliance, severing a significant portion of Gula's tail. It was only due to Gula's extraordinary resilience that the consequences were not more dire. With a furious roar, Gula summoned a protective barrier, unleashing a wave of energy that forcefully pushed Sun Wukong back, creating distance between them. He gazed at the energy sword in Sun Wukong's hand with a mixture of fear and confusion, struggling to comprehend how such a technique could harm him. After all, his combat power surpassed that of Sun Wukong by a considerable margin. In his current form, he had nearly reached the realm of the divine. Yet, he found himself unable to defeat that flamboyant Saiyan monkey. It was simply inconceivable. Gula could hardly accept this reality. Faced with the current situation, he realized he had no choice but to abandon close combat and resort to ranged attacks. With this thought in mind, his eyes emitted destructive rays, and his hands unleashed a multitude of energy blasts, hurtling towards Sun Wukong, a classic strategy of a prince. Suddenly, the energy sword in Sun Wukong's hand vanished, and his skin was enveloped by a flowing silver, tangible aura. It resembled a body coated in liquid mercury. The Spirito defensive form liquidized its energy, sacrificing offensive capabilities to transform into a robust shield, while also absorbing a portion of the opponent's energy for its own use. Sun Wukong raised his hand to deflect the streams of destructive purple rays. However, a considerable number of those concentrated energy waves struck him. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The flowing silver aura enveloping Sun Wukong's form instinctively absorbed a significant portion of the energy before erupting explosively. The weakened energy wave was utterly incapable of breaching Sun Wukong's defenses. Moreover, his power continued to amplify. Gula stood in stunned silence, nearly ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, the defensive state, after all, possesses a limit. After enduring sufficient damage, it ultimately vanished. Sun Wukong, no longer intending to prolong the situation, resolved to take the initiative. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Sun Gohan activated his instant transmission, appearing beside Golden Cooler in the blink of an eye. The energy sword in his right hand flickered ominously, slicing towards Cooler at a velocity surpassing that of light itself. A sense of dread surged through Cooler as every cell in his body transmitted perilous signals to his brain. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, propelling him upward into the sky. Sun Gohan's energy sword strike missed its mark. Yet, in an instant, he teleported once more, pursuing relentlessly. One chased, the other fled. Yet ultimately, escape was futile. Gohan's energy blade slashed through Cooler's body, severing another large portion of his tail. Triple supernova. Enraged, Cooler bellowed as 3 colossal golden energy spheres merged into one in the heavens above. With a forceful push of his hands, he sent the massive orb hurtling downward, aiming directly at Gohan and the earth beneath him. The enormous energy sphere, hundreds of meters in diameter, roared as it descended, devouring the surrounding air and creating a swirling vortex of power in the sky. With an energy sphere that huge, the earth will explode. Someone watching gasped in horror. Cooler is trying to destroy the planet. The spectators' eyes widened in sheer terror. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks all transformed into their most powerful forms, ready to unite in a formidable assault against Guldo's triple nova. Piccolo, of course, was no exception. Even the Supreme Kai and Jebbet began to concentrate their energy. Sun Wukong stood beneath the colossal golden sphere of energy, his ebony hair billowing in the wind, while his trousers fluttered audibly. The intense heat wave emanating from the triple supernova evaporated all surrounding moisture, rendering the atmosphere unbearably scorching. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Sun Wukong made no attempt to evade. The hands clasped at his waist radiated a terrifying surge of energy. The tenfold Kamehameha wave. With a resounding shout, the immensely powerful tenfold Kamehameha was unleashed. A massive column of blue energy soared upward, countering the descending triple supernova. The collision of these two formidable energies instantly depleted the surrounding air. Boom. At the epicenter of the energy clash, an unprecedented wave of violent force erupted, sweeping across the entirety of the Earth in an instant. Sun Wukong, Trunks, Vegeta, Piccolo, along with the Supreme Kai and Kibito, unleashed their energy waves in unison, striving to hold back the colossal triple supernova looming above. In an instant, a dazzling convergence of multicolored energy beams surged forth, shaking the very souls of all who witnessed it. Even Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived, joining the fray with every ounce of their remaining strength, firing their Kamehameha waves toward the celestial sphere of destruction. Though their power was now but a flicker in the grand scheme, not a single thought of retreat crossed their minds, for behind them lay the home they vowed to protect. As Gohan watched his loved ones fighting desperately, a tempest of emotions churned within him. From the depths of his being, an even more formidable force erupted. With a thunderous roar, his muscles trembled violently, amplifying his tenfold Kamehameha into an overwhelming torrent of light. This radiant pillar, piercing heaven and earth, began forcing the triple supernova back toward its creator. What? Frieza's eyes bulged in disbelief. Veins throbbed across his body, sweat cascading down his brow as his face twisted into a mask of fury and terror. I can't hold it. His limbs faltered, strength deserting him as the titanic energy sphere, now beyond his control, threatened to consume him. No, I won't die like this. I refuse. With a snarl of desperation, Frieza made a fateful decision. Abruptly severing his energy output, he spun and fled toward the stratosphere at breakneck speed. Bereft of his sustaining power, the tenfold Kamehameha became unstoppable, propelling the supernova beyond the atmosphere with unimaginable velocity. Yet Frieza's escape was short-lived. His own creation overtook him, the supernova slamming into his back and hurling him deeper into the void of space. Damn you! He shrieked, pounding futilely against the sphere before boom. The cataclysmic detonation swallowed him whole, his agonized screams lost in the inferno. That day, a terrifying shockwave rippled through the solar system, its echoes reverberating across half the northern galaxy. The lingering radiance and aftershocks of the explosion persisted for minutes, a haunting testament to the battle's fury. On Earth, the exhausted warriors gasped for breath, their bodies drained, their energy utterly spent. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks, the three formidable Super Saiyans, reverted to their normal forms. Even though they had merely participated in the final energy clash against an adversary as powerful as Gula, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped them. Wonderful, we have finally triumphed. The words of the Kaioshin restored focus to everyone present. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the group. Krillin and Yamcha, disregarding their dignity, plopped down onto the ground. Trunks gazed at Gohan, perplexed. What could Gohan be doing? At that moment, Gohan remained suspended in the sky, lost in contemplation of the boundless starry expanse. The battle had concluded. Was he still not fully aware of his surroundings? Suddenly, Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. The energy of Gula still lingered, albeit weakened. What? A wave of shock washed over the crowd, their faces paling in an instant. How could this fiend still be alive after such a colossal explosion? This monstrous being was indeed terrifying. He would surely return for vengeance. As the atmosphere thickened with dread, the group remained on edge. With a swift gesture, Sun Wukong pressed his two fingers to his forehead and, in an instant, vanished without a trace. Vegeta, staring at him, was momentarily taken aback. Where has he gone? Mr. Wukong has gone to pursue Gula, explained the King Kai, who could perceive Wukong's trajectory. What? A Saiyan cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Has this fool lost his mind? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. Sun Wukong remained remarkably composed. Gohan is far more intelligent than I am. He must have had a strategy to get through. He's not the impulsive type. In the vast, uncharted expanse of the universe, only the upper half of Frieza's body drifted aimlessly. Even this remaining portion was severely battered, flesh torn and mangled, one eye completely blinded. Yet, despite such grievous wounds, he clung stubbornly to life, a testament to his indomitable will. Cursed Saiyans. Whoosh. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared out of thin air. Cooler, bewildered. Half open one eye to gaze at Sun Wukong, suspecting he was merely experiencing a hallucination. A Saiyan in the vastness of space? This felt utterly surreal. Cooler. Your vitality is indeed remarkable. How is it that you still endure despite such circumstances? The voice of Sun Wukong coalesced into a thread, penetrating through the ears of Cooler. Stunned, Cooler realized that this was no mere illusion. This red-haired monkey had indeed traversed into the cosmos. How on earth had he accomplished this? Cooler was on the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong himself was far from astonished. In his current state, surviving in the vastness of space was no challenge at all. This was not merely due to his ascension to Super Saiyan 4, which endowed him with formidable strength, allowing him to disregard the vacuum of the universe. It was intricately tied to the wish he had made back on Namek. He had acquired a constitution akin to that of Majin Buu. This wish not only granted him extraordinary regenerative and restorative abilities but also the capacity to endure in the vacuum of space, even if Cooler were to grow even stronger. Sun Wukong was confident he could outlast him. Infuriated, Cooler felt his rage surging. His remaining upper body was now filled with boundless hatred. Son Gohan extended his right hand, palm open, pointing towards Gula, and coldly remarked, "Had you not contemplated the annihilation of Earth just moments ago, I might have spared your life. What a pity. Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall inform King Inma of your demise." In that instant, the fury in Gula's eyes transformed into sheer terror. Was death inevitable? "I refuse to die," he exclaimed in despair. As Gula's horrified gaze lingered, Son Gohan's palm erupted with boundless energy, swiftly engulfing half of Gula's body. "Ah, curse Son Gohan!" Gula screamed, completely vanishing amidst the chaos. Observing Gula's utter obliteration, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported back to Earth. At this moment, he remained in his Super Saiyan 4 form, which required minimal energy and did not hinder his actions. Thus, Son Gohan sought to further experience this new transformation, wishing to ascertain whether it had any other effects on his body. Upon his return, the others quickly gathered around him, their expressions a blend of curiosity and astonishment as they beheld Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan 4 state. "Gohan, did you take care of it?" Yamcha was the first to inquire. "Yes, he is likely en route to the underworld now," Son Gohan nodded in response. "Haha, Gohan, you truly have a sense of humor." Yamcha laughed, scratching the back of his head. "Your transformation is so significant that it's almost unrecognizable," Krillin remarked, raising his hand to gauge the height difference, realizing that his own bald head barely reached Gohan's chest. "Ah," Sun Wukong chuckled. "Ha, this is merely a transformation. Once it is undone, I revert to my original form." "Remarkable, Gohan," he praised his son generously, giving his solid shoulder an affectionate pat. Vegeta remained silent, yet his gaze was fixed upon Gohan, aware that inquiries he held in his mind would inevitably arise. Indeed, his son Trunks was the first to pose a question. "Gohan, what kind of transformation is this?" "It's incredibly cool." He was eager to tug at the dark red tufts adorning Gohan's form. "This is an alternative transformation that channels the might of the great ape while retaining a human form. Let us call it Super Saiyan 4, Gohan explained. "Super Saiyan 4? Gohan, can I unlock this transformation too?" Sun Wukong inquired with intrigue. Son Gohan nodded and patiently explained, "In theory, it is possible. However, father, you lack a tail, and maintaining one's sanity while transformed into a great ape may pose a challenge for you at this moment." "Is a tail necessary for transformation?" Son Goku inquired, somewhat perplexed. "This is my first transformation as well, so I am not entirely certain. However, I believe that in order to achieve this transformation, one must first assume the form of a golden great ape." Vegeta interjected from the side, stating, "A Saiyan without a tail, wishing to transform into a great ape, might perhaps accomplish this by amplifying the blood's waves." "How does one enhance the so-called wave?" Son Goku asked, puzzled. Vegeta shot a furious glare at Son Goku and retorted, "I don't know, Son Wukong. Firstly, I did not provoke you, Vegeta." Beside them, Trunks gazed enviously. "I too wish to experience such a transformation. It is simply magnificent." Son Gohan chuckled. "Well, once you enhance your foundational combat power to a level akin to that of Super Saiyan 3, you should be able to achieve this transformation." Trunks' eyes sparkled with anticipation. The Supreme Kai patted his chest, exhaling in relief. "Phew, that nearly terrified me. I'm relieved Gohan triumphed over Cooler. Otherwise, I felt I would have met my demise at his hands. Frieza, that brother of his, possesses an unfathomable strength." Indeed. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter, their joyous mirth filling the atmosphere. It was a release from the burdens weighing on their hearts, a celebration of survival after a harrowing ordeal. And then, Son Gohan is destined for the underworld. The others disperse, setting out to gather the Dragon Balls to restore the devastation wrought by the recent battle. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the Supreme Dimension, on the God of Destruction planet, a curious triangular world flourishes. Dominating this land is a colossal, desolate tree that sprawls across a significant portion of the planet. Eternally barren of leaves, its cycles of decay and renewal spanning millennia. Whether it will ever bear fruit remains a mystery. Here, the distinction between day and night is non-existent. The sky is a kaleidoscope of colors, perpetually bathed in daylight. The sovereign of this planet is none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. His monotonous existence drags on, day after day, year after year, untouched by the passage of time and abundance that gods possess in spades. In his ennui, Beerus often succumbs to slumber, sometimes for thousands of years. His eternal pursuits are culinary delights and vivid dreams. At this moment, Beerus rolled over in bed, crashing to the floor with a thud. He blinked his bleary eyes, yawning repeatedly. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he stretched languidly, tightened his robe, and sluggishly ambled from his bedroom to the living room. In his living room resides a prophetic fish, capable of foreseeing certain future events, a truly remarkable creature. Beerus playfully flicked the fish on its head, eliciting a disgruntled response as it covered its head, whimpering silently. Yawning, Beerus wandered to the window, pulling it open to gaze at the outside scenery. "Whis, Whis," he called out, his voice echoing. In an instant, a tall figure appeared out of thin air. It was Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. Whis held a magnificent staff topped with a vertical halo, at the center of which lay a black magic orb, comparable in size to a Dragon Ball. Tall and strikingly handsome, with pale blue skin, he wore a large, light blue halo around his neck. And his silvery hair defied gravity, soaring upward. His demeanor was distinctly masculine, though other details remained elusive. Whis' smile radiated warmth and humility, akin to sunlight breaking through the chill of winter, enveloping those in his presence in a refreshing breeze. Lord Beerus, what troubles you? He inquired respectfully. Beerus, displaying signs of irritation and a frown etched across his face, replied, dreadful. I was just awakened from a nightmare. Oh, what sort of dream did you have, my lord? Whis asked with curiosity. Well, Beerus began, stroking his chin in contemplation. It seems I dreamt that someone had killed me, and I felt a grave threat to my life. Whis chuckled softly, ha ha ha. How could anyone possibly kill Lord Beerus? Dreams are merely fanciful illusions. But I have heard that dreams can also serve as prophecies, correct? Oh, prophetic fish? Beerus turned his gaze towards the fish swimming in its tank. Huh? Is it about me? The fish emerged, nodding its head. You see, Whis. Even the prophetic fish concurs. So, how long have I slept? Beerus yawned once more. You have slumbered for just under 50 years, my lord, Whis replied with a smile. Ah, how dreadful. My sleep quality has evidently declined. Beerus lamented, cradling his chin in his hands, visibly troubled. Hiki was covered his lips lightly. By the way, has planet Vegeta been destroyed? Beerus continued. Indeed, it was obliterated by Frieza, Whis responded. Frieza is quite efficient in his endeavors. What has become of him now? Frieza has been slain by a Super Saiyan named Son Goku, Whis informed him. What? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Is it truly possible for a Saiyan to kill Frieza? You can't be jesting, Whis. Whis shook his head. I assure you, my lord. This Son Goku transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza. The legendary Super Saiyan? Is he formidable? Beerus queried. It is not merely a matter of strength. In essence, Frieza has been vanquished, yet the surviving Saiyans are few, Whis explained. Beerus, now agitated, poked at his head. I had intended to strike down Frieza after he obliterated planet Vegeta, yet the Saiyan has inadvertently aided me. How perplexing. While I should be grateful, the more I contemplate it, the more uneasy I feel. Whis, where do the surviving Saiyans reside now? Beerus inquired. Allow me to search, Whis replied, raising his staff and thrusting it into the ground. The black magic crystal atop the staff illuminated, revealing a dazzling starry expanse, with planets swiftly retreating until they focused on a blue planet. My lord, the surviving Saiyans now inhabit a planet known as Earth in the northern galaxy. Earth? Wasn't that planet nearly annihilated by those foolish dinosaurs? Beerus pondered. That was a long time ago, my lord. You have slept quite extensively, Whis chuckled, explaining. Is that so? Now that you mention it, I can't shake the feeling that my dream of being killed is somehow linked to this Earth. What a headache. Beerus lamented, thumping his head against the windowsill, causing it to shatter. The prophetic fish trembled in fear. Beerus approached again and flicked the fish on the head. Prophetic fish, tell me. Can anyone truly kill me? Or do you believe there exists someone capable of being my rival? The fish, teary-eyed, replied, no one can harm you, my lord. But if you wish to stretch your limbs, perhaps someone could match you. Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, who? Speak quickly. The fish responded. The legendary Super Saiyan God may prove to be your equal. Super Saiyan God? What is that? Beerus inquired, puzzled. In any case, it pertains to the Saiyans. Whis chimed in. Ha ha ha. How dreadfully dull. Shall we journey to Earth? How far is it from here? Beerus laughed heartily, letting his robe slip from his shoulders. Whis turned away, covering his eyes. Unperturbed, Beerus donned the garb of a god of destruction piece by piece. Whis remarked, it's not very far. We shall arrive in the time it takes to watch an episode of an animated series. Let us hasten our departure. Beerus urged, now fully dressed. Very well. My lord, Whis replied. With a smile, Whis responded and struck the base of his staff against the ground. In an instant, Whis and Beerus transformed into a streak of white light, soaring towards Earth. On Earth, a crowd gathered at the sacred temple, summoning the eternal dragon. The emerald-hued dragon, 100 meters long, coiled above the temple, casting a shadow over the darkened sky. Just as they were about to make their wishes, a beam of light descended from above, illuminating the plaza and revealing the arrival of two figures, Whis and Beerus. At that moment, Gohan was still in the underworld and had yet to return. All the Z warriors stood in the sacred temple, alongside the Supreme Kai, Jebbit, Dandy, and Bubbles. When they noticed the sudden appearance of the two unfamiliar beings, curiosity piqued, and they turned to look. Upon seeing them, Vegeta was struck with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The dragon, sweat beading on its brow, appeared visibly frightened. Unfortunately, the Supreme Kai Asen and Jebbit did not recognize Beerus at all. The dragon leaned down, attempting to make itself seem smaller. Oh, my deepest apologies, Lord Beerus. I did not expect your esteemed presence on Earth. I should not be addressing you from such a high vantage point. Indeed, it was no mistake. It was the infamous Beerus. Vegeta was drenched in sweat, his composure shattered. Trunks, noticing his father's unease, patted him on the back, startling Vegeta. Father, what's wrong? Vegeta remained silent. Meanwhile, the others were quite curious about Beerus and Whis, as they sensed no discernible energy from them. Hearing the dragon speak, Beerus glanced up but remained silent, exuding an air of aloofness befitting a god of destruction. He then tilted his head and caught sight of the Supreme Kaiasen. Observing the Supreme Kai's smug expression, Beerus furrowed his brow, feeling discomfort. Had he just had a nightmare related to this individual? What business did a Supreme Kai have running around and mingling with these Saiyans? Was he courting danger? Far away in the Supreme Kai realm, the old Supreme Kai was in a state of panic, jumping about anxiously. Oh, the ignorance of the younger generation. How can they not recognize Beerus? This is utterly outrageous. The old Supreme Kai was both agitated and furious. Simultaneously, beads of sweat rolled down the brow of the North Kai on North Kai's planet, as the appearance of Beerus conjured unwanted memories. Hi, I am Son Goku. Goku approached to greet them. The dragon's voice was loud, and everyone heard its earlier words, including Goku, who only knew Beerus by name and was unaware of his true identity. Seeing Goku's reckless behavior, Vegeta's pupils constricted, and he silently screamed in his mind. Is Kakarot trying to get himself killed? Vegeta knew of Beerus, having encountered him in his childhood, and understood how formidable he was. Beerus regarded Goku with interest. You are the Super Saiyan who killed Frieza, are you not? Indeed, that was I. What's it to you? Are you here to avenge Frieza? Goku replied with a carefree laugh. Avenge Frieza? What are you talking about? Beerus chuckled before his expression turned icy. Boy, do you know the Super Saiyan God? The Super Saiyan God? I do not know, Goku replied honestly, shaking his head. Oh? Then let me see what abilities the one who defeated Frieza possesses. Beerus remarked with a cold smirk. Ah, sure. You wish to spar with me? Goku responded eagerly. You may interpret it that way. Come on, Beerus said, clasping his hands behind his back while fixating his gaze on Goku. Ha! With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong instantly transformed into the visage of a Super Saiyan, his entire being enveloped in a golden aura. Ah, so this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan? No wonder he was capable of vanquishing Frieza. With a swift stride, Sun Wukong advanced rapidly towards Beerus, his fist raining down upon him. However, Beerus merely swayed slightly, causing all of Sun Wukong's punches to miss their mark. Sun Wukong realized that this state was futile, so he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He could not even graze the hem of Beerus's attire. Damn it, why don't you fight back? Sun Wukong exclaimed, executing a backflip before transitioning into Super Saiyan 3. His hair flowed down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, his brow pronounced, and an overwhelming aura enveloped him, crackling with lightning. Oh, do you wish for me to retaliate? Beerus squinted, smirking coldly. Yes, let me witness your power, Sun Wukong shouted. Very well, Beerus nodded. Ha! Sun Wukong bellowed, channeling the essence of Super Saiyan to its zenith, then darted towards Beerus with the swiftness of light. Closer, ever closer he approached. Suddenly, Sun Wukong observed a slight curl at the corner of Beerus's mouth, followed by a broad smile. Then, with a swift motion, he extended a finger and playfully flicked it upon Beerus's head. Boom! Sun Wukong was abruptly propelled into the air, crashing down with a thud onto the ground, his hair swiftly reverting to its original black hue as he succumbed to unconsciousness. What? The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes nearly dropping to the earth in disbelief. Could it be that Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong was defeated in an instant by a mere headbutt? Would anyone dare to believe such a preposterous tale? Surely, this must be a mere dream. Meanwhile, in the underworld, where Son Gohan was engaged in a delightful conversation with King Yin, having joyfully sent Gula to heaven, he sensed an unsettling shift. Had his father's aura just reached the underworld, only to vanish in an instant? What could this mean? 085. Son Gohan arrives in the Divine Palace. The crowd was engulfed in astonishment as they witnessed Sun Wukong's swift defeat. Who was this formidable being capable of such a feat? Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong, no less. With Wukong lying unconscious nearby, the Kaioshin and Krillin rushed to his side, followed closely by Jebet. Wukong, are you alright? Krillin anxiously shook Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin placed a restorative spell upon Wukong, all the while casting a steely gaze at Beerus, declaring, whoever you may be, once Son Gohan returns, he will not spare you. Beerus, visibly irked, shot a disdainful look at the Kaioshin Asen, barely restraining himself from expressing his frustration. How infuriating. You were supposed to be a Kaioshin. What is happening here? And who exactly is Son Gohan? Is he truly that remarkable? Is there such a formidable individual in Universe 7 who dares to threaten me? Truly. My eyes have been opened. Beerus turned his head towards Whis, who, understanding his silent query, responded with a smile, Lord Beerus. Son Gohan is indeed the son of Sun Wukong. Oh, is that so? Beerus squinted, exuding an aura of a grand villain, causing the atmosphere around them to grow increasingly oppressive. Yamcha, Tien, Piccolo, and Kaiatsu had already gathered around Sun Wukong, assessing his condition. Under the Kaioshin's restorative magic, Wukong gradually regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks remained rooted in their original positions, while Dandy and Bobo stood beneath a tree, unsure of what to do. Vegeta's fists were clenched tightly, turning pale with tension. Trunks, on the other hand, had one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his eyes warily scanning Beerus and Whis. Observing the duo with keen interest, Beerus finally fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, Vegeta 4, do you not remember me? Vegeta's body froze, recognition dawning upon him. Yes, I remember, Lord Beerus. Does my father know these strangers? Trunks questioned, his eyes filled with confusion. The others shared similar sentiments as they observed the peculiar exchange between Beerus and Vegeta, both bewildered and astonished. They could see how discomfited Vegeta appeared, a stark contrast to his usual haughty demeanor. This indicated that he was indeed acquainted with these unexpected visitors, whose identities carried an air of gravitas so profound that even the fearless Vegeta felt trepidation. Beerus inquired, Vegeta, may I ask if you're familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta, his fist still tightly clenched, replied curtly, I do not know. His character was inherently aloof. And understanding the pitfalls of excessive dialogue, he chose to answer succinctly, unwilling to utter an unnecessary word. Not even you are aware? What about Son Gohan? Is he informed? Beerus pressed on, his curiosity piqued regarding this individual who had garnered the Kaishin's praise. Vegeta, feeling somewhat conflicted, resolved to elaborate slightly to avoid appearing dismissive and inciting Beerus's displeasure. Son Gohan should return shortly. You will have the answers. Oh? So this Son Gohan is indeed the son of Sun Wukong, is he not? Beerus continued his inquiry. Yes. And he is a Saiyan as well? Indeed. On the other side, Sun Wukong sat up, clutching his head. Wukong, how do you feel now? Inquired the king of the world. I'm fine. Just a slight headache. What a formidable opponent. Sun Wukong grimaced, then rose to his feet. At that moment, a swift whoosh echoed through the air. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared beside Trunks, having teleported back. Upon recognizing the forms of Beerus and Whis, he let out a sigh of relief, as he had initially feared that Goku had met a dire fate. However, he could hardly have anticipated the arrival of these two divine beings. Beerus and Whis immediately noticed the presence of Sun Wukong and turned their gazes towards him with curiosity. At that moment, Sun Wukong had reverted to his normal state, no longer resembling Super Saiyan 4. Observing Sun Wukong, Beerus inquired directly, Are you the Sun Wukong they speak of? With a beaming smile, Sun Wukong exclaimed, Indeed. I am Sun Wukong. After speaking, he swiftly leaned towards Trunks and whispered a few instructions. After Sun Wukong spoke, Trunks hurriedly departed. Observing Trunks' exit, Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong, hesitating to voice his concerns. He felt a twinge of anxiety that Sun Wukong might provoke Beerus, leading to the annihilation of the entire Earth. Yet, he found himself unable to directly caution Sun Wukong, fearing it might suggest he cared for him. As he wrestled with his internal conflict, Beerus inquired once more, Kid, do you know the Super Saiyan God? I do. Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation. Upon finishing his response, he felt a sudden poke at his waist. Upon turning around, Sun Wukong discovered it was Vegeta. Vegeta lowered his voice significantly, saying, You better refrain from speaking nonsense, you little brat. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. And he is quite fearsome. Tread carefully. Ah, I understand, Sun Wukong replied, feeling a sense of unease at Vegeta's unexpected concern. Upon hearing Sun Wukong mention his knowledge of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus visibly perked up. With his hands placed firmly on his hips, he declared loudly, Where is he now? Bring him forth to battle me. In the meantime, as the voices of King Kai and Old Kai resonated in Sun Wukong's ears, both deities conveyed the significance of the god of destruction, Beerus, urging him to exercise utmost caution. Listening intently to the divine instructions, Sun Wukong spoke, Lord Beerus, the Super Saiyan God does not refer to a singular individual, rather, it signifies a certain transformation of the Saiyan race. A Super Saiyan who has mastered the divine aura may rightfully be called a Super Saiyan God. At that moment, the celestial dragon's voice echoed, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Those who summon me, do you still have a wish to fulfill? Son Gohan lifted his gaze and shot at a piercing glance. Instantly, the dragon fell silent, resuming its role as a mere backdrop. Beerus scrutinized Son Gohan from head to toe, impatiently remarking, Oh? Have you mastered the divine aura and learned this so-called Super Saiyan God form? Son Gohan shook his head earnestly, stating, Not at all. However, I am aware of how to transform into this form and can manifest it swiftly. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, letting out a huff. Well, you had better be quick. I just woke up, and my temper is rather foul. If you make me impatient, I shall obliterate the earth. That would be unacceptable, Lord Beerus, Son Gohan replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Trunks reappeared instantaneously. Why would that be unacceptable? Beerus sneered, raising his right hand, where a surging mass of purplish-black energy began to coalesce at his fingertip, as if poised to annihilate the earth at any moment. Ah, Lord Beerus, you may not be aware, but our Earth is renowned as the homeland of exquisite cuisine, the finest in the universe. The dishes crafted by Earthlings are unparalleled. A delightful symphony of color, aroma, and taste. The vibrant hues are mesmerizing, and the scents are utterly enticing. Merely catching a whiff can make one salivate uncontrollably. Beerus raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and swallowed hard. The energy at his fingertip gradually dissipated, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is what you say truly the case? Indeed, it is, exclaimed Trunks. Let's go. As soon as Son Gohan finished speaking, Trunks swiftly conjured 2 large tables. Before long, the tables were laden with a myriad of delectable dishes. Upon witnessing the feast before him, Beerus's nostrils began to twitch in anticipation. Not only Beerus, but the dapper Whis was also experiencing similar reactions, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Son Gohan observed their performance with a quiet chuckle, amused by their culinary enthusiasm. Being food lovers, they were all too easy to manipulate. He had just sent Trunks to prepare a feast, a masterstroke indeed. After tasting Earth's delicacies, he was convinced that even if Beerus were to be beseeched to annihilate the planet, he would vehemently refuse. Those who oppose the allure of exquisite cuisine shall find no mercy. It certainly appeared delightful, wouldn't you agree, Whis? Beerus swallowed hard. Indeed. One can only wonder about the taste, Whis replied with a smile. Lord Beerus, Master Whis, please have a seat and you shall discover for yourselves. Son Gohan gestured for them to sit down. As expected, Beerus and Whis settled in, draping themselves with napkins. Subsequently, the clattering of cutlery filled the air as they exclaimed. Wow, this is delicious, and this one too. Beerus devoured the food ravenously, while Whis maintained a more refined demeanor, though his expressions of astonishment and admiration were no less than those of Beerus. Vegeta, on the other hand, was utterly dazzled by Son Gohan's remarkable maneuvers. Could the god of destruction, Beerus, truly be swayed in such a manner? Was this tactic perhaps a demonstration of diplomacy before aggression? Vegeta felt he had gleaned a lesson from it all. Ahem, Lord Beerus, Master Whis, please enjoy your meal. If you find yourselves still hungry, I shall prepare more. For now, I must confer with my companions regarding the matter of the Super Saiyan God, Son Gohan announced. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, his focus unwavering. In truth, he was utterly content. Even if Son Gohan failed to conjure the fabled Super Saiyan God, it mattered not. The bounty before him had alleviated 90% of his concerns. Come, let us move over there. Son Gohan beckoned to Trunks and Vegeta as he made his way towards Goku and the others. Approaching, he noticed the Supreme Kai's expression was one of despondency. Moments ago, the ancestor had revealed Beerus' identity, leaving the current Supreme Kai feeling somewhat disoriented. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, seemed to grasp a hint of the situation, suppressing a smile. He gathered everyone together and elucidated the identity of the god of destruction, Beerus. Upon hearing of Beerus' terrifying nature, the latecomers were visibly shaken. Recalling how Super Saiyan 3 Goku was effortlessly vanquished by a mere finger, they realized that Gohan's words were not an exaggeration. The power of Beerus, the god of destruction, was indeed far more formidable than they had previously imagined. After introducing Beerus, Vegeta could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Gohan, what was that you mentioned about the Super Saiyan God? What exactly is a Super Saiyan God? Gohan replied, I was just about to explain the concept of the Super Saiyan God. This so-called Super Saiyan God requires 6 righteous-hearted Saiyans to come together to manifest. What does that mean? Goku asked, puzzled. Son Gohan continued, stating that if 6 Saiyans, each possessing a heart of justice, concentrate the light of their righteousness upon a single individual, that person shall transform into the legendary Super Saiyan God. It sounded rather peculiar, akin to a ritual, Trunks remarked, furrowing his brow. Son Gohan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, one could interpret it as a ceremonial ritual. Piccolo pondered, 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts? Are there enough now? Let me count. Goku, Gohan, Trunks, Goten, and Pan? Would children qualify? Beside them, Vegeta clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in barely contained fury. Trunks spoke up on his behalf, clearing his throat. Ahem. I believe my father currently possesses a righteous heart as well. Is that so? Piccolo cast a skeptical glance at the menacing Vegeta. Piccolo, once Beerus leaves, I will end you, Vegeta growled with palpable menace. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Hearing such a threat from Vegeta, Krillin and Yamcha couldn't help but acknowledge the validity of Piccolo's doubts. Vegeta still seems rather vicious. His righteous heart remains questionable. You think I fear you? Piccolo retorted without backing down. Witnessing their escalating confrontation, Son Gohan swiftly intervened, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Enough, enough. This is hardly the time for quarrels. I'll go fetch Goten, and Pan now. Don't cause any trouble in the meantime. Fine, they muttered in reluctant agreement. After giving his instructions, Sun Wukong instantaneously departed from the heavenly temple. A few minutes later, Chi-Chi arrived, cradling Sun Goten, while Sun Wufan held Xiao Fang and bitterly carried Xiao Wu. Sun Wutian has already learned to walk and babble, yet the less than a year-old Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang still require the comfort of being held. When Chi-Chi sets Wutian down, he joyfully bounces over to Sun Wukong, grasping his pant leg in an attempt to climb. Come on, Wutian, let daddy lift you up. Sun Wukong chuckles, bending down to hoist Sun Wutian into the air. The little one bursts into peals of laughter while suspended aloft. Observing this, Xiao Fang tugs at her father's clothing, expressing her desire to join in. Does Xiao Fang want to be lifted too? Son Gohan inquires with a smile as he looks at her in his arms. Though Xiao Fang is yet to articulate her thoughts, her delightful smile resembles that of a porcelain doll. All right then. Son Gohan lifts Xiao Fang as well. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu watches the 1-year-older uncle with a tinge of envy, yet finds the scene somewhat childish, turning his head away. Would you like your mother to lift you too? Not voicing a response is akin to acquiescence, prompting the mother to pick him up. Misinterpreting Xiao Wu's demeanor as jealousy towards his uncle and sister, Babidi readily lifts him as well. Once airborne, Sun Wu struggles energetically. After the playful antics, the group begins to deliberate on a topic of significance. Who shall assume the mantle of the Super Saiyan God? A consensus quickly emerges. declaring that Sun Gohan should take on this role. After all, he possesses the greatest strength among them, and should he transform into a Super Saiyan God, his power would be unparalleled, thereby enhancing their chances of defeating Beerus. Upon hearing this, Sun Gohan shook his head. His current strength had surpassed that of Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Vegeta. Thus, in this instance of enhancement, he decided to allow Sun Wukong to take the lead. After all, this Super Saiyan God, to put it bluntly, is capable of mass production. In the later stages, Sun Gohan's mastery of this divine realm poses no insurmountable challenges. The crux of the matter lies in Sun Gohan's realization that Beerus, in the present moment, has no intention of annihilating the Earth. Consequently, Beerus emerges as an exceptional mentor, facilitating Sun Wukong's expedited mastery of the Super Saiyan God transformation. What could be more advantageous? Furthermore, there exists another significant aspect to consider. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, wishes to gauge Beerus's true capabilities by observing the battle between Beerus and Sun Wukong. Therefore, considering all these factors, Gohan resolves to appoint Sun Wukong as the first Super Saiyan God. The discussion has concluded. Sun Gohan handed Xiao Fang to Piccolo and then approached Beerus and Whis. In a remarkably brief span of time, these two deities had devoured a significant portion of the food on the table, exhibiting the voracious appetite characteristic of Saiyans. However, it was primarily Beerus who had consumed the majority, while Whis had merely partaken of a modest portion. Sun Wukong smiled and inquired, "Lord Beerus, Master Whis, how is it? Is the flavor satisfactory?" Beerus let out a contented belch. "Well, it's rather mediocre, quite ordinary." "Surely you meant to say it is delicious?" Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, gazed at him with suspicion. "What have you discussed? When will this Super Saiyan God finally emerge?" Beerus, wiping his mouth with a napkin, replied, "We are merely waiting for the two seniors to finish their meal. Once they are done, we can transform." Whis smiled gently, saying, Mr. Gohan, I am quite looking forward to it." 7 individuals stood in 2 rows behind Sun Wukong. Gohan and Vegeta pressed their right hands against his back. Vegeta's left hand clasped Trunks' hand, while Trunks' other hand grasped Goten's. Goten was cradled in Chi-Chi's embrace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Videl held Little Pan, standing behind Gohan. Gohan rested one hand upon Goku's back, while grasping Little Wu's hand with the other. It was the essence of righteousness, not merely Gohan's anger, he indicated. Yet, what precisely constitutes this essence of righteousness, and how can it be imparted to Goku? This remains a conundrum. After all, the concept of righteousness is inherently ethereal, unlike anger, which can be easily manipulated. Defining its existence proves to be quite elusive. After several minutes of effort, a radiant burst of light erupted from Goten, enveloping him entirely, resembling a vast golden bubble. This brilliance then cascaded onto Trunks, and subsequently onto Vegeta, ultimately surrounding Goku as well. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded between Gohan and Little Wu, triggering a chain reaction. The golden bubbles intertwined the group completely, radiating an awe-inspiring luminosity. The once overcast sky transformed as the dark clouds morphed into a brilliant golden hue. Such golden clouds typically appear in the realms of deities and near the Snake Way, marking this as a rare phenomenon in the mortal realm. Subsequently, centered around the heavenly temple, the golden clouds began to swirl, forming a colossal golden vortex. At the vortex's core, sunlight, spring rain, hail, and snowflakes rapidly transitioned through the seasons. After the snowfall, suddenly, Sun Wukong's form became transparent, and he ascended into the skies. "Oh, the aura of a deity." Beerus revealed a knowing expression. "Has it finally arrived?" The Super Saiyan God. All present gazed in astonishment at the translucent figure of Sun Wukong hovering above. At that moment, he appeared to be enveloped in a radiant light, gradually shifting to a soft crimson hue. Soon, he descended gracefully, standing upon the plaza of the heavenly temple. A profound silence enveloped the scene. No one uttered a word, all eyes fixated upon him. The dragon, serving as a mere backdrop, felt somewhat awkward. After all, the once pitch-black sky had transformed into a brilliant golden expanse. Exposed to the golden sunlight, it felt an unsettling vulnerability. The investment in the essence of life had been declared a failure by the dragon, for investment does not equate to majesty. The radiant glow enveloping Sun Wukong gradually diminished, allowing everyone to finally discern his current appearance. Now, Sun Wukong's form had become considerably more slender and emaciated than before, and his once black hair had transformed into a fiery red hue. Even his eyebrows and pupils bore no exception, appearing a vivid crimson. The once palpable aura of vitality that emanated from him had vanished entirely. It was a most peculiar sensation. He stood directly before you, yet felt as though he were an entity far removed. One could no longer perceive his presence, nor sense any trace of his life force. Was this the realm of the Super Saiyan God? Or rather, was this the essence of divinity itself? However, Gohan could still detect life fluctuations from the Kaishin. Yet he was unable to sense any such energy from Sun Wukong. Such a statement might seem somewhat disrespectful toward the esteemed Kaishin. Wukong in this state appeared far less robust than before. Krillin voiced his confusion. Sun Gohan remarked, "Perhaps this form is more suited for battle." "Father, how do you feel now?" Sun Wukong examined his physique and leaped a couple of times. I feel surprisingly light." Whis smiled as he turned to Beerus. "It seems we have succeeded, Lord Beerus." Beerus grinned widely. I am somewhat exhilarated. With that, he stepped forward. Sun Wukong, come forth and let me witness the power of a Super Saiyan God. I hope you do not disappoint me. Of course, Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong replied, brimming with confidence in his newfound abilities. Amidst the gazes of all present, Beerus and Sun Wukong ascended into the sky, positioning themselves several meters apart. Both stared intently at one another, their eyes unblinking. After a few seconds, Sun Wukong resolved to take the initiative and struck first. Bang! As Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a resplendent golden-red aura ignited around his form. With a sudden surge, he propelled himself towards Beerus, his right fist imbued with unparalleled ferocity, aimed directly at Beerus's face. Yet, Beerus merely extended a single finger to effortlessly counter Sun Wukong's formidable strike. The moment their fist and finger collided, a cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a thick veil of smoke. The violent shockwave cascaded outward, shattering the golden clouds above. So, how does it feel to have transformed into a Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired nonchalantly after effortlessly parrying Sun Wukong's attack. Sun Wukong exclaimed, how astonishing. Is it true? What is there to be surprised about? To which Beerus inquired, I am astonished that my power has reached such heights. And equally surprised that Lord Beerus could effortlessly deflect my attack with a mere finger. Beerus burst into hearty laughter. Is that so? Come now, Lord Beerus. Allow me to witness the true might of a god of destruction. Humph, very well, Beerus replied with a sly grin. Swiftly launching a kick towards Sun Wukong with his right foot, Sun Wukong raised his hand to block and commenced his counterattack. Sun Wukong struck Beerus squarely in the chest with a powerful punch, while Beerus retaliated by twisting Wukong's head with a forceful blow. Their four limbs clashed continuously, engaging in a fierce brawl characterized by punches that landed with palpable impact. In the heavens above, two beams of light flickered, ceaselessly intersecting and colliding. The golden-red energy clashed with the purple energy, unleashing a tempest of tumultuous winds. The fierce gale swept through the god temple, compelling everyone to shield their faces with their hands against the relentless onslaught. Trunks remarked, Uncle Wukong seems to be on par with Lord Beerus. Beside him, Whis smiled silently. Vegeta scoffed, fool. They are merely warming up. They have yet to unleash their true might. Piccolo interjected, that may be true. But Wukong is undeniably stronger now than he was moments ago. Earlier, he was defeated by a mere finger from Lord Beerus, yet now he is exchanging blows. In the sky, Beerus and Sun Wukong engaged in yet another fierce collision. Boom. Following their clash, the two were once again propelled apart, landing several dozen meters away. Sun Wukong lamented, what a pity, this power has not been attained through my own diligent cultivation. It is merely a temporary gift bestowed upon me by others. If only I could achieve strength akin to that of Gohan. Oh, is Gohan truly that formidable? Then why do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired. Sun Wukong erupted with fury once more, his body enveloped in surging golden-red energy. I wish to engage in a genuine battle with Lord Beerus, rather than be defeated by a mere flick of his finger, he declared with fervor. Ha ha ha, such ambition. Lord Beerus responded with a hearty laugh. But his countenance suddenly shifted to one of icy seriousness, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The next moment, he reappeared, delivering a swift kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of crimson blood as he was violently hurled backward. In swift succession, Lord Beerus flicked his wrist, releasing two ominous violet energy spheres that relentlessly pursued the retreating figure. Though sent tumbling through the air, Sun Wukong swiftly regained his balance, his body weaving and dodging with desperate agility to evade the twin orbs of destruction. Yet, in a flash, Beerus materialized above him, his fist descending like a meteor, delivering a crushing blow that sent the warrior plummeting toward the earth below. Chapter 088, Lord Beerus, the Stern Instructor. The body of Sun Wukong resembled a meteor, descending from the heavens and crashing into the ocean. The sea erupted in a tremendous explosion, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Soon thereafter, Beerus arrived, and the two engaged in a fierce battle beneath the waves, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds. Son Gohan and the Z warriors were naturally unwilling to miss such a spectacular battle. They all soared into the air above the sea to continue observing the conflict. The two combatants clashed beneath the waves, causing a formidable tsunami to rise, surpassing the intensity of a Category 17 typhoon. The sky alternated between torrential downpours and brilliant sunshine, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. This bizarre weather made every inhabitant of Earth tremble with trepidation. Those living in this realm must always be prepared for the grim possibility of performing sit-ups in their coffins. Boom. Another towering wave, hundreds of meters high, erupted skyward as Son Goku and Beerus burst forth from the water, once again elevating the battlefield into the heavens. Ha-da-da-da-da. Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, yet all were effortlessly parried by Beerus. With a smirk, Beerus executed a knee strike, sending Sun Wukong flying once more. Almost instantaneously, he clasped his hands together and teleported in front of Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful volleyball spike that hurled him into the air again. This cycle continued, with Sun Wukong being volleyed like a mere volleyball, a sight both tragic and disheartening for the onlookers. It was evident that, despite the monumental transformation into a Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong's prowess remained significantly inferior compared to Beerus. Overwhelmed by the relentless beating, Sun Wukong's fury ignited. His golden-red aura erupted, breaking free from Beerus's onslaught, and he commenced his counterattack. However, to Beerus, Sun Wukong's strike seemed trivial and laughable. Though Beerus occasionally feigned being struck by a few of Sun Wukong's punches, a discerning eye would reveal that he was merely toying with him. Gradually, the divine energy surrounding Sun Wukong diminished, eventually fading completely as he reverted to his black-haired form, unbeknownst to him, while he continued to engage in battle with Beerus. As time progressed, Beerus's gaze grew increasingly intrigued. Although Sun Wukong had lost his Super Saiyan God form, he appeared to thrive in the fight, exhibiting a burgeoning resolve as if on the verge of a breakthrough. With a mocking chuckle, Beerus sent Sun Wukong flying with a single punch and ascended into the sky. Moments later, a colossal golden-red energy sphere descended toward the ocean. This is it. Goku won't be able to withstand this attack. Gohan, what should we do? Piccolo anxiously turned to Gohan. The only hope rested on Gohan's ability to intercept the massive energy sphere. Otherwise, Earth would face annihilation. They all understood that among them, Gohan was the sole individual capable of confronting such a formidable force. Even Vegeta and Trunks watched Gohan with trepidation, waiting for him to rise to the occasion. Don't panic. Look, Dad's energy is starting to rise, Gohan declared. Indeed, amidst a series of roars, Sun Wukong transformed once more into his Super Saiyan form and charged toward the plummeting energy sphere. At this moment, although he had reverted to the first stage of Super Saiyan, the intensity of his aura far surpassed that of his usual Super Saiyan 2 state, even exceeding it. He simply remained unaware of this newfound power. Sun Wukong braced himself against the energy sphere, unleashing a fierce roar. Lord Beerus, I shall not permit you to obliterate the earth. Ah! His thunderous bellow reverberated across the surface of the sea. Sun Wukong astonishingly transformed once more into the form of a Super Saiyan god, his hair, eyes, and brows a vibrant crimson, with a golden-red aura erupting into the heavens. Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was as he had calculated. Boom! A tremendous energy sphere was obliterated by Sun Wukong. The sky swiftly returned to tranquility. Sun Wukong's hair had returned to its original black, his clothing tattered, as he gasped for breath while staring at the composed Beerus, who hovered high above. As Beerus descended, he stood directly opposite Sun Wukong, regarding him with keen interest. Have you not yet realized? He inquired. You are now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan god. What? What do you mean? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Under Beerus's prompt, he became aware of an unusual sensation within himself. A divine aura now lingered in his being. After his transformation, a trace of divine energy remained within him. This indicated that with diligent practice, he could master the Super Saiyan God transformation, no longer relying on the strength of his companions. Amid Sun Wukong's astonishment, Beerus continued, quite impressive. I haven't had such a workout in ages. You managed to elicit 70% of my power. Wait, Master Beerus was he even using his full strength just now? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, from a distance, Sun Gohan couldn't help but smirk. He mused that Beerus's power must indeed be measured at 100%. It was painfully obvious. Beerus grinned, of course. Do you think a god of destruction possesses only this level of power? Haha, indeed. Thank you for your guidance, Master Beerus, Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Turning his gaze to the distant Sun Gohan, Beerus called out, Gohan, it is your turn now. Having long harbored a grudge against the praise bestowed upon the Kaishin and Sun Wukong, Beerus was eager to ascertain the true strength of Gohan. With Beerus challenging him, Gohan felt exhilarated. Such an esteemed mentor was a rare find. Did you not see? My father has already begun to master the divine aura. Even Master Kaido could not teach as effectively. Sun Gohan soared beside Sun Wukong in front of Beerus. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, Hasten to transform into a Super Saiyan god. I shall await your arrival here. Sun Wukong's face radiated with joy. Perhaps it is best to wait, Lord Beerus. Why not first try this transformation of mine? Beerus? Which transformation are you referring to? As several black question marks appeared above Beerus's head, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. The energy surrounding him began to surge violently. A resounding roar echoed through the air. Behind Sun Wukong, a golden giant ape's phantom emerged. Centered around him, waves of golden energy surged outward. The sea beneath the feet of the onlookers rippled with concentric circles of waves. The clouds in the sky began to churn once more. Crack! Thunder rumbled across the horizon. The golden giant ape behind Sun Gohan rapidly contracted before surging into his body. In the next instant, Gohan's physique underwent a dramatic transformation, once again assuming the formidable appearance of Super Saiyan 4. His dense, jet-black mane cascaded wildly over broad shoulders, framing a towering and powerfully built form. Every contour of his physique displayed pronounced, rock-hard musculature, while the dark crimson fur covering his exposed skin radiated untamed primal energy. Observing Gohan's completed transformation, Beerus narrowed his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, this metamorphosis struck him as vaguely familiar. What was this phenomenon? A reversion to the ancestral lineage of the Saiyan race? With icy detachment, Beerus declared, Very well, Sun Gohan. Let me witness the might of this transformation. 089, Super Saiyan 4 versus. The god of destruction Sun Wukong retreated, transitioning from a participant in the battle to a mere spectator. Sun Gohan's golden aura surged majestically, a tumultuous wave sweeping through the heavens. Beerus raised his right hand, palm directed towards Sun Gohan. In an instant, a spectral glow emanated from his 5 fingers. and an energy sphere hurtled towards Sun Gohan with a fierce roar. Gohan swiftly tilted his head to evade the violet energy sphere, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he materialized before Beerus, delivering a devastating punch with a fist larger than a cauldron, striking Beerus squarely in the chest with all his might. Boom. A blinding flash erupted as Beerus was sent hurtling backward from the tremendous impact. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong raised his hand, unleashing 5 energy spheres that surged forth from his fingertips, hurtling towards the retreating Beerus. A sinister grin spread across Beerus's face as he soared backward, deftly adjusting his body midair. With a series of quick flicks of his right hand, he effortlessly swatted away all 5 energy spheres, upon crashing into the ocean's surface. The spheres erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending torrents of seawater skyward, while the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Indeed, quite impressive, far superior to Sun Wukong, Beerus exclaimed, his admiration unreserved. Though it was merely the initial exchange of attacks, Beerus had already discerned the extraordinary prowess of Sun Wukong. Although this transformation of Gohan is not that of a Super Saiyan god and lacks the divine aura, his power surpasses that of the recently transformed Goku. This fellow indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. It is no wonder that both the Supreme Kai and Goku had spoken highly of him just moments ago. Is this a mere mortal challenging the divine? How intriguing, indeed. With such thoughts, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Beerus's eyes as he leaped into the air, instantly appearing beside Gohan. This is not good. Every cell in Sun Wukong's body transmitted perilous signals to his mind. Sun Wukong raised his hand to block. Beerus's sweeping kick struck precisely against Sun Wukong's arm, the point of impact calculated with remarkable precision. Sun Wukong felt a sudden numbness in his arm as his form was forcefully pushed back. Beerus, seizing the advantage, relentlessly pursued him. Sun Wukong immediately raised his hand to gather energy. Spirito entered his attacking stance, wielding an energy sword. A 2-meter-long blade of energy erupted from his right hand, slicing towards the oncoming Beerus. Beerus raised his hand to grasp the energy sword, only to have the blade spark and emit a flurry of sparks against his hand. The sound of clashing echoed incessantly. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Beerus's eyes. The sharpness of Gohan's energy blade surpassed his wildest imagination. He had initially believed that he could shatter the blade with a mere flick of his hand. However, to his astonishment, he was met with a flurry of slashes from Gohan that left his skin tingling. In an instant, Gohan transformed his slashes into thrusts, unleashing the energy sword towards Beerus. As the formidable energy sword lunged at him, Beerus clasped his palms together, attempting to trap the blade. Just as he let out a dismissive grunt, preparing to exert force to break the weapon, he was taken aback to find the energy sword he had tightly grasped had vanished, reappearing in Gohan's left hand. The same maneuver was executed from his left side. Beerus was on the verge of exasperation. While it was unlikely that Gohan could breach his defenses, no one wished to be pricked by such a sharp object. That would be utterly distressing. Beerus leapt back to evade Gohan's onslaught, flinging his arms to unleash 2 energy spheres simultaneously towards Gohan. With a swift whoosh, the energy balls were met with a rapid counterattack from Gohan's energy sword, cleaving the spheres into 4 pieces, which exploded behind Gohan with a thunderous roar. Intrigued, Beerus chuckled to himself and began to amplify his power. Clearly, the strength he had employed against Goku would not suffice against Gohan. A purple flame ignited around his body, warping the surrounding space. His power surged as he proclaimed, "Ha! Though your technique is somewhat peculiar, it is utterly ineffective against absolute strength." With that, he surged towards Gohan with astonishing speed, so swift that it eclipsed even instantaneous movement. As soon as the thought flashed through Sun Wukong's mind, Beerus's fist wind had already howled towards him, stinging his face painfully. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, dared not hold back in the slightest. His right fist instantaneously harnessed the entirety of his strength and struck forth with equal ferocity. The 2 fists collided with a resounding crash. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder as a tsunami surged skyward. Centered around the 2 combatants, a formidable wave of energy radiated outward in all directions. Observing from the heavens, one would witness the Earth's surface erupting in a brilliant circle of light, with terrifying shockwaves pulsating outwards into the vastness of space. The planet shuddered once more. In a mere instant, the ocean beneath their feet evaporated entirely, causing the Earth's surface area to diminish by a staggering 10%. Those witnessing the spectacle were left in sheer terror and astonishment. The aura that Sun Wukong now emanates is far more terrifying than when he battled against Gula just moments ago. It is difficult for them to comprehend how Sun Wukong's energy has surged once again in such a brief span of time. However, upon recalling Sun Wukong's formidable strength, which had also escalated dramatically, they soon found solace in their understanding. It is widely recognized that the Sun family, comprising father and son, has long exhibited peculiar behavior, a tendency that has persisted for quite some time. After Sun Gohan and Beerus clashed their fists, each was propelled several steps back. Sun Gohan lowered his gaze towards the earth, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Lord Beerus, let us ascend to greater heights." With that, the 2 soared into the sky, one crimson and the other violet, pursuing one another amidst a cacophony of thunderous clashes. The clouds above were reduced to mere fragments as they engaged in an exhilarating melee, igniting a fervor within Sun Gohan that propelled him further into the fray. Though initially unaccustomed to the transformation into Super Saiyan God, his proficiency surged dramatically. and his energy intensified with every exchange. The sheer thrill of the battle was intoxicating, for he understood the unfathomable power of Beerus. Thus, Son Gohan held nothing back, channeling the entirety of his strength into each strike as he endeavored to transcend his own limitations, eager to discover the boundaries of his potential. Every cell in his being pulsated with vitality, as if reborn, greedily absorbing the divine aura radiating from Beerus during their combat. After a grueling half-hour of fierce battle, Son Gohan's energy showed no signs of waning. Rather, it burgeoned, becoming increasingly refined. With a resounding boom, both Beerus and Son Gohan coalesced their energies into a singular sphere, colliding it with tremendous force. Following a violent explosion, their heads clashed once more, stars swirling above them, yet the determination in their eyes reached its zenith. As they separated, Beerus observed Son Gohan with an ever more peculiar gaze, realizing that the warrior before him seemed oblivious to fatigue. With each encounter, he grew stronger and more courageous. Furthermore, Beerus began to discern traces of divine energy interwoven within Son Gohan's attacks. What could this signify? Sun Wukong has not transformed into a Super Saiyan god. Moreover, through the prolonged battles, Beerus gradually becomes aware of Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Gohan's transformation is fundamentally distinct from the Super Saiyan god. If the path of the Super Saiyan god represents divine cultivation through sacred energy, then the form Gohan has manifested embodies the polar opposite, an extreme refinement and enhancement of pure Saiyan lineage. Its endurance is astonishing, and its defensive capabilities border on the unnatural. This seems like a form forged solely for the purpose of combat. Yet, what is this faint trace of divine energy interwoven within this power? Could it be? Is it possible that Gohan seeks to unify these two paths, simultaneously cultivating both his Saiyan heritage and divine essence? Moreover, that wisp of divine energy within Gohan feels peculiar. Unlike Goku's, which was obtained through ritual, this carries an enigmatic quality. The faint aura of divinity emanating from Sun Wukong is undeniably an energy unique to this god of destruction. In that moment, Beerus found himself at a loss for evaluation. The battle had come to a close, leaving Beerus with an unsettling sensation akin to having his own child snatched away. It was, in every sense, preposterous, a phenomenon unheard of and unseen, a farce of monumental proportions. Lord Beerus, shall we continue? With a piercing gaze, Sun Wukong inquired. Shall we continue? Indeed, let us proceed, Beerus replied with a cold chuckle, readying himself for another bout. He felt an unsettling agitation within, desperately seeking to channel it through combat. Come on, ha 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 ha. The two burst into laughter in unison before resuming their fierce clash. As the battle intensified, they soared beyond the atmosphere, plunging into the vastness of the cosmos. Observing their increasing distance until they faded from sight, the onlookers grew anxious, unable to venture into space. They reluctantly returned to the plaza of the heavenly temple, feeling helpless and dejected. Noticing their dismay, Whis smiled and said, "Do you wish to witness the fight?" "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded. "Do you have a solution?" "A trivial matter," Whis replied, lightly striking the ground with his staff. In an instant, the black magical orb atop Whis' staff radiated brilliance, casting an image into the air. Before long, the scene of Sun Wukong and Beerus engaged in battle appeared before them. The crowd marveled in awe as Sun Wukong and Beerus found themselves in a lifeless star system, clashing upon a small asteroid. Sun Wukong threw a powerful punch towards Beerus. Yet Beerus swiftly ascended into the sky, evading the strike. Gohan's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the planet beneath him to explode into a cloud of dust. Beerus raised his hand toward the heavens, sending a dazzling, fiery energy sphere hurtling down towards Gohan, who stood suspended in the void. Son Gohan exuded an overwhelming aura. The tenfold Kamehameha transformed into a mesmerizing blend of red and blue, surging towards the golden sphere of energy capable of annihilating this entire galaxy. Boom. The collision of energies resulted in a blinding flash of pale light, rendering the battlefield obscured. In the depths of the unknown cosmos, the tenfold Kamehameha and Beerus' searing energy sphere clashed in a stalemate. The tremendous aftershocks of energy rippled outward, turning several small asteroids into splendid fireworks. Son Gohan began to amplify his energy once more, intensifying the Kamehameha, which grew even more formidable, with the energy column becoming increasingly robust. Sensing the shift in the Kamehameha, Beerus felt a deep astonishment. He mused incredulously how Son Gohan could still augment his power. It was utterly astonishing. He discerned that Son Gohan was merely in his mid-20s. Yet his strength had reached such an extraordinary level. It was known that beings like him, the god of destruction, had existed for countless millennia. To achieve such prowess in just over 20 years was indeed a celestial anomaly. If given several thousand more years, what would become of him? Cough, unmentionable and unimaginable. Witnessing Son Gohan increase his energy output to push back the scorching energy sphere, Beerus raised his hand to exert more pressure. The searing energy sphere surged once more, bearing down on Son Gohan. Son Gohan tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into the vastness of the universe. Beerus clutched his chest and staggered back several steps. Observing the direction in which Son Gohan had fallen, Beerus felt a surge of conflicting emotions. This young lad has truly stirred my blood, he mused. I wonder how he is faring. He must have sustained significant injuries. With this thought, Beerus soared towards Son Gohan, eager to assess his condition. However, midway through his flight, he was astonished to see Son Gohan springing back to his feet as if nothing had happened, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In a brief moment, the god of destruction found himself at a loss for words. This boy's potential is astonishing. I cannot fathom how far he will grow in the future. As he approached, Beerus inquired, "So, young man, how do you fare? Are you unscathed?" "I'm perfectly fine." "That was quite a shock," Son Gohan replied. "Not just you, I was taken aback as well," Beerus thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. "Ahem. Let us call it a day. No more fighting for now." "That sounds good," Son Gohan nodded, stretching his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. "I must ask, what transformation was that?" Beerus inquired with curiosity. "Super Saiyan 4, Son Gohan replied candidly. Beerus nodded in approval. "Super Saiyan 4, quite impressive. Lord Beerus, I am also curious. How much of your true strength did you employ in our earlier battle?" Son Gohan asked inquisitively. "Ahem, that shall remain a secret for the time being," Beerus said, placing his right fist beneath his nose and clearing his throat. "Still playing these games? Are you preparing to patch things up later?" Sun Wukong felt a sense of futility in his lamentations. Nonetheless, he decided it was unnecessary to delve deeper, for such inquiries held no significance. Sighing, he resolved to return to Earth. Subsequently, upon his instantaneous return to the Heavenly Temple with Beerus, Gohan was met with the awestruck gazes of Trunks and the others. If Goku's previous battle with Beerus had broadened their horizons, then Gohan's confrontation with the God of Destruction left them utterly astonished. Could it be that the Saiyans were capable of such feats? This was a revelation that shattered their previous understanding. Upon seeing her father return, Little Pan insisted on returning to his embrace. Son Gohan took Little Fong from Piccolo, gently pinching her tender little face. Content, she nestled her head against Son Gohan's chest, intending never to emerge again. Observing the pitiful Shinron in the sky, Son Gohan couldn't help but recall a classic line, once more besieged by memories of the past. "Hey, Shinron, come out and clean up the mess." Subsequently, the representative of intelligence, Piccolo, began to make wishes to Shinron. The first wish was to resurrect those humans who had perished due to Babidi's machinations. The second wish aimed to restore Earth, which had endured 2 catastrophic wars. When it came to the third wish, Piccolo consulted Beerus regarding the planets destroyed during the battles. Beerus remarked that those planets were already dead stars, which should not have existed in the first place, thus rendering their restoration unnecessary. Consequently, the third wish was to reinforce the Earth's core, fortifying it with great strength. The 3 wishes were successfully granted. Shinron finally breathed a sigh of relief, bowing respectfully to Beerus before transforming into 7 streams of light and soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, Beerus was indulging in a meal. Noticing Beerus dining, Son Gohan patted his stomach, realizing he too felt a pang of hunger. After all, having endured such an intense battle, it was only natural for his body to signal the need for energy replenishment. Cradling Little Fong, Son Gohan made his way towards Whis and Beerus. Sun Wukong assumed that Beerus and Whis were indulging in the unfinished food from earlier. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered a table laden with a fresh array of steaming dishes. What was the situation? Who had prepared this feast? Just as Sun Wukong was engulfed in confusion, he noticed Bobo and Dandy continuously bringing out food from the Divine Temple. Indeed, Dandy and Mr. Bobo had quite the knack for hospitality. Dandy chuckled, announcing that Mr. Bobo had prepared a substantial amount for everyone to enjoy. It felt akin to a post-war gathering. Good food always has the power to uplift one's spirits. As it was Sun Wukong's turn to partake, the Kaioshin conjured several square tables and a plethora of chairs. Everyone busied themselves with setting the tables, serving dishes, and dishing out rice. Thus commenced the inaugural food festival at the Divine Temple. After a hearty meal, was inquired with a smile, "Mr. Wukong, from whom did you learn your martial arts?" Faced with the enigmatic angel, Sun Wukong did not hesitate to share. He revealed that he had trained under Uncle Piccolo and his father during his youth, and had since been exploring and honing his skills independently. It was evident that Mr. Wukong had surpassed his predecessors, a truly commendable feat. Beerus, glancing over, remarked, "Whis, are you developing a fondness for this talent? Are you considering mentoring him?" Whis chuckled, acknowledging Beerus's perceptiveness. "However, I cannot agree to that." Beerus shook his head. "Why not?" Whis inquired, still smiling. "Because this lad is evidently more suited for my path. It would be better to leave him to me." Though he thought this, Beerus would not express it openly. He crossed his arms and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Sun Wukong sensed a glimmer of another Vegeta in Beerus's demeanor. It was clear that Beerus wished to impart some wisdom to Sun Wukong but desired to observe him further. With the prospect of missing the angel's guidance looming, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, knowing that time was on his side. He was acutely aware of Whis and Beerus's weaknesses. It was merely a matter of time before he could leverage them. "Eat. Everyone, eat heartily," he urged. Subsequently, Sun Wukong fulfilled his pact to summon the 2 formidable figures through the allure of culinary delights. As they prepared to part ways, Beerus approached the Kaioshin, his expression grim as he admonished, "You rascal, stay out of trouble from now on. The outside world is perilous." Yes, the Kaioshin replied. Bewildered and utterly clueless about Beerus's intentions, was it concern or intimidation? Perhaps both? Despite his confusion, he nodded in compliance, recognizing the overwhelming strength of his counterpart. Minutes later, Whis, bearing 2 bags filled with delicacies on his shoulder, transformed into a radiant beam of light alongside Beerus, soaring into the vastness of the galaxy as they returned to the destroyer planet. In the ensuing days, everyone resumed their rigorous training, returning to a semblance of normalcy. 2 months later, Vegeta underwent the Super Saiyan God ritual, savoring the exhilaration it brought. However, after battling Goku, he realized that despite both being in the Super Saiyan God form, Goku's power greatly surpassed his own. This was understandable, as Kakarot's dedication to training far exceeded his own. 3 months passed swiftly. Krillin unexpectedly reconnected with his unforgettable first love, the enchanting Marin. Sparks ignited as their old flame rekindled, leading to a whirlwind romance typical of middle-aged couples, culminating in a swift wedding a month later. From that moment on, Krillin embraced a life filled with love and joy, his steps lightened by the presence of his beloved. Yamcha, though envious and yearning for such companionship, had no desire to settle down. He envisioned himself as a free-spirited wanderer, considering the entire Earth his home. As for Tien and Kaiatsu, their lives were likely to remain entwined in a relentless pursuit of training, unlikely to establish families of their own. Perhaps this was simply their destiny. Life is never strictly defined. Not everyone is bound to marry and procreate. Some come to this world to witness its vast beauty and splendor, while others strive to challenge and surpass their own limits. Tien and Kaiatsu evidently belong to the latter category. Although their power may seem trivial in this era, they persistently improve each day, finding contentment in their progress. Another month slipped by quietly. Trunks finally broke through his limitations, achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. His Super Saiyan 4 form differed slightly from Sun Wukong's. While his stature and height were not as towering, he still surpassed 6 feet. His hair retained its original purple hue, albeit with a changed style, and his exposed body hair mirrored the same shade of great purple. Overall, he exuded a striking presence. As of now, aside from Piccolo, the combat prowess of the other main Saiyans had significantly improved. One day, Sun Wukong visited the Divine Temple. Sensing his presence, Piccolo, who had been meditating cross-legged in the air, awakened and descended to the ground. "Wukong, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I came to see Uncle Piccolo and Dandy." Sun Wukong replied with a smile, observing his mentor's troubled expression. Noticing Piccolo's furrowed brow, he asked, "Uncle Piccolo, have you encountered any difficulties in your training?" Piccolo nodded, his expression pained. "Though I wish it were not true, it seems my strength has failed to keep pace with you Saiyans. Even the weakest among you, Vegeta, is now learning to harness the power of Super Saiyan God, while I remain stagnant. Wukong, I fear I have encountered an insurmountable barrier. My power may never rise again." Upon encountering this unfamiliar visage of Piccolo, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of insecurity and a hint of despondency. A series of recent events had transpired, during which Piccolo had been unable to offer any assistance, leading to a notable shift in his demeanor. In accordance with the narrative styles of certain novels from his previous life, it seemed as though Piccolo was grappling with inner demons. Once a figure of formidable renown, now he appeared diminished. Gazing at him intently, Sun Wukong earnestly remarked, "Uncle Piccolo, there is no need for you to rush. Do you recall the lessons you imparted to me in the past? You once stated that a true warrior must possess an unyielding spirit and the courage to embrace new challenges." Being the astute individual he was, Piccolo understood that Sun Wukong was attempting to encourage and enlighten him. He reminisced about how, in years gone by, he had instilled such principles in the 4-year-old Sun Wukong. Yet, the roles had now reversed. Son Gohan has matured, and now he has become the one to guide. However, Gohan, what should I do now? Piccolo gazed at Son Gohan with a complex expression. "Uncle Piccolo, I believe I have a method that could assist you," Son Gohan replied. "A method?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo's spirits lifted, his breath quickening as he looked at Gohan with intense anticipation, waiting for him to elaborate. Gohan continued, "Uncle Piccolo, you surely remember the Grand Elder on Namek from long ago? He had the ability to unlock the potential in others. If you could activate your potential now, the so-called bottleneck would naturally dissolve. But the Grand Elder is no longer alive," Piccolo said. Yet, before Gohan could say more, Piccolo's eyes sparkled with realization. "Gohan, do you mean that I could harness the power of the dragon to awaken the potential within my body?" "Precisely, Uncle Piccolo. You remain as astute as ever," Gohan smiled. "Engaging in conversation with an intelligent person is truly effortless." Yes, the dragon, and the dragon indeed. With this thought, Piccolo's heart raced, and he felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. "Come on, Uncle Piccolo. Will you accompany me to the hyperbolic time chamber for a year or two of training?" Son Gohan laughed heartily. "Certainly," Piccolo replied with a voice full of vigor. Thus, they ventured into the hyperbolic time chamber, where boundaries would be transcended. Son Gohan was engaged in a sparring session with Piccolo. In his current state, Gohan no longer needed to transform into any formidable form. His mere ordinary state was sufficient to leave Piccolo gasping for breath. Through years of relentless training, his base combat power had reached an astonishing level. After an exhilarating battle, Piccolo expressed his admiration. "Gohan, you have truly become extraordinarily strong. When I first began training you, I recognized your formidable potential, and indeed, it has manifested to an incredible extent." "Haha, I've been training diligently all these years, so it's not surprising," Gohan replied with a smile. Let us not overlook you, Uncle Piccolo. You too broke through your own limits after merely 6 months here. The notion that you could not surpass your barriers is now a thing of the past. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Well, this is also thanks to your efforts. Gohan, without your constant companionship and training, I would not have been able to achieve this breakthrough. Indeed, after spending 6 months in the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo had experienced a significant transformation, regaining his former confidence. Now, when he unleashed his full power, an aura of energy surged around him, crackling with electricity. Reminiscent of Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Combat, they concluded, is invariably the most effective means of enhancing one's fighting prowess. However, Piccolo also harbored some concerns. Gohan, he said, each individual is permitted to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for only 2 days in their lifetime. I am uncertain if you have already used your 2 days. If we exceed the time limit, what shall we do? His worries were palpable. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Haha, Uncle Piccolo, you need not worry about me. The hyperbolic time chamber can no longer confine me. I can break through its temporal barriers at any moment and leave this place. Really? Piccolo responded with skepticism. Having once been a deity, he understood the rules of the time chamber. Breaking through its temporal barriers was no trivial feat, however. Sun Wukong's resolute nod reassured him. Of course, Uncle Piccolo, I can do it. As the monotonous training continued, half a year passed. One day, after a sparring session with Piccolo, Sun Wukong stood quietly in place for an extended period. While Piccolo pondered why Sun Wukong remained still, he witnessed Sun Wukong slowly close his eyes and clench his fists. When he opened his eyes once more, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. He appeared noticeably leaner, his hair ablaze with a fiery red hue, red hair, red eyes, and red eyelashes, all enveloped in a golden red aura. This was none other than the form of a Super Saiyan god. Even without undergoing that peculiar ritual, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, can transform into a Super Saiyan god through his own exploration and relentless efforts. Sun Wukong could distinctly sense that the divine energy he absorbed from Beerus had multiplied exponentially, reaching an entirely new realm of power. The once familiar aura of Sun Wukong had vanished, leaving Piccolo astounded, his mouth agape. After all, he was well aware that Sun Wukong had not gathered the righteous hearts of the other 5. This transformation was a manifestation of his own diligent cultivation. The significance of this achievement was profoundly different, as was the experience itself. Sun Wukong leaped with exuberance, engaging his muscles and savoring the novel transformations within his physique. Indeed, this metamorphosis was both intriguing and commendable, yet it was not without its discernible shortcomings. His body exhibited remarkable agility and lightness, while his spirit became increasingly acute. These were the virtues of this form. However, his physical strength seemed somewhat lacking, although his stamina proved commendable. It paled in comparison to that of Super Saiyan 4. Furthermore, Sun Wukong intuitively noted that his overall combat prowess in this stage was significantly inferior to that of Super Saiyan 4. The transformation into Super Saiyan God did not adhere to the same hierarchical progression as that of Super Saiyan. The latter was characterized by exponential increments in power. For instance, Super Saiyan 1 represented a 50-fold increase, Super Saiyan 2 a 100-fold, and Super Saiyan 3 a 400-fold boost. Presently, Super Saiyan 4 achieved an astonishing 4,000-fold enhancement. Even Sun Wukong's unique ultimate mystic form boasted a multiplier ranging from 450 to 500. In contrast, Super Saiyan God lacked any conceptual multiplicative enhancement. While there was some correlation to base combat power, it was minimal. The essence leaned more towards the magnitude of divine energy and its profound utilization. Thus, Sun Wukong found it difficult to ascertain the exact extent of his current enhancements, as the systems were fundamentally distinct. They were not comparable concepts. Piccolo, come and give it a try, Sun Wukong beckoned. All right, Piccolo replied, rising promptly and charging at Sun Wukong, initiating a new round of combat. After half an hour of intense skirmishing, Sun Wukong's understanding of Super Saiyan God and the essence of divinity deepened considerably. The philosophy of Sun Wukong is quite simple. Only through profound analysis and thorough understanding can one truly harness its power. Half a year has swiftly passed by. Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Although this was not the first time witnessing such a metamorphosis, Piccolo remained profoundly astonished. The visual impact of this transformation was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding a primal ferocity and a wild intensity. He appeared as if he had traversed through the annals of ancient time. Emerging as a formidable warrior, the sense of strength was palpable. Furthermore, Son Gohan's aura had dramatically evolved, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to a year prior. He had become immensely powerful. Piccolo, enveloped by the overwhelming pressure, felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation. It was astonishingly potent. Around Sun Wukong, a golden aura pulsated, distorting and scorching the surrounding space. With his eyes fixed intensely, Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar. How Piccolo's pupils rapidly contracted. Alongside this powerful shout, he sensed a peculiar transformation in Sun Wukong's aura. It was elusive, yet undeniably real. Moreover, the once resplendent golden energy surrounding him began to shift. No longer radiating its previous brilliant hue, but transforming into a peachy pink, finally culminating in a deep rose red. Sun Wukong's skin shimmered with luminescent specks, radiating a peculiar brilliance. His once dark crimson fur had transformed into a more vibrant hue. However, the most striking feature remained his thick, unruly, shoulder-length black hair, which had now morphed into a resplendent orange-red adorned with glowing dots. This was the manifestation of Super Saiyan 4, transcending its limits, a new form, embodying the essence of divinity. Remarkably, Sun Wukong did not draw upon the energy of others. He had ascended to this level through his own strength. His physique had become not only more powerful but also remarkably agile. The energy expenditure was minimal, flawlessly merging the advantages of two transformations without any evident shortcomings. This singular transformation harnessed the strengths of both previous forms, resulting in a combat prowess that doubled, creating an unparalleled warrior. Observing Sun Wukong in this state, Piccolo felt utterly powerless. In the year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had shattered his previous limits and became more formidable than ever. Yet, in comparison to Sun Wukong, what did that truly signify? Is this lad, Son Gohan, truly accompanying himself in this arduous training? Piccolo is beginning to question the meaning of life. As Piccolo becomes lost in thought, Gohan's voice resonates. Uncle Piccolo, do I look handsome now? The response is 82531682. Launchi 093. Bulma is expecting her second child. Handsome. Piccolo nods emphatically, acknowledging his charm. Hearing Piccolo's affirmation, Son Gohan finally feels a sense of satisfaction. A month later, the two plan to depart from the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon reaching the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong was astonished to find the door had inexplicably vanished. It seemed to be the work of some arcane force. Although Piccolo had not yet exceeded his time limit, he too found himself trapped within. In the next moment, with an expression of sheer disbelief on Piccolo's face, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch into the void, tearing open a rift in space. The ambient energy from outside the chamber wafted through the fissure. Was it truly this effortless to breach the spatial barrier? Piccolo, bewildered, followed Sun Wukong through the rift, emerging onto the Grand Kai's Plaza. Despite having spent over a year within the hyperbolic time chamber, only a single day had elapsed outside. Consequently, Earth remained unchanged. Piccolo turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, Gohan, with several months remaining until the next summoning of the dragon, do you think it is still necessary for me to seek the dragon's aid to enhance my potential? After all, I have already shattered my previous limitations. Sun Wukong remarked. It ultimately depends on you, Uncle Piccolo. If you wish to enhance your strength swiftly, unlocking your potential is undoubtedly the most effective approach. Indeed, I understand. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Son Gohan subsequently departed from the heavenly temple, first returning to his home. As he stepped through the doorway, he was greeted by his younger brother, Son Goten, who rushed out to meet him. Brother, where did you go yesterday? Why didn't you come home? Gohan replied. I had some matters to attend to at the heavenly temple with Uncle Piccolo. With a smile, he crouched down to ruffle Goten's hair. Now 2 years old, Goten resembled a miniature version of Sun Wukong. At this tender age, he could run with remarkable speed and converse with impressive fluency. He had even mastered the art of flight. You didn't take me with you to play, he pouted, expressing his displeasure towards his brother. Haha. That's because I had important business to attend to. Next time, I promise to take you to the amusement park, all right? Upon hearing Gohan's promise of a future trip to the amusement park, Goten's face lit up with joy. What about Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang? Gohan inquired. They were just in the backyard catching bugs. Goten pointed towards the garden. Indeed, their presence can be felt in that direction. Would you like to accompany me to find Xiao Fang and Xiao Wu? Yes, I want to go. Goten exclaimed eagerly. Sun Wutian, while making a playful grimace, joined his brother, who was over 20 years his senior, in the backyard. Upon noticing Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang chasing butterflies, he eagerly dashed over to join their delightful frolic. The air was filled with the joyous laughter of children, creating an atmosphere of merriment all around. A glance revealed by Di Li reclining on a sun chair, squinting against the sunlight as she basked in its warmth. Sun Wukong quietly approached, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. Sensing the warm touch, Bai Di slowly opened her eyes. I'm your back, she murmured, immediately wrapping her arms around Sun Wukong's neck, resembling a sloth as she nestled against him. She then began to engage in some actions that would be deemed inappropriate to describe. My goodness, truly remarkable. His beloved wished to indulge in her studies. As her husband, it was only fitting that he provide her with the pin. He gazed into Bai Di's dreamy eyes. Sun Wukong turned to Goten and exclaimed, Goten, go fetch mother to come and see Xiao Fang and Xiao Wu for a while. All right, brother. Goten replied, and with a swift motion, he darted away. Sun Wukong held Bidi Li in his embrace, and 2.5 hours later, they found themselves on a grand bed in a 5-star hotel. Where had she been? Not returning home yesterday? Bidi Li traced circles on Sun Wukong's chest, her voice tinged with a sweet, tingling sensation. A flush adorned her face, reminiscent of the warmth after completing her homework. Her mature visage, imbued with tenderness, had gained an enchanting allure after the arrival of Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang. Beneath the covers, her exquisite silhouette evoked a sense of beauty that transcended ordinary perception. Son Gohan pinched his chin thoughtfully and remarked, I need to find Uncle Piccolo. Is there something you forgot? Didn't you go to the police station today? How annoying. Today is a day of rest, and you've completely forgotten, he lamented. Bidilai wriggled her body in realization. Ah, right, today is indeed a day of rest. After spending a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Gohan's sense of time became utterly disordered, leaving him uncertain of which day it was. Do I still need to rewrite my homework? He inquired, his hands itching once more. This homework is endless. It simply cannot be completed. No, it's already scored full marks, Bidalai replied, her enchanting eyes glistening with a look of satisfied submission as she gazed at Sun Gohan. The homework is filled. There is nothing more to be done. Very well. I shall complete it tomorrow. Sun Gohan nodded in agreement. After Bidalai had rested and taken a shower, the two returned to the Bowsy Mountain. Upon seeing Gohan and Bidalai return, Chi-Chi, looking at the children, announced her intention to check if the food in the kitchen was ready, before turning towards the kitchen. Xiaofang, Xiaowu, come here to your father, Sun Gohan called as he crouched down. Daddy. The two children rushed towards him like a gust of wind. Gohan cradled a child in each arm, gazing into their eyes. Curiously, Little Wu inquired, Daddy, where did you take Mommy when you came back? Gohan chuckled, oh. Mommy was hungry, so I took her out to eat. Little Wu pouted, Mommy and Daddy only know how to sneak off for food. What about me and my sister? Gohan laughed heartily. All right, let us go eat now. What food? Hearing Gohan's playful banter, Biddy pinched the soft flesh around Gohan's waist, twisting it playfully. Yet, Gohan, with his resilient disposition, remained unfazed. No harm done, he said. Upon hearing that food was on the horizon, the two children erupted in joy, forgiving their parents. Brother. I want to eat too. Goten tugged at Gohan's pant leg. Okay, let us all go together, Gohan replied, and Biddy took Goten's hand. The family merrily made their way to the dining hall, where a delightful feast awaited them, as it was mealtime. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. To everyone's astonishment, Bulma had quietly become pregnant. Vegeta strode about with his head held high, casting a cool glance toward the heavens, while internally, his joy was barely contained. He felt compelled to reward the company employees, even handing out a delectable chicken leg to a passing dog. Trunks, eager to share the news, rushed to Bowsy Mountain to boast to Gohan, his excitement evident as he grinned from ear to ear. I don't know if it's a brother or a sister, he mused. I really hope for a sister. After all, I already have Goten as a brother. A sister would be wonderful. Gohan. Do all babies take 10 months to arrive? He pondered aloud. I wonder if it will be on time. It's truly nerve-wracking. Son Gohan, come on. It's only just begun. If I were to tell you that a certain fellow has been residing in his mother's womb for 3 years, would you not go mad? As they journeyed to the God of Destruction's planet nearly a year later, the gluttonous Beerus and Whis returned to Earth. Coincidentally, they arrived just in time for a celebratory feast hosted by Trunks' family. The two food enthusiasts, possessed by an insatiable hunger, indulged in the festivities with abandon. Those unaware might have mistaken them for impoverished relatives from a distant, rural area of Bulma's family, seeking a free meal. Delicious, delicious. Lord Beerus, this pudding is exquisite. You must try it. Whis fervently endorsed the delightful, creamy pudding. Ah, you're devouring it all, Whis. There's only one left, Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, as he snatched the last remaining pudding. How infuriating. Beerus shot a fierce glare at Whis, who merely maintained his serene smile. Sun Wukong approached with a grand platter of freshly made pudding, placing it before Whis and Beerus. Lord Beerus, please refer to me as the culinary warrior. I have procured the last creamy pudding for both of you. Ho ho ho, then I thank you, Mr. Wukong, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with amusement. Aha, Beerus exclaimed, wide-eyed, as he tossed the pudding into his mouth. He chewed with delight, savoring each bite before swallowing with a satisfied gulp. Well, it truly is delectable, he marveled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So smooth, so sweet, it feels as if it dances upon my tongue. Sun Wukong plopped down beside the two deities. Seizing the moment while Beerus was in high spirits, Sun Wukong chuckled and said, Lord Beerus, I have a modest request. Sun Gohan pressed his thumb and index finger together, illustrating an exceedingly minuscule gesture. What? Are you tempted to partake? Beerus immediately cradled the pudding, exhibiting a fierce protectiveness over his delicacy. No, my request bears no relation to the pudding. Then feel free to express it. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Beerus startled the God of Destruction himself. Sun Wukong chuckled, could you possibly teach us the art of cultivation? He continued, Trunks, my father, Uncle Vegeta, and Uncle Piccolo are all rare prodigies. Surely, you and Lord Whis wouldn't wish for their talents to go to waste, would you? Is that all? Beerus inquired, gazing intently at Sun Wukong. Indeed, that is all, Sun Wukong replied. Have you thus agreed? He asked. You are aware that the Earth frequently faces formidable foes. And given our limited strength, it is quite challenging to ensure the protection of our planet. Sun Wukong spread his hands, revealing his intentions with a straightforward approach. He chuckled lightly, while Whis stifled a laugh beside him. Beerus, savoring his cream pudding, nodded and said, that sounds perfectly fine. In truth, he had been eagerly awaiting Sun Wukong to make this request. Was it not more gratifying than initiating the conversation himself? Yet, this young man had delayed for an entire year. Beerus had even taken a nap in the meantime. Continuing, Beerus added, all of you may come to the God of Destruction's planet for training, and Whis will occasionally offer you guidance. Sun Gohan gazed at Whis, who always wore a cheerful expression, his eyes slightly squinted. Believing that Sun Gohan was puzzled as to why Whis was chosen to instruct them, Beerus clarified, on the surface. Whis is my attendant, but in truth, he is my mentor. I am aware of that, Sun Gohan replied, though he feigned surprise. Does that mean that Whis surpasses Lord Beerus in prowess? Humph. Beerus turned his head away. Although Sun Gohan spoke the truth, Beerus felt a slight sting to his pride, prompting a desire for 2 additional puddings to soothe his wounded spirit. Smack, smack, smack. So, when can we head to the God of Destruction's planet? Sun Gohan inquired eagerly. Whis responded with a smile. In just a moment, Mr. Gohan. Ah, splendid. I must inform them and pack some delectable treats, Sun Gohan hurriedly stated. Be sure to pack plenty, Beerus advised as Sun Gohan walked away. Looking at Whis, Beerus asked, Whis, do you think my actions are justified? Whis chuckled and replied, hee hee hee. Lord Beerus, after such a long slumber, you finally wish to take action. That must surely be right. Our 7th universe is currently at a disadvantage, and it is indeed necessary to enhance our overall strength. Moreover, Mr. Gohan and his companions are remarkable talents. Our future will undoubtedly rely on them. Smack, smack, smack. Sun Gohan gathered several Saiyans and Piccolo together. I just made a request to Lord Beerus, asking him to teach us a few techniques, and he graciously agreed. Sun Gohan then directly got to the point. Ah, is that true? Son Goku exclaimed with a look of astonishment. He had faced Beerus in battle, during the post-battle respite. As he reflected on the encounter, he realized that Beerus had essentially deceived him. In truth, Lord Beerus had not even utilized 70% of his power during their fight. This meant that Lord Beerus's strength far surpassed his own. Now that Beerus is willing to impart his knowledge, it is truly an invaluable opportunity. Sun Wukong felt a surge of delight within. Can I too? Piccolo pointed to himself, feeling somewhat astonished. It was truly moving that even after his own descent in power, Gohan still remembered him. Sun Wukong remarked, Uncle Piccolo, within you resides an immense power. Do not underestimate your own potential. My dear Gohan, Piccolo replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. Upon hearing Gohan's words, both Vegeta and Trunks felt a surge of encouragement. However, it did not take long for Vegeta to regain his composure. But what about Bulma? He inquired. Gohan, are you planning to train on the God of Destruction's planet? Yes. Why? Gohan responded. Bulma is pregnant, and I fear I may not be able to go, Vegeta stammered. Sun Wukong remained silent for a few moments. Come on. What happened to your aloof persona? You've fallen from grace, Uncle Vegeta. Is it truly appropriate for you to be so doting on your wife now? He could only explain, this is of no concern. Bulma has just become pregnant, and it will not affect her in any way. Moreover, we are not departing forever. We can return every few days or at least once a week. That is acceptable. Both Vegeta and Trunks sighed in relief simultaneously. We shall set off shortly, so Trunks, we need to prepare ample provisions. Can I entrust that to you? Sun Wukong inquired. Absolutely. Leave it to me, Trunks declared, thumping his chest confidently. He immediately set about gathering food, while the others were already lost in their reveries. What could the God of Destruction's planet possibly be like? I wonder if there are any delicacies available there. Sun Wukong and Vegeta pondered. No, that can't be. It surely lacks any delectable offerings. They swiftly dismissed such thoughts. It seemed that Lord Beerus and his companions had little experience with the finer things in life, as even instant noodles appeared to them as a gourmet delight. Therefore, the likelihood of encountering any exquisite cuisine on the God of Destruction's planet was almost non-existent. They could only hope that Trunks would pack a little extra. In the span of half an hour, they all communicated their plans to their families. Trunks fulfilled his duty admirably, returning with an abundant supply. They gathered beside Whis, who gently tapped the tip of his staff on the ground. As Sun Wukong and his companions ascended like a beam of light alongside Beerus and Whis, they ventured towards the distant destroyer planet, preparing for a new journey. After approximately 20 minutes, they successfully arrived at the destroyer planet. Sun Wukong pondered why Whis had not simply utilized instant transmission to return, after all. Even Jebbit could effortlessly execute super instant transmission. As an angel, Whis should possess the ability as well. Could it be that differing divine statuses resulted in varying divine techniques? Yet, should not such abilities be universally compatible? While it is understandable that Jebbit lacks Whis' divine arts, it seems utterly absurd that Whis cannot replicate Jebbit's skills. It feels like a blatant inconsistency, an undeniable flaw in logic. Upon their arrival, the newcomers curiously surveyed the destroyer planet. The atmosphere was vibrant with energy, and residing here promised longevity and vitality. Truly, it was a realm befitting the divine, renowned alongside the Supreme Kai planet. As Whis began to introduce the features of the destroyer planet to everyone, Sun Wukong took out the communication orb to initiate contact with the Elder Supreme Kai. Soon, the visage of the Elder Supreme Kai materialized upon the orb. Beerus leaned in closer, grinning broadly. However, the Elder Supreme Kai from the Kaishin realm let out an odd shriek and promptly discarded his communication orb. Son Gohan, are you truly that frightened? Fishro, what a coward you are. Beerus almost extended a long middle finger towards the old Kai. Son Gohan discreetly shielded Beerus with his body, attempting to communicate. Ahem. Esteemed Elder, I seek your assistance. The old Kai did not respond. Instead, the visage of Kaishin Asin emerged from the communication orb. With a smile, he inquired, Gohan, what troubles you? Is there something you need? Well, it is akin to conversing with Lord Kaishin, Gohan replied. Son Gohan remarked, it is as follows, Lord Kaishin. We are currently training under Lord Beerus on the planet of destruction, so we kindly ask for your assistance in looking after Earth. If any issues arise, could you please inform us? The Kaishin responded with a smile. Of course, it is no trouble at all. Even without your request, I shall keep a watchful eye on Earth. I will also speak to North Kaishin to ensure everything is secure. Thank you very much, Lord Kaishin, Son Gohan expressed gratefully. Please convey my regards to Lord Beerus. Certainly, he replied. Turning to Beerus, Gohan said, Lord Beerus, Lord Kaishin mentioned he misses you. Oh, is that so? Let me see, Beerus said, leaning in closer. Meanwhile, the Kaishin nearly dropped the communication orb due to a sudden tremor in his hand. Greetings, Lord Beerus, he said awkwardly. Please, do not wonder about too much, Beerus advised before abruptly vanishing from the communication orb, leaving the Kaishin in silence. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, the Kaishin exhaled in relief. Nearby, Son Gohan found the dynamic between them quite amusing, a delightful spectacle indeed. The Kaishin continued, Gohan, the divine beans you planted have matured. I have instructed Jabber to collect them. Upon counting, we harvested a total of 456 divine beans. I also asked Jabber to plant an additional 10, which are now with me. I shall pass them to you upon your next visit. That is splendid news, truly splendid, Gohan exclaimed. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, expressed his delight with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, haha. Lord Kaishin, why not plant all 56 of those seeds instead of just 10? To do so would seem rather stingy. Next time I visit, I shall bring you some delectable treats. The Kaishin nodded in agreement. Ah. The Kaishin realm has ultimately transformed into a vegetable garden, he sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. However, he mused. Leaving it barren felt like a waste and was exceedingly dull. Cultivating crops seemed rather enjoyable. From sowing to harvest, there was a delightful sense akin to that of a nurturing game. Cradling the vibrant green celestial beans in his hands, Gohan felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He stowed away his communication orb as they approached the palace of the god of destruction. Upon entering the grand hall, a prophecy fish, bubbling at the surface, became unusually animated, continuously spewing bubbles while chattering incessantly. Saiyan Superman, masked Saiyan Superman. A few dark lines appeared on Sun Wukong's forehead. What on earth did it see? Beerus had previously flicked the brow of the prophetic fish, and it finally fell silent. He gestured towards the empty rooms, suggesting, choose one for yourselves, you may need to reside here for a while. Imitating Sun Wukong, Beerus formed a diminutive gesture with his thumb and forefinger. Moments later, beside a vast lake on the destroyer planet, a pink aquatic creature emerged, curiously observing the figures on the shore. At that moment, Beerus leaned against a nearby rock, languidly gazing at the lake's surface while holding a bucket of chicken wings. He tossed a wing into the air, opening his mouth wide to catch it. Meanwhile, the others were preparing to face Whis one by one, with Trunks currently engaged in combat. Transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Trunks launched a fierce assault against Whis. Yet all his attacks were effortlessly evaded. Unsurprisingly, Whis lightly tapped the back of Trunks' neck, causing him to revert to his normal state, thus marking his defeat. Remarkable! To so easily vanquish a Super Saiyan 4. Everyone, except for Sun Wukong and Beerus, expressed astonishment. Whis' strength appeared even more formidable than that of Lord Beerus. Next, who will step up? Whis stood calmly, striking a pose, as if to say, your turn. I will, declared Sun Wukong as he stepped forward. Observing how easily Whis had defeated Super Saiyan 4 Trunks, Sun Wukong did not dare to be careless and instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan God form. His body enveloped in a golden-red aura. With a swift movement, he teleported beside Whis and launched a punch towards him. Whis' body seemed to react instinctively, perfectly dodging Sun Wukong's attack. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is this the ultimate technique of effortless mastery? Allow me to observe closely. Dodging a punch from Whis, Sun Wukong's second wave of attack came swiftly, this time a powerful kick. The force of his leg strike was fierce, like a howling wind. Yet, Whis effortlessly evaded it once more. At that moment, Whis resembled a gust of wind, a floating cloud, or a fluffy cotton ball, impossible to strike. Elusive and devoid of any vulnerable points. He exhibited no flaws. As Whis deftly dodged Sun Wukong's onslaught, he chuckled, addressing the remaining fighters. Why not all come at me together, if you please? In the gentlest tone, he uttered the most audacious words, exemplifying Whis' demeanor perfectly. Given Whis' invitation, the others felt no hesitation. Vegeta swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan god, with crimson hair, red eyes, and scarlet brows. Meanwhile, Piccolo erupted with a silvery aura, his muscles bulging dramatically as lightning crackled around him. Gohan let out a resounding cry as he transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 state. His body and aura underwent rapid changes. The surging energy flames morphed into a radiant rose hue, shimmering with luminescent particles that scorched and distorted the surrounding air. The dark crimson fur covering his body grew more vivid, gleaming with an intense luster, while his thick black shoulder-length hair shifted into a dazzling orange-red, sparkling like stardust. Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker. This was the Super Saiyan 4 form, now infused with divine energy. Beerus, who had been clutching a bucket of chicken wings, abruptly stood up in shock. Are you kidding me? It's only been a year. Even Whis gazed at Gohan with keen interest, silently marveling. In just 1 year. Mr. Gohan's energy has undergone such a staggering transformation. How can a human be this extraordinary? Indeed. While the concept of limit breaker seemed simple, merely combining Super Saiyan 4 with a divine state, the execution was anything but. Merging two distinct power systems was no easy feat, requiring unimaginable effort. And if they knew Gohan had cultivated his divine energy entirely through his own training, their astonishment would only deepen. After breaking through his limits, Gohan could now perceive Whis and Beerus' energy with far greater clarity. More remarkably, he faintly sensed the distant, subdued divine presence of the Supreme Kai from the sacred world of the Kais. This meant he could now instantaneously teleport to the Kaishin realm and have Kibito bring him back to Earth in mere seconds, no tedious 20-minute wait required. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Gohan mused inwardly, grinning in satisfaction. I am a man who knows how to take shortcuts. Vegeta stared at Gohan, numb with disbelief. Knowing full well that Gohan had never undergone the bizarre Super Saiyan God ritual, he was the most stunned of all, stunned to the point of speechless exhaustion. Just end me. I'm done. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta charged at Whis in a burst of fury, joining forces with Goku for the first time. Strangely, despite never having fought side by side before, their coordination was seamless, leaving Vegeta even more silent in contemplation. Piccolo, too, unleashed his energy and surged forward. Son Gohan instantaneously teleports into the fray, joining forces in a 4-on-1 confrontation against Whis. However, it is not long before Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo are successively eliminated. The battle ultimately transforms into a 1-on-1 duel. Through the course of the combat, Son Gohan vividly perceives the overwhelming terror that Whis embodies. Every gesture, every motion from Whis exudes an immense pressure. This scenario starkly contrasts with his previous encounters with Beerus. When fighting Beerus, Son Gohan could at least sense a glimmer of hope for the future, believing he would eventually surpass Beerus. However, after clashing with Whis, he becomes acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Whis' power transcends the bounds of imagination. If Son Gohan likens himself to a flowing stream, then Whis is the boundless ocean, vast and accommodating, yet capable of silently engulfing him entirely. He finds himself utterly powerless against Whis. Each strike from Sun Wukong resembles the elusive antlers of an antelope, delivered at the most enigmatic angles. Yet, Whis dances through the tempest with grace and composure, exuding an air of tranquility and ease. Sun Wukong barely grazed the hem of his garment. With a swift motion, a 2-meter-long energy sword erupted from Sun Wukong's right hand, slicing furiously toward Whis. As Whis deftly dodged, he chuckled, Mr. Wukong, your competitive spirit is quite commendable, but with such efforts, you shall not be able to reach me. The question posed by Sun Wukong escaped his lips. What must one do to achieve this? One's heart must be tranquil, as serene as a still lake, yet when stirred, it must surge forth like the relentless waves of the ocean. No, such familiar words. Are you speaking to me of the ultimate mastery of effortless action? Son Gohan, Mr. Gohan. I am about to launch my assault. With a sly smile, Whis narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. In an instant, Whis vanished from sight, leaving not even a whisper of his presence. Sun Wukong felt every hair on his body stand on end. A sense of danger enveloped him. The back of his head grew icy, fervently transmitting alarming signals to his brain. As Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, the energy of Spirito's defensive form underwent a remarkable liquefaction. The energy sword in his hand vanished in an instant. His entire aura underwent a frenzied liquefaction and compression, coalescing into a grayish-silver liquid at the nape of his neck. Suddenly, Whis appeared, his finger precisely poised to make contact. Boom. The liquefied energy erupted explosively. Son Gohan's form erupted forth, nearly tumbling into the lake. Huh? Whis stood momentarily stunned. He was unable to eliminate Son Gohan in an instant? How could this be? Although he had not exerted himself earnestly, the previous move was one that even some of the weaker gods of destruction could not withstand. Beside them, Beerus was equally taken aback. He recalled vividly that long ago, when he had just begun his training under Whis, he had been vanquished by this very technique countless times. Oh dear, inexplicably, Beerus felt a pang of envy. Even the chicken wings in his hand seemed to sour. Gohan, panting heavily, gazed at Whis. He was not in a good state. The recent explosive strike had nearly drained him of 90% of his energy. His body felt alarmingly depleted, although it was frantically regenerating energy. It would take a moment to restore his health and energy to full capacity. After all, his health and energy bars were exceedingly extensive at present. The extraordinary regenerative abilities of Majin Buu seemed to have diminished slightly. Whis remarked, Mr. Gohan, you truly have impressed me, and I am pleasantly surprised. Gohan replied, that is only because you, Master Whis, have shown mercy. He continued, shall we continue the fight? No more for today. This shall suffice. I am well aware of your conditions. Whis nodded in agreement. Next, we ought to devise a training plan. What about food? I seem to be a bit hungry. Someone discreetly suggested. Food. This proposal was immediately met with widespread approval, save for a few dissenters, notably Piccolo. Time, it seemed, was inconsequential in the realm of training. 2 months swiftly passed. During this period, Gohan journeyed to King Kai's planet to secure 400 senzu beans in a pocket dimension. Naturally, everyone was allotted a designated day of rest each week, during which they would return to Earth to spend time with their families. Resembling a work schedule with one day off, they affectionately termed it Food Supply Day. On this particular day, upon the God of Destruction's planet, Whis had arranged a training session featuring a one-on-one battle, Piccolo versus Trunks. Sun Wukong versus Vegeta. The epic confrontation between Sun Wukong and Beerus unfolds through 3 remarkable battles. The first of these duels features Trunks facing off against Piccolo. Trunks refrains from transforming into Super Saiyan 4, as that would be overly oppressive. Instead, he adopts the form of Super Saiyan 2. Their exchanges are exhilarating and evenly matched, yet ultimately, Piccolo chooses to concede. His power pales in comparison to that of Trunks. And even with Trunks deliberately restraining his strength by only utilizing Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo still finds himself outmatched. The disparity in their inherent abilities creates an insurmountable chasm. However, it is solely due to his engagement with Trunks that Piccolo is willing to yield. Had he been pitted against Vegeta, Piccolo believes there would be only 2 possible outcomes. Either he would be vanquished or rendered unconscious. Surrendering, he thinks, is simply out of the question. The second round commences. The confrontation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta is a tale of eternal rivals. Beyond his devotion to Bulma, Vegeta's mind is incessantly preoccupied with the desire to vanquish Kakarot, to unleash a ferocious beating upon him. Thus, even before the battle has commenced, and before he is transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's eyes are already ablaze with fury. Damn Kakarot, come forth. Let us settle this once and for all. With clenched fists, Vegeta ascends into his Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong, speechless, remarked, "Hey, Vegeta. It's merely a spar. It shouldn't lead to a fight to the death, right?" Suddenly, with a resounding crash, their fists collided fiercely, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The fierce confrontation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta unfolded with remarkable intensity. Both warriors were in their Super Saiyan God forms, rendering the spectacle of their battle exceedingly captivating. Their powers were closely matched, resulting in an exceptionally fierce struggle. If one were to quantify Sun Wukong's strength as a 6, then Vegeta would be a 4. However, Sun Wukong's combative nature shaped his fighting style. He relished the prospect of an extended duel. Consequently, he created an impression of parity, regardless of his opponent's prowess. Such a dynamic would be acceptable in a friendly spar, but facing a mortal adversary would lead to an explosive outcome, much like the current encounter. Despite Vegeta being significantly weaker, the battle astonishingly persisted for a full 30 minutes before reaching its conclusion. History, it seems, has a remarkable tendency to repeat itself. Ultimately, the outcome of this contest saw Vegeta succumbing to Bu. Sun Wukong tossed a mystical beam to each of them, preparing to engage in battle with Beerus. "Lord Beerus, please bestow your guidance," Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. "Come forth," Beerus replied, nodding as he stood 10 meters away from Sun Wukong, hands clasped behind his back. Sun Wukong flexed his muscles, then clenched his fists as a golden red aura flickered around him, blazing with intensity. His fiery hair, crimson brows, and blazing eyes epitomized the form of a Super Saiyan god. Beerus paused momentarily. "You intend to battle me in this form?" Its overall combat prowess pales in comparison to that of a Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong and the others were somewhat taken aback. It was their first time witnessing Son Gohan in such a state. He appeared significantly diminished, lacking the charm he once possessed. "No. I wish to attempt the advanced transformation of Super Saiyan God," Son Gohan declared, shaking his head. "What does that mean?" Beerus pondered, confused. Meanwhile, upon hearing Gohan's words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's eyes brightened with realization. Could it be? A shared understanding seemed to dawn upon them as they exchanged glances. Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar, and the divine aura surrounding him began to surge. A tempest of ferocious energy erupted from his being, roiling in every direction, as an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. With a crackling sound, the originally crimson flames began to transform. After Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan God, the once diminished muscles regained their former bulk. His fiery red hair stood upright, gradually transforming into a natural shade of blue. The surging aura similarly shifted to match the hue of his hair, while his eyebrows followed suit. His eyes, however, metamorphosed into a profound deep blue reminiscent of the ocean. Gohan appeared to be enveloped in a swirling blue flame, exuding an intense aura of divinity that surged forth in wild bursts. The ripples on the lake's surface radiated outward in concentric circles. The pink water creature, previously floating on the surface in observation, submerged into the depths. Beerus, intrigued by the transformation of Gohan into a blue-hued Super Saiyan, inquired, "What peculiar transformation is this? Do Saiyans always have a penchant for such flamboyant displays?" Sun Wukong clenched his fist, sprang up and down a few times, and then replied, "This is a Super Saiyan based on Super Saiyan God, indeed." The expressions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were filled with understanding. After acquiring the essence of divinity, they had endured a lengthy period of training. In truth, they had already conceived such thoughts within their minds. However, the divine energy within them was still insufficiently potent, and they had yet to discover the means to merge the Super Saiyan state with the divine essence. Thus, they had not undergone such a transformation, remaining unaware of its feasibility. Yet, witnessing Son Gohan successfully harness the power validated their innermost assumptions. All they needed to do was continue along this path. "Come, Lord Beerus," Son Gohan declared, striking a pose in preparation for an assault. "Bring it on," Beerus replied with a grin. Boom. With a powerful stomp of his right foot against the ground, Son Gohan propelled himself forward, the earth erupting beneath him as he soared towards Beerus in an instant. In a mere heartbeat, he traversed the 10-meter distance, his right fist, enveloped in a tempestuous blue energy, raised high to strike the god of destruction. Humph! Beerus scoffed, retaliating with a punch of his own. The clash of their fists erupted in a thunderous roar, unleashing a shockwave that sent ripples through the air. The onlookers, save for Whis, shielded their faces with their arms against the ferocious gusts that followed, the fierce wind slicing through the atmosphere like a barrage of sharp blades. In stark contrast to the earlier skirmish between Vegeta and Goku, this confrontation possessed a far greater intensity, with energy surging more powerfully and ferociously, escalating the battle to new heights. "Ah, my dear boy, your combat style has always been so recklessly aggressive," Beerus remarked, swiftly retracting his fist to unleash his own barrage of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Energy spheres were hurled forth with relentless fury. Son Gohan soared into the air, deftly maneuvering to evade the relentless barrage of energy spheres. With a mere gesture, Beerus commanded those energy orbs to alter their trajectories, fervently pursuing Gohan. Eager for a swift resolution, Gohan propelled himself forward, launching several energy spheres of his own. The two forces collided, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous explosions, as billowing smoke enveloped the heavens. Meanwhile, Beerus ascended, closing in on Gohan and unleashing a series of attacks. The sky crackled with lightning as the two engaged in a relentless exchange, their silhouettes weaving through the tumult. In a fleeting moment, Beerus seized the opportunity, striking an energy sphere into Gohan's chest with formidable force. Son Gohan was crushed by the energy sphere as he plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently into the lake with towering waves erupting around him. A terrifying explosion detonated at the lake bed, filling the air with thick smoke. The entire lake evaporated instantly, while the pink aquatic creature was sent flying by the residual shockwaves, its scorched body emitting a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat as it descended from the sky. Was swiftly erected a protective barrier to shield the onlookers. The fragrant creature bounced off the energy dome and tumbled dozens of meters away, lying completely motionless. My, what quite the spectacle, Whis chuckled with amusement, thoroughly entertained by the dramatic scene unfolding before him. Son Gohan emerged from the epicenter of the explosion, enveloped in a radiant blue aura, standing poised in midair. At this moment, half of his attire lay in tatters, wisps of white smoke curling around him, remnants of the scorching flames that had singed his garments as he gasped for breath. Meanwhile, Son Goku, enticed by the aroma of tantalizing meat, dashed toward the water creature. The others remained fixated on Son Gohan's figure, their eyes unblinking. Son Gohan pressed his right hand against his chest, panting heavily. The exertion had been immense, and his physical stamina had been severely depleted. Furthermore, the energy explosion from Beerus had inflicted a considerable degree of injury upon him. Rather than waiting for his body to recuperate on its own, he decided to revert from his Super Saiyan blue form and consumed a Senzu bean. As the bean took effect, his body instantly returned to its prime condition. Son Gohan exhaled deeply, lamenting the astonishing depletion of energy in his Super Saiyan blue state. Under full exertion, he could hardly sustain it for long. If he were to hold back and feign weakness, he might endure for a while longer. But that would not align with his combat style. The moment he engaged, he unleashed 100% of his energy in a catastrophic explosion. Thus, in his Super Saiyan blue form, he could not maintain it for an extended period. If his opponent's power was inferior, they would be dispatched in an instant. However, if their power was comparable or superior, this form could not support prolonged combat unless he continuously consumed Senzu beans. Beerus approached and stood before Son Gohan. "Young man, while your transformation boasts formidable power, its endurance and finesse are severely lacking." Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Beerus was indeed correct. Compared to Super Saiyan God, the strength of Super Saiyan Blue had undeniably increased, yet its consumption became alarmingly fierce. In contrast, the power of the red-haired Super Saiyan God, though not as overwhelming, excelled in technique and agility, showcasing excellent sustainability. Overall, the Super Saiyan God leaned towards discerning the opponent's attack patterns, evading strikes through nimble movement, and securing victory through skill. Conversely, Super Saiyan Blue was characterized by an overwhelming surge of power, focusing on obliterating foes with sheer strength. Son Gohan was acutely aware of the tremendous energy drain in his current form. Beyond his relentless output, another reason lay in his nascent understanding of this transformation. He lacked the requisite mastery to maintain it effectively. Moreover, it is worth noting that the amplification of Super Saiyan Blue was not nearly as potent as the 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan God. It was evident that while Super Saiyan Blue borrowed the transformation method of the Super Saiyan, its path diverged significantly. This form still possesses substantial room for development. It is far from perfection. However, even with optimal advancement, Super Saiyan Blue pales in comparison to the limit breaker form of Super Saiyan 4, Beerus remarked with a chuckle. "Are you done playing? Let me test that transformation you used against Whis." "All right." Son Gohan replied with a grin. Without further ado, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, rapidly evolving to achieve limit breaker status. Cloaked in a radiant rose hue, his body shimmered with luminescence, adorned with flecks of light, and his orange-red, disheveled hair cascaded over his shoulders, a truly striking appearance. This time, Beerus opted for a proactive assault. A purple aura blazed fiercely around him, distorting the air as he propelled himself forward, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Son Gohan. as Sun Wukong raised his hand to block Beerus's leg strike. The first round of combat following his transformation officially commenced. After the kick was parried, Beerus executed a swift somersault, soaring into the air. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a violet sphere of energy that hurtled towards Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan deftly evaded the energy sphere, missing its target and crashing into the surface of the God of Destruction's planet. The ground cracked ominously, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, revealing a vast crater. Fortunately, the planet's resilience was commendable. Had it been Earth, the extent of the devastation would have been unfathomable. Having sidestepped the energy sphere, Sun Gohan launched a counterattack, hurling numerous energy spheres towards Beerus. In an instant, the sky became a tapestry of densely packed energy orbs. With a resounding roar, all the energy spheres detonated simultaneously, engulfing Beerus in their wake. A blinding brilliance obscured much of the sky above the God of Destruction's domain, the cacophony echoing endlessly. Yet, Beerus swiftly emerged from the billowing smoke, shrouded in dark mist, and charged at Sun Gohan. Each conjured an energy sphere and propelled it towards the other. The violet and rose-red spheres collided, resulting in another violent explosion that made the heavens tremble. They darted through the haze, their fists colliding with one another's faces. Both were propelled backward by the force of the impact, tumbling through the air before launching themselves at each other once more, entwined in a fierce grapple. The two contrasting energies clashed and pursued one another in the air, unleashing terrifying shockwaves. Ha ha ha, what a remarkable lad. You'll likely surpass some of those inept gods of destruction before long. Beerus laughed heartily as he fought and retreated. Although the identity of the inept god he referred to remained unclear, it nonetheless served to underscore Sun Gohan's burgeoning might. After half an hour of fierce combat, Beerus unleashed a punch that sent Sun Gohan hurtling through the air. Sun Gohan executed a graceful somersault in midair, forcefully driving his right foot downwards, causing the very fabric of the void to fracture beneath him as he lunged once more towards Beerus. He unleashed a fierce straight punch aimed at Beerus, generating a terrifying sound of explosive energy. Beerus extended his hand to grasp Gohan's fist and remarked, "All right, I don't wish to fight today. Let us resume tomorrow." He appeared to be rather bored with the encounter. "Well, very well then," Gohan conceded. Sun Gohan withdrew his hand, casually wiping away the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Despite the intense battle that had raged for over half an hour, his breath remained steady and his stamina still lingered at its peak. The innate superhuman regenerative abilities of his form effortlessly compensated for any expenditure of energy. Sun Gohan appears akin to a perpetual motion machine, capable of engaging in ceaseless combat. This, indeed, is his most formidable attribute. Moreover, Beerus has discerned that the divine aura within Sun Gohan has intensified since before the battle, even imbued with a hint of his destructive energy. This young man possesses the remarkable ability to grow stronger amidst conflict. After several encounters with Sun Gohan, Beerus has confirmed this observation. The two descended to the ground, where the battle had concluded, and the spectators resumed their respective activities. Whis began to mend the pockmarked surface of the God of Destruction's planet, while Vegeta, arms crossed, leaned against a large tree, feigning indifference. Sun Wukong beckoned Trunks over. The two squatted beside the corpse of the water monster, pondering whether it was fit for consumption. Meanwhile, Piccolo sat motionless upon a stone, his eyes closed in deep meditation, analyzing the course of the battle. "What are you up to?" inquired Sun Gohan as he approached Trunks and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong pointed at the water creature, which was as large as an elephant and exuded a tantalizing aroma of meat, saying, "I am investigating whether this thing is edible." It appeared to be a pink, soft-bodied creature, and I felt a twinge of disgust. Could it truly be appetizing? It certainly smelled delightful. Sun Wukong waved his hand to fan the air. "Lord Beerus, could you come over here?" Gohan called out to Beerus. Gohan, are you really daring enough to summon Lord Beerus to taste this? Your audacity is astonishing." Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Trunks, too, seemed to have been influenced by Sun Wukong, as he was equally taken aback. Sun Gohan, indifferent to the two peculiar individuals whose thoughts seemed to wander, turned to the approaching Beerus and inquired, "Lord Beerus, what manner of creature is this? Is its flesh poisonous?" "I'm not quite sure, but it appears to be a mutated electric eel," Beerus replied with uncertainty. "Indeed, it is an electric eel," confirmed Whis, who had approached after completing his tasks. "Can the electric eel be consumed?" Trunks asked with curiosity. "Can one eat an electric eel?" At the mention of this question, Kakarot had already begun to eviscerate the enormous aquatic beast. Ultimately, the electric eel departed this world peacefully. Its flesh nourished all present, providing ample sustenance and making a final contribution, truly a testament to boundless love. In the days that followed, the five continued their dedicated training on the God of Destruction's planet. Trunks' mastery of Super Saiyan 4 grew increasingly refined, and he began to learn the essence of divine energy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta commenced their exploration of the advanced transformation known as Super Saiyan Blue. Piccolo, due to his unique lineage, found his training regimen to differ somewhat from that of his Saiyan companions. Consequently, among them, his ascension in strength was notably gradual. Nevertheless, Piccolo never allowed himself a moment of complacency. Rather, he was the most diligent in his training. Perhaps only Sun Wukong truly comprehended Piccolo's current state of accumulating latent power. Once awakened by the dragon, Piccolo's strength would undoubtedly experience a significant transformation. Yet, one must ponder, why not have the dragon unleash the potential of everyone? Wouldn't that elevate their capabilities collectively? It was a foolish oversight, one that must be addressed without delay. Herein lies a public appeal for the wish to activate the latent potential of all Z warriors at once. Thus, another month passed. Sun Wukong and Vegeta have successfully unlocked the Ultra Blue state, achieving a remarkable new transformation. On that day, Whis was enlightening everyone about some new knowledge regarding divine energy when a sudden beam of white light descended from the heavens, revealing two figures on the ground. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned their attention towards them. A figure resembling Beerus, albeit a Beerus Plus version, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Beerus, it seems that in just a short time, your place has transformed into a marketplace. What on earth are all these people doing here? Upon hearing that irritating voice, Beerus stood up abruptly, his demeanor imposing as he approached with the intent to confront. How dare you, compa? What brings you here? And call me brother, do not address me by name. The two figures butted heads, baring their teeth like wild animals. Nonsense. I am the elder brother, and you are the younger. You fool. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Kappa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, accompanied by his attendant, the angel Vados. Vados bore a striking resemblance to Whis, with flowing silver hair tied into a high ponytail cascading gracefully down her back, clad in a matcha-colored robe and stockings. Cinched at the waist with a red belt, she stood elegantly in white high-heeled shoes, exuding a refined beauty. Like Whis, she maintained a perpetual smile. Yet her aloof demeanor suggested a distance from others. Beerus and Kappa, both proud and obstinate, engaged in their usual quarrels upon each encounter. Whether it was a dispute over who was the elder brother or a contest of who enjoyed more sleep or had tastier food, their bickering seemed endless. The two angels could do little but observe, finding some amusement in the antics of these incompatible twin brothers, while the two gods of destruction continued their verbal sparring. Vados approached Whis with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring, Whis, are these your new disciples? Indeed, sister, Whis replied with a gentlemanly nod. Sister? Sun Wukong exclaimed, nudging Vegeta. Did you hear that? Whis calls that woman sister. Don't touch me, Vegeta retorted, swatting away Wukong's hand. Their conversation did not go unnoticed by Vados, who looked over. Stifling a laugh, ho-ho-ho, that's because I am indeed Whis' sister. Another ho-ho character, Son Gohan thought to himself, unable to suppress his inner critique. Whis seized the opportunity to introduce. Allow me to present my sister, Vados, the angel of Universe 6, and over there is Lord Kappa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, who is also Beerus' twin brother. What? That chubby fellow is also a god of destruction? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Phew, I nearly let that slip, he thought, relieved. Ah? Twin brothers? No wonder they resemble each other so closely, Sun Wukong continued. So, who is stronger between him and Lord Beerus? Ho ho ho, such an impolite question. Just look at their size. Isn't it obvious? Vados chuckled, her tone slightly mischievous. Ah, so that means Lord Kappa, being larger, must be stronger, Sun Wukong concluded, tapping his right fist against his left palm. Cunning frog, always touching your belly, the others remarked. Well, that does sound reasonable, they conceded. However, Kappa was not pleased. He glared at Vados, hands on his hips, furious. How dare you, Vados? Enough of your chatter. Ouch, ho ho ho, I truly was rude just now, Vados smirked, seemingly unfazed by Kappa's ire. Humph, both of you are quite impolite. Kappa directed his gaze at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. How dare you two presume to discuss the gods of destruction? Cough cough. Sun Wukong coughed softly, interrupting an individual who was attempting to further incite animosity. Lord Pada. Elder Vados, why not give this delightful treat a try? It's sweet and absolutely delicious. Sun Wukong, while speaking, produced 2 rainbow lollipops. His actions resembled those of a nefarious individual on the verge of abducting children. Oh my, what are these? They appear quite exquisite, remarked Bardos, leaning in to take a closer look. Sun Wukong offered her a rainbow lollipop. Let me take a look. Let me see, she exclaimed. The moment food was mentioned, Xiangpa instantly shook off his drowsiness, or rather, his irritation vanished. He reached out and snatched another lollipop from Sun Wukong's hand, unwrapping it not even slightly before popping it into his mouth. Then, with a series of disgusted spits, he exclaimed, Ugh, it has no flavor at all. You deceived me. Xiangpa bared his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. To insult cuisine is an unforgivable offense. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Ha ha ha, Lord Kappa is truly foolish. He clearly did not remove this layer of plastic wrapping. Vados chuckled and demonstrated by peeling off the transparent coating of a rainbow lollipop before placing it into her rosy mouth. Ah, indeed, it is delicious. Vados expressed with a look of astonishment. The sweetness evoked memories of her long-lost youth. Oh, really? How silly of me, Kappa replied without a hint of embarrassment, as he too peeled back the wrapping and began to savor the treat. Wow, this is so sweet. I've never tasted anything so delightful, he exclaimed. Kid, where did you get this? It's quite impressive. In just a moment, Kappa's fondness for Sun Wukong significantly increased. A foodie is always the easiest creature to win over in this world. Sun Gohan chuckled. This is merely a common snack on our Earth, hardly worth mentioning. There are countless other delicacies far superior to this. With a hint of pride, he added, Earth? Bados, surely our sixth universe possesses a version of Earth as well? Let's search for it. Xiangpa displayed an expression of urgency. All right, I will do it right away. Bados licked her lollipop and waved her staff, causing the black magical orb atop it to tremble. It was difficult to fathom what she typically used the staff for. Oh, I found it. Lord Xiangpa. Our sixth universe indeed has an Earth, but what? Xiangpa inquired anxiously. It seems that due to a foolish battle, all of humanity has been extinguished. Bados appeared regretful. What? You say they are extinct? Xiangpa cried out in despair. The flicker of hope had been ruthlessly shattered. Why must this world be so cruel? No. Xiangpa pondered a more pressing concern. Each encounter with Beerus inevitably led to a culinary duel. What could he possibly compete with this time? Would he use his head? That would be a certain loss. The exquisite dish he had prepared, a delightful egg from the dodo bird, would be obliterated by the rainbow lollipop in his hand. What a farce. Damn it. What a damn mess. Observing the two beings, resembling children as they licked their lollipops, an angel and a destroyer, Sun Gohan felt that this world was utterly absurd. Such pitiful extraterrestrials. They have never tasted anything truly delicious. At that moment, Beerus approached, hands on his hips, chin raised at a 45-degree angle as he proclaimed with smug satisfaction. So, Xiangpa, are you still considering the competition? Ready to concede? He exuded confidence. This infuriating expression made Xiangpa want to strike him. Indeed. A rainbow lollipop so widely available is remarkably delectable. I cannot imagine what other explosive delicacies Earthlings could possibly present. We are certain to lose. What should we do? Should we compete or not? This is a serious dilemma. Losing would be embarrassing, but outright forfeiting would be even worse. Why is there no Earth in our sixth universe? Xiangpa felt he might burst from frustration. However, he suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Beerus. After all these years of culinary contests, it has lost its novelty. How about we compete in something different this time? Xiangpa placed his hands on his hips, mentally applauding his own cleverness. Oh, compete in what? Beerus shot him a sidelong glance, as if to say he was unafraid of any challenge. Xiangpa declared loudly. Let us settle this once and for all, Beerus. What will we compete in? Beerus, exasperated, despised half-finished statements. Xiangpa bit into his lollipop and confidently stated. Let us battle to determine the victor. If I win, we shall exchange our respective Earths. What do you say? For the sake of cuisine. I am determined to acquire your Earth. Ha ha ha. You wish to duel me? Beerus laughed heartily, looking at Xiangpa as if he were a fool. This is my forte, Xiangpa. How dare you challenge me? Xiangpa continued, not quite. We shall select powerful humans from each of our universes to compete, a 5-person team battle. They will face off one-on-one. And the last one standing will claim victory. What do you think? Hee. Beerus grinned, raising a hand to point at Sun Gohan. Xiangpa. I suggest you face this fellow first before making such a decision, hee. 100, Sun Gohan versus Xiangpa. Him? You want me to fight him? Beerus, I am a destroyer. You are asking me to combat a mere human? I advise against such an insult, you rascal. Xiangpa, with a fierce demeanor, licked his lollipop once more. TCH. You might not even be able to defeat him, Beerus scoffed. What did you say? How dare you? Let us do this. Xiangpa was nearly infuriated by Beerus' words. Xiangpa glared at Sun Gohan and said, Kid, show me what you can do. Bados' gaze also fell upon Sun Gohan. It was the first time they had witnessed Beerus hold a human in such high regard. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Oh, a duel? This is going to be interesting. The onlookers instantly perked up, rising to witness the spectacle. What about the food? My snacks? They clamored. Make arrangements. Sun Wukong never anticipated that this fire would engulf him so swiftly. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. He was eager to witness the prowess of the god of destruction. Kampa. If a battle was to ensue, it would be more courteous to comply. Lord Kampa, please enlighten me, Sun Wukong declared. I shall show mercy in due course. Kampa responded, then ascended into the sky. Sun Wukong leapt into the air, joining his companion. The two stood suspended in the sky, their gazes locked upon one another. The opponent was a god of destruction, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary power. Thus, Sun Wukong saw no reason to hold back. If a battle was to ensue, he would give it his all. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a surge of energy, instantly transforming into the form of Super Saiyan 4. This was soon followed by the augmentation of divine aura, achieving a breakthrough in limits. The heavens erupted with flashes of lightning and the howling of fierce winds. Sun Gohan entered his battle stance, his body enveloped in a swirling aura of rose-red energy that scorched and distorted the surrounding space. Divine key? Kampa's eyes widened in utter disbelief. This was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. A human possessing divine energy, what would become of him? Could he still be considered human? On the ground, Beerus chuckled darkly. Meanwhile, Bados gazed at the crimson figure in the sky and let out a soft, amused laugh. My, how intriguing. You'd best be careful, Lord Kampa. Crack. With a powerful thrust of his right foot into the void, Sun Wukong shattered the very fabric of space, propelling himself rapidly towards Xiangpa. In a mere 0.00001 seconds, he found himself face to face with Xiangpa. His fist, enveloped in a blazing aura, unleashed a thunderous shockwave, striking Xiangpa squarely on the face before he could even react. Boom. The sound of the colossal impact reverberated through the air. Xiangpa was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground as if the force of the blow could pierce through the very core of the destroyer planet. A thick plume of smoke billowed upwards, revealing a gaping abyss. Oh! The expression on Bado's face grew increasingly enthralling. In an instant, a violet energy sphere erupted from the chasm, hurtling towards Sun Wukong in the sky. In an instant, Sun Gohan's right hand wielded a 2-meter-long energy sword, striking fiercely at the approaching violet energy sphere. With a resounding whoosh, the energy sphere was cleaved in two, narrowly grazing past Sun Gohan on either side before erupting behind him in a violent explosion, dramatically altering the sky's hue. Moments later, Kappa burst forth from the colossal breach. At that moment, his destroyer attire was dust-laden, and a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Impressive, aren't you? Kappa remarked, wiping the blood from his lips. No longer daring to underestimate Sun Gohan, he conceded that he had indeed underestimated Sun Gohan earlier, allowing himself to be caught off guard, resulting in a loss of face. Such a blunder was utterly inexcusable. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Kappa's expression grew serious as he focused intently on the battle at hand. As a god of destruction, this contest was not merely a personal affair. It was a matter of pride for the divine entity. Clenching his fists, a purplish aura enveloped his body, signaling his readiness for combat. The two figures flickered and lunged toward one another, executing the same technique simultaneously. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact. The surrounding air erupted, and the very fabric of space trembled, waves of energy radiating outward in all directions. Humph! Kappa scoffed, and with his other hand, he struck at Gohan. However, Gohan was no longer one-armed. He was a complete warrior. Thus, for fists engaged in a relentless exchange, the sounds of explosive clashes echoing through the skies. Fortunately, they were situated in the realm of the gods of destruction, a domain of remarkable durability. Were they to battle in the cosmos, it could very well have been said that they fought to the very edges of the universe, obliterating all in their path. But perhaps that would be an exaggeration. The grandeur of the Dragon Ball universe still leaves something to be desired. With a resounding crash, two energy spheres collided, resulting in a violent explosion. The figures of Sun Wukong and Shenron were propelled from the epicenter of the explosion, both hurled away by the force of the blast. Cough, cough. Sun Gohan coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet the fierceness of his fighting spirit intensified in his gaze. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right thumb, letting out a hearty laugh. In an instant, he teleported behind Xiangpa, both hands charged with a colossal wave of energy, which he pressed towards him. Xiangpa immediately sensed the impending danger, a strong aura emanating from behind him. Without a moment to spare, he dashed forward, quickly hurling an energy sphere backward. The tenfold Kamehameha of Sun Gohan had taken form and was unleashed with great force. A thick plume of scarlet energy surged forth, engulfing Kappa's energy sphere and relentlessly pursuing him, intent on consuming him whole. What kind of technique is this? Kappa exclaimed in astonishment. How dare you underestimate me? Angered, he reminded himself of his stature as the god of destruction of Universe 6. With that thought, Kappa turned, unleashing his own energy wave to confront Gohan's tenfold Kamehameha. A classic battle scene reminiscent of the illustrious Dragon Ball series unfolded, a clash of waves. Boom. The crimson and violet energy beams collided, sending shockwaves of energy radiating in all directions, fierce winds swirling, and causing the very surface of the god of destruction's planet to tremble slightly. Debris soared into the air. What an impressive human! Exclaimed Vados, unable to contain her admiration. She had never encountered such a formidable human before. This was indeed a first. Others were similarly astonished, noting that Gohan and Kappa's battle was far more ferocious than his previous encounter with Beerus. For some reason, it felt as though this situation was a true contest of equals, appearing all the more exhilarating and vibrant. The two streams of energy were locked in a stalemate in the air, with both combatants exerting tremendous effort, their veins bulging at the forearms and foreheads. Boom. Under the violent collision, both energies erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In the high atmosphere, spatial barriers shattered, releasing a chilling wind from within. The aftermath of the explosion wreaked havoc, howling winds roared, and the god of destruction's planet had never before endured such calamity. As Sun Wukong and Kappa spewed forth blood, plummeting from the sky, at that moment, Vados intervened. Grasping her staff, she gracefully waved her hand, causing the rifts in the heavens to instantaneously seal. The rampant energy remnants quickly dissipated, restoring the tranquility of the destruction star. On the ground, Kappa, pale-faced and trembling, stood unsteadily. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong lay motionless in the grass, gazing skyward. Cough. Vados, please check on that fellow. We mustn't let him perish, Kappa said as he plopped down onto a nearby stone. Just then, Sun Wukong trembled and began to rise. When will the Omni King lose his composure? Kappa pondered, taken aback at the sight of Sun Wukong's revival. Brother Wukong, allow me to assist you. Trunks rushed over, eager to help the now recovered Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need. I'm perfectly fine. It was merely a jest. His remarkable regenerative abilities and extraordinary recovery were no mere fabrications. Although he had fallen from the pinnacle of T0, He required merely a few seconds to restore himself to his former glory. In just a few breaths, his once trembling figure transformed into one of unwavering strength and resilience. As Sun Wukong approached Kappa, he found himself restored to his peak condition. "Thank you, Lord Kappa, for your mercy," he expressed. Kappa regarded Sun Wukong with the gaze reserved for a peculiar creature. In truth, aside from the destructive energy that remained dormant, he was fully charged. However, since the destructive force was ineffective, it seemed reasonable to acknowledge mercy. "Yet, your nonchalance is quite embarrassing for me. I am still seated on this rock, gasping for breath." "Ah, you are quite formidable as well," Kappa managed to utter after a brief moment of contemplation. At that juncture, Beerus approached with a hearty laugh. "How are you, Kappa? It seems you ought to curtail your eating habits. Your body has become sluggish, have you not noticed?" "Humph, bothersome fool," Kappa retorted, turning his head away from Beerus. "Oh dear, look who's getting irate." Vados chuckled softly, covering her mouth as she raised her hand to cast a restorative aura over Kappa. Enveloped by the aura, Kappa's physique swiftly rejuvenated. "Now, returning to our previous topic, Kappa, are you still planning to hold that martial arts tournament?" Beerus inquired. "A tournament? What nonsense! Where in the 6th universe could I possibly find such monstrous individuals?" Kappa glared at Beerus, perplexed. No tournament. Is that clear? You scoundrel. Just leave." "Ah. You're getting worked up. How delightful," Beerus exclaimed, hands on his hips, pointing at Kappa while laughing heartily. "Humph." Kappa grimaced in response. Vados quickly intervened to alleviate the tension. "Lord Kappa, Sister Vados, would you care to try this seafood noodle?" she said, producing 2 containers of noodles. "What noodles?" Kappa abruptly turned his head, rising to his feet involuntarily. "Seafood noodles," Vados replied. "Are they also from Earth?" Kappa swallowed hard, the anger dissipating. "Indeed, Lord Kappa." Vados nodded with a smile. "Ah, I wish to taste it." Vados beamed. "I want some too." Kappa darted towards Vados. His troubles vanished as swiftly as they had arrived. In his realm, worries were the least respected of sentiments. Kappa snatched the container of noodles, eager to dig in, though he momentarily hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Having learned from the experience with the rainbow lollipop, he became somewhat cautious. "Wukong, come here," Vados beckoned. "Coming," Wukong replied, approaching. "Please teach Lord Kappa and Sister Vados how to eat these noodles," Vados requested. Sure," Wukong nodded. Was Vados attempting to mend the rift between him and Kappa? Wukong mused, recalling their recent skirmish. "Now, Lord Kappa, let me show you how to prepare these noodles," Wukong said, taking the seafood container from Kappa's hands. Kappa's gaze remained fixated on the noodles, and he reached out helplessly as Wukong seized them. "First, tear off the outer film. Then open the top seal and pour in the seasoning packet," Wukong instructed. Kappa inhaled deeply, savoring the enticing aroma. Delightful. Meanwhile, Vados mimicked Wukong's demonstration, opening her own container. "Next, pour in the appropriate amount of hot water, cover it, insert this fork here, and wait about 5 minutes before indulging," Wukong continued. How long is 5 minutes?" Kappa inquired, glancing at Wukong and then at Vados. "It's a brief interval," Wukong replied, uncertain of how to elaborate. Kappa hesitated, producing a box and extending it to Wukong with a reluctant expression. "Here, this is for you." "What is this?" Wukong asked, surprised to receive a gift from Kappa. "This is a dish made from Dodoria's egg. It's quite delicious. You should try it." So it was a sharing of culinary delights. Wukong had initially assumed it to be something of great significance. Let me see." Wukong opened the box to discover 3 oddly shaped eggs resting within. They appear to be eggs. Their cylindrical shape, once peeled, resembled a creamy dessert. Was this the piece de resistance of Kappa's culinary offerings? Intended to rival Beerus with Dodoria's egg? What a revelation! Sun Wukong picked up one and took a bite, savoring it with a glint in his eyes. It was merely a simple boiled egg. After tasting it, Sun Wukong offered this assessment. Everyone should have one. They would taste even better when placed in a bucket. With this, his eyes sparkled brightly. What a good person he was, truly a remarkable individual. Indeed, Sun Wukong distributed an egg to each person, placing it into the bowls of Bardos and Kappa. 5 minutes later, the seafood noodles were ready. Having tasted this delightful and fresh dish for the first time, Kappa and Bardos savored every drop of the broth, leaving nothing behind, yet still yearning for more. Gohan gazed upon them with a sense of pity. Before their return to the 6th universe, he presented each of them with 5 barrels of crab roe noodles, earning the strong favor of Beerus and Kappa. The two continuously invited Gohan to visit the 6th universe. "Next time, certainly, next time," Gohan replied with a smile, waving goodbye repeatedly. Beerus and Kappa transformed into beams of light and soared back to the 6th universe. Before long, half a year had passed. During this time, was enlightened them with knowledge about the cosmos. There are a total of 12 universes in existence, and they reside in the 7th universe. Each universe is accompanied by a god of destruction, an angel, and a supreme Kai, among others. This means there are 12 gods of destruction, 12 angels, and 12 supreme Kais in the world, excluding those who are retired or in training. The supreme governing body of these 12 universes is the Grand Minister's Temple, led by the Grand Minister himself. Among these 12 universes, the overall strength of the 7th universe is rather unsatisfactory, ranking towards the bottom. Such a grand worldview left Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo in a state of astonishment. Sun Wukong, however, was not particularly surprised, for he was already well aware of this information. Instead, his mind was occupied with a matter of greater significance, the Tournament of Power. The Omni King had long expressed dissatisfaction with the overwhelming number of universes, finding it a cumbersome task to manage them all, and thus contemplated the eradication of some. Consequently, the Tournament of Power was conceived. Universes that did not meet the average standards were required to compete for their survival. Defeated universes would face annihilation. The seventh universe, which ranked among the lowest, was undoubtedly fated to participate. What remained uncertain was when the whimsical Omni King would whimsically decide upon such a competition. Nevertheless, it was prudent to prepare in advance, for one could never predict when the Omni King might suddenly exhibit erratic behavior. Thus, the selection of the 10 participants for this tournament became paramount. As Son Gohan surveyed his surroundings, he noted, "Indeed, there are 5 here. Thus, we are still in need of 5 more participants. This poses no significant concern. The 7th universe must secure first place this time, without fail." The 5 hurried back to Earth, the urgency underscored by the fact that Bulma was due to give birth. Naturally, as a devoted husband, Vegeta was compelled to return. Trunks could not be absent either. He wished to see his mother and discover whether he would have a younger brother or sister. Moreover, Goku and Gohan, as the closest of friends, would certainly not miss such a momentous occasion. Consequently, only Piccolo remained. Observing that the 4 had returned to Earth, Piccolo felt the overwhelming pressure of facing Beerus and Whis alone. Thus, he too decided to accompany them back. On the following day, Bulma successfully welcomed a healthy baby girl into the world. Witnessing Vegeta's frantic demeanor, Gohan couldn't help but chuckle. It was truly unimaginable that the once formidable Vegeta, who had threatened to annihilate Earth, had transformed into a devoted husband. "Ha ha ha, Gohan, it's a girl, it's a girl," Trunks exclaimed joyfully, lifting Gohan into the air. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. "What the hell? Why are you lifting me? Lift that dance over there instead." Sun Wukong gently patted Vegeta's shoulder and inquired, "Hey, Vegeta, have you decided on a name for the child yet?" Vegeta shrugged off his hand, lost in contemplation, pondering the matter deeply. "Indeed, what should the name be? How about calling him Rice Ball?" Sun Wukong suggested enthusiastically. Suddenly, Vegeta fell silent and, in a fit of rage, delivered a powerful kick to him. "Get lost. Just go away." "Whoa, I'm dodging that kick," Sun Wukong exclaimed. "Isn't that name lovely, Vegeta? I think it sounds rather nice." He continued to advocate for his chosen name. Vegeta, now infuriated, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, ready to engage in battle. Trunks quickly intervened, grasping Vegeta's arm. "Father, please calm down. Today is not suitable for a duel." "Humph, Kakarot, I'll spare you this time," Vegeta retorted, reverting to his normal state while casting a furious glare at Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, what is the matter? Am I not permitted to bestow a name upon your child?" Vegeta is truly overbearing. "Father, how about the name Bra?" Trunks suggested. "Bra? Vegeta's eyes lit up. It sounded rather pleasant, though regrettably, it is not a Saiyan name. "Is this name of your own choosing, Trunks?" Vegeta inquired. Trunks pointed towards Son Gohan and replied, "It was Gohan who recommended it to me." "Gohan? Then let us settle on this name. Bra it shall be," Vegeta declared. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Sun Wufan, scratching the back of his head in mild exasperation. "Wufan, why did he so readily accept the name you bestowed upon him, while he felt compelled to retaliate against mine? Vegeta is truly insufferable. It's simply because that is his precious daughter. How could he possibly be pleased with a name as absurd as Rice Ball? What is the matter? Are you at odds with him? Moreover, the name Gula seems to have originally been given by either Vegeta or Bulma. I merely offered a gentle nudge in that direction. And look, he has now acquiesced." Sun Wukong pondered internally, yet expressed outwardly, "Perhaps it's because Gula sounds more like a girl's name." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong mused, finding the name Rice Ball rather charming. "Perhaps we should encourage Chi-Chi to bear another child." The name for the girl was ultimately decided upon as Gula. Vegeta approached, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Gohan." As Sun Wukong was about to respond, he abruptly turned and walked away. The sensation of having one's skill release suddenly interrupted was quite disheartening. Trunks, standing nearby, awkwardly chuckled. "Haha, that's just how my father is. He's quite the tsundere." Sun Wukong patted Trunks on the shoulder. Not far off, Vegeta, overhearing Sun Wukong's words, froze in place. On the 3rd day, to celebrate Bra's birth, the Trunks family hosted an extravagant banquet, inviting all their acquaintances to revel in the festivities. Naturally, Beerus and Whis were in attendance, for where there is sumptuous food, there too are they found. The celebration continued for an entire day and night. A few days later, Piccolo gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon in the Heavenly Temple to make a wish. The sky was enveloped in thick, dark clouds, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The colossal dragon coiled in the heavens, peering down through the clouds. The radiant light emanating from the Dragon Balls illuminated the area, dispelling the darkness. Observing the familiar figures of Sun Wukong and Piccolo below, the dragon discerned that it was Piccolo who intended to make a wish. With a hint of trepidation, the dragon addressed him, "P. Piccolo, is it you who seeks a wish?" Given the former deity's circumstances, Piccolo could be considered a predecessor of sorts, hence the unusual greeting. Looking up, Piccolo inquired, "Dragon, could you awaken the latent potential within me, akin to what the Grand Elder of Namek once did?" "Certainly. For I am an upgraded eternal dragon. Is this your first wish?" The dragon responded. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Piccolo's spirit soared, and he replied with a smile, "Yes." "Please proceed." "Very well, a simple task." The dragon boomed, its enormous eyes glowing a brilliant red. After a brief pause, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Piccolo, enveloping him in a golden radiance that illuminated everything around him. His power had significantly amplified. "Is this all?" Sun Wukong mused, sensing Piccolo's energy, feeling a tinge of disappointment. At present, Piccolo's power level was comparable to that of Sun Wukong when he first encountered Beerus, having transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. This indicated that Piccolo had spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, breaking through his previous limits, followed by 9 months of training on Beerus's planet. Now, with the aid of the Eternal Dragon, he had unlocked his potential, reaching a level akin to Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 Zenith. Upon reflection, that is indeed quite impressive. Sun Wukong contemplated. Moreover, this was merely Piccolo's baseline combat power, devoid of any transformations. After all, before entering the time chamber, Piccolo's strength was lesser than when he had defeated the androids years ago. To achieve such growth in 3 years was nothing short of extraordinary. Perhaps it was due to his elevated perspective that he perceived it as underwhelming. Meanwhile, Piccolo was exhilarated, exclaiming, "Is this truly my potential? My power has reached such heights?" He marveled at the energy coursing through him, astonished at its magnitude. The dragon, in a deep voice, added, "Lord Piccolo, I have also bestowed upon you a gift." "A gift? What is it?" Piccolo inquired with curiosity. "A surprise for now. You shall discover it in due time," the dragon replied. "Excellent." Piccolo rejoiced. With the first wish fulfilled, the dragon prompted, "Now, you have 2 wishes remaining. Please, speak your desires." Piccolo turned to Sun Wukong, saying, "Gohan, it's your turn." Gazing at the dragon still awaiting wishes, Sun Wukong turned to Mr. Bobo, who was quietly observing beneath a tree. He spoke, "Mr. Bobo, may I pose a question to you?" Mr. Bobo, slightly taken aback, responded, "Ah, what question do you have?" The expression on Sun Wukong's face was grave. He remarked, "I once heard a tale that spoke of the ancient deity creating a set of Black Star Dragon Balls before parting ways with the Demon King Piccolo. That set of Dragon Balls is said to be concealed deep within the temple. Mr. Popo, is there any truth to this?" Mr. Popo, perplexed, manifested several question marks above his head and then shook it vigorously, as if it were a rattle drum. "No, Gohan, where did you hear such a legend?" When the ancient deity first crafted the Dragon Balls, he had already separated from the Demon King Piccolo. He had not created any Dragon Balls prior to that. Having heard this from a passerby, was it indeed merely a fabrication? Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo, his expression mirroring that of inquiry. "Indeed, no such creation ever occurred," Piccolo affirmed, shaking his head. Having long since merged with the ancient deity, Piccolo possessed all of his memories. Since he denied the existence of such Black Star Dragon Balls, it seemed they truly did not exist. Very well, steady and assured," Piccolo continued, "it is quite normal for humans to concoct various legends and tales. It is not surprising at all." "Indeed," Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. The celestial dragon spoke once more. "Have you not yet decided upon your wishes? You still have 2 wishes remaining." Sun Gohan looked up and inquired, "Dragon, is it possible for me to possess the ability to foresee impending dangers?" The dragon replied, "The ability to foresee future threats? Could you elaborate a bit more?" Gohan continued, "I mean, the dangers that may soon occur, such as those that threaten the safety of Earth or endanger my life or the lives of my loved ones. Can I gain foresight of such events?" The dragon pondered for a moment and then responded, "Delving into matters of time is indeed perilous. However, I shall do my utmost to grant you access to knowledge in this realm. It resembles the prophetic powers of the Grand Elder of Namek, though you will only be able to foresee significant threats, and the foresight will be limited to a week. Is that acceptable?" "No problem, that is quite satisfactory." "Please fulfill this wish," Gohan replied joyfully. The dragon buzzed in response, "Very well, a trivial task." Immediately, its eyes glowed with a brilliant red light, and Gohan felt a remarkable power surging within him. This was the power of prophecy, enabling him to foresee future dangers. After each use, he would be able to discern whether significant threats would arise in the forthcoming week. It would require some expenditure of mental energy, but it was manageable. Using it every few days would not pose any issues. "Now that this wish is fulfilled, please articulate another wish," the dragon continued. "For now, let us complete these 2 wishes," Gohan stated. "Understood, farewell." The dragon's voice resonated through the heavens as its form rapidly dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, transforming into 7 streaks of light that soared in all directions. As the Dragon Balls vanished, the sky cleared as well. The Dragon Balls, having granted only 2 wishes, would regain their luster in 8 months, allowing for new wishes to be made. Piccolo observed Gohan and remarked, "Gohan, your foresight is commendable. You made such a thoughtful wish." Sun Wukong chuckled, "Indeed, our Earth has faced numerous calamities, often leaving us in a passive state. With the ability to foresee dangers, we can find some solace." "Yes, that is true," but we had never contemplated the possibility of making such a wish before. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Son Gohan, wishing to divert the conversation, inquired, Uncle Piccolo, how does it feel now that this potential has been unleashed? Piccolo chuckled, expressing his contentment. Indeed, I am quite satisfied, yet I feel there is still room for me to grow stronger. I remain perplexed by the meaning of the additional gift that Shinron mentioned. Piccolo pondered, stroking his chin. However, no matter how astute he was, he could never fathom Shinron's intentions. That dragon had taken to cultivating an air of mystery, ever adapting to the times. Sun Wukong's son smiled. Piccolo was unaware, yet he was aware. The so-called additional gift from the dragon was, in fact, a new transformation, a wholly unprecedented metamorphosis. This transformation could propel Piccolo's combat prowess to an extraordinary level. Curious to discover what this gift entails? Uncle Piccolo, follow me. Son Gohan clasped Piccolo's shoulder, guiding him towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Where are we headed? Piccolo inquired. To train, of course, Son Gohan replied with a smile. He was genuinely eager to witness Piccolo's new transformation and ascertain its true extent of power. Observing Son Gohan, Piccolo remarked, Gohan, you've transformed into a training zealot. More diligent in your practice than even Goku. In our younger days, everyone used to say you were not fond of training. Son Gohan paused for a moment and said, because so much has transpired, and there are many I wish to protect. Reflecting on the dark times of the past, Gohan bore the weight of the world's last glimmer of hope, bravely forging ahead, causing a tremor in Piccolo's heart. Indeed, perhaps Gohan does not relish the rigors of training. Yet, he has no choice. Had he not exerted himself in his training, one can hardly fathom what the world would resemble today. At the very least he, along with Goku and the others, would still be trapped in the underworld, unable to return to the realm of the living. Meanwhile, the earth would be engulfed in smoke and chaos. While Piccolo was lost in thought, he found himself led into the hyperbolic time chamber by Son Gohan. Within the chamber, Son Gohan and Piccolo were engaged in a fierce battle. However, at that moment, Piccolo was repeatedly retreating, appearing to be in a dire struggle. In truth, he was indeed embroiled in a difficult contest. At this moment, Sun Wukong's fighting prowess, even without any transformation, surpasses that of his Uncle Piccolo. Uncle, what is your limit? Where lies your strength? Gohan's fist collided violently with Piccolo's face, sending the Namekian warrior tumbling through the air before crashing onto the distant barren ground. Wiping the crimson trail from his lips, Piccolo rose unsteadily to his feet, his emerald hands trembling as existential doubt clouded his mind. Is this truly my limit? Have I reached the end of my potential? Before contemplation could take root, Gohan's devastating Masenko already streaked toward him. No. Piccolo's eyes ignited with sudden resolve. His palms thrust forward to intercept the energy wave as his aura began churning violently. Crackling electricity enveloped his form, the surrounding air distorting under the pressure of his swelling power. Magnificent. This overwhelming pressure. Gohan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he intensified his energy output, forcing Piccolo backward even as the Namekian's power escalated exponentially. Then, a blinding flash. A mysterious circular halo materialized behind Piccolo, erupting in radiant luminescence. His physique began expanding grotesquely, the already towering 2-meter frame bulging with monstrous musculature, his facial features sharpening into terrifying severity while his antennae stood rigid. Most astonishingly, his emerald skin underwent chromatic metamorphosis, transforming into vibrant orange. Orange Piccolo, a super Namekian? Gohan laughed joyously as he witnessed the cataclysmic energy eruption before him. With a thunderous roar, Piccolo deflected the Masenko back toward its originator, his reborn power shaking the very atmosphere. Son Gohan leaped into the air, narrowly evading the attack as the energy wave erupted behind him, unleashing a tempestuous gust. Piccolo gazed in astonishment at the transformation occurring within him. Uncle Piccolo, can you feel it? This must be the additional gift spoken of by the dragon, Son Gohan remarked with a smile. Indeed, such formidable power. Gohan, come and engage me in battle, ha ha ha. Piccolo laughed heartily, his fist clenched as an overwhelming orange aura enveloped him, so dense that it nearly obscured his form. Ha ha. Very well, I shall accompany you to the end. Son Gohan responded with equal mirth, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form. He understood that without transforming, Piccolo could no longer contend with him. The orange-hued Piccolo was extraordinary, yet merely an ordinary Super Saiyan 4 form. However, Son Gohan felt that was more than sufficient. After all, he was no longer the novice who first entered the Super Saiyan 4 state. The current Super Saiyan 4, with its tremendous increase in base power and mastery, had become truly terrifying, incomparable to the past. Should he encounter the ancient foe, Cooler, again, Son Gohan believed he could easily defeat him now. With a roar of energy, Son Gohan's golden aura surged violently. The two fighters, in perfect sync, pressed their feet down firmly and charged toward one another, unleashing a barrage of rapid strikes upon contact. Their forehands moved so swiftly that they became a blur, colliding with thunderous force. Following an explosion of energy, Piccolo leapt into the sky, his right leg slicing downward like a blade, aimed at Son Gohan. Sun Wukong raised his right hand above his head, blocking Piccolo's leg strike. The ground beneath Son Gohan's feet cracked ominously as he stood his ground. After blocking Piccolo's leg strike, Gohan launched his counterattack. With a forceful push of his left hand, he unleashed a searing energy blast that hurtled toward Piccolo at point-blank range. Ha! Piccolo laughed defiantly, showing no fear as he reached out to intercept the incoming projectile. The sheer force of the blast sent him skidding backward dozens of meters. With a mighty heave of his arm, he finally managed to deflect the energy sphere, sending it spiraling into the distant sky where it detonated in a brilliant explosion. But a sudden chill ran down Piccolo's spine. Turning his head, he saw Gohan materialize beside him, flashing a grin that revealed gleaming white teeth. Before he could react, a crushing pain erupted in his abdomen, forcing a spray of blood from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, his stomach convulsing violently. Damn you, Gohan. You're actually going all out. Piccolo growled through gritted teeth as he tumbled through the air. Despite the agony in his gut, he swiftly extended both arms, stretching them like twin serpents for dozens of meters to ensnare Gohan. To his surprise, he caught him effortlessly. Haha, got you now, Gohan. Piccolo roared triumphantly, watching as his coiled arms bound Gohan like a tightly wrapped dumpling. But his laughter died abruptly. Another Gohan suddenly appeared before him, sweeping his legs out from under him with a swift kick. Before Piccolo could recover, he felt his own arm seized in an iron grip. The world spun violently as Gohan whirled him around like a windmill before hurling him away. A split second later, another energy blast detonated against Piccolo's body. Arg! Piccolo crashed onto a pristine white surface, carving a deep trench into the ground as he skidded. He flipped back to his feet, scowling. Damn it. Is this the cloning technique from Yardrat? Haha, technically, it's called the multiform technique, Gohan corrected with a chuckle. Then, with a mere flicker of movement, like this, Piccolo's vision blurred. In an instant, he found himself surrounded by hundreds of Gohans. Piccolo's mind went numb, staring at the overwhelming sea of identical figures, each radiating the same energy signature. He couldn't distinguish the real one. This is just cheating. As Sun Wukong's body swayed once more, all his duplicates vanished in an instant, leaving only his true form. A cold chuckle escaped Piccolo's lips as his body suddenly expanded, growing to over 30 meters in height. Ha ha ha. Wukong, have you ever witnessed this technique? Piccolo laughed heartily, his colossal foot descending towards Sun Wukong, resembling a sailboat in size. The last time he employed this move was during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, where he faced off against Sun Wukong in a life-or-death duel. At that time, Sun Wukong had not yet wed Chi-Chi, or rather, they had just exchanged vows on the stage. In any case, Sun Wukong had surely never encountered this maneuver before. However, in a surprising turn, Sun Wukong's aura erupted dramatically, and he too began to grow, his body soaring to over 20 meters in height as he thrust his hand against Piccolo's foot, sending the latter tumbling to the ground. Piccolo gaped in astonishment at the now massive Sun Wukong. What? Can Saiyans also grow in size? He exclaimed, bewildered. Haha, Sun Wukong declared, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. This is the gigantification technique from Planet Yardrat, Uncle Piccolo. Your tricks are futile against me. Realizing he was outmatched, Piccolo conceded, all right, enough of this, as he reverted to his normal size. Upon witnessing Piccolo's diminutive form, Sun Wukong swiftly followed suit, returning to his original stature. Piccolo's emotions were a tumultuous mix. Alas, even in this form, I am still bested by Wukong. It is simply too difficult. Against someone like Sun Wukong, I believe I could still hold my ground. Yet, facing a prodigy like Sun Wukong is an entirely different challenge. The inherent strength of Sun Wukong's son is exceedingly formidable, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he truly embodies the essence of an extraordinary being. His power is astonishingly overwhelming. Gohan, you are simply remarkable. If only I could contend with Vegeta without such disparity. Piccolo is quite disheartened. Sun Wukong understood that he was speaking the truth. After his transformation, Piccolo possessed power comparable to that of Golden Frieza. In comparison to the current Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, he was equally formidable. However, it was unfortunate that Vegeta's base form was so overwhelmingly powerful that even after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Piccolo, despite his terrifying strength, was no match for him. Not to mention that Vegeta could still push beyond his limits. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Uncle Piccolo, do not be disheartened. You have only just mastered this transformation. With practice, you will undoubtedly become even more formidable. You have already caught up to the pace of those three, and from my observation, your current strength should be comparable to that of Uncle Vegeta. However, there remains a slight distance between you and Trunks, as well as my father. Keep pushing forward to close that gap. Moreover, to be honest, you possess a unique advantage that they do not have. Piccolo, intrigued, inquired, what advantage is that? Sun Wukong chuckled, I am uncertain about the consumption of your transformation, but in terms of physical prowess, you surpass both my father and Uncle Vegeta significantly. As for Trunks, well, you still have some way to go. Piccolo remarked, the consumption is manageable, yet not negligible. Perhaps it is due to my recent mastery of this transformation. Once I become more adept, it will surely improve. Sun Wukong smiled, since we have the rare opportunity to be here, let us reside in this place for a year to perfect this new transformation. Agreed. In the 7th universe, in the northern galaxy, on an unnamed dark planet. Within a dimly lit secret base, Dr. Mew, donned in peculiar attire, was engrossed in his work. He perused through various documents before typing a series of codes on his computer with fervor. After laboring for half an hour, he stood up, stretched, and approached a nutrient chamber. The chamber, with its angular design, was filled with a viscous nutrient solution, surrounded by several energy conduits delivering power. A few nanoalloy wires connected the chamber to Dr. Mew's smart computer, facilitating data transmission. Within the nutrient solution, a peculiar embryo was being cultivated. This strange-looking embryo had already developed its limbs, and its head appeared somewhat oversized. The sound of a powerful heartbeat resonated, audible even to Dr. Mew standing nearby, indicating the embryo's remarkable vitality, even surpassing expectations. With a frenzied expression, Dr. Mew caressed the glass wall of the nutrient chamber, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty fervor. Aha! Baby, grow strong. Become powerful and exact vengeance upon the detestable Saiyans. Those Saiyan monkeys deserve to perish. His teeth ground together with a menacing clatter. His visage twisted in loathing for the Saiyans. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Baby suddenly opened its eyes. With a resounding crack, the nutrient chamber exploded, sending green liquid splattering everywhere. Dr. Mew, caught off guard, was drenched in the viscous fluid. Ugh! He quickly recoiled, spitting out the sticky substance, feeling utterly uncomfortable. However, he soon regained his composure. The chamber had shattered. What had become of Baby? Panic surged within him. No, no. All these years of effort cannot be in vain. He frantically shouted, Baby! Baby! His gaze fixated on the remnants of the nutrient chamber, searching for any sign of Baby, but it had vanished. Where's my precious baby? Where's my precious baby? Suddenly, Dr. Mew sensed something amiss. His body began to mutate. Why is my body moving without my command? He watched in terror as his body moved autonomously, wandering through the laboratory, despite his lack of desire to do so. The sensation was utterly frightening. This. Dr. Mew was gripped by horror. Suddenly, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, flashed red. A pale purple orb of flesh fell from his body, rolling across the floor before transforming into Baby's form. Relief washed over Dr. Mew, his initial reaction being gratitude that Baby was unharmed. Yet, anxiety quickly returned. His control program code had not been fully inputted. This implied that Baby might not heed his commands. Moreover, it had just detached from him, suggesting it was a wild baby, uncontrollable and potentially hostile. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the young baby on the ground. At this point, Baby had already grown significantly larger than when submerged in the nutrient solution. Dr. Mew attempted to communicate, Baby, are you all right? Why did you awaken early? Upon hearing his name, Baby's red eyes sparkled, and it erupted into a mischievous laughter, transforming back into a mass of purple goo and enveloping Dr. Mew. Startled, Dr. Mew exclaimed, What are you doing? Baby, get off me at once. That is an order. Get off. As he spoke, his eyes glimmered red again. And Baby laughed maniacally. He? Get off? Dr. Mew, how bold of you to think you can control me. Dr. Mew's mind spiraled into chaos. In an instant, two distinct personalities formed within him, his own and that of Baby. Furious, Dr. Mew shouted, How dare you defy my command? Baby, what are you planning? He then grinned sinisterly. Dr. Mew, you are merely a mutated robot I created for my own purposes. You dare to try and control me? How utterly naive. Who are you? What does this mean? Dr. Mew was astounded. Such a tone emanating from the newly birthed baby seemed entirely unreasonable. Had something gone awry? The thought chilled him to the bone. Who am I? I am King Zuffle. Baby, now possessing Dr. Mew, laughed heartily. King Zuffle? Doctor. Meow felt a fragment of memory buried deep within him suddenly awaken. Originally, he was merely a mutated robot created by King Zuffle, who implanted specific programs in him to facilitate the creation of Baby. Baby, in turn, was a parasitic entity endowed with King Zuffle's memories and genetic factors, with the singular aim of avenging the Saiyans. All of this was orchestrated by King Zuffle, while Dr. Meow was nothing more than a tool, or perhaps a puppet. However, this puppet had developed its own intelligence and harbored intentions of rebellion. Dr. Meow's eyes flickered with a crimson light before he succumbed to slumber once more. In his place, Baby, possessing all of King Zuffle's memories, emerged. Baby accessed Dr. Meow's memories and learned that Planet Zuffle, originally known as Planet Vegeta, was destroyed by Frieza decades ago. Though Planet Vegeta had vanished, several Saiyan survivors remained, one of whom, named Son Goku, had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza on Namek. Additionally, Vegeta 4, the Prince of Planet Vegeta, also survived the planet's destruction. They now resided on a distant and obscure planet known as Earth. However, this information was over 20 years old. For years, Dr. Meow's focus had been on gathering energy and creating Baby, resulting in a significant lapse in intelligence. Nevertheless, this did not impede Baby's plans. Baby strolled through the underground laboratory before ascending to the first floor. Good day, Dr. Meow, greeted the assembled personnel, comprising researchers and warriors gathered by Dr. Meow over the years. Baby nodded in acknowledgement. A smile spread across Baby's face, contemplating the comprehensive service he was about to initiate, absorbing energy, laying eggs, and then returning to Dr. Meow's body. After this cycle, Baby had grown considerably. Prepare a spacecraft for me, Baby commanded one of his subordinates, who knelt before him. Yes, Lord Baby, the subordinate replied, his eyes glinting with a red light before he hurried off to prepare the vessel. Moments later, the spacecraft was ready. Baby's first destination was the M2 mechanical planet. He piloted the spacecraft towards M2, recalling that his most formidable warrior, the mutated robot Lurd, resided there. Known as General Liru, Lurd was the mightiest force under Dr. Meow's command. Baby desperately needed such power to augment his own. The plan unfolded seamlessly. Upon landing on M2, Baby successfully encountered Lurd. Dr. Meow's appearance proved to be quite deceptive, and as a creation of Dr. Meow, Lurd harbored no suspicions. Thus, as Lurd lowered his guard, Baby seized control of his body. Employing the familiar process of possession, control, egg-laying, energy absorption, and fusion, Lurd was completely dominated and transformed into Baby's likeness. Feeling the surge of formidable strength within, Baby erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Saiyan monkeys, your doom is at hand." This body put with a powerful roar directed at the pallid expanse before him, Sun Wukong tore through the spatial barrier between the hyperbolic time chamber and Earth. The master and his disciple emerged from the rift, standing upon the sacred grounds of the heavenly temple. After a year of rigorous training within the chamber, Piccolo had mastered his new transformation flawlessly, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. The orange-hued transformation of Piccolo rivaled that of Super Saiyan Blue, deviating from the divine Aura's path. Resembling more the evolutionary bloodline of the Namekians, this transformation had elevated Piccolo's physical strength to an astonishing level. As he ran his fingers through his tousled hair, which had grown longer, Sun Wukong bid farewell to Piccolo and Dondi, leaping down from the heavenly temple. He intended to find a place to trim his hair and assess whether any perilous occurrences were imminent in the coming week. As he plummeted from the temple, he summoned the prophetic power within him, seeking to foresee any dangers that may arise in the week ahead. Suddenly, fragmented images flickered in his mind, a spacecraft arriving on Earth, followed by a sudden mutation among the Earthlings, who clamored to annihilate the Saiyans. Their blood-red eyes seethed with hatred, exuding an unmistakable madness. The vision concluded abruptly. Yet Sun Wukong discerned that unsettling events loomed on the horizon. Who could wield control over all the inhabitants of Earth? This question echoed in his mind as he landed in East City. He casually entered a barbershop to have his hair trimmed, his thoughts lingering on who might disrupt the tranquility of Earth during this period. He swiftly ruled out Zamasu, that coward. In this world, with the Supreme Kai still alive and Lord Beerus frequently on the move, even if granted 100-fold courage, he would not dare to disturb the peace. Moro, too, seemed unlikely to stir chaos without just cause. Should he attempt to wreak havoc, the Galactic Patrol would surely respond, and the battleground would unlikely be Earth, as the Saiyans held no enmity towards him. It appears I have overlooked a crucial point. This world is chaotic, with time itself sometimes deviating. Thus one cannot rely solely on a singular line of conjecture. A flash of inspiration illuminated Sun Wukong's mind as he grasped a fragment of memory. The notion of controlling all Earthlings to denounce the Saiyans and the Z-Fighters, particularly Baby, emerged vividly. The conditions aligned perfectly, suggesting a likelihood of over 90% that it was indeed Baby. With everything falling into place, Sun Wukong's furrowed brow relaxed. Once he identified the enemy, the subsequent actions would be far simpler. Should they dare to confront him, he would not hesitate to vanquish them. As clarity dawned upon him, his hair was neatly cut. He gazed into the mirror, reveling in his reflection, undeniably handsome as ever. With a sense of satisfaction, he made his payment. Subsequently, he meandered through the streets, purchasing toys for several children to take home. After indulging in a hearty meal, the now 2-year-old Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang clamored for the opportunity to train with him. Sun Wukong found himself in a predicament, compelled to impart knowledge to 2 children at random. To his astonishment, these twin siblings turned out to be prodigies, grasping myriad concepts with remarkable ease, leaving Sun Wukong to sigh deeply for quite some time. In his own youth, he embarked on the path of cultivation at the tender age of 4, having traversed numerous experiences along the way. Unbeknownst to him, so many years had slipped by. Now, he stands as the father of 2 children, blessed with a loving wife, children, in the presence of his parents and grandfather. Sun Wukong gazed at the resplendent starry sky above. Therefore, let it be known that no one shall dare to disrupt this place, for it is my home. Sun Wukong clenched his fist as the night deepened. Young Master Xiao Wu, Miss Xiao Fang, it is time for bed. The housekeeper approached, gently urging the 2 children to sleep. Xiao Fang and Xiao Wu obediently waved goodbye to Sun Wukong and Biddy. Daddy, Mommy, we are going to sleep now. Yes. Good night, my little ones, Biddy replied with a smile, planting a kiss on Xiao Fang's cheek. Daddy, kiss this side. Xiao Fang pointed to the other cheek. Haha, certainly. Sun Wukong chuckled, kissing the designated spot and then ruffling her soft hair. Good night, Xiao Fang. Sweet dreams. Hee, good night, Daddy. I want one too, Xiao Wu pouted. Haha. Of course. I must give you a few more kisses, he said playfully. Ah, Daddy's beard is prickly. Mommy, hurry and shave it. Oh, you rascal, Biddy laughed. Hee. Good night, Mommy and Daddy, Xiao Wu waved cheerfully as he ran out. Only Wukong and Biddy remained in the courtyard. Those 2 children, Biddy began with a smile. But before she could finish, Sun Wukong pulled her into his embrace. Indeed, they are growing up, he replied, holding his wife close and gazing up at the stars. Biddy nestled against Sun Wukong's chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. Wukong, what are you looking at? She asked softly. I'm admiring the stars above, he replied. Hee, we are like those 2 stars, Biddy said, pointing to the sky where two stars shone closely together, radiating a gentle glow. Yes, I believe those are the ones. The following day, in a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong arrived at King Kai's planet. He presented a hefty compilation of cold jokes to King Kai. "My lord, this is for you," Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. King Kai had a profound affection for cold jokes, albeit his own attempts at humor often fell flat. Thus, Sun Wukong deemed it prudent for King Kai to further his education in this realm. 100,000 cold jokes? Thank you, Wukong. King Kai joyfully accepted the substantial tome, feeling immensely pleased. That rascal Goku never brings me gifts, but Wukong does. Haha, my father is not well versed in such matters. So my contribution is merely a reflection of his, Sun Wukong chuckled. Wukong, what brings you to my humble abode? Is there something you require assistance with? Feel free to ask, King Kai offered, thumping his chest with bravado. Haha, indeed, there is a matter that requires your esteemed help, my lord. Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Speak freely, King Kai encouraged. Well, I have a foreboding feeling that in a few days, some ill-intentioned individuals will invade Earth. Likely remnants of the Ziffel star, and I wish for you to assist me in locating their current whereabouts, Sun Wukong explained. Is that so? Leave it to me, King Kai declared emphatically. He then activated the two antennae on his forehead, commencing a celestial observation centered on Earth. However, such extensive searches were undeniably taxing. Before long, beads of sweat began to trickle down King Kai's forehead. Perhaps you should take a break. There is no need to rush, Sun Wukong suggested, noticing his distress. Nonsense. A pause may result in overlooking a crucial detail, King Kai insisted, unusually earnest in his diligence. Very well, Sun Wukong acquiesced. It seemed that King Kai was somewhat spurred by Sun Wukong's presence, especially since Sun Wukong had been so dedicated to his training, and now had connections to both King Kai and the God of Destruction. King Kai likely sensed a threat to his own standing and wished to keep pace. Haha, Wukong. I found them, King Kai exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as his sunglasses glinted with a spark. In such a scene, Sun Wukong recalled having witnessed a similar occurrence with a young detective. 107. Defeating Baby. As Sun Wukong listened, a surge of vitality coursed through him. Where is it? He inquired aloud. However, before the North Kai could respond, he deftly placed his hand upon the North Kai's back, acquiring the perspective of the Kai. Ha ha ha, practice makes perfect. He no longer required guidance from the North Kai. Why is this spaceship so enormous? Sun Wukong pondered momentarily. In an obscure expanse of the northern galaxy, a colossal spaceship was hurtling through space, en route to Earth. It was indeed rather peculiar, the North Kai remarked, for the vessel was absurdly large, resembling a small asteroid. In an instant, Sun Wukong began to question the validity of his own judgment. This scenario bore a striking resemblance to the metal version of the planet Vegeta. However, Vegeta was a place he had personally dispatched to paradise, making that notion utterly implausible. It was only upon glimpsing the individuals within the spaceship that he realized. Sun Wukong's son suddenly comprehended the situation. Dr. Liard's foremost expert, whose true form is the M2 mechanical planet, possesses the remarkable ability to transform objects at will, converting them into metallic plates. Even humans are not exempt from his transformative prowess. In essence, this individual's capabilities are not only peculiar but also somewhat intricate. So, is Baby now inhabiting this being? According to memory, little Wukong once mentioned that General Liard's strength surpasses that of the former Kid Buu. It is no wonder that Baby has the audacity to seek vengeance on Earth while being embodied in such a formidable entity. Power bequeaths him confidence. Son Gohan pressed his middle and index fingers together against his forehead, focusing his mind with utmost concentration to sense Baby's energy signature. The aura emanating from Baby was extraordinarily complex, a chaotic amalgamation of numerous individuals' energies, further obscured by the vast distance between them, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint. However, with the North Kai providing navigational guidance, Gohan managed to lock onto his target without excessive delay. Perfect. This must be the one. Thank you, Lord Kai. Gohan murmured before vanishing in an instant. Amidst the boundless cosmos, Baby's spacecraft continued its relentless journey. At its current velocity, it would reach Earth within 2 days. Upon arrival, he intended to eradicate every last Saiyan, exacting vengeance for the annihilation of his people. Then, he would rebuild Planet Plant, restoring the glory of the Tuffles. The Tuffles had once been a benevolent and hospitable race, never provoking enmity with any other species. They had dedicated themselves to technological advancement, prioritizing science over physical combat, leaving them vulnerable when the savage Saiyans descended upon their world. The monstrous great apes rampaged across their lands, and the defenseless Tuffles were slaughtered without mercy. Their civilization was obliterated, their planet renamed Planet Vegeta in the Saiyans' honor. The mere recollection ignited an inferno of rage within Baby. Hatred, such profound hatred. Why had the gentle Tuffles perished while those brutish Saiyan monkeys thrived? The universe was unjust. Only overwhelming power could dictate fate, and now, he possessed that power. The Saiyans would soon be erased from existence. The anticipation of vengeance sent tremors of exhilaration through him. He should have rested aboard his vessel. Arriving on Earth refreshed, but excitement denied him sleep. Boom. Abruptly, the ship collided with something unseen. What? Baby snapped to attention. His gaze locking on to an unexpected figure materializing in the void of space, a lone warrior pressing a hand against the ship, forcibly halting its momentum. Damn it, who dares? Fury surged as Baby's form shifted, the spacecraft dissolving and reforming into his towering metallic body. Then, his eyes fell upon the unmistakable sight, a thick, furry tail swaying behind the intruder. His pupils constricted. Saiyan. You wretched Saiyan monkey. Baby snarled, trembling with unbridled wrath. He didn't know why one of their kind stood before him now, obstructing his path, but it didn't matter. Every last Saiyan deserved death. Die. Die. Blinded by fury, Baby lunged. Fists a relentless storm aimed at Gohan's destruction. Son Gohan swiftly darted about, evading all of Baby's attacks. Suddenly, with lightning speed, he pressed his hand against Baby's chest. Before Baby could react, an intense surge of energy erupted from his palm, piercing through Baby's ironclad form with a single blow. Baby's body began to shatter, disintegrating into fragments. As he sensed the transformation within his being, a mixture of shock and rage consumed him. How could this be? It was inconceivable. This body possessed immense power. Even the formidable Frieza of old could be vanquished with but one strike. How could this happen? Baby let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. And then his essence withdrew from Lilda, panting as it floated in the vastness of space. As Baby extracted himself, Lilda's metallic body could no longer withstand the pressure, erupting violently into a cloud of cosmic dust. It was evident that the disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable, although Lilda boasted power surpassing that of Bu. He was no match for the current Son Gohan. Sun Wukong effortlessly vanquished his opponent with just a slight display of his prowess. Son Gohan raised his hand, palm directed at Baby, with energy shimmering brilliantly in his palm. Baby, you possess your reasons for seeking vengeance, and I, too, have something that I must protect. Therefore, you cannot depart from here today. As Baby observed the energy pulsating from Son Gohan's palm, panic enveloped him. He was bewildered as to how Son Gohan knew his name. Yet he recognized that the Saiyan was undeniably formidable, so powerful that he felt utterly helpless in comparison. If only he could seize control of his body. With this thought, the once despondent Baby's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, and he broke into a wide grin before transforming into a mass of liquid, lunging towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan was well aware of Baby's intentions. Attempting to seize control of his body? What a preposterous notion. The energy sphere, released from Sun Wukong's hand, soared forth and collided with the oncoming liquid. The sphere pierced through the mass of purple fluid, emitting a plume of white smoke that inflicted a searing pain upon Baby. However, the silver lining was that it did not completely annihilate him. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Sun Wukong, a powerful aura surging forth, enveloping Baby in a wave of energy that swept across the galaxy. Helpless, Baby reverted to his true form, his face etched with terror as he gazed at Sun Wukong. How could this be? He possessed the ability to possess others, indeed. Yet, he had forgotten that the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Such colossal energy as that of Sun Wukong was beyond his capacity to control. Son Gohan's mere display of rage rendered his opponent immobile. Ultimately, the root of the matter lay in the fact that Baby's current form was still too feeble, while Son Gohan was overwhelmingly powerful. The two were no longer beings of the same dimension. In this moment, Baby felt a twinge of regret. He had been excessively impulsive, arrogant, and inflated with self-importance. Had he known that retreating and cultivating his strength for a few more decades might have afforded him a chance for revenge, he would have chosen differently. Yet now, it was too late. Who could have anticipated that the Saiyans would evolve into such formidable and terrifying beings? After a fleeting moment of panic, Baby began to plead for mercy. Please, let me go. I promise I will not seek revenge again. No, Son Gohan replied coldly, as he raised his hand and pressed it against Baby. Baby screamed, his body swiftly disintegrating into dust, disappearing completely. 108. The arrival of planet Mampa. Watching as Baby was utterly reduced to nothingness, Sun Wukong remarked with a hint of disdain. Humph, how could I possibly let you go? Your very existence disturbs my peace. While it is not wrong for you to seek vengeance, it is equally justifiable for me to end your life. The Saiyans may have annihilated your kin, yet they have received their due retribution. Such matters are of no concern to me. I am solely aware that you pose a threat to the earth and to my family and friends. In your next life, strive to be born into better circumstances. As soon as Sun Wukong murmured his words, he instantaneously transported himself to the King Kai's planet. Upon his arrival at this celestial realm, the magical beans had once again sprouted and flourished. This time, a total of 56 seeds had been sown, resembling a small patch of verdant crops. At the moment Sun Wukong arrived, Jebet had just finished watering the young sprouted beans. Son Gohan chuckled heartily as he patted his shoulder, remarking, this individual is none other than the father of the Senza beans in the realm of the Kais. With a laugh, he continued, Jebet, you've worked hard. Upon noticing Son Gohan, Jebet, usually so stern, allowed a rare expression that was almost a smile to grace his face. Mr. Gohan, it's no trouble at all. Not in the slightest. I'm merely passing the time in boredom, Jebet replied. Come, everyone, let us eat. Son Gohan called out, retrieving a capsule from an alternate dimension and laying out the prepared food within. The enticing aroma of the food soon drew both King Kai Asin and Old Kai over to join. While they dined, the two Kaishins subtly inquired about some details regarding Beerus, revealing their evident curiosity about him. Although Sun Wukong is not capable of expressing everything he knows, He has shared some insights with them, fostering a harmonious atmosphere between both parties. In truth, even to this day, the old Kaioshin remains oblivious to the reasons behind Beerus sealing him within the Z-Sword 75 million years ago. He merely believes that Beerus was displeased with him at that time and sought to play a prank, resulting in an enduring confinement that has lasted for countless years. Reflecting on it now, he feels a shiver of apprehension. Son Gohan certainly comprehends the reasons behind Beerus's decision to seal him away. However, such matters are not ones he could divulge. They involve far too many complexities, and he is not the type to be loquacious. Thus, regardless of how the old Kai might inquire indirectly, Son Gohan would remain tight-lipped about the truth. After a while, Son Gohan asked, Lord Kai, could you assist me in locating the position of Planet Wampa? Planet Wampa? Is there a particular reason for your visit there? Inquired Kaioshin Asen. Indeed. There is a matter of some importance. Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. Very well, please hold on for a moment while I search for its location, the Kaioshin responded, promptly commencing his search. Moments later, he exclaimed, Ah, I have found it. This planet lies on the edge of the galaxy. It is extremely remote, and the living conditions are quite harsh. Are you truly intent on going there? Haha. Yes, I am indeed serious about this. It is sufficient to have located it. Lord Kai, please wait for me for a moment while I summon Trunks so that we may go together, Son Gohan hurriedly replied. Before the Kaioshin could complete his sentence, Son Gohan had already vanished without a trace. Mr. Gohan is ever so impetuous. He cannot seem to sit still, always darting about, the old Kai remarked. Jebet chuckled. I must say, ever since we became acquainted with Mr. Gohan, our Kaioshin planet has become considerably livelier. He scratched the back of his head, appearing rather foolish. When Sun Wukong found Trunks, the latter was poking the little bundle of fluff that was Bra. He was then vociferously reprimanded by Vegeta standing nearby. Trunks, be careful. Don't hurt Bra, you fool. Pay attention. Sun Wukong never anticipated that his instant transmission would land him in such an embarrassing scene. However, upon noticing Sun Wukong, Vegeta discreetly ceased his scolding of Trunks. Ahem, well, Trunks, come with me for a moment. Sun Wukong feigned ignorance and directly stated, Ah, all right. Trunks nodded and followed closely behind him. Brother Gohan, where are we headed? Trunks inquired with curiosity. To a rather delightful place, Gohan replied with a smile. A delightful place? Trunks was puzzled, evident by the 3 question marks that appeared above his head. First, let's head to the Kaioshin planet, Gohan said as he reached out to grasp the nape of Trunks' neck, but reconsidered and instead placed his hand on his shoulder. In an instant, they teleported to the Kaioshin planet. Upon arrival, Trunks expressed his confusion, stating, Brother Gohan, what is so entertaining about the Kaioshin planet? I would rather stay home and play with my sister. Son Gohan delivered a sharp kick, exclaiming, You pathetic Siscon, be quiet. Trunks shot him a glance, retorting with a laugh, Haha, Gohan, you're the one talking. Who is it that returns home cradling one daughter in the left arm and another in the right? You are no less a slave to your children. The audacity of the young lad, he had certainly learned to banter. Infuriated, Son Gohan retaliated with a punch. Haha. Look at you, all flustered. Trunks guffawed, the atmosphere around them brimming with joviality. Trunks had undergone quite the transformation after everyone was revived, occasionally indulging in jest. Nevertheless, one should never doubt his remarkable swiftness in combat. The long sword at his back could dispatch foes with unparalleled speed. After delivering a blow to Trunks, Son Gohan adopted a serious demeanor. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. I must take you to a place called Planet Wampa. Gohan, could you elaborate on our purpose at Planet Wampa? Inquired the Supreme Kaioshin. This was a question that resonated with everyone present, including Trunks. Son Gohan smiled and said, I have received intelligence from various sources suggesting that there are surviving Saiyans on Planet Wampa, and I wish to verify this information. The notion of surviving Saiyans on Planet Wampa struck many as rather astonishing. Trunks inquired, could it be my uncle? I recall my father mentioning that he had a brother wandering through the cosmos, yet his current whereabouts remain unknown. Aside from that, there should not be any other Saiyans. Sun Wukong remarked, I am uncertain, hence I wish to investigate. The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a reasonable approach. Let us embark on this journey together. Jebet, I must ask for your assistance, he added. Of course, my Lord Supreme Kai, Jebet replied. Everyone, please place your hands upon me. Son Gohan, Trunks, and King Kai placed their hands upon Jebet. King Kai provided Jebet with the coordinates of Vampistar, thus enabling Jebet to teleport there with a mere instant of super instant transmission. Whoosh! A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves upon Vampistar. This celestial body was but a diminutive asteroid perched at the fringes of the galaxy. Resources were exceedingly scarce here, the climate harshly inhospitable, and flora remarkably sparse. Due to relentless winds battering the surface for countless years, Vampistar's terrain had become pockmarked, riddled with caverns that bore a striking resemblance to grotesque faces of demons. Within these ubiquitous natural hollows crawled bizarre and malformed creatures. The sight was appalling, monstrous beasts, devilish caverns, and an overwhelming stench filled the air. The group could not suppress their discomfort, feeling utterly nauseated. Jebet swiftly covered his nose. Could any human truly survive in such a place? No matter the angle of observation, this planet appeared to be a haven for monsters. Aside from the myriad of grotesque beasts, a peculiar type of plant thrived here, serving as the sole sustenance for these creatures, who clung to life by feeding on it. When its stems were severed, a viscous green liquid oozed forth, bitterly foul in taste, reeking of an abhorrent stench. Yet, this was the only source of nourishment available on Vampistar. Without it, starvation loomed. As the four surveyed their surroundings, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. They leapt into the air only to discover that they had been standing upon the back of a colossal beast. This creature, resembling a spider the size of a basketball court, lay sprawled on the ground, its 8 slender legs supporting its massive form. It emitted high-pitched calls in response to the four above, startling all nearby monsters. My, what a gigantic spider! Trunks gulped nervously. They had indeed been perched atop this monstrous arachnid. How terrifying! Sun Gohan exclaimed, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast that obliterated the gigantic spider into dust. Surrounding them were countless smaller spiders, though not nearly as large. These creatures possessed rows of glistening white teeth, their eyes glowing red. But one would be gravely mistaken to assume they consumed food in the conventional manner. They opened their enormous mouths, revealing elongated appendages that extended from between their rows of teeth, using these to pierce the plants and siphon their green sap to survive. This peculiar feeding method resembled that of mutated mosquitoes, yet their appearance remained spider-like, an unsettling amalgamation. Not far off lay a vast pit, overgrown with lush green grass. Surrounding this chasm were swarms of enormous. Sun Gohan remarked as the four of them soared towards the source of the energy. Thousands of miles away lay a natural cave, where the air was arid and devoid of any lurking beasts, as if the creatures dared not approach this place. Inside the cavern, there were several jars filled with a green liquid, alongside a few carcasses of seemingly edible monsters. Additionally, 2 human figures could be seen, a pair of surviving Saiyan father and son, Paragus and Broly. Paragus had entered the twilight of his years. His hair was a cascade of white, his posture slightly hunched, and a deep scar marred his left eye, rendering him blind. He reclined on a rough-hewn wicker chair, observing his son, Broly, who was industriously engaged in his tasks. Broly was exceptionally tall, towering over 2 meters, with a physique that was extraordinarily robust. It was truly remarkable that he had grown to such stature on a planet so bereft of nutrients. The industrious Broly, bare-chested, showcased a physique of solid muscle, while donning a rather flamboyant pair of purple tights. The pelt tied around his waist was, in fact, an ear from a creature named Baya, Broly's sole companion on the desolate planet of Wampa. However, Baya was merely a monster. In his youth, Broly often played with Baya. But Paragus believed that a Saiyan should not exhibit such kindness and felt that Baya's presence severely impeded Broly's combat training and the dignity of their kind. Consequently, he inflicted injury upon Baya, tearing off one of its ears, which resulted in Broly losing his only friend. This act bred a deep resentment within Broly towards Paragus for a prolonged period. Due to his innate temperament, Broly often succumbed to bouts of uncontrolled rage, leading to violent outbursts. To mitigate this, Paragus devised a collar for Broly, capable of delivering a special electric current to subdue him during these episodes. The remote control for this collar was perpetually affixed to Paragus's waist, never leaving his side. Broly possessed striking features, with a thick and rugged mane of hair, adorned with powerful muscles, and his limbs appeared long and proportionate, as if crafted for battle. It is worth noting that a celestial body, akin to a moon, orbited near Wampa, capable of emitting over 1700 Whz of Bluzz light waves. Consequently, in his early years, Broly had also undergone a transformation into a great ape. But Paragus had severed his tail to prevent further occurrences. At this moment, both Broly and Paragus had lost their Saiyan tails. Broly was diligently extracting the foul-smelling liquid from the stems of plants, pouring it into a bottle, as Paragus gazed at his son in a daze. Due to his advancing age, his once keen eyes had dulled, clouded by time and the scarcity of resources on Wampa. Living on such a harsh planet had deprived his body of essential nutrients, resulting in a multitude of ailments. Broly. It seems we are destined to perish in this wretched place, Paragus murmured softly, his words unheard by Broly. I refuse to accept this fate, King Vegeta. He clenched his fists, his thoughts drifting back over 50 years. It was during this time that Broly was born, endowed with a prodigious talent that eclipsed even that of Prince Vegeta. Fearing that Broly's extraordinary abilities might threaten his own throne, King Vegeta resolved to exile him to the barren planet of Wampa. As a father, Paragus vehemently chastised King Vegeta before pursuing his son to Wampa. However, misfortune struck, and their spacecraft was damaged, trapping them on this forsaken planet for over 50 years. Paragus had aged from youth to old age, while Broly had transformed from a babbling infant into a towering behemoth. Yet, despite the passage of time, they had awaited the arrival of a single ship in vain. Despair had long since settled within Paragus. He had relinquished hope, convinced that no one would ever venture to this remote world. The only fate that awaited them was to wither away here. Paragus's eyes grew hazy, and he drifted toward slumber, envisioning himself strangling King Vegeta in his dreams. He had slain him in dreams countless times, yet each awakening revealed the stark reality of their existence on Wampa. The depths of his despair were unfathomable. Curse you, King Vegeta, he muttered. In a dazed state, Paragus observed as 4 figures approached the cave's entrance, casting shadows that darkened the cavern further. What a vivid dream. he mused, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Upon refocusing, he leapt from his wicker seat. Meanwhile, Broly had ceased his work. Alert and watchful of the sudden arrivals, Son Gohan and the others. Though he struggled with speech, he remained silent, his gaze fixed intently. However, Paragus' sudden movement ignited a surge of elation within him. People, genuine people. After more than 50 years, the sight of other humans filled him with astonishment. The arrival of others on Wampa implied they possessed a spacecraft. With this notion, he and Broly could finally escape this cursed realm. Yet, the joy was fleeting. Paragus' gaze fell upon the furry tail of Son Gohan and Trunks, causing his pupils to constrict as vigilance washed over him. He stared intently at Son Gohan and the others, gradually inching closer to Broly, while loudly proclaiming, "Did King Vegeta send you?" In Paragus' mind, he believed Son Gohan and his companions were Saiyans dispatched by King Vegeta, tasked with confirming Broly's existence. Given that they had found him alive, there was a significant likelihood they would seek to eliminate him. In such a scenario, Broly's intervention would be imperative. Son Gohan's gaze remained fixed upon Broly. And upon hearing Paragus' words, he chuckled, "Rest assured, we are not sent by King Vegeta. The king you speak of perished over 50 years ago. And even planet Vegeta has since been obliterated." "Impossible. Do not attempt to deceive me," Paragus retorted with a cold smile, positioning himself behind Broly as he questioned loudly. "Planet Vegeta destroyed? Is that even conceivable? Such childish fabrications are absurd. Perhaps you might fool the Navi Broly, but you cannot deceive me, Paragus. After all, I once held the rank of captain. Ah, how ironic it is that often the truth goes unrecognized and unheeded by others." Sun Wukong, uninterested in further discourse, directly stated. "So, you have no intention of leaving planet Wampa, is that correct?" Son Gohan's unconventional approach left Paragus momentarily bewildered. Under normal circumstances, one would expect continued explanations or deceitful reassurances, yet this individual bypassed numerous steps. "Very well, you have triumphed. I wish to depart." Paragus' thoughts were disoriented as he muttered, "I wish to leave. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If your Broly can defeat him, I shall agree to escort you away from planet Vampa." As Son Gohan spoke, he gestured towards Trunks. "Me?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at himself. Son Gohan leaned closer to Trunks and whispered, "Test his strength, but do not be too ruthless. He does not seem like a malevolent individual." "Ah, I see. Gohan intends to assess the opponent's capabilities." "Wait, what did Gohan just say? Could the author kindly rewind?" "Gohan suggested that the giant should defeat me, and then take the two of them away from planet Wampa?" "Indeed, that was the statement. How absurd. This is truly outrageous." Gohan's words seem somewhat excessive. "After all, I am your disciple. What does it mean to be defeated by another?" Could it be that Gohan, on the surface, wishes to evaluate that giant while, in reality, he is testing me? TSK, 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 good thing I am perceptive. I have seen through this entirely. Very well, let it be so. I shall be the stepping stone for the wild giant Saiyan. Trunks, his gaze alight with excitement, clenched his fists, making them crackle. Paragus, upon hearing Gohan's words, also brightened. "No one understands Broly's strength." Son Wukong pointed towards the expanse beyond the cave. Soon, everyone gathered outside, on a spacious stretch of land. Perhaps due to Broly's presence, no creatures were to be seen in the vicinity. Trunks and Broly stood facing each other. Trunks unsheathed the longsword from his back and tossed it to Sun Wukong. "Brother Wukong, could you hold on to the sword for me?" Since their intention was not to slay one another, the longsword seemed unnecessary. Engaging in combat with fists and feet would more effectively convey the exhilaration of battle. Sun Wukong firmly caught Trunks' sword of courage and then cast it into a dimensional rift. Paragus stood a short distance away, unwilling to align himself with Sun Wukong and his companions, primarily out of fear that they might ambush him. Trunks, surveying the towering Broly, who was a head and a half taller than him, inquired, "What is your name, big guy?" Broly returned Trunks' gaze and, after several seconds of silence, managed to utter, "Broly." Such a lengthy reaction time suggested a lack of intelligence. Trunks introduced himself, saying, "I am Trunks." Broly, transform into a Super Saiyan. The fight will be far more engaging. Broly, however, was utterly perplexed by the term Super Saiyan. "Do you not know what a Super Saiyan is?" "Well, it seems there is no one here to enlighten you. Observe closely." Like this. With a determined breath, Trunks clenched his fists and, with a sudden surge of energy, transformed into the radiant form of a Super Saiyan. As Trunks enveloped himself in a golden aura, Broly's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first encounter with such an extraordinary transformation. In truth, aside from his father, he had never seen another human being. Meanwhile, Paragus stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the mention of a Super Saiyan. Cautioning Broly, Trunks said, "Be careful, I am coming at you." Broly, maintaining his keen focus, nodded with utmost seriousness. With a thunderous crash, Trunks propelled himself off the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, and shot towards Broly like a bolt of lightning. Now, let's summarize the ages of the characters in this narrative. The current year is 784 in the Age of the Dragon. Son Gohan, born in the year 757 of the Age of the Universe, he is 27 years old. Sun Wukong, born in the year of the Age 737, aged 47. The Dragon Ball Super seems to have added 3 years. Vegeta, born in the year of the age 732, age 52. Bulma, born in the year of the age 733, age 51. Broly, born in the year of the age 732, aged 52. Trunks, born in the year of the age 766, aged 18. Gula, born in the year of the age 757, aged 27. Chi-Chi, born in the year of the age 737, aged 47. Sun Wukong, born in the year 781 of the AG era, at the tender age of 3. Sun Wukong and Sun Xiaofeng, born in the year of AI, 782, age 2. Dabura, born in the year of AI, 784, not yet 1-year-old. Clin, born in the year of AI, 736, age 48. Tianjin Fan, born in the year of AI, 733, age 51. Jiaozi, born in the year of AI, 738, age 46. Yamcha, born in the year of AI, 733, aged 51. Bick, born in the year of AI, 753, aged 31. Master Roshi, born in the year of AI, 430, aged 354. Paragus, birthday unknown, likely over 80. In a fierce battle, Trunks faced Broly. The speed was astonishing. Within the blink of an eye, Trunks arrived in front of Broly, his right fist slicing through the air and landing heavily on Broly's face. The impact visibly distorted Broly's features, sending his entire body flying. The earth trembled as he crashed into several weathered stone mountains, raising a cloud of dust and smoke that enveloped the area for miles. Paragus shouted in alarm. His son had been knocked away in the first round, a thought he had never entertained. A fleeting glance at Trunks revealed a vague resemblance to King Vegeta, causing his murky eyes to narrow in surprise. Could this boy be the son of Vegeta? Amidst his bewilderment, Broly's furious roar echoed from afar, like a wild beast. He charged through the smoke, rushing towards Trunks with a raging aura tinged in green. His cries were primal and unrestrained, lacking any technique. Broly relied solely on his physical prowess, barreling towards Trunks and throwing a punch. Trunks, however, countered by transforming his fist into a palm, seizing Broly's hand and, with a swift maneuver, executed a shoulder throw that sent Broly crashing deep into the earth. The ground cracked, stones flew, and a powerful green light erupted from beneath. Broly, enveloped in a swirling aura, unleashed a chaotic energy that wreaked havoc around him, demonstrating his inability to control his own power. His mouth agape. He released a primal scream of fury, his energy surging uncontrollably. His dark, messy hair stood on end, and the surrounding aura shimmered with a blend of gold and green, sending shockwaves in all directions. Within moments, Broly's once black pupils transformed to gold, and his energy expanded to an astonishing level, resembling a youthful Super Saiyan 4. Paragus struggled against the overwhelming force, rolling on the ground. In a flash, Son Gohan teleported to his side, shielding him from the chaos. Paragus was astonished by Gohan's unexpected kindness, though he suspected ulterior motives. Don't worry, just stay back and let the younger ones handle this. Gohan instructed without turning his gaze from the battlefield, fixated on Broly. With another furious roar, Broly charged at Trunks once more. Although taken aback by Broly's growth, Trunks did not believe he was outmatched and boldly confronted him. Both unleashed their right fists simultaneously, colliding with a deafening force that sent shockwaves through the sky, shattering the clouds above. Debris erupted into the air, and the ground beneath them crumbled. The two engaged in a relentless struggle, their powerful roars mingling with the sounds of their clashes. Energy waves surged through the air, a dazzling display of golden and green light. As if divine punishment were descending upon them, Paragus swallowed hard, astonished by Trunks' strength, realizing that King Vegeta would have seemed a mere jester in comparison. Had the younger generation of Saiyans truly become this formidable? A glance at Gohan made him wonder if he was even stronger. The Trunks had yet to finish his words when a massive beam of green light pierced the heavens. Broly once again soared into the sky, his already robust physique expanding further, enveloped in a completely green aura that distorted the surrounding air. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared before Trunks with astonishing speed. One hand shot out, seizing Trunks' arm and holding him firmly in place, while the other hand unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. The sounds of impact echoed painfully, accompanied by Trunks' anguished cries. On the ground, everyone clenched their fists in response to the dire situation, observing the unfolding chaos. Paragus could not help but exclaim, Broly can harness the power of the great ape transformation in his human form, yet he is entirely unable to control this rampaging force. He has lost all sense of reason. Is it not time to conclude this battle? As he spoke, he reached for a small remote control at his waist. Just then, everyone witnessed the collar around Broly's neck shatter unexpectedly. What? Paragus's hand trembled, nearly dropping the remote. How could this happen? What do we do now? Do not worry. It is fine, Gohan reassured him. Fine. Your friend is on the brink of death, and you say it's fine? Paragus's murky eyes perceived the grim reality. Broly continued to pummel the young Saiyan, and Trunks had already coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, a piercing scream, powerful enough to shatter stone, resonated through the air. Trunks' body erupted with a fierce wave of energy and golden light, forcibly breaking free from Broly's grasp. Broly paused, taken aback by the sudden surge of Trunks' power. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Trunks erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! It has been so long since I felt this exhilarated. It ignites my blood. Allow me to show you my Super Saiyan 4. With a fierce roar, Trunks clenched his fists as his aura began to spiral wildly. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a tempest arose. A brilliant light suddenly illuminated the horizon. Trunks' body surged upward, transforming into the Super Saiyan 4 form. His wild, purple hair flowed majestically, and the fur exposed on his body matched the same hue, resembling a deep grape purple. In an instant, the overwhelming force emanating from him pushed Broly back several steps. Broly's transformation was dwarfed by the unparalleled strength of Super Saiyan 4 Trunks. Witnessing this, Paragus was left astounded. Having been isolated for over 50 years, he was astonished at how extravagant the Saiyans had become. Trunks' energy is extraordinary, the Supreme Kai remarked, unable to contain his admiration. This was his first encounter witnessing Trunks transform into Super Saiyan 4, and he felt it was distinct from Gohan's transformation. When Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, he emanated an aura of unparalleled dominance that captivated the Supreme Kai. In contrast, Trunks conveyed a sharpness akin to the edge of a sword, a relentless sharpness that pressed forward without hesitation. Yet, one aspect remained consistent. Both were immensely powerful. With a resounding crash, the transformed Trunks shattered the air as he launched a direct punch towards Broly. Fueled by fury, Broly showed no intention of evading, confronting Trunks' fist head-on. However, this time he could not withstand the ferocity of Trunks' onslaught. He found himself retreating repeatedly, unable to gauge the number of blows he had absorbed in the fleeting moment. Yet, with each strike, Broly's anger intensified, as if he were inexhaustible. Suddenly, a roar escaped his lips, and he unleashed a torrent of green energy waves towards Trunks. With a swift gesture, Trunks deflected the energy sphere, which erupted in a cataclysmic explosion in the distant skies, wreaking havoc upon planet Vampa. In the next instant, Broly clenched his right hand, summoning an overwhelming surge of energy that coalesced into a green energy wave aimed at Trunks. In response, Trunks brought his hands together and executed a volleyball-style spike, sending Broly's attack flying away. Following this, Trunks let out a disdainful grunt and closed the distance, unleashing a frenzy barrage of strikes upon Broly. The sounds of impact reverberated through the heavens. Yet, astonishingly, Broly's energy showed no signs of diminishing, displaying an extraordinary level of resilience. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and gazed for a while. It was evident that Broly's power had reached a certain impasse, unable to ascend further. In his golden ape form, it seemed overly ambitious to contend with Trunks in his Super Saiyan 4 state. Unless Broly could transcend this limitation and transform into a Super Saiyan, his strength would not augment once more. Moreover, Broly was an ally, not an adversary. Sun Wukong was counting on him to participate in the potential power tournament, contributing to the 7th universe. Therefore, if there existed a method to unveil Broly's latent power, he would not hesitate to explore it, considering it an opportunity to enhance the team's strength. However, the prerequisite was to avoid any missteps. A miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Sun Wukong raised his gaze to observe the patera earrings adorning the ears of the Supreme Kai. Oh, it appears there is no cause for concern. The risk remains within a manageable threshold. Is there a method by which Broly could swiftly ascend to Super Saiyan? Glancing at Paragus, Sun Wukong felt it was time to pay a small tribute to King Frieza for his intellectual property. He turned to Paragus with a smile and said, "Uncle Paragus, in order to facilitate Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan, it seems we may have inadvertently offended someone, huh?" Paragus was momentarily taken aback. What could this possibly mean? However, before he could ponder the matter further, he was struck by a wave of dizziness, collapsing in a faint. Son Gohan, with swift reflexes, caught his body and then placed him in a position visible to Broly. Observing Son Gohan's enigmatic actions, the Kaioshin and Jebit were left bewildered. What are you doing, Gohan?" The Kaioshin stammered. He sensed that Paragus had merely fallen asleep. There was nothing physically amiss. Sun Wukong chuckled. "Prepare the offering for Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan." "Ah?" Jebit and King Kai exclaimed in astonishment. "Is an offering necessary for a transformation into a Super Saiyan? Is it akin to the rituals of the Super Saiyan god?" Their confusion was palpable. They had never witnessed such a thing. In that moment, Sun Wukong raised his right hand and made a decisive cut across his left palm, causing blood to spray onto Paragus's face. It was a mere scratch, akin to the bite of a mosquito. No pain, no discomfort. In the blink of an eye, his left palm healed completely. King Kai and Jebit stared at him in bewilderment, their heads filled with an increasing number of question marks. How could they possibly understand this? With all preparations in place, Sun Wukong suddenly called out to Broly, "Broly, look, what is this? Your father is dead." He pointed at the blood-soaked Paragus above him. King Kai and Jebit were taken aback. What is happening? Gohan's voice thundered across the sky. High above, Broly, who was being suppressed by Trunks, heard it clearly. Even Trunks paused momentarily upon hearing Gohan's words. What kind of devilish strategy was this? The moment Broly turned his gaze downward and saw his father lying motionless in a pool of blood, his entire body trembled violently. His pupils contracted rapidly. And in an instant, he erupted with fury. Aya! His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Veins bulging across his entire body as his face twisted into a monstrous visage. In that moment, he wasn't just enraged, he was utterly consumed by madness. Aya! A bestial roar tore from his throat, shaking the heavens and the earth. As his scream echoed, the golden hue in his eyes vanished completely, replaced by pure, unbridled fury. His aura surged uncontrollably, his once dark hair standing on end before transforming into a radiant golden blaze. At that moment, Broly shattered his own limits, awakening the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. A terrifying emerald energy exploded outward from him, sending shockwaves across planet Vampa. The skies darkened, thunder roared. And even distant planets trembled under the sheer force of his unleashed power. His wrathful presence rippled through the cosmos. On Earth, Goku and Vegeta suddenly snapped their heads upward. Their faces etched with shock. Such an immense ki. Who is this? Goku muttered in disbelief atop Mount Pozu. That's a Saiyan's energy, Vegeta growled. His fists tightening within Capsule Corporation. Recalling Gohan's sudden request for Trunks earlier, realization struck him. Did those brats sneak off to fight someone powerful behind my back? Seems like it, Goku said, appearing beside him in an instant. Come on, Vegeta, let's check it out. With 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, Goku prepared to teleport. Humph. Vegeta scoffed but grudgingly placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. In a flash, they vanished, heading straight for planet Vampa. Meanwhile, Broly, now fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, lunged at Gohan like a rabid beast, intent on tearing him apart in vengeance. But Trunks swiftly intercepted him. Big guy, he declared firmly, your opponent is me. Aya! Broly's fist lashed out in blind fury, and the two clashed once more in a storm of destruction. In the high skies, Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly appeared. Astonished as they beheld the fierce battle between Trunks and Broly, their eyes ablaze with a warrior's fervor. They then turned their gaze towards the ground, locating the positions of Gohan and the others before descending. As soon as he touched the earth, Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together in excitement and inquired, Gohan, what on earth is happening? We've discovered 2 surviving Saiyans adrift in the galaxy. Gohan replied succinctly, then nudged Paragus. Hey, Uncle Paragus, wake up. Your mission is complete. The battle in the heavens took a tense turn. After Broly successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, his powers surged tremendously, allowing him to surpass Super Saiyan 4 Trunks in an instant. Trunks, now on the back foot, was forced into a defensive stance, struggling to keep up. The air was filled with explosive energy as their clashes reverberated violently. After enduring several of Broly's heavy strikes, Trunks felt a surge of pain, as if his very organs had been rattled. On the ground, Paragus finally stirred after Gohan shook him a few times. Bewildered, he felt a sticky sensation on his face and raised a hand to rub it, only to find it smeared with his own coagulated blood. Startled, he recoiled in horror, his eyes wide with fear. What happened to me? He stammered, trembling. Don't worry, Uncle. That's my blood. You're perfectly fine, Gohan reassured him, producing a bottle of water. Here, wash your face. He unscrewed the cap and poured the water over Paragus with a fluidity that suggested prior practice. After cleaning himself, Paragus looked up and his gaze fell upon the face of Vegeta, the very visage he had loathed, when he had imagined strangling in his dreams countless times. You scoundrel. Vegeta. Paragus' fists clenched, his teeth gritting audibly, filled with hatred, anger, and hostility. His animosity was palpable, enough for Vegeta to hear. Vegeta crossed his arms and turned slightly, raising his chin in a gesture of disdain towards Paragus. Oh, you recognize me? Of course I do. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. Paragus seethed. Humph. So you hold a grudge against my father. And what of it? Vegeta replied coldly. Paragus was momentarily speechless in the face of Vegeta's arrogance. Enough with the past grievances. After all, you cannot hope to defeat Uncle Vegeta now. What good is it to bare your teeth at him, if it truly vexes you? You can let Broly confront him later, Gohan suggested. At Gohan's words, Vegeta's lips twitched in amusement. Paragus fell silent but, upon reflection, found Gohan's reasoning to be indisputable. After all, with his meager battle power and advancing age, he could only rely on Broly for vengeance. Meanwhile, the combat in the skies raged on, growing increasingly brutal. Broly relentlessly pursued Trunks, his rage fueling a ferocity that left Trunks questioning his very existence. Green energy crackled and exploded around them as Trunks dodged at high speed. Yet he was still struck multiple times, leaving him in a state of disarray. Suddenly, Broly seized Trunks by the foot, and despite Trunks' desperate struggles, he could not break free. Broly swung him like a hammer, crashing him down towards the ground. The earth trembled and cracked beneath the impact. Dazed and bloodied, Trunks felt his strength waning. Yet he refrained from crying out in agony. Infuriated by his son's plight, Vegeta could no longer this is simply extraordinary, so powerful that it defies description. The onlookers, Sun Wukong, King Kai, and Jebet, were equally astonished beyond measure. Broly's strength was overwhelmingly ferocious, and his fighting style was wild and untamed. They had never encountered such a ferocious and invincible warrior, exuding an aura of invincibility. Paragus patted Gohan on the back. Gohan turned back, puzzled. Broly has won. The words spoken earlier must hold true, Paragus declared. It turned out that Paragus had been preoccupied with this matter, fearing that Gohan and the others might go back on their word. Yes, it counts. I'll remember, Gohan assured him, turning back to the battle. Within mere moments, Vegeta found himself outmatched, pursued by Broly in a desperate scramble, even more disheveled than Trunks had been moments prior. Vegeta ascended into the sky, employing the classic tactics of a prince. Instantly, the planet of Wampa trembled violently, energy erupting like a tempest. Yet, a massive green energy shield suddenly expanded, accompanied by a fierce roar. Broly soared unharmed, launching a green energy sphere towards Vegeta. Vegeta, too, escalated his power, unleashing a formidable barrage to counter Broly's assault. The two energies collided with a thunderous explosion, causing Vegeta to spit blood and be hurled backward, gravely injured. Vegeta, Sun Wukong shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and charging toward the battlefield. 114. The clash of red and green. Sun Wukong instantaneously transported himself onto the battlefield, intercepting Broly and affording Vegeta a moment to breathe. With his remarkable speed, Sun Wukong deftly evaded Broly's ferocious assaults. Furthermore, his strength slightly surpassed that of Vegeta and Trunks, rendering him somewhat more capable in confronting Broly. Vegeta arose from the dust, lifting his right hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cast a furious glance at Broly, his anger palpable. As the noble prince of the Saiyans, how could he endure being mercilessly battered by an unknown wild Saiyan? This was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, the fact that Broly could overpower their Super Blue state, while merely in this ordinary Super Saiyan form, was incomprehensible. It was truly astounding. Trunks soared to Son Gohan's side, his face contorted in despair as he lamented, "Gohan, I have been defeated." Observing Trunks' despondent demeanor, Son Gohan comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "It's all right. I might not fare any better against him." Indeed, Broly was extraordinarily powerful, and the terrifying aspect was that he had yet to undergo formal training. He was merely relying on the innate instincts of a Saiyan in battle, yet even so, he had already demonstrated an overwhelming superiority over ordinary Super Blue and Super 4 forms. He was a prodigious combat genius. Listening to Son Gohan's words, Trunks was left speechless. Having experienced the battle firsthand, he was acutely aware of Broly's terrifying rate of advancement. It had taken Broly hardly any time at all to transition from being unable to contend with an ordinary Super Saiyan to utterly dominating Super 4, showcasing his astonishing prowess. Such a being, akin to a demonic entity, was indeed invincible, instilling both fear and fervor. At this moment, after engaging Broly for a while, Sun Wukong began to show signs of defeat, soon being launched away by a single punch from Broly. Vegeta, no longer a mere observer, synchronized with Sun Wukong's attack rhythm and charged at Broly. Sun Wukong soared back into the fray, as the two Super Saiyans in their blue forms joined forces to confront Broly. In an instant, energy surged and fierce winds spiraled around them. The trio chased one another, circling the planet Wampa multiple times, while the monstrous inhabitants of the world were nearly obliterated by the shockwaves of their battle. Broly raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, relentlessly pursuing Sun Wukong and Vegeta with unbridled ferocity. The atmosphere crackled with the storms of energy generated by their combat. Boom! Another series of colossal explosions erupted. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were gravely injured. The transformation into Super Saiyan Blue exacted a significant toll, and their continuous exertion had drained their power, causing them to falter from their peak state. Broly's assaults grew increasingly formidable. Huff, huff, huff. Both warriors gasped for breath, having not endured such a grueling battle in ages. Broly, seemingly impervious to fatigue, charged at them once more, delivering devastating punches that sent blood gushing from their wounds. In the blink of an eye, their Super Saiyan Blue forms could no longer be sustained, reverting to their black-haired state as they collapsed into the dust. This sparring partner was undeniably terrifying. Even in battles against Beerus, the god of destruction would occasionally hold back, striking a balance. But the rampaging Broly showed no such restraint. Each of his blows a lethal strike that reminded them of the looming specter of death. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Wukong and Vegeta both wheezed as they struggled to rise from the debris, but their strength and energy were utterly depleted, rendering them unable to continue the fight. Broly, indifferent to their plight, swung his arms, sending two energy spheres hurtling toward them. Son Gohan could no longer remain a mere spectator. In a swift motion, he flickered twice and rescued both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, presenting each with a magical beam. The two energy spheres erupted violently, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. Broly's green aura surged once more, racing towards the assembled group. In his complete loss of reason, Broly remained oblivious to the fact that Paragus stood right behind everyone, very much alive. One cannot deny that even Paragus was taken aback as Broly charged towards them like a wild beast. The Supreme Kai and Jebet found themselves instinctively taking a step back. "Allow me to take charge." Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, transformed into Super Saiyan 4 with a thunderous roar and charged forward. Broly, letting out a fierce cry, swung his fist in response. Son Gohan, too, gathered his energy, delivering a punch that shattered the air. With a resounding boom, their fists collided, unleashing waves of energy that erupted in concentric circles around them. The onlookers staggered back as the energy erupted above the planet Wampa, cascading into the galaxy and radiating a terrifying brilliance. In the initial clash, both warriors were pushed back several paces, with Son Gohan feeling as though his arm had nearly lost sensation. What incredible power! The last time he had battled against Gula, he had not felt such immense pressure. Yet now, his strength had multiplied several times over since that encounter. It could only be said that Broly's power was extraordinarily formidable. With a swift motion, both combatants sprang into action almost simultaneously. However, Son Gohan, utilizing instant transmission, clearly gained the upper hand in speed. He appeared behind Broly in an instant, delivering a powerful knee strike that sent Broly hurtling away, flipping twice in midair before, astonishingly, charging back towards Son Gohan, as if unfazed. Humph, come on, who fears whom? Son Gohan propelled his energy to its zenith, meeting Broly's charge with a velocity surpassing his own. The fists clashed with a thunderous impact. Space itself fractured and tore as they plunged into a kaleidoscopic realm. With each collision, Son Gohan felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, yet he was exhilarated. This exhilarating combat was precisely what he needed at this moment. After exchanging hundreds of blows, he noticed the dark red fuzz on his body was soaked with beads of blood seeping from his skin, but it mattered little. His extraordinary regeneration and recovery abilities were more than sufficient to sustain him. With a thunderous explosion, an unknown space detonated. The two warriors reappeared above the planet Wampa. Locked in a fierce struggle, golden and green energies cleaved the sky in two, while thunder and lightning crackled around them. The air was filled with frenzied howls and furious shouts. Broly's energy surged once more, his muscles pulsating and swelling, becoming even more imposing. His golden hair stood on end, transforming into a vivid green hue. This was Broly's full-power Super Saiyan form, or perhaps his ultimate energy state. Son Gohan spewed a mouthful of crimson blood as he was sent flying, his right arm bone snapping audibly while his heart convulsed and cracked from the impact. Huff, huff, huff. His superhuman regeneration and recovery abilities activated instantaneously. Tendons reknit, bones realigned, and his heart reconstructed itself amidst a cacophony of popping sounds throughout his body. Gazing upon Broly, who stood like a demonic deity descended upon the mortal realm, Gohan let out a resounding battle cry and shattered his limits. His golden aura transformed into a radiant rose-red hue, shimmering with ethereal luminescence. His hair shifted from black to fiery orange, then deepened into a blood-red shade. Tenfold Kamehameha. A torrent of scorching, blood-red energy roared forth, surging toward Broly. Faced with this monstrous transformation, Gohan dared not hold back. In response, Broly condensed two colossal emerald energy spheres in his palms, merging them into one before hurling it toward Gohan. Crimson clashed with Viridian in the heavens. The space around them fractured, jagged bolts of lightning lashing down with deafening thunderclaps. The planet Vampa trembled violently, its very foundation threatening to collapse under the cataclysmic storm of power. Then, a flash of white light. Whis and Beerus materialized in the skies above. Beerus tilted his head, observing the energy struggle between Gohan and Broly with mild astonishment. And who, pray tell, is that green-haired brat? His power already surpasses some of the weaker destroyer gods, no? Regarding Broly, personal perspective only, Broly's growth is not infinite. Rather, his potential had already reached that pinnacle, lying dormant within him like untapped reserves. Intense combat merely accelerated the unlocking of this latent power. If he could grow indefinitely at such a pace, the very balance of the cosmos would shatter, destroyer gods, and even Zeno would be rendered obsolete. Furthermore, Broly's golden Oozaru form, his so-called Wrath state, can suppress Super Saiyan God but falls slightly short against Super Saiyan Blue. Presently, future Trunks Super Saiyan 4 is roughly equivalent to Super Saiyan Blue, weaker than Goku's but stronger than Vegeta's. Broly's Super Saiyan form, however, utterly overwhelmed both Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue, forcing them to resort to fusion as Gogeta in the movie. Yet, I do not believe Broly and Gogeta are equals. Gogeta in Super Saiyan Blue was toying with Broly. In my estimation, Goku's Ultra Instinct, Sign, could contend with Broly's Super Saiyan form, while Mastered Ultra Instinct would defeat his legendary Super Saiyan state. The latter likely sits between Sign and perfected Ultra Instinct in power. The inclusion of Gogeta was purely fan service, a narrative contrivance. Chapter 115, Clash of the Demons Scions my, another Scion, it seems, Whis remarked with an amused smile. With that, the two descended toward Goku and the others. The moment Whis arrived, the destabilized planet Vampa steadied itself, the chaotic energy storm subsiding slightly. Paragus stared in bewilderment at the growing crowd. Decades of solitude on Vampa, and now visitors arrived in droves. And these beings didn't even need spaceships, just appearing out of thin air. His limited worldview couldn't process such absurdities, leaving him utterly stupefied. Beerus frowned at the Supreme Kai, puzzled as to why the deity kept appearing at the epicenter of these disasters. Mistaking his gaze for curiosity about Broly, the Supreme Kai hastily explained the Scion's origins. Alas, Broly was the least of Beerus' concerns. Above them, Emerald and Crimson energies continued their violent struggle. Yet, the blood-red wave gradually weakened, the green force pressing forward, inch by inch, overwhelming the Kamehameha. Sun Wukong's veins bulged prominently, and he sensed the velocity of his blood coursing through his body intensifying, as if he could hear the rushing sound akin to a torrent, threatening to erupt. Ah! Ah! With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong forcefully pushed the Kamehameha wave back a few meters. However, at that moment, the two streams of energy, having engaged in a fierce contest for too long, could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted violently. In an explosive display of blinding light, cataclysmic energy surged outward, racing into the depths of the galaxy. The planet Wampa, situated closest to the epicenter of the explosion, faced the brunt of the energy storm and was violently shaken. Its surface area reduced by 2/3 in an instant. Had it not been for Whis shielding a portion of the area, Wampa would have been reduced to mere cosmic fireworks. In the air, both Sun Wukong and Broly were thrown back by the tremendous explosion, spiraling through the air several times before regaining their composure. Gohan's labored breaths echoed as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Though Broly remained uncertain of the extent of his injuries, he could discern the rise and fall of Gohan's chest, marred by splotches of blood on one arm. "Hey, you're hurt, aren't you?" Gohan remarked, clutching his chest with a grin. Broly's emerald hair, in its full power form, indeed exhibited a remarkable intensity, surpassing Gohan's current Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Gohan had begun to recognize the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Broly's aura had surged to its zenith, showing no signs of further escalation. Son Gohan took a deep breath, his remarkable regenerative abilities restoring his body to peak condition once more. Gazing at Broly, he mused to himself, "My previous conjecture was indeed correct. Broly's rapid increase in strength resembles the phenomenon of potential release. The energy within him has already reached this magnitude. It is merely that he lacks the ability to harness his own power. The intense battles have compelled him to adapt to this newfound strength, forcibly unleashing the potential that has been dormant within him for years, thus arriving at his current state. In other words, he is not capable of boundlessly augmenting his power. Moving forward, he must continue to cultivate his potential or engage in training to further enhance his abilities." As Sun Wukong contemplated, Broly's eyes once again ignited with a bloodthirsty gleam, his entire being surging with green energy as he roared and charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan erupted with a rose-red aura, charging forward to engage in a fierce clash. After countless exchanges, his blood surged with an unprecedented fervor for battle. Amidst the intensity of the combat, wisps of white mist emanated from his skin, a testament to the relentless high-energy output he was sustaining. Such a formidable physique was a rarity. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since succumbed. While Broly indeed possessed greater strength, Sun Gohan remained undaunted, embodying a spirit that grew bolder and more powerful with each challenge faced. It was a relentless struggle, a passionate embrace of combat, fighting with the utmost ferocity. Sun Wukong felt a formidable beast, wilder than Broly himself, gradually awakening within him. A mesmerizing tapestry of red and green light intertwined, marking the sky with the remnants of their battle. On the ground, Trunks gazed upward in awe, repeatedly exclaiming, "Though we are both Super Saiyan 4, the chasm between Gohan and myself is insurmountable. My Super Saiyan 4 pales in comparison to Broly's ordinary Super Saiyan form, let alone this green-haired transformation. Were I in his place, I would likely be vanquished in an instant." Vegeta and Goku shared his sentiments, having recently endured considerable blows that forced them to revert from Super Saiyan Blue to their base forms. It seemed that the true strength did not lie in the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, but rather in Gohan himself. Sun Wukong turned his head to Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, what do you make of Broly's Super Saiyan form? It seems so utterly irrational." After a brief moment of silence, Vegeta replied, "In his current state, it appears he has harnessed the power of the great ape while remaining in his humanoid form, subsequently transforming into a Super Saiyan. This may be the most primal manifestation of a Saiyan, somewhat akin to a demon Saiyan. This individual has lost his sanity, succumbing to overwhelming rage, and subsequently transcended the limits of the great ape power, culminating in his present condition." Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? I don't understand." Vegeta cast him a disdainful glance. "Never mind. It's useless explaining anything to your porcine intellect." Sun Wukong. Beside him, Trunks inquired, "Father, there can't be many Saiyans of this type, can there?" Vegeta replied, "Such a mutated Saiyan may not emerge even once in a millennium. It is astonishing that one should arise in our era." Trunks silently marveled at this revelation. Beerus, with a smirk, interjected, "Humph, you Saiyans are indeed fascinating." Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong was sent flying, his body battered and bruised, with a significant amount of his fur having fallen out. Thankfully, he had an abundant coat. Ha ha ha, delightful. Yet I shall not take advantage of you. Sun Gohan erupted with laughter, calling out as he tossed a magical beam towards Broly, who was charging at him, intent on delivering a beating. Broly, consumed by rage, roared wildly. The beam landed perfectly in his mouth. For a moment, Broly was taken aback, then swallowed it. A second later, he was once again in a frenzy. All his injuries healed, his power surged back to its peak, even exceeding it. His enormous fists tore through the air as they came crashing down. Ha ha ha, come on. Sun Gohan seemed to have lost his mind as a glimmer of crimson light flickered in his eyes, resembling a demon. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, sending Sun Gohan hurtling backwards, his energy surging violently. Yet, in the next moment, he charged back with even greater ferocity, raising his fist to strike Broly's face, causing his head to tilt at an awkward angle. It appeared as though he aimed to turn the tide and unleash a brutal assault on Broly. Thus, the two madmen engaged in the forms of Gohan, and Broly plummeted from the sky, crashing into the earth below. A thick plume of smoke billowed upwards, causing the already diminutive planet Wampa to tremble violently. Soon, two figures, a vivid red and a vibrant green, burst forth from the smoke, accompanied by a fierce gust that howled past the onlookers. The tempestuous winds caused the garments of all present to flap wildly. Ha ha ha, I have become, echoed Gohan's maniacal laughter through the whirlwind. 116, the awakening of beasts. Ha ha ha, I have become. Sun Gohan appeared to have lost his sanity, erupting into wild laughter. With a resounding crash, he was sent soaring into the sky by a single punch from Broly. As Gohan ascended in his Super Saiyan 4 form, it suddenly crumbled, his body enveloped in the relentless cascade of thunderbolts raining down from above. Oh no, Gohan cannot sustain his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Trunks exclaimed in alarm, ready to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Vegeta. Father, let me go? Trunks urged anxiously. Fool, are you seeking your own demise? Gohan's energy has not diminished in the slightest, have you not noticed? Vegeta glared at him. Well, that is true, but why has Gohan's Super Saiyan 4 limit been breached? Trunks pondered aloud, his gaze fixed on the sky as his eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, he was overwhelmed with concern. For Gohan's aura not only remained stable, but began to surge with alarming intensity. Boom! A massive bolt of purple lightning struck down, illuminating the pitch-black sky. Ha ha ha! Sun Gohan continued to laugh heartily. Amidst his raucous laughter, his body began to exude a torrent of dense silver energy waves. Strands of purplish-red arcs danced wildly in the air, incessantly entwining around his form with a crackling resonance. Sun Gohan's luscious, raven-black hair stood exaggeratedly on end, rapidly transforming into a striking silver-gray hue. A lock of silver bangs cascaded down upon his forehead, while his ebony eyebrows also morphed into a shimmering silver, rendering his visage exceedingly formidable. His onyx eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson that swiftly shifted into an otherworldly red. In that moment, Sun Gohan resembled a frenzied beast, his heart ablaze with the fervor of battle and an insatiable thirst for combat. The warrior within him had awakened. A vibrant silver-purple aura surged around him, as he stood amidst the flashes of lightning. At that instant, his formidable silhouette seemed to be etched into the annals of legend. In a word, he was breathtakingly handsome. Yet, Broly was indifferent to his allure. With a furious roar, he charged at Sun Gohan, his towering 3-meter frame moving faster than the very lightning itself, his vivid green hair billowing in the wind like that of a demon god. The flurry of punches rained down like mercury spilling forth, enveloping Sun Gohan. The air shattered under the force, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Gohan's silhouette swayed within the trajectory of his fist before his right punch exploded forth with blinding speed. A dull thud resonated as the devastating blow connected squarely with Broly's abdomen. A terrifying surge of energy erupted through Broly's body, bursting from his back in a violent discharge. The impact sent Broly hurtling backward through the air. In a silver blur of swirling energy, Gohan vanished, only to reappear midair, seizing Broly's arm with an iron grip, restraining the berserker in mid-flight. With one hand anchoring Broly, Gohan unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike sending Broly's body reeling violently through the air. Blood sprayed from Broly's mouth in ragged spurts as he was battered mercilessly. With a thunderous roar, Gohan clamped both hands onto Broly's body and surged downward at breakneck speed. Harnessing monstrous strength, he hurled Broly like a meteor toward planet Vampa. Boom! The planet shattered upon impact, erupting into a dazzling supernova of destruction. In the instant of Vampa's annihilation was conjured an energy barrier, shielding their vantage point from the cataclysmic blast. Broly! Broly! Paragus screamed in desperation, his voice trapped within Whis protective dome. His son had been at the epicenter of the explosion, yet his cries went unheard. Among the stunned onlookers, only Whis maintained his serene smile. The rest stood frozen, jaws slack in sheer disbelief. The sudden transformation of Sun Gohan once again left them in awe. It was reminiscent of his first metamorphosis into Super Saiyan 4, Yet this time the intensity was even more pronounced. After all, Gohan's current aura far surpassed the strength he exhibited during his initial Super Saiyan 4 transformation. That earlier transformation exuded a commanding presence and offered a striking visual impact. However, in his current silver-haired form, Gohan emanated not only power but also an air of sinister elegance, appearing both arrogant and invincible, a perfect blend of majesty and ferocity. Beerus, resting his chin on his hand and tilting his head, remarked, "This young lad Gohan has concocted yet another new transformation. How peculiar. Ha ha ha. Does Lord Beerus wish to spar with him again?" Whis chuckled. "Let me think. Perhaps it would be best to let him rest for now," Beerus replied. "How considerate of you, Lord Beerus," Whis responded with a smile. Trunks, his eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, "What in the world is this new transformation of Gohan S? It's entirely unlike the transformations of a Super Saiyan, nor does it resemble an evolution of divine energy. Indeed, it is astonishingly powerful," he added, observing Gohan's unbeatable stance. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly thrilled by the sight. Meanwhile, Vegeta appeared somewhat perplexed. For reasons unknown, Gohan always seemed to astonish everyone with his unexpected brilliance. Each time he trained, he advanced further ahead of everyone else, leaving them in his dust. Damn it, that wretched Kakarot. How could he father such a prodigious son? Vegeta seethed, for Kakarot was merely a lowly warrior. He glanced at Trunks. Although Trunks was undoubtedly talented, even surpassing him, he still fell short when compared to Gohan. Am I really going to compare myself to Kakarot's second son? No, I, Prince Vegeta, must maintain my dignity. Ultimately, it was all Kakarot's fault. He glared fiercely at Son Goku. Meanwhile, the astonishment of the Kaioshin and Jebit was inconsequential. As the blinding light of the explosion in the cosmos finally dissipated, Broly floated in space, blood trickling from his mouth, appearing unconscious. In his unconscious state, his body reverted to its normal black-haired form, significantly shrinking in size. Son Gohan soared to Broly's side, lifting his body effortlessly before instantaneously teleporting within Whis' protective barrier. As he gently laid Broly upon the ground, Paragus rushed over, anxiously shaking Broly's form. Broly, how are you?" he exclaimed. "He is merely unconscious," Son Gohan reassured him. "Though he has sustained some injuries, they are not fatal." With that, he retrieved a senzu bean, prying open the corner of Broly's mouth to administer it. "What are you giving him?" Paragus inquired, his voice laced with urgency. "A restorative medicine," Son Gohan replied, casting a stern glance in his direction. Paragus dared not question further, fully aware that he stood no chance against Son Gohan here. Moreover, if Son Gohan truly intended to harm them, he need not resort to such elaborate measures. Calming down, Son Gohan relinquished the ferocious, beastly form, reverting to his usual self. This primal state had rendered him exceedingly irritable, perpetually yearning for conflict, rendering it unsuitable for moments of repose. Paragus remained fixated on Broly's physique. Suddenly, he observed Broly's throat constrict as he swallowed a senzu bean, and instantly, his injuries dissipated, his breathing becoming steady once more. Paragus continued to shake Broly gently, and gradually, Broly awakened. "Father?" he murmured in a daze. "Yes," Paragus replied, and in an instant, Broly sprang up, his previously vacant expression now adorned with rare joy. "Father, you're not dead?" "No," Paragus reassured him, gesturing towards Son Gohan. "He deceived you." "Ha ha ha," Son Gohan chuckled heartily. "I merely wish to assist you in transforming into a Super Saiyan swiftly." Ignoring him, Broly lowered his head, a semblance of guilt washing over his features. He had once again succumbed to rage. Surely, his father must be distressed. In truth, Paragus was not troubled. Rather, he was brimming with elation, nearly ready to take flight. His son had triumphed over Vegeta and his progeny, releasing pin-up frustration. They had won the match, enabling them to escape their current predicament and depart this wretched place, an occasion of sheer double delight. Observing Broly's downcast demeanor, Paragus placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Well done, Broly." Broly looked up at his father, confusion etched across his face. "You won the match. We can leave here now." "You did exceptionally well," Paragus reiterated. As he absorbed his father's words, the frown on Broly's face gradually melted away, visibly transforming into happiness. With matters finally resolved, Broly and his father accompanied Son Gohan and the others to Earth. Beerus imparted a stern warning to Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai before returning to the God of Destruction's planet with Whis. Meanwhile, Son Gohan arranged for Broly and Paragus to reside in an uninhabited estate beneath the lookout, providing them with a bounty of everyday necessities and sustenance. Gazing at the mountain of provisions, Paragus and Broly were momentarily bewildered, particularly Broly, whose face was a portrait of confusion. Having grown up on planet Vampa, he was accustomed to a diet consisting of bitter, foul-smelling green plant juices, occasionally supplemented with the raw flesh of monstrous creatures, meats that were even more unpalatable than the green liquid. Thus, confronted with such an abundance of supplies, his only responses were bewilderment and curiosity. Is all of this for eating and drinking? Broly's mind was inundated with questions, represented by an array of black question marks hovering above his head. Sun Wukong handed him a bottle of water, urging him to take a sip. Broly received the water with a puzzled expression, yet the bewilderment on his face showed no signs of diminishing. Son Gohan tossed a bottle to Paragus and opened one for himself, tilting his head back to take a few hearty swigs. Broly observed Gohan's carefree demeanor, his Adam's apple bobbing, and cautiously took a small sip, his eyes immediately brightening with surprise. "What is this?" he inquired, pointing at the water bottle. "It's just plain water," Gohan replied. "It's quite refreshing." Broly tilted his head back and gulped down the entire bottle in mere moments. Gohan silently handed him another bottle. This poor fellow. It must be his first time drinking pure water in his life. Broly swiftly finished off another bottle. If only his affection levels were visible. Sun Wukong discerned that Broly's fondness for him had unexpectedly surged to over 80 points. "Try this," he said, as he tore open a bag of potato chips and offered it to him. This time, Broly showed no hesitation and indulged enthusiastically. Son Gohan pointed to the pile of items and said, "Within this assortment, there are both cooked and some raw food that requires cooking." Before he could finish, he noticed Broly had already seized a raw pig's foot and began gnawing on it. "Well, I suppose it won't cause any harm. One must commend his strong teeth." Beside them, Paragus hesitated before inquiring, "Gohan, are the things you mentioned earlier truly factual?" "What things?" Son Gohan asked. "The matters concerning planet Vegeta," Paragus replied. "Oh, that is indeed true. Approximately 50 years ago, planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza. The number of surviving Saiyans is now exceedingly small, aside from a few children." "You have essentially encountered them all," Son Gohan elucidated. Paragus was bewildered. How could the warrior race of Saiyans have fallen to such depths? Why would Lord Frieza choose to destroy planet Vegeta? In his perspective, the Saiyans had always been Frieza's right-hand allies, forming the backbone of his army. Thus, he found it incomprehensible that Frieza would have any reason to annihilate planet Vegeta. Son Gohan elucidated. "It is due to Frieza's fear that a Super Saiyan may emerge from among us Saiyans, one who could instill dread within him." "I see," Paragus continued. "But what of King Frieza now?" He struggled to alter his address, a habit ingrained over decades. "Frieza was slain by my father long ago." "Oh, if I am not mistaken, you must be a descendant of Bardock, as your father bears an uncanny resemblance to him. I once had a slight acquaintance with Bardock. While he lacked in empathy, he was undeniably formidable. It is astonishing that his progeny possesses such prowess as well." Paragus subtly lavished praise in a series of flattering remarks. Son Gohan remained silent. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that there could be any camaraderie between Bardock and Paragus. The Saiyans of yore were both brutal and cold-blooded. They were consumed by their insatiable thirst for battle, to the extent that they might turn against their own sons or fathers without a second thought. Indeed, they were a vicious and merciless race, rendering any notion of friendship utterly nonsensical. Sun Wukong, disinterested in trivial matters, swiftly shifted the conversation and remarked, "Uncle Paragus, Broly is an extraordinarily powerful warrior. Yet he struggles to manage his immense strength and anger. Therefore, I shall periodically instruct him in various disciplines." "Ah, splendid. This is absolutely marvelous," Paragus exclaimed, his excitement palpable and somewhat exaggerated. "Very well, let us proceed with this plan. I shall return tomorrow. Do your best to refrain from aimless wandering, as it would only heighten the likelihood of Broly's rampage," Sun Wukong advised. "Understood," Paragus nodded in agreement. He was genuinely content with their current situation. Compared to the desolation of planet Vampa, this place felt more enchanting than any dream. Moreover, with King Vegeta deceased, his lingering resentment had largely dissipated. Although the sight of Vegeta still stirred anger within him, the fervent desire to eliminate his adversary had waned. If necessary, he could always allow Broly to spar with him a few times, knowing full well the latter would prevail. As Paragus pondered these thoughts, Sun Wukong approached and gently patted Broly on the shoulder. In response to Broly's bewildered gaze, he executed an instant transmission back home. Not long after arriving home, Piccolo appeared, inquiring about the unfolding events. The battle between Sun Wukong and Broly had been nothing short of terrifying, with an unimaginable magnitude of energy. Piccolo, being on Earth, had certainly sensed it. However, he lacked the ability to teleport. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly joined them on planet Vampa. Son Gohan recounted the events to Piccolo, who listened in astonishment. The notion of mutated Saiyans and new transformations piqued Piccolo's curiosity immensely. In the days that followed, aside from familiarizing himself with his novel transformation, Son Gohan devoted much of his time to training Broly. However, Broly's emotions proved exceedingly difficult to manage. In moments of rage, he was as if in a trance, entirely oblivious to his actions. Consequently, Son Gohan devised two strategies to address this issue. First, he contemplated utilizing the dragon's power to resolve Broly's current predicament, though the dragon required over 6 months before it could be summoned again. The second approach involved sending Broly to the God of Destruction's planet for Whis to train him, as it was believed that Whis would possess the necessary methods. In another tale of Trunks, a special side story, He utilized the time machine to return to his own world. After stowing the machine, he ventured into a dilapidated building, uncovering a concealed door that led him to the basement constructed by Bulma. Although it was subterranean, Bulma had transformed it into a brightly lit space. Trunks adjusted his attire and hastened towards Bulma. "Mother, I have returned," he declared. Bulma turned, revealing her now 50-something visage, marked by years of toil and anxiety, making her appear older than her age. Upon seeing her son safe, a radiant smile spread across her face, accentuating the lines around her eyes. "So, was everything smooth, Trunks?" she inquired with a smile. Trunks nodded. "Yes, the special medicine has successfully reached Mr. Goku, but there was an unexpected turn of events." Bulma raised an eyebrow. "An unexpected turn? What was it?" Setting down the sword from his back, Trunks took a seat beside her and began. "Mother, you may be surprised to hear this, but I encountered someone you would never expect in the past world, Gohan, who also returned from the future." Bulma paused. "Gohan? From the future? Is that even possible?" "Indeed, mother. This Gohan was incredibly powerful, with both arms intact and a physique much more imposing than we recall. He shared that in his world. He was not killed by the androids, and through rigorous training, he became immensely strong, ultimately defeating androids 17 and 18, bringing peace to his realm." Bulma was taken aback. "How can such a thing be? Is time travel not unique? To think there could be multiple timelines is beyond my imagination. What happened next?" Trunks continued. "Gohan taught me some methods to rapidly enhance my strength. With these techniques, I might soon be capable of defeating the androids." "Mother, did you not once construct a gravity chamber for father?" Gohan suggested that training in such a chamber could expedite my progress. "Ah, now that you mention it, I do recall that Vegeta frequently utilized a gravity chamber for training. The chamber he used was a spaceship crafted by your grandfather, though unfortunately, that vessel is long since decommissioned. But fear not, I shall create another for you. Constructing a gravity chamber is far simpler than the time machine and can be completed swiftly." Trunks clenched his fists in excitement. "That would be splendid." After sharing this with Bulma, Trunks donned his sword once more and set off in search of the Supreme Kai's temple. Alas, it appeared that the temple had been destroyed by the androids long ago. Fragments of stone floated in the sky, remnants of the Supreme Kai's domain, while the room of spirit and time lay in ruins, with even Corinne's tower collapsed. Not a trace of Mr. Popo could be found. In his despair, Trunks placed all his hopes on the gravity chamber. Months later, Bulma fulfilled her promise, successfully reconstructing the gravity chamber. Trunks embarked on an arduous training regimen that lasted tirelessly for 2 years. Eventually, he broke through his limitations and emerged even stronger, his muscles more defined than before. This marked the initial stage of his ascension to Super Saiyan. "Gohan, I shall avenge you," he declared, strapping on his sword and soaring into the sky, determined to confront androids 17 and 18. Fortune favored his resolve when, in a fit of rage after losing a game, android 18 inadvertently revealed herself, prompting Trunks to track her down. Upon her sudden appearance, 18 redirected her fury towards Trunks, launching herself at him with the intent to destroy him. Yet Trunks, fueled by newfound strength, struck her down with a single blow, reducing her to a cloud of mist. Witnessing this, android 17 attempted to flee, but Trunks, faster than he had ever been, intercepted him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. As 17 staggered away, Trunks ascended once more, unleashing a devastating energy blast. "Perish, wretch," he proclaimed just as the blast engulfed 17, obliterating him into dust. At last, peace was restored to the world. Nevertheless, Trunks remained vigilant in his training, acutely aware that more formidable foes awaited him. Thus, time continued to pass until the monstrous Cell could no longer restrain himself and launched a surprise attack on Trunks. However, the ever-prepared Trunks would not allow Cell to succeed. Without any unforeseen events, Shalu was also slain by Trunks. Years swiftly passed by. One day, the Supreme Kai and Jebit found Trunks and informed him about the emergence of Majin Buu, subsequently bringing him to the Supreme Kai's planet for rigorous training. The first task, of course, was to draw the Supreme Kai's sword. After exerting considerable effort, Trunks finally succeeded in extracting the sword. Remembering son Gohan's words, he devised a way to break the Supreme Kai's sword. This act allowed the old Supreme Kai to break free from his seal and return to the mortal realm. Shortly after, news reached the Supreme Kai that Babidi had arrived on Earth, preparing to unleash Majin Buu. Despite the urgency of time, the old Supreme Kai activated Trunks' latent potential. The ultimate potential of Trunks was fully unleashed, surpassing that of Super Saiyan 2 by a significant margin. Jebit and the Supreme Kai sent Trunks back to Earth. Meanwhile, Babidi's minions were still scouring the planet for energy from its inhabitants. Majin Buu remained sealed. Following a devastating battle, Dabura, Pui, and Babidi were all vanquished by Trunks. The seal containing Majin Buu was once again hidden away by the Supreme Kai. After this, Trunks requested the Supreme Kai to take him to Namek. From Namek, Trunks brought back Dandy. With the Supreme Kai's assistance, Earth was able to reconstruct the Heavenly Temple, and Dandy became the new deity of Earth. However, The only difference was that this deity lacked the company of Popo and had only Trunks as a friend. Subsequently, Dandy created the Dragon Balls. With the aid of Shenron, Earth rapidly regained its vitality, flourishing in a state of prosperity, with everything progressing favorably. During this time, Trunks seized the opportunity to visit the underworld. After a thorough search, he successfully located the Z fighters, but they were unwilling to return to life. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had resided in Hell, had atoned for his sins and was reincarnated. Trunks returned to Earth and encountered Mai, embarking on a joyous and fulfilling life together. As for Broly, Son Gohan ultimately decided to take the second approach and send him to the God of Destruction's planet. Presently, Broly, apart from his uncontrollable rampages, resembled a blank canvas, innocently terrifying. Whis could freely paint and modify this blank slate. Indeed, Broly possessed remarkable talent, and thus Whis gladly accepted him as a disciple. Partly due to the generous offerings from Son Gohan. During a meal, Son Gohan decided to inquire about Beerus. He looked at Beerus and asked, "Lord Beerus, what is it that you do in your daily work?" Beerus glanced at him, remaining silent while continuing to eat. Work? It was impossible to work. He could only eat and sleep. The mere mention of work drained him of energy. However, Whis smiled and explained on Beerus' behalf. Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus' duty involves patrolling the planets of the 7th universe, determining which planets require destruction. If a planet has lost all significance, it will be obliterated. So, it is not destruction at whim? Son Gohan probed cautiously. What are you talking about, kid? Beerus shot him a glare. Just making conversation, Son Gohan shrugged. Whis added, ho ho ho, certainly not. Planets that are thriving cannot be indiscriminately destroyed. The primary targets for destruction are those decaying dead planets, those without any hope of salvation. However, if certain planets cause adverse effects and create imbalance in the universe, they may also be forcibly destroyed. I see. Son Gohan turned to Beerus and remarked, TSK, TSK, TSK. Lord Beerus, it would be wise for you to refrain from indulging in excessive slumber. Instead, you ought to dedicate yourself earnestly to your duties. Your current work ethic is rather lackluster. And do you not fear being eclipsed by other deities of destruction? If your superior were to evaluate your performance unfavorably, the consequences could be dire. You must not allow him to continue his slumber. Rise and shoulder the responsibilities of the 7th universe. Huh. If only Lord Beerus could adopt Mr. Gohan's commendable work attitude. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Whis, do refrain from your incessant chatter. It is exasperating. Beerus glared at Son Gohan, massaging his temples, feeling a slight headache. This brat is far too noisy. Gohan, you ought to silence yourself as well. Can you not even keep your mouth shut while eating? I resolutely oppose your relentless pursuit of productivity. Day in and day out, it's either training or running about. Life is truly devoid of meaning. Does he not find comfort in eating and sleeping? Son Gohan turned his head towards Whis and inquired, Whis, esteemed mentor, has the Omni King not established any performance metrics? What if we fail to meet our objectives and the cosmic index falls short? What repercussions might befall us? He expressed his concern about the sales personnel at Capsule Corporation, whose underperformance led to dire consequences, fearing that Lord Beerus might return with a missing limb. At this, Beerus stiffened. The thought of incurring the Omni King's wrath sent a chill down his spine. He was untroubled by most matters. But the mere mention of the Omni King sent shivers through him. Could it truly be that the Omni King would find fault? It certainly seemed plausible, given his notoriously capricious nature. Consequently, Beerus placed his hands on his thighs, discreetly straightening his posture. Whis replied, it's rather difficult to say. The average performance of our 7th universe has always been quite lacking, primarily due to the abundance of dead planets. It is indeed possible that we might provoke the Omni King's ire. Surely not, Gohan interjected. Lord Beerus, I merely speak in jest. The Omni King should not become enraged. After all, we have managed to survive all these years, and you, Lord Beerus, are still in good health, he chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. However, Gohan's words only intensified Beerus's unease, rendering his food increasingly bitter. How challenging this had become. If only he had foreseen the chaos that this god of destruction would bring. What a calamity. Frustrated and irate, Beerus struck Son Gohan, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Broly had been indulging in his meal, lost in his culinary delight. When the conversation concluded, he glanced down to find his feast had vanished. Burp, he exclaimed, satisfied. In an instant, Broly too was sent flying by a punch from Beerus. Yet, from that day forth, a transformation occurred within Beerus. He began to dedicate several hours daily to the destruction of planets. Time passed quietly. 6 months later, atop Buncha Mountain. In the home of Sun Wukong, a joyful and bustling atmosphere prevailed, for today marked the 4th birthday of Sun Wutian. The family gathered to celebrate, and all relatives and friends were present. Naturally, Bulma's family was among them. During the banquet, Krillin announced another piece of delightful news. His wife, Marin, was expecting. Krillin, having become a father at a more mature age, was even more elated than the birthday boy, cherishing Marin tenderly in his embrace. After the meal, Sun Wukong mysteriously pulled Sun Wufan aside into a corner, his face etched with concern. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, inquired with curiosity, "Father, is there something amiss?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and said, "Gohan, I wish to inquire about a few matters. You possess considerable knowledge, and I seek your counsel." "What is it?" Gohan's head was adorned with question marks. "Well, Gohan, your mother has been rather despondent lately, and it troubles me greatly. Thus, I have taken the liberty to observe her for several days. Recently, she has been sighing frequently, lamenting her age, and expressing concerns about her appearance. Noting the wrinkles on her face and her diminishing strength, she seems to lack vigor in her endeavors. Last night, as I lay in slumber, I overheard her speaking in her dreams. She sighed, saying, 'Time has flown, and I have grown old, yet Goku appears to remain a youthful lad.' It seems so mismatched." As she spoke, I noticed tears streaming down her face. "Gohan, I am genuinely worried about your mother. What do you think we should do? Do you have any suggestions to bring her a bit more joy?" Sun Wukong rubbed his chin, gradually grasping the situation. The Saiyan adolescence is remarkably prolonged, extending from the age of 18 to as long as 80 years. Additionally, Sun Wukong, having succumbed to heart disease in his mid-20s for over a decade, returned to life yet retained his youthful appearance and physique. With the divine aura now enveloping him, it seems unlikely that he will age significantly in this lifetime. However, the case is different for Chi-Chi. Although she emerged from a background in martial arts during her youth, she is ultimately just an earthling, marginally stronger than the average person. Now approaching 50, it is entirely natural for her to harbor such concerns. Son Gohan leaned closer to Son Goku and whispered, "Father, this is quite simple. Let me tell you, you can secretly gather the Dragon Balls and wish for Mother to regain her youth. She would surely be pleasantly surprised." "Haha, is it truly possible?" Son Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening as his voice rose in volume, drawing the attention of many onlookers. They were puzzled, wondering what this father-son duo was discussing in hushed tones. Son Gohan lowered his voice even further. "Ahem, of course, one could wish for her to remain eternally 18. She would undoubtedly be overjoyed." Months passed, and the Dragon Balls revived, regaining their luster. Sun Wukong calculated the day for the Dragon Balls to revive and set out on the first day to borrow the Dragon Radar from Bulma. Curious, Bulma inquired about Wukong's intention to collect the Dragon Balls. Unable to conceal the truth, the straightforward Wukong revealed Son Gohan's words. All right. This revelation sparked Bulma's anger. However, her ire was not directed at Wukong or Gohan, but rather at Vegeta. Oh, that Vegeta. Even Wukong knows how to cherish his wife by wishing for Chi-Chi to regain her youth. Why haven't you considered this? She scolded. All you do is train day in and day out. Just wait. If you manage to get out of bed tomorrow, I'll concede defeat. With a mischievous grin, Bulma turned to Wukong and said, Hee, after you wish for Chi-Chi to regain her youth, you will still have 2 wishes left. What do you intend to wish for? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head with his right hand and chuckled. Haha, I haven't quite decided yet. How about a new outfit for Chi-Chi? She would surely be delighted. Ha. Not so fast. Bulma interjected, hands placed firmly on her hips, her voice ringing out. What do you mean, not so good? Why not? And what about me? Bulma pointed to herself. Do you remember how I looked when we first met? Just take a look at me now. Ha. Isn't it the same? Though, I suppose your chest seems a tad flatter, Sun Wukong teased, his laughter echoing. Furious, Bulma retaliated by delivering a punch to Sun Wukong, only to end up hurting herself instead. You rascal, Wukong. If you don't wish for me to be young again, I shall not let you off easily, Bulma declared, seething with anger. All right, Sun Wukong acquiesced repeatedly. Also, there's Babidi, all of 18, Bulma exclaimed loudly. Yes, Sun Wukong submitted under Bulma's imposing presence. It seemed that in this world, he held a certain apprehension towards 2 individuals. The first was undoubtedly Chi-Chi, and the second was naturally Bulma. Even Beerus did not instill the same level of fear in him. With Sun Wukong's promise secured, Bulma felt a sense of satisfaction, her mind already concocting plans for how to take revenge on Vegeta that very night. Sun Wukong hastily took up the Dragon Ball radar and set off to gather the Dragon Balls. With his remarkable speed, it took him but a brief moment to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. In no time at all, the 7 Dragon Balls were neatly arranged before him. Sun Wukong, well acquainted with the summoning process of the dragon, swiftly fulfilled his wish. Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Babidi, eternally youthful at 18, saw their desires realized. The dragon dissipated, and the sky brightened. Meanwhile, atop the Bowsy Mountain, Chi-Chi, preparing to venture into town with Goten for some errands, suddenly sensed something peculiar about her body. Her hands had become delicate and fair, the excess weight around her abdomen vanished, her bosom was now pert, and her hips were noticeably shapelier. She felt light as a feather, radiating comfort. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel as if I've returned to the time of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament? The memories of that tournament flooded back to her, particularly the moment she first encountered Sun Wukong as an adult, sparring on the arena, and subsequently marrying him right there. That year was etched in her memory forever. In a flurry, Chi-Chi dashed back to her room and gazed into the mirror, momentarily believing she was dreaming. Is it true? Have I really returned to 18? Just then, Sun Wukong appeared in a flash. Spotting him, Chi-Chi rushed into his arms. Wukong, something strange has happened. I seem to have reverted to my younger self, she exclaimed, her nervousness betraying her undeniable excitement. No woman could resist the allure of regaining her youthful form. Ha ha ha, are you happy then? Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Yes, I am overjoyed. But I am also a bit frightened. I don't understand how this sudden transformation occurred, Chi-Chi confessed, her concern palpable. Fear not, for I used the Dragon Balls to restore your youth, Sun Wukong revealed candidly. Really? Thank you, Wukong. Understanding the situation dispelled her fears, and she leaped up, clinging to Sun Wukong. It felt as though not only her body had rejuvenated, but her very spirit had also regained its youthful vigor. As long as you are happy, Sun Wukong said, embracing Chi-Chi with a laugh, aware that he was not one for tender words, yet her joy brought him happiness in return. Chi-Chi jumped down from him, locked the door, and leaned close to his ear, whispering, Wukong, let me show you my 18-year-old body. Her warm breath tickled his ear, leaving him feeling flushed and exhilarated. All right, he replied, his heart racing. The following day, Vegeta lounged in the yard, basking in the sun for most of the day. During this time, Bulma passed by, playfully whistling at him, but he remained oblivious, lost in a daze from a sleepless night. Dad, what's wrong with you? Trunks asked as he walked by. Oh, Trunks. I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night, Vegeta waved dismissively. You're acting quite strangely today, Trunks noted, frowning in confusion as he entered the house. Mom, is that you? Trunks gaped at Bulma. What's going on? You look different today, almost youthful, he exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Bulma appeared remarkably radiant and youthful, as if she were even younger than him. That's because Wukong asked the dragon to restore my youth, Bulma replied with a bright smile, speaking the truth. I see. But what about Dad? Trunks pointed toward Vegeta, sprawled outside like a sunbaked fish. Your father likely feels a bit envious after hearing that Wukong restored my youth, Bulma giggled, covering her mouth. Trunks shrugged, indicating he was not privy to adult matters, and decided to head to the gravity room for some training before meeting up with Mai. In contrast to Bulma and Chi-Chi, Biddy Lee's transformation was less pronounced, given that her actual age was only 27. She had merely shed 9 years. And the change was subtle. After an hour of intense combat in the morning, Gohan planted a kiss on Biddy Lee's forehead, donned his attire, and instantaneously teleported to the God of Destruction's planet. Upon arriving, Gohan encountered Kampa, who seemed to be in a hurry, fleeing the scene with Whis. Has someone threatened Beerus? Gohan wondered as he settled beside Broly. The current Broly was far more communicative than before, and their interactions flowed seamlessly. Under Whis' guidance, Broly had significantly improved in both power and emotional control. Even in his full-power green-haired form, he maintained a level of clarity. All right, Broly, let us engage in battle. Son Gohan extended a challenge to Broly for combat. Although he diligently trained every day, it had been quite some time since he had engaged in a battle, and his body yearned for the thrill of conflict with an insatiable longing. Broly, too, was visibly excited. Such is the nature of Saiyans. The fiery blood that courses through their veins is accompanied by an innate warrior spirit. This genetic predisposition is indelibly etched into the very bones of every pure-blooded Saiyan. Only half-blooded Saiyans possess the potential to embrace peace and exhibit a lesser inclination towards fighting. However, Son Gohan, despite being a hybrid, is somewhat unique. Initially, he was compelled to fight, but after transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, it seemed that the power of his lineage had been elevated, igniting a fierce combativeness within him. Furthermore, with the recent addition of a new beast transformation, it felt as though every cell in his body was addicted to battle. He craved intense confrontation. This was his fervent desire. His partner, Videl, had already borne too much for this cause, and now Broly would become the second victim of the day. The two ascended into the air, colliding with one another in a frenzy, unleashing waves of explosive energy. Yet, this was merely a friendly spar. Neither would risk their lives in a full-scale slaughter. However, as the skirmish progressed, Broly succumbed to a berserk state, losing control of his immense power and transforming into a green-haired, all-powerful form. The God of Destruction's planet trembled under the impact of a single green energy explosion, causing a corner of the triangular planet to vanish in an instant. Sun Wukong emerged from the thick smoke, raising his hand to wipe the dust from his face, and laughed heartily. Ha! Broly, your time is up. When Lord Beerus returns, he will surely punish you. Just then, Broly had entered a berserk state, disregarding everything else. His figure flickered as he swiftly lunged towards the ground, aiming a punch at Sun Wukong. There was no time to evade. Otherwise, that punch would crash into the earth, creating yet another fissure several kilometers long on the destroyer planet. It was quite inappropriate to wreak havoc in the master's absence. In an instant, Sun Wukong's silver hair shot upwards, enveloped in swirling crimson lightning, with a torrent of silver energy surging around him. He thrust his right palm forward, firmly grasping Broly's fist. A brilliant light erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing the nearby woods to rustle as leaves scattered in all directions. Broly's fist could advance no further. In the next moment, Broly was taken aback, a spark of clarity returning to his eyes. I've lost my rationality again, he said apologetically. It's all right. You've made significant progress. Sun Wukong encouraged him. When Lord Beerus inquires, just say it was Broly's doing. Just then, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Two figures emerged from the radiant glow. Sun Wukong didn't need to turn around to know who had arrived. It was none other than the guide angel of Universe 6 and the destroyer god, Kampa. What brings you two to Universe 7 again? Kampa asked, hands on his hips, eyeing Sun Wukong and the green-haired newcomer curiously. Son Gohan and Broly instantly reverted to their normal states. Broly curiously observed Beerus and Kampa. Son Gohan replied with a smile. A truly magnificent design. As for Broly, he too is a Saiyan. Wasn't that an obvious statement? Could I not see that? Kampa silently scoffed and turned to Vados, saying, Hey, Vados, surely there must be Saiyans in our 6th universe as well, right? With the Saiyans from the 7th universe being so peculiar. Is it the same on our side? Indeed, there are, Vados responded with a chuckle, shaking the scepter in her hand, causing the black magical orb at its tip to vibrate. She swiftly acquired the information she sought. The Saiyans of our 6th universe reside on a planet called Salad. However, to my knowledge, they do not transform into various bizarre forms, and their combat prowess is rather unremarkable. That's quite strange, Kampa remarked, shaking his head. Logically, shouldn't all Saiyans be the same? I cannot say for certain, Lord Kampa, Vados replied with a smile. I can't be bothered to think about it anymore. I'm growing hungry. Where are Son Gohan, Beerus, and Whis? I haven't seen them, Kampa inquired, scanning the surroundings before directing his question at Son Gohan. While it is understandable for that lazy Beerus to be asleep, the absence of Whis is rather unreasonable. Son Gohan chuckled. Kampa, you might find this hard to believe, but Lord Beerus has been diligently working lately, departing early to destroy planets. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Kampa waved his hands dismissively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Does he not know his brother's habits? Working diligently? Don't even think about it. He must be off playing somewhere, deceiving you into believing he is working. A smirk crossed his face, truly devious, that Beerus. I wonder what his true intentions are. Lord Kampa, it seems that Lord Beerus really is hard at work, remarked Vados, pointing to the glowing magic orb. Within the orb, Beerus was intently observing the desolate planets and proceeding to obliterate them. Kampa's body trembled. What on earth is happening? Is someone threatening you, Beerus? He clasped his head in despair, his expression one of utter anguish. The thought of a comrade who usually slacked off suddenly taking his duties seriously was more unbearable than death. Kampa seemed to lose his mind, emitting a roar reminiscent of Broly. He simply could not fathom this occurrence, nor could he accept or understand it. No, it is not I who have lost my sanity. It must be Beerus who has gone mad. Vados, quickly, we must ascertain what is happening with Beerus. Understood, Lord Kampa, Vados replied with an amused chuckle. In an instant, the two transformed into beams of light, soaring skyward in search of Beerus. Their rapid departure was akin to fleeting romances, swift to arrive and just as swift to vanish. Broly, let us also depart. I shall take you to check out King Kai's planet. If not now, then when? Very well, Broly nodded in agreement. 122. The Omni King. The Grand Minister, on King Kai's planet. Kaioshin Asin was diligently studying how to create small animals and trees. To this day, he had yet to master the creation of asteroids. This was largely due to the untimely demise of the Grand Kaioshin and his 3 companions, leaving the young Asin without the opportunity to learn further, thereby severing the lineage of the Kaioshin and rendering him the most ineffectual among the 12 universes, without exception. Were it not for the release of the ancestor by Son Gohan, Asin would have remained oblivious to the laws of creation governing the Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin observed from the sidelines, shaking his head in disapproval, unleashing a stream of reprimands. You are truly the most incompetent Kaioshin I have ever mentored. Asin dared not retort, instead doubling his efforts in hopes of alleviating the old Kaioshin's concerns. In truth, Asin's talent was not as lacking as it seemed. The old Kaioshin's harsh words were merely a means to spur him on, as his own lifespan was waning. Son Gohan arrived in an instant, accompanied by Broly. Mr. Gohan, what brings you here? Exclaimed the supreme Kai of time, Asin, with joy upon seeing Son Gohan. Before Son Gohan could respond, old Kai reprimanded Axion. What concern is it of yours? Stay focused and practice diligently. Axion thought to himself how strict the elder was. Then, he observed old Kai kindly pulling Son Gohan aside. Behind him stood Broly, resembling a statue, which instantly heightened Axion's anxiety. He had witnessed Broly's wrath before, and it was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, 2 individuals were engaged in a clandestine exchange. Gohan, is the latest issue not ready yet? Why hasn't the author provided an update? Bring him here and use the whip to urge old Kai, one insisted. Sun Wukong Gohan smiled awkwardly and said, well, it's not that there isn't any. He has updated it. However, dear old man, you might find this particular episode hard to digest. The old Kai, hands on his hips, replied. What storms have I not weathered? I refuse to believe it unless I see it for myself. In truth, Gohan was somewhat apprehensive about watching this episode, primarily because the author had taken a rather peculiar turn. The AI-18 series had seen numerous updates over several seasons, perhaps due to the author's sense of monotony and declining sales. Thus, a significant shift came with the AI-17 series. Goodness, it left people utterly bewildered. While it is true that 17 bears a resemblance to a female, he is undeniably male. Knowing the intricacies, Gohan found it challenging to accept this outrageous series. It was simply too much to bear. However, the old Kai remained oblivious to this, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he continually exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't this quite splendid? What is there to find unacceptable? Truly. Sun Wukong discreetly shifted his posterior to the side, distancing himself from the old Supreme Kai. It would be best not to reveal the truth to the old Supreme Kai. Given his advanced age, he deserves to retain a beautiful illusion. While the old Supreme Kai continues to navigate the vast ocean of knowledge, Sun Wukong took a moment to inspect the blossoming pink buds of the fairy bee nursery. The growth was remarkably robust. Indeed, splendid. It would not be long before a bountiful harvest could be anticipated. At that juncture, an expansion of scale would be warranted, cultivating a vast expanse. Subsequently, the beans could be ground into soy milk, and tofu could be prepared. One could only wonder what the flavor might be like. Son Gohan smacked his lips and flew over to inspect the seal ball containing Majin Buu. Subsequently, he brought Broly back to Earth and delivered him to Paragus. Meanwhile, in a desolate star system of Universe 7, Kappa continued to bellow beside Beerus. What are you doing, Beerus? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Is your mind troubled? Mind your own business. Get back to your Universe 6 and stop bothering me. Beerus responded with a scowl. Kappa, pointing at Beerus, erupted in laughter. You must be out of your mind. On the other side, Beerus's attendant, Whis, engaged in conversation with Vados. With a smile, Vados inquired, Whis, what is going on? Sister Vados, it is as follows. Whis elaborated on the situation with vivid detail. After hearing Whis's account, Vados chuckled softly. Ah, I see now. No wonder Lord Beerus has been so busy. He is indeed most fearful of Lord Zeno. However, Lord Kampa has grown exceedingly lazy, having not exercised properly in decades, causing his body to become quite sluggish. Whis remarked, Sister, you should guide Lord Kampa. I believe Gohan's words hold merit. Long ago, our world was not limited to merely 12 universes. You should be more aware of what transpired than I. Very well, Vados nodded earnestly. Kampa's incessant pestering of Beerus had significantly hampered Beerus's productivity. Consequently, Beerus's patience wore thin, and the two brothers clashed heads, baring their teeth and seemingly on the verge of a brawl. Whis and Vados were compelled to intervene, separating Beerus and Kampa as if they were children. Following this, Kampa returned to Universe 6 with Vados. Half a year later, in the divine realm above the 12 universes. This realm was not part of any of the 12 universes, existing as a transcendent domain beyond them. From this vantage point, the 12 universes appeared as round, magical orbs floating in the vastness, resembling mere toys, insignificant in comparison. Within the grand palace of Zeno, the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, Zeno himself awoke from a soft chair. As the ultimate sovereign, Zeno ought to be the greatest being in existence. However, he resembled a massive eraser, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. Perhaps it was the creator of this higher realm who possessed such peculiar tastes. Straightening his posture, Zeno exclaimed, Ah, I'm awake. How dreadfully boring. I wonder how long I've been asleep. Two tall attendants stationed beside him immediately bowed. One of them reported, Your Majesty, you have only slept for 20,000 ticks. 1 tick approximately equals 8 hours. And the Grand Minister? Zeno rubbed his eyes. Just then, the space beside him trembled, and the Grand Minister materialized. Your Majesty, you summon me? He said, hands clasped behind his back, bowing slightly with a gentlemanly smile. The Grand Minister bore a circular halo, denoting him as the father of the 12 guiding angels. Zeno contemplated for a moment before asking, Grand Minister, what is the average level of humanity across the 12 universes? The Grand Minister replied with a smile, Universe 1 remains far ahead, while Universe 12's growth rate is astonishing, currently ranking second. The other universes show little disparity, remaining stagnant. However, it is noteworthy that the long-standing second-to-last Universe 7 has surprisingly risen by 1 rank, which is rather odd. Zeno sighed. What? That's hardly progress. How tedious. Observing each one is such a bother. The Grand Minister chuckled. Would your Majesty care for a game? A game? Do you have any suggestions? Zeno's eyes sparkled with interest. If it is a game, I shall summon all the guides from the universes to join you in play, the Grand Minister said with a radiant smile. Zeno looked taken aback. Ah, they are rather dull, hardly speaking at all. After a brief pause, he continued, Grand Minister, there are still too many universes. Managing them seems quite troublesome. Shall we play a game of eliminating universes? The two attendants nearby gasped in shock. Are we to eliminate universes again? The Grand Minister bowed to Zeno and replied, "As you command. I shall now summon all the guides to discuss this matter. If they cannot conceive a more entertaining game, we shall proceed with the game of universe elimination." As he spoke, the Grand Minister's angelic staff appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, on the planet of the gods of destruction, Whis stood quietly by the lake, staff in hand, while Beerus napped on a rock, utterly exhausted. Son Gohan, Trunks, Broly, and Piccolo sat cross-legged, observing the fierce battle unfolding not far away. Engaged in combat were Vegeta and Goku, who, adhering to Whis' directives, were prohibited from utilizing any transformations and were to fight in their base forms. Yet, even in their unaltered states, their clash was nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, the black orb atop Whis' staff began to shimmer, heralding the voice of the Grand Minister. "Esteemed guiding angels, this is the Grand Minister. Please respond upon receipt." This scene transpired simultaneously across the 12 universes, as all angels received the Grand Minister's call. Whis, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah, it is the communication from the Grand Minister." He promptly replied, "Yes, Grand Minister." Meanwhile, Beerus, who had been lounging on a rock, perked up at the sound, his body leaping to attention. "What is it, Whis?" He rushed towards Whis, his ears seemingly attuned to an extraordinary name. Whis chuckled, "It is the communication from the Grand Minister." "The Grand Minister?" Beerus straightened up immediately, his voice booming, catching Son Gohan's attention. The Grand Minister's communication? Son Gohan was beset by an ominous premonition. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward Whis. The magical orb, glowing with a verdant luminescence, continued to emit the voice of the Grand Minister. "There is an important matter to convey. All guiding angels, please prepare for the arrival of the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai at the palace of the Grand Zeno." Message concluded. Beerus, standing rigidly, momentarily stiffened. "Are we to meet the Grand Zeno?" Whis, disregarding his inquiry, promptly initiated contact with the Supreme Kai to relay the Grand Minister's decree. Mere seconds later, the Supreme Kai, Shin, was transported to the God of Destruction's planet by Jebit, arriving beside Whis. Son Gohan furrowed his brow. This familiar scenario hinted, if he were to guess correctly, that Frieza was about to engage in a game of elimination. For the sake of caution, he immediately employed his prophetic abilities to foresee the future. A fleeting image flashed through his mind, depicting the annihilation of the 7th universe. Everything returned to chaos, engulfed in an inky blackness, a realm devoid of any vitality. What could this signify? Was the universe to be obliterated outright, without convening a tournament of power? A few beads of sweat, resembling tiny beans, rolled down Sun Wukong's forehead. Indeed, according to the storyline, no one suggested holding a power tournament. Consequently, with his characteristic nonchalance, he obliterated several universes, including the 7th universe, which had always ranked at the bottom. Fortunately, he had wished for the ability to foresee the future from the dragon, or else this incident would have resulted in immediate annihilation. No, he must take measures to save himself. Sun Wukong wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and hurriedly spoke. "Lord Beerus, Lord Kaioshin, Master Whis. I have just utilized my ability to foresee the future and witnessed a truly terrifying scene, the annihilation of the 7th universe. I trust you all comprehend the gravity of this revelation. It is highly probable that the Grand Minister has summoned us to discuss this matter." What? The annihilation of the universe? Except for Whis, who remained composed, both Beerus and Kaioshin leaped in shock. Beerus's eyes widened to the size of saucers, while Kaioshin trembled uncontrollably, his pupils dilating and contracting erratically. Is it true?" Wukong stammered, his voice quaking with fear. Sun Wukong nodded. "Indeed. I have made a wish to the dragon, and can foresee perilous events within the upcoming week. Just now, I witnessed the demise of the 7th universe. What shall we do?" The Supreme Kai inquired anxiously. Beerus also turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, for it was often he who harbored the most thoughts. "Share your insights," he urged. Son Gohan remarked, "It is my conjecture that the Omni King intends to eradicate our 7th universe because he perceives it as inferior. This issue bears significant responsibility, more so than even Lord Beerus and the Supreme Kai." Sun Wukong made the decision to apply some pressure, hoping to instill a sense of guilt in them. Noticing their silence, he continued, "However, there exists a remedy. The solution lies in demonstrating to the Omni King the potential of our 7th universe, persuading him to abandon any thoughts of eradicating our realm. Do you understand? If you two esteemed individuals adhere to my proposal, we may still have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we are destined to await our demise. Lord Kaioshin, shortly you shall propose to His Majesty the Omni King the organization of a cosmic power tournament, showcasing the potential of our 7th universe." "A power tournament? What is that?" inquired Kaioshin. Before he could finish, Beerus interjected. "Is it not akin to what Kompa suggested last time? Each universe would dispatch several warriors to engage in combat, and the last one standing would be declared the victor." Son Gohan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is that kind of duel. Moreover, the universe that secures the first place will bestow a reward, the specifics of which can be determined by the Omni King. However, I propose an additional prize." "What prize?" Beerus inquired. Sun Wukong turned to Whis and inquired. Whis, esteemed mentor, you must have heard of the Super Dragon Balls, correct? Or rather, the Super Wish Orbs? Whis nodded in affirmation and replied, indeed, those are the Super Dragon Balls created by the divine dragon god Zalama. There are a total of 7, primarily scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. It is said that gathering all 7 wish orbs can summon the mighty Super Shenron, capable of granting any wish. Precisely, that is the very matter at hand. One can indeed attach additional rewards, Sun Wukong acknowledged with a nod. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he still felt a lingering sense of uncertainty. After all, both King Kai and Beerus appeared rather unreliable. One was utterly clueless, while the other was indifferent, which was truly disheartening. The only trustworthy ally, Whis, was merely a guiding angel and typically refrained from interfering in such matters. Thus one could not depend on him to ignite the spark for the Tournament of Power. Sun Wukong continued, Lord Beerus, please take me along when you go. Absolutely not. Beerus replied, shaking his head vigorously. It is preposterous. How could a mere human set foot in the palace of the Omni King? Such an act would be a grave disrespect. Son Gohan implored, Lord Beerus, for the sake of the 7th universe and the lives of everyone, I beseech you, may I? Yet, you are merely a mortal, and stepping into the King's sanctuary is against the rules. You shall incur the wrath of the Omni King. Beerus, in his distress, suggested, just say, I am your apprentice. Here to gain experience. Surely, he would not reproach that. However, there was no room for negotiation. It was already too late. At that moment, the Grand Minister's voice resonated once more. Are all the guiding angels prepared? Ready, replied Whis. Very well, I shall summon you all now. The Grand Minister's voice echoed again. Amidst Beerus's struggles, Son Gohan clutched his garment tightly. In the next instant, Gohan felt himself being drawn by an extraordinary force, and he found himself within the King's sanctuary. 2 rows of figures knelt on one knee, their gazes fixed upon the ground, too intimidated to look up. Among them were angels, destroyers, and Kaioshin, deities from the 12 universes. Each universe was represented by 3 deities, though exceptions existed, such as the 7th universe, which had 4. Alongside the 7th universe, the 11th universe also had 4 representatives. The destroyer of the 11th universe, resembling a circus clown in his eccentric attire, was named Belmont, while his guiding angel, the strikingly beautiful Margarita, sported twin ponytails. The Kaioshin was known as Kai, and the 4th individual was the apprentice destroyer, Topo. At that moment, the Grand Minister stood before everyone and spoke with a resonant voice. Please, raise your heads. The destroyers and angels all complied. In addition to the Grand Minister, there was the colorful, egg-shaped Omni King, who greeted all present. It has been a long time since we last met. The Grand Minister surveyed the assembly of deities and inquired with curiosity, Ah, Lord Belmont, who is that towering figure behind you? Topo's imposing stature made him conspicuous among the crowd, instantly capturing the Grand Minister's attention. The clown destroyer from Universe 11 promptly explained, I report to you, Grand Minister. This is Topo. Recently, I have been contemplating retirement, and he is a candidate for the position of destroyer, currently undergoing my assessment and training. I thought this would be a valuable experience, hence I brought him along. Seizing the opportunity, Topo quickly chimed in, I am Topo, at your service. Oh. The Grand Minister nodded, I see. Please strive to become a worthy destroyer. Thank you for your encouragement, Topo replied, visibly taken aback. The Grand Minister then turned his gaze towards the 7th universe. Ah, Lord Beerus, you have brought an apprentice as well? Haha, Beerus chuckled awkwardly. Yes, Grand Minister. This is Son Gohan, my disciple. Opposite Beerus stood Kampa, who was making various faces at them. Were they not in the Omni King's sanctuary? Beerus would have been tempted to retaliate. Upon hearing Beerus' introduction, Son Gohan smiled and greeted, Greetings, Grand Minister, greetings, Your Majesty Omni King. Yes, good luck. The Grand Minister nodded. Unexpectedly, the Omni King added, You are Son Gohan, are you not? You are quite intriguing. He observed Son Gohan with curiosity, as he was the first to greet him among all the angels and destroyers present, including the earlier mentioned Topo, none of whom had offered him a salutation. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Indeed, Your Majesty, I shall present you with a gift shortly. Ah, truly? What is it? The king inquired eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Can it be revealed now? All the gods of destruction were taken aback. Who is this audacious individual daring to speak to the king in such a manner? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. The angels, too, cast their inquisitive gazes upon Sun Wukong. Of course, Sun Wukong replied. Then please bring it to me now, the king insisted. Very well, just a moment, Sun Wukong responded. Son Gohan rose to his feet, stepping forth from the crowd, and approached the Omni King and the Grand Minister. All the gods of destruction gazed at his retreating figure, swallowing nervously. Beerus, in particular, clenched his palms so tightly that they turned pale, fearing that Son Gohan might utter a thoughtless remark and be summarily erased by the Omni King's gesture. The Grand Minister observed Son Gohan's approach with a serene smile, making no attempt to intervene. Son Gohan smiled and nodded at him, then approached the Omni King and squatted down before him. He retrieved a toy truck and a colorful lollipop, originally intended for his son but never delivered. Your Majesty, he presented, this is a large truck, this is an excavator, and this is a remote control. You can operate them with this remote. As for this, it is a lollipop, delightfully sweet and ready to be enjoyed. As Sun Wukong spoke, he tore open the wrapper of the lollipop and handed it to the Omni King. Ah, it looks quite impressive, the Omni King remarked, his eyes sparkling as he admired the toy cars. He eagerly accepted the lollipop and popped it into his mouth. Wow, this lollipop is delicious, he exclaimed. Haha, isn't it? Watch closely. Sun Wukong raised the remote control and pressed a button. The toy cars zoomed around, circling the deities twice. He pressed the remote again, and the toy cars emitted a series of clicking sounds, transforming into robots. Wow, this is fun. This is fun. The Omni King's eyes lit up with excitement. Here. Sun Wukong handed him the remote. Thank you, Sun Wukong, the Omni King said gratefully. No need to mention it, Sun Wukong replied. The other deities watched intently as the Omni King and Sun Wukong played with the toy cars for half an hour. Are we just going to stand here and watch? They thought, feeling a sense of urgency. After a while, Sun Wukong said, Your Majesty, I should return to Lord Beerus now. The Omni King shook his head. No need. Just stay right here. All right then. The Grand Priest turned to the Omni King and asked, Your Majesty, may I announce your decree now? The Omni King, still engrossed in playing with the robots, looked up in confusion, suddenly recalling the purpose of gathering everyone. Oh dear, the robots are just too entertaining. I've completely forgotten. He said, All right, go ahead and announce it. Very well, the Grand Priest replied, clasping his hands behind his back and addressing the gods of the 12 universes. The reason for this urgent summons is to address a matter of great importance. Due to the management of the 12 universes, Your Majesty has become quite fatigued and wishes to engage in a fun game for relaxation. Therefore, each universe must propose an entertaining game. He added, by the way, should any universe fail to present a game that satisfies Your Majesty, he will take decisive action to resolve the underlying issues, eliminating some of the universes that cause him mental fatigue. Now, let us give everyone an episode's worth of time to contemplate. The timer begins now. What? What does that mean? All the angels and destroyers were taken aback. The thought of eliminating some universes that caused the Omni King mental fatigue sent chills down the spines of those from the lower-ranked universes, especially Universe 6, which had consistently lingered near the bottom. Was this not tantamount to declaring the end of Universe 6? We're doomed, they thought. Beerus, too, felt uneasy, as his universe was not far behind. The Supreme Kai, Asin, whispered, Lord Beerus, Wukong was indeed correct. Humph. Beerus clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As time was limited, the Supreme Kais and destroyers from each universe began brainstorming ideas for their game proposals. However, the more anxious they became, the harder it was to think clearly. Only Universe 7 had prepared in advance. Supreme Kai Asin quickly refined their proposal, showed it to Beerus for multiple revisions, and ultimately submitted it to the Grand Priest. Their submission was the fastest among all universes. With Universe 7 leading the way, other universes began submitting their proposals as well. Soon, time was up. All universes had submitted their ideas. The Grand Priest twirled his staff, projecting the game suggestions from the 12 universes into the air. All the destroyers and Supreme Kais swallowed hard, anxiously awaiting the outcome. The angels, however, appeared quite composed, wearing expressions of amusement. Now, let us see what delightful game suggestions have been prepared by each universe. Universe 1, riddles. Universe 2, number relay. Universe 3, card role-playing game. Universe 4, hide and seek. Universe 5, treasure hunt. Universe 6, universe fighting tournament. Universe 7, power tournament. Universe 8, counting game. Universe 9, universe treasure hunt activity. Universe 10, rock paper scissors. Universe 11, fighting tournament. Universe 12, memory challenge. 3 universes proposed fighting tournaments. Although Universe 7 referred to theirs as a power tournament, it is essentially a fighting game, and they provided a detailed process for it. The Grand Priest smiled at the Omni King and asked, Your Majesty, do any of these proposals please you? That universe treasure hunt looks quite intriguing, the Omni King remarked, causing the Destroyer and Supreme Kai of Universe 9 to beam with joy. Their universe had the lowest average human performance, so if the Omni King chose their game proposal, it would certainly reflect positively on them. The Grand Priest continued, So does this mean Your Majesty wishes to engage in a universe treasure hunt? No, I just think it sounds interesting. However, I am more curious about the power tournament proposed by Wukong's universe. What kind of game is that? The Omni King inquired, fiddling with the toy car in his hands. Well, according to the description, within a fixed time frame, each universe must send several strong fighters to participate in an all-out battle, aiming to force their opponents off the stage to win. When the time ends, the outcome is determined by the number of fighters remaining on the stage. The universe with the most fighters left is declared the winner. The Omni King shook his head, looking bewildered. I still don't quite understand. What is a fighting game? Oh dear. It seems Your Majesty is unfamiliar with fighting games. I see now. Let us hold a simple all-out match right here. And thus, the chaotic brawl between the 12 destroyers was about to commence. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, he yearned to witness the battle among the gods of destruction. Merely contemplating it sent a thrill coursing through him. It is essential to understand that each god of destruction is formidable in their own right, and when they are gathered on the same arena, an exceptionally spectacular clash is inevitable. So, let us transform this place into a battleground. With a snap of his fingers, the Grand Minister proclaimed. As the sound echoed, it seemed as though time and space had shifted. The Xeno's palace vanished in an instant, replaced by a colossal quadrilateral arena. Above the arena floated 13 circular viewing platforms. The previously clustered crowd was forcibly separated, categorized by universe, with each universe's gods of destruction, angels, and Supreme Kai appearing simultaneously on their respective platforms. In the very center, on the platform with the best vantage point, stood the Grand Minister, Xeno, and his two guardians. Sun Wukong, who had been standing beside Xeno, was also transported to the viewing area of the 7th universe. Such astonishing power. While everyone was in a state of bewilderment, the Grand Minister's voice rang out. Very well. Now let us invite Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Topo to the arena. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Was the storyline not supposed to unfold in this manner? What on earth was happening? He had anticipated witnessing the clash of deities. How had he so swiftly transitioned from a mere spectator to an active participant? Hey kid, stop dawdling and get down there. Lord Xeno is going to be displeased, Beerus admonished. At that moment, Topo had already leaped into the arena. Well, I suppose. Sun Wukong conceded, nodding as he descended from the spectator's platform to the stage. Topo and Sun Wukong took their positions 20 meters apart, scrutinizing one another. Topo appeared quite peculiar. Despite his towering stature, his legs were notably short. A white beard obscured his age, and his large hands, clad in white gloves, were disproportionately larger than his legs. In summary, he was an exceedingly strange individual, especially by Earthling standards, with an unbalanced physique. The Grand Priest also approached the arena, positioning himself between the two combatants. He addressed them, stating, "May you both engage in battle," showcasing the allure of combat to Lord Xeno. By the way, should your performance fail to satisfy His Majesty, you may face the end of your existence, erasure. Yes, esteemed Grand Priest, Topo promptly replied. Very well, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Now, let the match begin. The Grand Priest raised his hand and signaled the commencement of the battle before swiftly returning to Lord Xeno's side. Topo fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, adopting an offensive stance, while Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, transforming in an instant into Super Saiyan 4. Observing the sudden transformation of Sun Wukong, Topo was momentarily astonished, yet he did not dwell on his surprise, for there were many races in the universe capable of transformation. Humph, Topo scoffed, exerting force against the arena floor as he accelerated towards Sun Wukong, determined to make the first move. Despite his odd physique, Topo's speed was astonishing. In a mere fraction of a second, he closed the distance to Sun Wukong, unleashing a colossal punch directly at him. This fellow is merely testing the waters, Sun Wukong surmised, raising his hand to deflect Topo's massive arm, redirecting his force away. As Topo whirled in a spinning kick, Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped, evading the fierce strike. However, Topo's relentless assault continued, his legs launching a flurry of kicks accompanied by explosive bursts of energy. Sun Wukong deftly evaded, maneuvering amidst his strikes, and then unleashed a powerful punch that struck Tuapa's squarely in the abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as Tuapa's body was forcefully propelled backward. He spun twice in the air before landing steadily at the edge of the arena. His gaze upon Sun Wukong transformed into one of heightened caution. Sun Wukong flashed a smile and remarked, "Is this the extent of the candidate destroyer from Universe 11? Do not be too pleased with yourself. You lack even the essence of a deity, so what gives you the right to defeat me? Allow me to demonstrate my power," Torpa stated, his expression as cold as ice. He clenched his fists tightly, his muscles quivering with intensity, and a fiery aura enveloped his body, amplifying the divine essence surrounding him. "Come on," Sun Wukong beckoned. Humph, Torpa snorted disdainfully, suddenly unleashing a powerful strike with his palm. A fierce gale surged forward, crashing towards him. Son Gohan leapt into the air, and the very spot where he had just stood erupted in a tremendous explosion. "Now taste my technique," he declared, unleashing a blood-red energy sphere that hurtled towards Topo. Caught off guard, Topo was unable to evade, and the energy sphere detonated against him with a resounding blast, instantly enveloping the area in thick smoke and searing heat. If Sun Wukong were to unleash his full power, Tuabo would undoubtedly be defeated in an instant. However, such an outcome would detract significantly from the spectacle of the battle, potentially leading the audience to deem the tournament unworthy of continuation, thereby risking the cessation of the power tournament and the erasure of the universe itself, which would be disastrous. Furthermore, given that this is not a fight to the death, Sun Wukong has deliberately restrained his strength, allowing Tuabo to perceive a semblance of equality in their powers, fostering a false sense of hope for victory. Tuo Bo emerged from the thick smoke, a portion of his white beard singed away, yet he bore no substantial injuries. You are nothing more than this, he scoffed, charging at Sun Wukong like a fleeting shadow, unleashing a ferocious assault with both hands and feet. Sun Wukong endeavored to synchronize with his opponent, producing a cacophony of strikes. The observing deities and the Omni King engaged in fervent discussions. Beerus murmured softly, "What on earth is Sun Wukong playing at? He could easily send that Tobo flying. Yet he chooses to prolong the battle. Lord Beerus, such a combat style may not be visually appealing. The Omni King might find it rather dull," remarked the god of destruction. Shin. Indeed, beneath the spectacle of the fierce duel, the Omni King began to exhibit delight, exclaiming, "Wow, their fighting is splendid, truly riveting." The Grand Priest, standing beside him, smiled subtly. He had discerned that Sun Wukong was holding back his true strength, but since the Omni King was enjoying the display, there was no need for further scrutiny. The other deities were left in awe, particularly the slightly weaker gods of destruction and Kaiashins, who marveled at the spectacle. This is incredible. Has this battle reached the realms of the divine? Yet, the being known as Sun Wukong exhibited no divine aura. Was he truly battling deities with mere mortal prowess? Hearing the other gods of destruction converse thus, the clown god of destruction nonchalantly remarked, "Humph, impressive as it may be, it pales in comparison to Jiren, the dual-tailed angel." Margarita smiled enigmatically but remained silent. Meanwhile, in the arena, Tobo grew anxious as he struggled to overcome Sun Wukong. He bellowed, unleashing a swirling maelstrom of black and red energy. "Is that destruction energy?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. "Indeed. I am the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 11. For the honor of Lord Belmod, I cannot afford to lose." Tobo's bald head pulsed with veins as he declared loudly. "Huh, then do try your best," Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Tobo spread his fingers wide, launching a black-purple energy sphere towards Sun Wukong. The sphere brimmed with destructive energy, exuding an extraordinary aura. In comparison to before, the intensity had vastly escalated. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong radiated a powerful aura, advancing rather than retreating, charging towards Tobo. "This ends now, Tobo." With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong swung his right hand, effortlessly sending the destructive energy sphere flying. In the next instant, he materialized before Topo, delivering a powerful strike with his palm. "What?" Topo gasped in astonishment, feeling an overwhelming gust of wind as he was propelled away. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though an immense power had erupted from Sun Wukong. Topo experienced an unsettling illusion, reminiscent of facing Jiren. This was dire. The opponent had concealed his true strength. Realizing this, Topo let out a reluctant roar of defiance. Yet, under the force of such might, he found himself unable to control his body, swept off the stage by the tempestuous winds. A cacophony erupted from the audience. The clown god of destruction rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? How did Topo lose?" "Lord Belmod, it is entirely feasible. For that Sun Wukong had indeed concealed his power," replied Margarita with a smile. "Cursed be the treacherous seventh universe." The clown god of destruction clenched his fists, seething with rage. As the referee for this match, the Grand Minister announced in a booming voice, "Topo has stepped out of bounds. The victor of this match is Sun Wukong." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Well done, Wukong." Beerus raised his right hand, clenching his fist in a gesture of triumph, seemingly proclaiming the victory of the seventh universe. "Mr. Wukong is truly remarkable," the Kaioshin Asin remarked, his face alight with joy. Sun Gohan approached the edge of the arena, gazing down at Topo. Topo looked up at Sun Gohan, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. In this battle for honor, he had suffered defeat. Universe 11 had lost, and it was a thorough loss. This individual possessed formidable strength. Perhaps only Jiren could rival him. After all, in terms of sheer combat power, Jiren had surpassed Lord Belmod. There was no way this Sun Gohan could contend with a true god of destruction. It was simply inconceivable. At least, Topo refused to accept it. Meanwhile, on the spectators' stand, Zeno stood up. "Wow, that was truly spectacular. What an intriguing game, Grand Priest. Let us host this tournament of power." "Yes, Your Majesty Zeno." The Grand Priest replied with a slight bow. However, Zeno continued, "Grand Priest, what exactly is a free-for-all?" The Grand Priest explained. "A free-for-all means many individuals fighting simultaneously on the stage. Let us have the gods of destruction from each universe demonstrate it for Your Majesty Zeno," he suggested. Yes, Zeno agreed. At that moment, Sun Gohan and Topo had just returned to their respective stands. The Grand Priest's voice resonated once more. "Next, I invite all gods of destruction to the arena." "What?" The gods of destruction from the 12 universes were astounded. "We are supposed to fight as well." "Please wait. Grand Priest, why must we participate?" one of the gods inquired. The Grand Priest, with hands clasped behind his back, emanated an air of authority without anger. He smiled and stated, "Because His Majesty Zeno is unaware of what a free-for-all entails. As gods of destruction, we are residents of the 12 universes and have an obligation to clarify any confusion for His Majesty." The air grew suddenly silent. Sweat beads rolled down Kampa's forehead. Oh no, I haven't trained properly in decades. This is going to be disastrous. Vados chuckled. Ha ha ha. Who told you to be lazy, Kampa? You've let yourself go. But don't worry, you should survive. What a cunning woman. Kampa shot her a glare and then leaped onto the stage. The remaining 11 gods of destruction, though reluctant, dared not oppose the Grand Priest or Zeno and followed suit, jumping onto the arena. Each god harbored their own thoughts. Some wished to seize the opportunity to thrash an unsavory opponent. Others sought to muddle the waters. Some aimed to prove themselves as the strongest god of destruction. The gods of destruction eyed each other with mischief, smirking ominously. The mouse god of destruction, Quitella, looked up and asked, Grand Priest, what rules shall we follow in our battle? The Grand Priest, still with hands behind his back, looked down at the arena and replied, I wish to establish some rules after observing the matches. For now, let each of you fight with all your might. The victorious god of destruction will be rewarded by His Majesty Zeno. By the way, any god of destruction who deliberately holds back will face immediate elimination. The warmth in the Grand Priest's voice contrasted starkly with the chilling nature of his words. The 12 gods of destruction shivered, their breathing growing rapid. I must fight against 11. This was the sentiment shared by most of the gods, who resolved to give their all in a magnificent battle. Quitella grinned at Beerus. Ha ha, this works out well, Beerus. Perhaps we will finally determine who the strongest god of destruction is. Humph, you insolent mouse, stop seeking trouble. Beerus retorted angrily. Who told you, a hairless cat, to refuse to acknowledge your defeat to me? Quitella smirked, crossing his arms. Come on, that was an arm wrestling match, not a fighting competition. I would never lose in a fight. Is that so? We shall see shortly. Who's afraid? Bring it on. Even before the battle commenced, Beerus and Quitella were already at each other's throats. Of course, aside from the mouse god, many others had their sights set on Beerus, illustrating just how poorly regarded he was. Almost all the gods of destruction harbored grievances against him. In the stands, seeing several gods of destruction surrounding Beerus, Cassian Asin wiped the sweat from his brow, worry etched on his face. It seems Lord Beerus is not very popular. Beside him, was chuckled, ha ha ha. That is because a rather unpleasant incident occurred in the past. Oh, what happened? Cassian Asin inquired. Sun Wukong couldn't help but glance at Whis. Whis remarked, that was before you ascended to the position of Supreme Kai. In the past, the Grand Zeno summoned all the universes to participate in a hide and seek tournament. During that gathering, Lord Beerus clandestinely hid and slumbered for 50 years. His prolonged absence forced the tournament to come to an abrupt halt, inciting the Grand Zeno's wrath, who nearly obliterated all the universes. This incident elucidates Lord Beerus's profound fear of the Grand Zeno. To appease the Grand Zeno's fury, the other 11 gods of destruction racked their brains, and ever since, they have harbored resentment towards Lord Beerus. Supreme Kai Shin commented. This indeed seems like something Lord Beerus would do. Sun Wukong chuckled. Rest assured, Lord Cassian, Lord Beerus is undoubtedly the strongest among the gods of destruction. Mr. Wufan certainly has great confidence in Lord Beerus, Whis remarked with a smile. Indeed, for we all hail from the same universe. As the gods in the arena eyed each other with fierce intensity, the Grand Minister bellowed, the second round of the tournament officially commences. With his proclamation, all the gods of destruction, save for Beerus, sprang into action. Oh no, the 11 gods of destruction are attacking Lord Beerus. Asin exclaimed in alarm. As anticipated, atop the arena, the 11 gods of destruction simultaneously lunged towards Beerus, encircling him in an impenetrable assault formation. Son Gohan's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the arena, envisioning himself as Beerus, confronting the 11 gods of destruction. He could hardly contain his excitement. Surrounding him, even above, there were gods of destruction launching assaults at Beerus. Undeterred, Beerus grinned coldly. Come on, you worthless fools who can't accomplish anything without teaming up. In an instant, the swiftest god of destruction made his move. Beerus sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack. The assaults from the remaining gods followed suit, yet Beerus's form swayed like a boat upon water, untouched by their strikes. From the stands, Son Gohan squinted and murmured, this must be the Ultra Instinct. Whis overheard him and confirmed, indeed, the body instinctively judges and dodges attacks. Though Lord Beerus has yet to master it fully. Over the past 2 years, Whis had occasionally mentioned the Ultra Instinct technique while training Son Gohan and Sun Wukong. It is a profound divine skill utilized by nearly every angel, yet not necessarily by the gods of destruction. Beerus, in truth, had only just begun to grasp it. This technique is not suited for Lord Beerus and me, Son Gohan remarked, furrowing his brow as he watched the match. Oh, why do you say that? Whis inquired with a smile. Because we cannot maintain tranquility during combat, which is essential to the essence of Ultra Instinct. Our philosophy is one of chaos, transcending all others, breaking every chain to become the strongest. Ah, Mr. Gohan has grown once more, Whis smiled. Meanwhile, on the arena, Beerus was finally struck by Quitella's punch and was forced out of the Ultra Instinct state. It appears this technique is indeed not suitable, Whis noted. Curse you, filthy rat. Taste this. Beerus roared in fury, launching himself forward with a powerful stomp. manifesting a purple energy sphere that he hurled at Quitella. Boom! The energy sphere erupted, catching several gods of destruction in its blast. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the arena in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus charged in like a tiger among wolves, quickly incapacitating 2 gods of destruction with a flurry of strikes. The other gods began to bicker, abandoning their assault on Beerus to engage each other, for there could only be one victor. In that moment, the arena was filled with the deafening sounds of energy explosions. The speed of combat beyond the grasp of the naked eye, were it not for the protective barrier set by the Grand Priest. The terrifying energy waves generated by the battle would have blown away all spectators. The destroyer from Universe 8, Lee Gil, resembling a yellow fox, unleashed a loud battle cry. Instantly, his bushy tail multiplied into 9. The 9 tails fanned out like a peacock's display, relentlessly firing dense energy attacks. The unleashed energy wreaked havoc across the arena, toppling more gods of destruction. From Universe 10, the elephant god of destruction, Ramushi, bellowed a long howl. A whoa! The massive sound waves knocked down all the attending Supreme Kais. Most of the gods of destruction on the arena were also momentarily stunned by this sonic attack. Ramushi charged through, colliding with several gods and sending them sprawling. Son Gohan felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. The Supreme Kai Asin fell to the ground, his pupils constricting. Dizzy and trembling as he stammered, what is happening? Whis explained, Ramushi possesses the loudest voice in the universe. Those who hear his roar experience temporary motor nerve paralysis, even capable of rendering Supreme Kai-level warriors unconscious. Some gods of destruction were also rendered immobile. How terrifying! Asin struggled to rise but failed. As Sun Wukong crouched down to assist the Kaishin, the arena was ablaze with flames. The beautiful god of destruction unleashed arrows that sliced through the air, while the Joker god of destruction scattered dense energy cards that cut through the chaos. Following a tremendous explosion, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, the only figures left standing on the arena were the battered god of destruction Katra and Beerus, both gazing at each other with the intensity of sworn rivals. Their appearances marred by the fight. Katra kicked the fallen god of destruction beside him and laughed heartily. Huh? Beerus, it seems you are the only one still standing. Next, I shall bring you down, this hairless cat, to prove I am the mightiest god of destruction. Silence, you filthy rat. The strongest is undoubtedly me. Beerus roared in response. With a cry of the strongest god of destruction, despair, they rushed towards each other, their fists colliding against each other's faces, only to be sent flying backward and crashing to the ground. Their already bruised faces swelled even further. Gasping for breath, the 2 gods of destruction struggled to their feet. Not far from them, the Joker god of destruction, Belmod, secretly opened his eyes and then quietly closed them again. In truth, several gods of destruction were still conscious. Yet they chose to remain down, finding amusement in watching the cat and mouse tussle. Damn it, you hairless cat are quite tenacious, Katra spat. Likewise, you stinking rat. You think you can contend with me? You still have millions of years to go. Both were stubborn, neither willing to yield, their spirits undeterred despite their exhaustion, hoping the other would fall first. In the stands, the colorful Zeno remarked, wow, although I can't see clearly, both Beerus and Katra are impressive, having defeated many gods of destruction. Can't see clearly? The Grand Priest glanced back at Zeno. Indeed, the battle of gods of destruction is immense, with tremendous power, thick smoke, and rapid speed, resulting in terrifying explosions. It lacks the aesthetic of the previous duel between Sun Wukong and Topo. Back in the arena, Beerus and Katra exchanged another punch, both again tumbling to the ground. However, this time, only Beerus managed to struggle back to his feet, while Katra lay there, watching Beerus wobble like a weeble but not fall, filled with fury yet powerless to rise again, having exhausted his strength. Seeing this, the Grand Priest began a countdown from 9, then soared into the air, announcing loudly, in this battle royale of gods of destruction, the ultimate victor is Lord Beerus of Universe 7. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's proclamation, Beerus let out a hearty laugh before plopping down onto the ground. The 12 angels instantly appeared on the arena, waving their staffs to heal their respective gods of destruction. In an instant, all the gods of destruction were restored to their former selves and returned to their viewing platforms. Lord Beerus, you are incredible, Sun Wukong exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Humph, you won, so it's not like I lost face, right? Beerus grinned. The other viewing platforms echoed similar sentiments, as the gods of destruction and Kaiashins engaged in quiet conversations. The Grand Priest and Zeno were also deep in discussion. A moment later, the Grand Priest stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. Now, everyone, all gods of destruction, angels, and Kaiashins, please direct your attention toward me. The Grand Priest continued, His Majesty Zeno greatly enjoys this tournament of the entire universe, so from now on, we shall call it the Power Tournament, based on the earlier matches. We have established the rules for the competition. The Assembly of Gods fell silent, eagerly awaiting the Grand Priest's words. Due to the immense power of the gods of destruction, they are not permitted to participate in this power tournament. Each universe must select 10 contestants, excluding the gods of destruction, to compete. I will simplify the rules further. 1. The total duration of this tournament is 100 taka, approximately 48 minutes. 2. with the premise of not killing. Victory in this power tournament is achieved by knocking an opponent off the stage. Similarly, if an opponent collapses, tossing them off the stage also counts as a victory. 3. This power tournament will be a team brawl, with all participating contestants entering the arena simultaneously to fight within the designated time. The team with the most remaining members at the end will be declared the victor. If, before the time expires, only one person remains on the stage, their team wins, and that contestant will be recognized as the most outstanding participant. There are only 3 rules. Now, regarding the rewards for the victorious contestants, the most outstanding participant will receive a Super Dragon Ball as a prize, which can grant any wish. Upon hearing about the Super Dragon Ball, Kampa swallowed hard. The Grand Priest turned to him, smiling. Kampa, is that acceptable? Please hand over the 6 Dragon Balls you possess, and I will take responsibility for collecting the last one. Kampa chuckled awkwardly. No problem. I wouldn't dare to have any objections. Some gods of destruction and Kaioshins might not yet be aware of what the Super Dragon Balls are. The Super Dragon Balls, also known as the Super Wish Balls, were created by the dragon god Zalama in the 41st year of the Divine Era. Each one is the size of a small planet, totaling 7. Scattered across universes 6 and 7. Once all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, summoning the Super Dragon can grant any wish. Several Kaioshins and gods of destruction were indeed hearing about the Super Dragon Balls for the first time, and they felt enlightened. At that moment, a stubborn Kaioshin raised his hand. Excuse me, may I say something? I have a question. Please, go ahead, the Grand Priest replied. Thank you, said the bespectacled Kaioshin of Universe 3. We understand the prize for the most outstanding participant, but what reward will the victorious universe receive? The Grand Priest smiled. Nothing at all. The god of destruction from Universe 3 was momentarily taken aback. I see. It's honor, right? We will gain honor? The Grand Priest shook his head. No, it's nothing at all. Nothing at all. Almost all the gods of destruction and Kaioshins were filled with confusion. How could it be nothing? The Grand Priest continued. Nothing at all is indeed the prize for victory. The victorious universe will experience no changes, while the defeated universe will be erased by His Majesty Zeno. A sudden, dead silence enveloped the atmosphere. Some gods of destruction and Kaioshins even thought they had misheard. What did the Grand Priest just say? The defeated universe will be erased? Only the victorious universe will remain? In an instant, chaos erupted. All the gods of destruction and Kaioshins were drenched in cold sweat, their backs soaked. What shall we do? Even Beerus and Whis, who had been forewarned by Sun Wukong, could not remain calm, their hearts filled with dread. How could this happen? Some individuals have succumbed to despair, reflecting on the words spoken by the Grand Priest upon their arrival at the Omni King's temple. The Omni King oversees 12 universes and is exceedingly fatigued. Should none of the universes conceive a game that satisfies His Majesty, the Omni King may resolve the fundamental issue by eradicating the universes that contribute to his weariness. The Grand Priest continued, noting that the Omni King has long felt that the number of universes is excessive, presenting a prime opportunity for change. Are you implying that only one universe will remain? Inquired a reluctant god of destruction. The Grand Priest shook his head, stating that Universe 1, Universe 5, Universe 8, and Universe 12 would be spared, as the inhabitants of these 4 universes possess an average level exceeding 7 and are thus exempt from this power tournament. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, the deities from the exempted universes sighed in relief, their spirits lifted as they transformed from the center of catastrophe to mere bystanders. This sensation was truly remarkable, evoking a sense of clandestine satisfaction. At that moment, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai from universes 1, 5, 8, and 12 gazed at the deities from the remaining 8 universes, a feeling of schadenfreude blossoming within them. We are saved. Thankfully, we have been diligent in our duties, they exclaimed. Conversely, the gods from the universes that were required to compete glared at them. The god of destruction, Ramses, posed a question. What would become of us if our universes were to be eliminated? The Grand Priest replied with a smile. Do not concern yourself with that. If a universe is erased, all deities, save for the guiding angels, will vanish as well. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kai from the 8 universes suddenly felt an overwhelming dread. So, this power tournament is essentially a final opportunity for those 8 unfit universes. If they emerge victorious, they may endure. Otherwise, they face obliteration. Is that correct? Inquired Badros. The Grand Priest nodded affirmatively. With a sense of dismay, Supreme Kai Ashen quietly asked Whis, what is the average level of our universe's inhabitants? Whis responded, in Universe 7, the average level of humanity is 318. No. That is incorrect. Under Lord Beerus's diligent efforts over the past year, it has risen to 381, placing us 3rd from the bottom. The second last is Universe 6, ruled by Lord Kampa, with an average of only 358, while the last is Universe 9, with a mere average of 186. Curse it. This is all your fault. You still cannot create a planet. Beerus glared at Ashen. Ashen weakly retorted, but Lord Beerus, you spend all your time sleeping and do not work at all. Ugh, how infuriating. Beerus exclaimed, cradling his head in frustration. The Grand Priest continued, stating that the tournament would take place in the Void Realm, where he would construct the arena. The event is scheduled to commence in 5 ticks. 5 ticks. The announcement left many gods perplexed. Converted to Earth time, this equates to approximately 40 hours. Finding 10 competitors in such a short span is exceedingly rushed, especially for an event that determines the fate of entire universes. Is there sufficient time for this? All Demon inquired. What is the matter? Is there an issue? I eagerly anticipate the thrilling competition. No problem, the previously doubtful gods of destruction conceded. Very well, it is settled, declared the Grand Priest, raising his hand. Once you have gathered your chosen individuals, assemble at any location within your universe, and I shall transport you to the arena. Also, do not be late. Tardiness will disqualify your team. Additionally, I must emphasize that weapons and drugs are strictly prohibited during the competition. Any violations will result in immediate disqualification. The gods were enveloped in contemplation, silence prevailing. Time is of the essence, so I shall return you all now. Prepare well for the tournament, the Grand Priest announced, extending his arms. Instantly, all gods, angels, and attendants vanished, returning to their respective universes. In Universe 7, within the realm of the god of destruction, Beerus clenched his fists in frustration. Why has this happened? He grumbled, then muttered quietly, I won the tournament, yet the Omni King did not bestow any reward upon me. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus is still thinking about rewards, Whis chuckled softly. Now is not the time for such musings. We must finalize our competitors. Supreme Kaiashin urged anxiously. Ah yes. Competitors, Beerus exclaimed, patting Gohan heavily on the shoulder. Young man, this is your responsibility. Ha ha. Lord Beerus is truly a hands-off manager. What else can I do? I cannot participate in battle, and you are far more adept at selecting team members than I. Beerus replied, arms crossed, his words leaving no room for debate. At that moment, Piccolo, Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Broly approached, still entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Sun Wukong inquired, Gohan, what has transpired? Well, father, came the reply. Sun Wukong immediately recounted the events to the others. Upon hearing his words, the group was struck with astonishment. Competing against formidable warriors from other universes? The revelation ignited a sense of exhilaration within them. Yet, when they learned that a loss in the competition would result in the obliteration of their universe, a shadow of foreboding loomed over their hearts. Thus, we must now determine 10 participants for the tournament, Sun Wukong stated. 10 individuals, that does seem rather excessive, Piccolo mused, stroking his chin. We currently have 6 warriors among us, which means we need to recruit 4 more. I know of one, the towering android, number 16, Piccolo remarked. Having fought alongside him, Piccolo held vivid memories of Android 16. Sun Wukong nodded. Indeed, that works. I leave the matter of number 16 to you, Uncle Piccolo. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Though number May 16th lack a detectable aura, I shall undoubtedly trace his presence within the heavenly temple, Piccolo responded. Very well, that means we still require 3 more. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, I wish to release Majin Buu and allow him to compete. Upon hearing the name of Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai flinched visibly. No, that is not possible. Majin Buu is far too perilous, he replied, a hint of anxiety lacing his words. Beside him, Beerus, arms crossed, retorted, what is there to fear? If he dares to cause trouble, I shall be the first to obliterate him. Son Gohan continued, there is no cause for concern. Lord Supreme Kai, while Majin Buu was indeed a formidable adversary in the past, the circumstances have changed. Here, apart from yourself, every individual possesses the capability to easily subdue him. Furthermore, did you not mention that Majin Buu has become considerably more benevolent after absorbing the Grand Supreme Kai? Thus, it would be prudent to engage him in earnest dialogue. However, if communication proves futile, we may need to resort to eliminating him directly. Son Gohan turned to Goku and Vegeta, saying, Father, Uncle Vegeta, I entrust this matter to you. Please seek the great King Kai to unseal Majin Buu. You may consult the Elder Kai for guidance, and if he is unable to assist, then surely Whis will possess the knowledge. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. That old fellow knows, hurry along now. With that, Goku, Vegeta, and the King Kai set off for the Kai's planet. Sun Wukong gazed at Trunks and said, Trunks, seek out Master Roshi to learn the Mafuba technique. What is the Mafuba? Trunks asked, bewildered. It is a technique for sealing enemies. Master Roshi will enlighten you. Sun Wukong replied. All right, I understand, Trunks responded before departing. Only 2 remain. At that moment, Broly looked at Sun Wukong with eager eyes. Everyone had been dispatched, leaving him as the sole individual behind. Is there something you need me to do? He inquired. Son Gohan looked at the somewhat simple-minded Broly and smiled. Come, let us seek out the last 2 individuals. 1:30, the final 2 contestants. Sun Wukong, accompanied by Broly, ventured into the realm of the underworld, where they sought an audience with Lord Yama. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Yama smiled and said, Mr. Wukong, Lord Kai has already informed me of the situation. You may proceed with the ghostly soldiers. Very well. Thank you for your assistance, Sun Wukong replied, nodding towards the ghostly soldiers who had been waiting patiently nearby. Oh, "It is no trouble at all. Please follow me," the ghostly soldier responded, clearly astonished. He was well aware of Sun Wukong's legendary status, as the chaos wrought by the evil thought wave had become one of the most significant events in the annals of the underworld. As the savior, Sun Wukong was etched into the memories of all denizens of the netherworld. Under the guidance of the ghostly soldier, Sun Wukong and Broly soon located their target, Guldo. There, suspended from the reflective tree in paradise, Guldo was ensconced in a large cocoon, with only his head visible, rendering him immobile. Surrounding him were exquisite fairies, their wings fluttering gracefully as they danced, their melodious voices filling the air with harmonious tunes. It was a breathtakingly beautiful scene. In stark contrast, Guldo wore a blank expression, devoid of any signs of anger or joy, as if he were indifferent to it all. Suddenly, Guldo turned his head sharply, having spotted Sun Wukong and Broly approaching him. At that moment, his fury ignited. Son Gohan approached him, gently stroking his round head. Gula struggled fiercely. "It has been a while, hasn't he, Gula?" Son Gohan smiled as he caressed Gula's head. "Damn it, don't touch my head, get away." "Oh dear, what an ungracious thing to say. Have you become so irritable?" "This is unlike you," Son Gohan remarked. "Do you not understand why I have become so irritable?" Gula glared at him. "Why? Isn't it quite pleasant for you to reside here?" "Nonsense, I want to go to hell immediately," Gula exclaimed angrily. "Is that so? This is the first time I've heard such a peculiar request. Are you saying you do not wish to be resurrected?" "I do not want to," Gula shouted, only then comprehending the latter part of Son Gohan's statement. "What did you just say? Resurrect?" "Yes, resurrect. Do you wish for it?" Son Gohan chuckled. Gula remained silent for several seconds before replying. "You cannot possibly be so benevolent as to resurrect me without a reason. State your conditions." Son Gohan declared, "Splendid. Come with me to engage in a match. Once it concludes, I shall ensure your complete revival." Guldo furrowed his brow. "A match? What do you mean?" "This is a grand tournament of combat across the cosmos. Only by emerging victorious can our universe continue to exist. Otherwise, we shall face annihilation. Surely, you wouldn't wish to remain suspended in this tree, only to vanish inexplicably, would you? So what do you say? Shall we take a gamble?" "You mean to say that I must not only participate in the competition, but also secure victory?" Guldo replied. "Indeed, the mighty Guldo is quite astute," Son Gohan remarked, gently patting his head. "You scoundrel! I've told you not to touch my head." Guldo protested, struggling once more. "Very well, I concede. Just remove your filthy hands." "Hee. Splendid." Son Gohan chuckled as he led Guldo back to Lord Enma. The King of Hell restored Guldo's physical form, a request Son Gohan had made previously, ensuring Guldo's corporeal body was preserved. Unfortunately, during the incident with the evil thought wave, the souls of Frieza and his cohorts had been utterly eradicated, necessitating the search for another warrior. Lord Enma graciously granted Guldo a 2-day leave, accompanied by the fortune teller, as they returned to Earth alongside Son Gohan and Broly. "Broly, I entrust him to you. Give him a good beatdown for a year, so he can experience the might of a truly furious brother." Son Gohan instructed Broly before arranging for both of them to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Piccolo successfully located Android 16 and persuaded him to join the team. On King Kai's planet, Vegeta and Goku, utilizing their energy, successfully unsealed the formidable Majin Buu. Sun Wukong possesses an innocent character, surprisingly finding companionship with Majin Buu. The current Majin Buu resembles an adorable, plump figure, exuding an air of harmlessness. This bewilderment leaves the Supreme Kai in a state of astonishment. Sun Wukong patiently instructed Buu, advising him against indiscriminately taking lives and wreaking havoc. Buu nodded in agreement repeatedly. After spending the better part of the day together, the two seemed to have transformed into long-lost friends. However, to ascertain the true strength of the Majin Buu, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and engaged in a battle with him. Ultimately, he was playfully outmaneuvered by Buu's seemingly endless array of extraordinary abilities. It was only after transforming into Super Saiyan 3 that he managed to triumph over Majin Buu. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, instantaneously arrived at the Kaishin realm. Seeking out the Kaishin, without preamble, he stated, "Lord Kaishin, we are merely one warrior short. Please accompany me to the Galactic Patrol headquarters." The Kaishin, taken aback, inquired, "The final warrior is located at the Galactic Patrol headquarters?" Son Gohan chuckled, "That's about right. To be precise, it should be in the Galactic Prison. I am not well acquainted with that place, so I will need your esteemed assistance, Lord King Kai." Asen nodded. "Indeed, then let us make haste, Jebbit." At once, Jebbit replied, "To the Galactic Patrol headquarters." "Yes, Lord King Kai." With a swift use of instant transmission, Jebbit transported Lord King Kai and Son Gohan to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Under the adept guidance of Lord King Kai, Son Gohan soon found himself face to face with the Galactic King, who bore an uncanny resemblance to an octopus, as well as Mel's, who was in the midst of delivering a report. Son Gohan curiously regarded the apprentice angel. Mir sensed Gohan's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. Their gazes locked, and Gohan offered a subtle smile and a nod. Mears returned the smile, taking a moment to observe Gohan more closely. Gohan, what is the name of the person you seek? After a brief discussion with the Galactic King, the Supreme Kai turned to Gohan. Oh, the one imprisoned in the Galactic Prison, OG-73. Sabinsley. Gohan replied. Sabinsley? Very well, Mears. Please escort the Supreme Kai and the others to the Galactic Prison and retrieve the individual they require, the Galactic King instructed. Understood, Mears nodded. Please follow me, he said, gesturing for Gohan and the others to proceed as he led them toward the Galactic Prison. Thank you, Officer Mears, Gohan remarked with a smile. Perhaps at this moment, he was the only one in the 7th universe aware of Mears' true identity. Even Whis might not yet have recognized Mears' presence. Who would have imagined that an apprentice angel would serve as an officer in the Galactic Patrol? Along the way, the previously silent Mears inquired, Do you know Sabinsley? He had been nearby and had overheard their conversation regarding the power tournament. Thus he was naturally aware of their intentions to find Sabinsley. Supreme Kai Asin glanced at Gohan. As he was not familiar with the matter, Sun Wukong smiled and said, I understand a little, but not in detail. Could Officer Mel's provide us with an introduction to this individual? Only a little, not detailed. Then why did you specifically mention OG-731? Mel's cast a puzzled glance at Sun Wukong and replied, Sabinsley is a subordinate of Saganbo and was once a notorious member of the Galactic Bandit Gang. I personally captured them, but it came at a considerable cost. Sabinsley is quite a formidable character. However, he is not actually human. He is an artificial life form created by a technologically advanced planet, devoid of any emotions. We have artificial beings on Earth, Sun Wukong remarked. Yes, one could say he is an artificial being. Sabinsley possesses the ability of replication, allowing him to steal the abilities of others by touching their necks. The replicated abilities can last for 30 minutes. Furthermore, Sabinsley himself is exceptionally powerful, and combined with his replication ability, he becomes even more formidable. Additionally, he can store the abilities of 3 individuals and switch between them at will. However, since he is an artificial life form, Sabinsley lacks any emotions and operates solely as a killing machine that obeys orders. Impressive, both the Kaioshin and Jebet were taken aback. During Mel's introduction, they arrived at the Galactic Prison. Officer Mel's is truly extraordinary. Capturing such a criminal is no small feat, Kaioshin Ashin remarked. How could it not be? He is an angel. Although currently just a trainee angel, he is not someone of the God of Destruction's caliber who can be trifled with. Let alone these petty criminals in the Galactic Prison. Due to the regulations of the angelic race, angels cannot interfere in earthly matters. So Mel's could not utilize his angelic powers against these offenders. Nonetheless, with his innate strength, he still possesses numerous methods and techniques to bring criminals to justice. In this vast galactic prison, nearly half of the inmates were captured by Mel's. He could be considered an elite among elite officers, highly regarded by the Galactic King. Mel smiled and said, It took great effort, and I had assistance from other officers. It wasn't solely my achievement. As they stood at the entrance of the galactic prison, Sun Wukong sensed an overwhelmingly nauseating aura approaching, which he deduced must belong to the legendary Moro. Pretending to be unaware, he inquired of Officer Mel's. I sense an unsettling aura. Although it is not particularly strong, it evokes an involuntary fear within me, as if many souls are crying out in despair. What could this be? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, both Kaioshin and Jebet immediately sensed it as well, their expressions changing drastically. Indeed, it is terrifying. Jebet could not help but take a step back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Mel's expression darkened. What you are sensing must be Moro. Moro? Who is Moro? Kaioshin Ashin inquired. Mel's explained. Over 10 million years ago, a truly fearsome demon appeared in the universe, and that was Moro. Over 10 million years ago. Such a distant history, Kaioshin mused, realizing he became the Kaioshin only 500 million years ago. This meant that Moro's emergence fell into a period of history he was unfamiliar with. Mel's nodded. Yes, indeed, over 10 million years ago. At that time, Moro was known as the Planet Eater, capable of consuming entire planets and harnessing their life energy for himself. Due to Moro's actions, countless star systems in the 7th universe became lifeless. He was a truly heinous demon. He was far too powerful, and we, the Galactic Patrol, were utterly helpless against him. Thus, Moro rampaged through the galaxies, growing even stronger as he consumed more planets. Eventually, the Grand Kaioshin intervened. He sacrificed a significant portion of his divine power to forcibly seal Moro's magic. Unable to resist, Moro was finally imprisoned in the galactic prison. Jebet was stunned. So, Moro has been imprisoned in the galactic prison for 10 million years? Mel's nodded. Yes. The Grand Kaioshin is truly remarkable, Kaioshin Ashin sighed. To him, the Grand Kaioshin had always been a figure of great reverence, a spiritual pillar and idol guiding him forward. Mel's affirmed, indeed, the Grand Kaioshin made tremendous sacrifices to seal Moro's power, a truly remarkable deity. However, it is unfortunate that due to the sacrifice of much of his divine power, his strength diminished greatly, leading to his absorption by Majin Bu 500 million years ago. Kaioshin Ashen's expression turned somber. I see. Thank you, Officer Mels, for sharing this piece of history with me. As a Kaioshin, I was unaware of such events surrounding the Grand Kaioshin. I feel ashamed. Mels chuckled. You are too modest, Kaioshin. At this moment, Sun Wukong interjected. Why not execute such a heinous individual directly, and instead confine him to prison? Mels sighed. That is because, although Moro has lost his magical powers, he still possesses formidable combat abilities. We sentenced him to death, but no one has the capability to carry out that sentence. Thus, he was sentenced to life imprisonment instead. Kaioshin recalled Majin Buu and felt a sense of empathy, sighing helplessly. Mels continued, with the disappearance of the Grand Kaioshin, Moro's sealed powers are gradually recovering. I am genuinely worried that one day he may break free from prison and wreak havoc across the universe. Capturing him would become even more challenging then. Both Kaioshin and Jebet felt a tightening in their chests, seemingly envisioning the catastrophic aftermath of Moro's escape, making them increasingly anxious. Then, why does Moro's aura feel like this? It instills fear, Jebet questioned. Mels explained, because Moro can absorb the life energy of entire planets, converting it into his own strength. This means that his energy is a collective embodiment of the lives he has taken. That is why his aura evokes feelings of mourning and despair. And his prolonged life is also connected to this. After hearing Mel's words, Jebet remarked, what a terrifying being. He seems far more fearsome than Majin Buu. Indeed, Kaioshin concurred. Sun Gohan remarked, Officer Melis, you mentioned that you have sentenced the demon Moro to death, yet no one possesses the capability to carry out the execution. I would like to offer my assistance in eliminating this Moro. Ah, truly? Melis was momentarily taken aback. The Supreme Kai and Jebet also exchanged glances, their eyes alight with realization. Indeed, Mr. Gohan certainly has the potential to vanquish this demon. If Moro were to be dispatched in advance, there would be no need to worry about any possibility of his escape. Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging, indeed, I am a resident of the 7th universe, and I certainly do not wish to see him break free and wreak havoc. Very well, I shall consult with the Galactic King at once, Mers promptly replied. With that, he retrieved his communicator to contact the Galactic King. Shortly thereafter, the Galactic King arrived at the Galactic Prison, accompanied by several Galactic Patrol officers. Mr. Wukong, is what you say true? Can you truly vanquish Moro? The Galactic King exclaimed, his crown askew with excitement. Yes, Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. Gak, who escorted the Galactic King, gently tapped Mers on the shoulder and whispered, Officer Mers, who is this person that dares to claim he can defeat Moro? Mers replied, this is Mr. Sun Wukong from Earth, Officer Gak. Surely Earth falls under your jurisdiction? You should be well aware of it. Gak froze momentarily. It seems I have not paid much attention to Earth for quite some time, so I am quite unaware of its current state. The Galactic King glanced at the Supreme Kai, then turned to Sun Wukong, saying with fervor, Mr. Wukong, we are counting on you. If you can eliminate Moro, the Galactic Patrol will forever be your allies. Beneath him, the multitude of writhing tentacles moved restlessly, a clear sign of his exhilaration. This was understandable, for the Star Eater Moro had been imprisoned in the Galactic Prison for 10 million years. Several Galactic Kings had come and gone, yet none had managed to resolve this dilemma. If he were to succeed during his tenure, it would indeed be an extraordinary achievement, perhaps even leading to a promotion. Sun Wukong nodded and said, you're welcome. Bring out Moro, I shall handle it. King of the Galaxy called out, Gak. Immediately, Gak sprang to the front of the king, standing upright like a javelin. He saluted, reporting for duty. The King of the Galaxy instructed, go fetch Moro. Upon hearing the king's command, Gak instantly faltered. He simply lacked the courage, primarily due to Moro's notorious reputation for wreaking havoc. Gak cast a pleading glance toward Mels, sending out a desperate signal for help. Mels interjected, my lord. Allow me to take care of this. With that, Mels swiftly entered the prison. In a short while, he emerged with two individuals, both clad in the orange prison attire of the Galactic Prison. One of them was tall and robust, sporting 3 orbs on his forehead, and his expression was blank, unmistakably indicating he was an artificial being. The other was a stooped old man, adorned with horns and a thick white beard that obscured much of his face. He half opened his crimson eyes, scrutinizing Sun Wukong and the Supreme Kai while attempting to suppress his chilling aura. Indeed, it was Sabinsley and Moro. As Moro assessed Sun Wukong reciprocated by evaluating Moro, while Sabinsley stood idly by with a poker face, betraying no discernible emotion. Sun Wukong turned to Sabinsley and attempted to say, Sabinsley, replicate Moro's abilities. However, Sabinsley remained unmoved, paying no heed to Sun Wukong's command. At this juncture, Sabinsley was resolutely loyal only to Saganbo and the members of the Galactic Bandit Brigade. He disregarded the others entirely, treating them with utter contempt. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's request for Sabinsley to copy his abilities, Moro's eyelids involuntarily twitched. He pondered why the Galactic Patrol had extracted him from prison and contemplated his escape strategy. His magical powers had significantly replenished, and he estimated that the likelihood of escaping in a moment of unawareness exceeded 80%. Thus, he awaited an opportune moment, a chance to flee. With a cold, calculating gaze, Moro surveyed his surroundings, continuously strategizing about the most advantageous escape route. After being scrutinized by Moro for a few moments, Sun Wukong decided against copying Moro's abilities. Such malevolent powers, unless wielded for nefarious deeds, would be greatly diminished if possessed by a righteous character. They were of little utility. As for the disobedient Sabensli, he would deal with that later. For now, it was imperative to eliminate the discomforting presence of Moro. Moro, I hereby pronounce your death sentence. Sun Wukong grinned. His right hand splayed towards Moro's form. Moro's eyes brimmed with disdain. Did he truly believe it would be so simple to kill him? If it were that easy, he would not have languished in confinement for 1,000,000 years. Should you dare unleash an energy shockwave, I shall devour your energy and transform it into my own power. Observing Moro's provocative gaze, Sun Wukong snorted derisively, and his right hand suddenly became enveloped in a layer of dark purple energy. As this ominous energy manifested, Meyer's brow furrowed slightly. Moro's pupils constricted, engulfed by an Yunpi. Sun Wukong's son uttered 2 words softly. No, do not. Moro let out a deafening roar, his body quaking violently. Yet, almost immediately, his hunched form began to dissolve like snow in the sunlight. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, Moro vanished into thin air. Wheezing, Sun Wukong's son felt the remnants of destructive energy within him being completely siphoned away, causing him to gasp for breath. However, this only lasted a few breaths before he returned to his normal state. The Supreme Kai, Ashen, stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "Isn't this Lord Beerus's technique?" Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, displayed a radiant smile reminiscent of a sunlit boy. Indeed, I have secretly learned a bit. The Supreme Kai, Ashen, and Jebit, along with Meruz, gazed at him in astonishment. The destructive prowess of Beerus cannot simply be acquired through mere desire or superficial study. It necessitates an extraordinary level of comprehension. While one could indeed channel destruction using their own power, the expressiveness of the damage would be significantly diminished. However, should one be imbued with destructive energy, the terrifying potency of destruction would undergo a transformative leap. It was evident that when Gohan employed destruction moments ago, he had infused it with destructive energy. This implies that Gohan possesses the divine aura of a god of destruction. It is indeed remarkable for one who is not a god of destruction to wield such energy. Meruz could not help but steal a few more glances at him. Meanwhile, the Galactic King and his companions were preoccupied with a singular thought. Moro has perished, utterly and completely. The Galactic King approached with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Gohan. I cannot express my appreciation enough. You have eliminated a tremendous threat. And this is a momentous event for the entire universe, though sadly, only a handful of us are aware of it. This simply cannot stand. I must proclaim it far and wide so that all may remember the merits of Mr. Gohan. I shall commission a life-sized statue in his likeness to be placed at the Galactic Patrol headquarters for all Galactic Patrol officers to revere. The Galactic King continued to extol his praises. Son Gohan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was it truly necessary? Alas, it was indeed necessary. Thus, it was settled. The Galactic King declared, and the decision was made. First, however, they needed to address the matter of Sabensli. Son Gohan turned his gaze towards Sabensli, who remained utterly impassive. Even after Son Gohan's thunderous display of power against Moro, there seemed to be no effect on him. He remained unmoved, not even flinching. It appeared he was devoid of any emotion. How should this be handled? Officer Males, the Galactic King inquired, casting a glance at Males. It seems we can only turn to Sagambo, Males replied. Sabensli, come with me. Males gestured towards him. Obediently, Sabensli followed Males back into the confines of the prison. Ignoring all else, may I enter? Son Gohan inquired of the Galactic King. Of course, Gak, take Mr. Gohan inside. The Galactic King promptly commanded Gak. Yes. Gak hurried over to lead the way. As they walked, Gak stole curious glances at Son Gohan, intrigued by how such a formidable figure could suddenly emerge from the remote Earth. As a patrol officer from that region, he was utterly oblivious, a grave oversight indeed. If the Galactic King were to hold him accountable, it could result in a salary deduction. Mr. Gohan, are you truly from Earth? After a moment of hesitation, Gak could no longer contain his curiosity. I am from Earth. Son Gohan nodded, choosing not to engage further. Gak dared not press on. For Son Gohan exuded an aura of immense strength and mystery. After a brief half-minute, they arrived at the entrance of a cell. In Galactic Prison, each cell housed but a single inmate. Notorious criminals like Sagambo enjoyed VIP treatment, complete with handcuffs and leg irons. Males rapped on the sturdy glass window, calling out, Sagambo, I have something to discuss with you. Following a cacophony of metallic clanks, a burly man with a yellow pompadour approached, grinning widely. What is the matter, Officer Males? Males pointed to Son Gohan, saying, Sagambo, allow Sabensli to heed his words for now. I can petition the Galactic King for a reduction in your sentence. Hee. Why should I listen to you? I'm quite comfortable in here. I have no desire to leave at the moment. Sagambo retorted with a mocking laugh, showing no respect for Males. He even raised his middle finger towards the group, standing at the cell door. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong appeared within the confines of the prison cell, deftly subduing Saganbo with one hand while the other unleashed a flurry of blows, striking him over 100 times. Remarkably, Wukong expertly moderated his strength. Though the strikes were excruciating, they were not lethal. In no time, Saganbo found himself battered and bruised, kneeling upon the ground, pleading for mercy. Spare me, spare my life. I was wrong, truly wrong. Listen to him, Sabinsley, heed his words. Saganbo wept profusely. Moments later, Sun Wukong departed the galactic prison, accompanied by Sabinsley. The warriors were soon to embark on their expedition to the God of Destruction's planet. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, arrived here accompanied by Sabinsley, was cast a glance at Sabinsley and discerned the issue at hand. With a subtle movement of his staff, he discreetly modified the programming, ensuring Sabinsley would henceforth heed only Gohan's commands. Is this interference in mortal affairs? Is this employing angelic powers for combat? No, it is merely a matter of human relations. This action went unnoticed by both Gohan and Beerus. Beerus clapped Gohan on the shoulder, grinning broadly. Ha! Gohan, you truly have a knack for this. You've gathered 10 warriors in such a short time. At this pace, I dare say our universe is the swiftest among the 8 participating. That cheeky lad certainly knows how to get things done. Whis chuckled. Ho ho ho. Mr. Gohan has always been reliable, unlike Lord Beerus, who only knows how to sleep. Damn it, Whis, be quiet. Beerus retorted angrily, taken aback by the public criticism. Moments later, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Bu arrived at the God of Destruction's planet. Bu, following closely behind Wukong, bounced along, his childlike spirit evident as he found delight in everything around him. He even made a silly face at Beerus. Observing the plump pink creature, Gohan realized that the Kaioshin's consciousness still lay dormant within Bu. The Galactic Patrol possessed skilled hypnotists and personnel who could aid in awakening the Kaioshin's memories, but for now, it was unnecessary. Bu, let me show you a treasure, Gohan said, placing a hand on Bu's shoulder and revealing a gaming console. The two soon found joy in their playful interaction. Shortly thereafter, Gohan had Sabinsley touch Bu's neck, thereby copying his abilities. Meanwhile, on Earth, Trunks diligently trained under Master Roshi, mastering the Mafuba technique. Aware of the cosmic crisis looming ahead, Android 16 voluntarily requested Bulma to upgrade and modify him. However, with merely a day left before the tournament commenced, time was too short. Bulma could only manage a minor enhancement and discreetly dismantled the bomb within him. Simultaneously, in Universe 6, God of Destruction Kampa was on the verge of exploding. Where could he possibly find 10 powerful warriors in such a short time frame? It was utterly distressing. Lord Kampa, perhaps we should split our efforts. You find 5, and I shall find 5, thus enhancing our efficiency, suggested Kaioshin Fua. Kampa, cradling his head, grimaced. Fua, do you already have candidates in mind? Fua sighed. Currently, only one comes to mind, but I am uncertain whether he would be willing to participate. Is it Hit? Kampa inquired. Fua nodded. Indeed, it is the assassin Hit. Kampa remarked. I had also thought of Hit first, so Kaioshin, you ought to seek others. Heh. Fua stood dumbfounded. Kampa urged Beerus. Hurry, Beerus, go find Hit. Whatever it takes, convince him to join the tournament. Ho ho ho. Understood, Lord Kampa, Beerus replied, laughing as he transformed into a beam of white light and shot into the sky. Ah, Lord Kampa is truly devious, Fua lamented before vanishing instantaneously to search for competitors. In Universe 11, on the clown god of destruction's planet, the clown god Belmod sat upon a sofa. Beside him stood the substitute god of destruction Topo and the twin-tailed angel guide Margarita, along with Kaioshin Kai. With a serious expression, Belmod asked Topo, what do you think of Son Gohan's strength from Universe 7? Topo stroked his half-burned beard and replied, very formidable. I am no match for him. Topo candidly acknowledged. Belmod pressed on. And how does he compare to Jiren? Without hesitation, Topo responded, of course, Jiren is stronger. He held an almost blind trust in Jiren, convinced that no matter how powerful Gohan was, he could never surpass Jiren. Belmod stated, your Pride Troopers consist of 10 members, perfectly fitting the 10 participants for the tournament. Therefore, we must ensure Jiren competes. Otherwise, to put it bluntly, our universe is doomed. No one can rival that Gohan. This fact was clearer to you than anyone else. Topo nodded earnestly. Indeed. Belmod continued, inform him about the Super Dragon Balls. They can grant any wish, which should surely entice Jiren. Jiren had long harbored a desire to resurrect his master. Winning the tournament would grant him the wish. Heh. Go now, Topo. Belmod waved his hand. Yes, Lord Belmod. Topo bowed and departed in a specially designed spacecraft. After Topo's departure, Kaioshin Kai remarked, Lord Belmod, are you so confident that Jiren will agree to participate? After all, he is quite peculiar. If he learns that only one universe can survive, he may refuse to join the tournament. Belmod grinned. He will certainly participate. Jiren dedicates himself to justice, never acting out of self-interest, and clings to an absurd belief, refusing to take lives even in the face of villains. However, there is one thing he would forsake his beliefs to achieve. Is it what you just mentioned? Kai asked. Belmod nodded. Yes, indeed. to resurrect his master. Jiren will undoubtedly join. Belmod exuded confidence. Margarita chuckled. Ho ho ho, Lord Belmod is enticing him into the tournament with the Dragon Balls. Belmod shot a glance at the twin-tailed angel, saying, Margarita, do not phrase it so harshly. That is his desire. I am merely providing him with an opportunity, haha. Similar scenes are unfolding across other universes. Universe 2, Universe 3, Universe 4, Universe 9, and Universe 10. The deities of creation and destruction in these realms have become fervently occupied in their quest to identify 10 worthy contestants. They traverse vast expanses, striving to discover the mightiest warriors from their respective universes within a mere 40 hours. This endeavor is not solely for the sake of honor, but also for the survival of their universes and, indeed, for their very lives. As they navigate this frantic race against time, the clock ticks swiftly, and soon less than an hour remains until the designated preparation period concludes. In Universe 7, on Earth, at the Capsule Corporation, friends and family of the Dragon Ball warriors gather to bid farewell to the valiant fighters preparing for their imminent journey. The 10 warriors stand ready, awaiting the High Priest to activate the teleportation array that will transport them to the world of Void, where they will showcase their formidable powers. Onward to battle, heroes. The High Priestess teleportation array shall soon be activated, declares a voice. Vegeta, stay strong. I await your return, Bulma urges, cradling Bra, who has yet to master the art of walking. Humph, Vegeta mutters quietly, casting a furtive glance at his wife and daughter, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Trunks, do take care of your father, Bulma adds with concern. What? Care for me? Vegeta finally retorts, unable to contain himself. What nonsense is this? I require no care. Bulma stifles a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. Meanwhile, Gohan holds Videl tightly, planting a fervent kiss upon her forehead. Wait for me to return with the children. Please take care of yourself, Videl responds, embracing Gohan's waist, reluctant to let go. Brother, do you think Dad will kiss Mom on the lips? Little Fong whispers. Shoo. You silly. With so many people around, how could that happen? Dad has already kissed Mom's forehead, Sun Wukong whispers to Little Fong. Huh. You two little rascals. Gohan chuckles, having crouched behind them, his large hands ruffling their soft hair. Hey, Dad, weren't you just holding Mom? Little Fong exclaims, gazing at her parents in embrace. Silly Little Fong, Dad must have used that technique of creating clones, Wukong replies. Observing the scene, Gohan smiles gently. Little Fong, Little Wukong, cheer for Dad, he encourages, pointing to his face. Peck. Little Fong stands on her tiptoes and plants a kiss on Gohan's left cheek. Go, Dad. Little Wukong, blushing, shyly kisses Gohan's right cheek. Dad, come back and take us to the amusement park. You must. He insists, clenching his small fist. I want to go too. Little Fong adds eagerly. Very well, I promise you both, Gohan replies with a warm smile. Elsewhere, Chi-Chi leaps into Goku's embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sun Wukong patted Chi-Chi's back and exclaimed, Haha, Chi-Chi, we will surely prevail. Prepare some delicious food for us when we return. Neither Gohan nor I will accept defeat. Chi-Chi nodded, reluctantly leaving the warm embrace of Sun Wukong. Following this, Sun Wukong hoisted Sun Wutian high into the air. Time is almost upon us, Weiss announced. Everyone, please join hands and form a circle. A few individuals paused in surprise. Forming a circle by holding hands? Those who usually did not get along exhibited expressions of discomfort, their lips twitching in reluctance. However, after a stern reprimand and threats from Beerus, they had no choice but to comply. Weiss stood at the center of the circle, poised to lead, awaiting the summons of the Grand Minister. In addition to the 10 warriors participating in the competition, Beerus, the Supreme Kai Shin, and the ancient Supreme Kai accompanied them, totaling 14 individuals. Weiss, holding his staff aloft, stood in the center of the circle. The magical orb atop the staff emanating a vibrant green light, flickering continuously. Grand Minister, we are prepared. Please commence the teleportation, he stated. Understood, came the voice of the Grand Minister. Everyone, give it your all. Friends and family members around them waved in encouragement. Son Gohan smiled and said, Everyone, wait for our return. We shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Prepare ample food, for even at this moment, Beerus remains preoccupied with thoughts of cuisine. And with that, they set off. A burst of white light enveloped the 14 individuals, soaring skyward, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Victory is imperative. All those who bid farewell gazed skyward, harboring a singular hope. The Void Realm, a place defined literally as a realm of nothingness. Indeed, there are no celestial bodies here. The sky is shrouded in dense, oppressive clouds, which evoke a sense of suffocation when one looks up. The Grand Minister has created a small, asteroid-like arena within this desolate expanse. Adjacent to the arena floats a crescent-shaped viewing area, designated for angels, destroyers, Supreme Kai, and those contestants who have been eliminated. On the opposite side of the arena stands a uniquely appointed viewing seat, clearly prepared for the presence of His Majesty, the Omni King. At that moment, beams of light descended from above, and several beings from different universes simultaneously materialized upon the arena. Among them were the inhabitants of Universe 7. Wow, what a grand arena, exclaimed Trunks, surveying his surroundings with awe. Son Gohan remarked, after all, to accommodate an 80-person brawl, we certainly need to prepare a larger arena. Piccolo approached the edge of the platform, gazing into the infinite, pitch-black abyss below. Falling from here would mean defeat, he mused. Humph, we can all fly. There's no risk of falling, retorted Gula, adorned with a halo above his head, dismissively. Sun Wukong muttered, I can no longer fly. He had tried. What? The others were momentarily taken aback. They couldn't help but attempt the aerial technique as well. Indeed, as Sun Wukong had stated, they found themselves unable to take flight. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, what on earth is happening? Whis smiled as he elucidated, if flying were permitted. The rule stating that being pushed off the arena constitutes being out of bounds would be rendered null and void. Thus, the Grand Priest has established this realm as one where the laws of gravity cannot be defied, which is quite reasonable. Then why can he fly? Majin Buu pointed to a winged being soaring in the sky. This creature was a competitor from another universe. Whis glanced upward and replied, because he possesses wings. Just like the birds of Earth, it does not violate the laws of gravity. But we can fly as well, Beerus and King Kai interjected, successfully taking to the skies. Whis chuckled, ah, that is indeed the case, for this restriction applies solely to the competitors. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, the gravity each participant endures is tailored to the specific values of their home planet. Incredible, the others marveled. The capabilities of the Grand Priest were astonishing, revealing only a fraction of his true power, which was utterly terrifying. Strong, exceedingly strong. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Haha, it matters not. After all, none can soar through the skies. Others are in the same predicament, which renders it quite equitable. As long as we do not fall beyond the boundaries, we shall be all right. His words, though delivered with ease, were remarkably sound. During their conversation, several beams of light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of more beings from the cosmos. Sun Wukong raised his gaze and surveyed the scene before him. He noticed the presence of many familiar figures on the arena, yet there were also several unfamiliar faces. Universes 2, 6, 11, and 3 had all gathered here, with the latest arrival being Universe 6. Kampa wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked, phew, that was close. I nearly missed it. Hello, Lord Kampa. Sun Wukong greeted as he approached, raising his hand in salutation while observing the contestants from Universe 6. Humph, Kampa crossed his arms, letting out a disdainful snort as he cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression far from amiable. After all, Sun Wukong's strength was formidable, and among the individuals he had gathered, none could possibly rival him. This meant that Sun Wukong had become an insurmountable mountain for Universe 6, casting doubt on their prospects of victory in the competition. Hence, it was only natural that Kampa would not extend any warmth towards him. Regarding Sun Wukong as a colossal antagonist, Son Gohan quietly leaned towards Kampa's ear and said, rest assured, Lord Kampa, given our bond, even if your Universe 6 were to face obliteration, I would ultimately wish for its restoration from the Super Dragon, provided that I emerge victorious. Upon hearing his words, Kampa's expression softened considerably. He replied, nonsense, who could possibly rival you? Haha, perhaps someone could, Son Gohan chuckled heartily. The 10 contestants from Universe 6 regarded this individual, who was whispering and laughing with their god of destruction, with curiosity in their eyes. They scrutinized Son Gohan, who reciprocated the examination, mentally comparing each of them. Kale, Caulifla, Hit, Bergamo, Kaba, Frost. Yes, he could recognize 6 of them. The remaining 2 were unfamiliar Namekians, and one of the others, judging by his aura, seemed to be a Saiyan from Planet Salad. The last one was unremarkable, a stranger he had never encountered before. Due to the discrepancies in time, many events had inevitably undergone changes. For instance, the arena now featured numerous unfamiliar faces. Notably, among the contestants from Universe 6, the steel giant Magneto was absent, replaced by an unfamiliar Saiyan. In addition, there was another strange man, whose appearance was quite unattractive. Among the 10 contestants, Caulifla's attire resembled that of a rebellious youth. Petite in stature, she sported a voluminous afro, wearing loose, dark purple trousers on her lower half, while her upper half was clad in a scant pink bandeau, barely covering her essential parts. Unrestrained, she scrutinized Son Gohan and remarked, hey, are you also a Saiyan? You seem like quite the rebellious social butterfly. Son Gohan turned to her with a grin and said, indeed, little one. What did you say, little one? No one dares to call me that on Salad Planet. Who do you think you are, fool? Caulifla was instantly enraged. How dare he refer to her as a little one? Good luck then. Goodbye, Son Gohan chuckled, turning on his heel and walking away without a second glance. Humph, that jerk, he doesn't seem all that impressive, Caulifla fumed, hands on her hips, nearly exasperated by Son Gohan's insolence. Sister, let it go, her companion Cal urged softly, in stark contrast to Caulifla's fiery temperament. Cal spoke in hushed tones, as if afraid of being overheard. Meanwhile, Hit silently observed Son Gohan's departing figure, saying not a word. At that moment, Kampa interjected, when the battle commences, do not provoke him, understood? Try to avoid that individual. Why? Caulifla protested. Kampa shot her a glance. Why? Because it would be a disgrace. Humph, insufferable. Caulifla clenched her fists, dismissive of the warning. She was genuinely irked by Sun Gohan's arrogance. Kampa continued, though we are all Saiyans. You are entirely unlike the Saiyans of Universe 7. Look at them. Each one is a mass of muscle, robust beyond measure. And then look at you lot. Frail and seemingly underfed. He added, and do not be deceived by their current state. They can transform into Super Saiyans, their powers surging dramatically, making them exceedingly formidable. The 4 Saiyans from Universe 6 were momentarily taken aback. Super Saiyan? What is that? They wondered. It sounded incredibly impressive. Ha ha ha. Lord Kampa certainly pulls no punches. Bados remarked, indeed, the resources on Salad Planet are scarce, leaving many Saiyans hungry. Kampa turned to Universe Sixx Kai, Fua, and said, Humph, that's Fua's concern. Nevertheless, after hearing Sun Gohan's words, Kampa felt considerably relieved. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, the 10 contestants were undoubtedly members of the Pride Troopers, led by Jiren, donned in matching black and red tight uniforms. Among all the universes, only the 10 from Universe 11 could achieve such uniformity, making them a distinctive spectacle in the crowd. Many from other universes cast their gazes upon them in admiration. Among the contestants, Jiren stood out with his towering and muscular physique, distinct from Toppo's more cumbersome build, which lacked aesthetic appeal. Jiren, however, possessed a well-proportioned form, his muscles taut and clearly defined beneath his tight attire, exuding an aura of latent, formidable power. Though his energy was inscrutable, he emanated an extraordinary presence. At that moment, Jiren stood with his back to everyone, staring into the endless abyss, lost in thought. Hey Toppo, who was the one that defeated you? One teammate inquired. Toppo pointed towards Sun Gohan. See that fellow with the tail? His name is Sun Gohan. He's incredibly strong. Oh, he seems rather unremarkable, another teammate replied. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He can transform, Toppo cautioned. Is that so? Then we can leave him to Jiren and deal with the other contestants, avoiding confrontation with him, Dispo suggested. Indeed, that would be best. Toppo nodded in agreement before turning to Jiren. Jiren, keep an eye on that Sun Gohan. Jiren merely acknowledged. Casting a fleeting glance at Sun Gohan before falling silent once more, his demeanor perpetually aloof. His teammates were at a loss, while Jiren was determined to win. He harbored no faith in their abilities, believing he alone could secure victory. He considered conversation a waste of energy. At that moment, another beam of light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of the final universe, the 10th universe. As they appeared last, all eyes turned towards them. The destroyer god, Ramushi, the angel, Kusu, the Kai, Gavus, and 9 mysterious contestants cloaked in black robes. Among them stood one individual who was strikingly different, tall, with green skin, white hair, and adorned with orange earrings. This individual distinctly separated himself from the other 9, folding his arms and maintaining a considerable distance, his face etched with disdain, exuding an air of solitary pride. As Sun Wukong cast his gaze across the arena, he could not help but squint his eyes. This individual, could it be anyone other than Zamasu? Yet, was Zamasu not the apprentice supreme Kai of Universe 10? Was he truly descending to the battlefield in person? Indeed. The orange patera earrings adorning his ears served as the unmistakable emblem of an apprentice supreme Kai. The direct involvement of an apprentice supreme Kai in the contest is akin to the personal participation of an apprentice destroyer god. Both situations are rather extraordinary. However, it does not contravene the regulations of the tournament. The rules stipulate that, aside from the destroyer gods, each universe is permitted to select 10 participants for the competition. Therefore, the inclusion of an apprentice supreme Kai and an apprentice destroyer god is entirely justifiable. Yet, one cannot help but wonder what insidious motives this cunning individual harbors in his heart. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, feeling a sense of regret. After all, according to the rules of the power tournament, the competitors were prohibited from taking the lives of one another within the arena. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly reduced that individual to ashes right there on the stage. Zamasu seemed to sense Gohan's icy gaze and looked back at him in confusion, furrowing his brow deeply while concealing the animosity he harbored towards humanity. Gawasu from Universe 10 glanced at his proud disciple and remarked, Zamasu, maintain your composure. Do not be rash. This is also an opportunity for your growth. Zamasu offered a slight bow and replied, Yes, master. At that moment, the Grand Minister appeared high in the sky. He raised his hand and proclaimed, Everyone has arrived, so let us all warmly welcome His Majesty, the Omni King. As his words faded, the space on the independently set viewing platform trembled, and the Omni King materialized in a lavish chair, accompanied by his 2 personal bodyguards, who stood firmly to ensure his safety. The Grand Minister bowed to the Omni King. The competitors on the stage, witnessing the Omni King for the first time, were struck by a sense of shock. After all, the Omni King's appearance was entirely different from their expectations, creating a stark contrast. Yet, they dared not underestimate this seemingly harmless figure. They were well aware of the terror that the Omni King embodied. having received ample warnings from the destroyers and Kaioshin of their respective universes prior to this event. The Omni King waved cheerfully at the competitors, saying, "Hello, everyone. Let us have a great match, and good luck." The vast arena fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Grand Minister turned to face the arena and announced loudly, "All right, the competition is about to begin. I ask that all non-participants move to the viewing platform. Listen closely, you few from Universe 10. No matter what, you must secure victory, or I shall annihilate you all," Beerus threatened loudly before they departed the stage. "Ha ha ha. Even if Lord Beerus chooses not to destroy us, we would all surely vanish if we lose," Whis said, appearing quite relaxed and at ease. Kaioshin Asin raised his right hand, clenching his fist to encourage them. "Teamwork is crucial in this match, so please cooperate and fight together. I implore you all, let us go forth and battle with all our might." The Sun Wukong and Vegeta surged forward, leading the charge. Following closely were Gula and Broly, who sought the throngs of adversaries. The rotund Majin Buu also bounced away, seemingly in pursuit of an exhilarating target for some spirited amusement. Left behind were only 5, Son Gohan, Trunks, Piccolo, Android 16, and Cyberman. Trunks paused, taken aback by the unfolding chaos. Where was the promised unity and collaboration? What had happened to their cooperative efforts to repel the enemy? How had it devolved into solitary battles? Son Gohan chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. To expect them to unite in battle is simply a dream." TCH. Piccolo could not help but scoff in disdain. Son Gohan turned his head and instructed Sabansely, "Keep an eye on any teammates who may be injured or overly fatigued, and utilize Buu's abilities to heal and restore them." Sabansely nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, then let us each fight our own battles," Son Gohan said with a grin, his figure flashing as he dashed out. His target was unmistakably the 10th universe. Trunks was momentarily taken aback. Was Gohan not going to fight as a united front? Piccolo remained silent, observing as the two artificial beings, Android 16 and Sabansely, appeared dazed, as if the unfolding events held no relevance to them. The contestants from the 10th universe, witnessing Son Gohan charging towards them alone, could not suppress their derisive laughter. "Coming at us alone? Has this fool lost his mind? Humph, this idiot is courting death," one of the tallest among them scoffed, shedding his cloak to reveal a muscular physique that shimmered under the light. "Allow me to teach him a lesson." With that, he advanced toward Son Gohan. Zamasu crossed his arms, observing with a cold gaze, intent on assessing the strength of the competitors in the arena. "Everyone, step aside and watch the match." Son Gohan sneered as he ran, and in an instant, he transformed his right fist into an open palm and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. A tempestuous wind surged across the arena. What? The contestants from the 10th universe stood in stunned disbelief. Amidst their astonishment, the ferocious gust had already lifted their bodies, casting them off the stage. The 9 anonymous contestants found themselves unceremoniously sent tumbling down by Son Gohan's palm strike. On the stage, only Zamasu remained, arms raised in a futile attempt to shield himself, blood streaming from his arms, which had been ravaged by the wind blades. In that moment, Zamasu's composure shattered. His pupils dilated in shock as he grappled with the reality that one mere strike had eliminated 9 fighters from their universe. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? The pain was excruciating. The agony in his arm was overwhelming. He was not alone in his astonishment. The other contestants on the stage, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively distanced themselves from Son Gohan, fearing they might soon be his next targets. The 9 fallen competitors suddenly appeared beside the god of destruction and the supreme Kai of the 10th universe, their faces etched with despair and innocence. They all hung their heads in shame, murmuring, "We're sorry." God of destruction Ramzi and supreme Kai Gavas exchanged worried glances. "It's over, we're doomed. Our universe has no hope," Ramzi stammered, clenching his fists. He wished to seek out more powerful fighters, yet there seemed to be none available. Time was too short. "Damn it." Gavas sighed quietly, his gaze fixed on Zamasu, who was still struggling to hold on. The 10th universe was indeed in dire straits. Their opponents had merely unleashed a basic attack, and they were already defeated. How could they possibly compete? Damn it. How could the 7th universe possess such monsters? The angel Kusu observed Son Gohan's remarkable display of power with great interest, a smile lingering on his face, revealing an inscrutable train of thought. On the stage, Zamasu seethed. How can a mere mortal wield such strength? Veins bulged from his forehead, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He was indignant, furious, and filled with hatred. Son Gohan's hearing reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to perceive Zamasu's impotent fury. "What gives me the right? It is my strength that has been cultivated solely through my own efforts." "What do you mean by what gives me the right?" Son Gohan materialized before Zamasu in an instant. "If you lack skill, train harder. Now begone." With a thunderous punch, he struck Zamasu squarely across the face. The impact twisted Zamasu's visage grotesquely, sending teeth scattering like shrapnel as blood arced through the air. His body hurtled backward like a discarded sack, flung beyond the arena's boundaries. It was over. All hope evaporated. The denizens of Universe 10 felt their hearts turn to ash, a glacial dread seizing them. As Zamasa crashed into the spectator stands, the Grand Priest's voice resonated across the battleground. Universe 10, all combatants eliminated. Sentence, erasure. The declaration froze every warrior mid-battle, their gazes snapping toward Universe 10's now doomed contingent. To those condemned, the words were a death knell. As the Grand Priest's verdict settled, Zeno raised a diminutive hand and slowly clenched his fist. Erase. The command echoed through existence. In that instant, Universe 10 vanished. Planets, mortals, even its gods, all dissolved into nothingness. Only the angel Kusu remained. Chapter 137, Clash of Fates. Two universes extinguished. Gone. Universe 10 is truly gone, stammered Quitella, the mouse destroyer, his whiskers twitching in shock. The Grand Priest clasped his hands behind his back. Indeed, every celestial body, every life form, even the deities, all expunged from existence. Several destroyers and Supreme Kais swallowed hard, mopping their brows. The destroyer of Universe 1 clutched his chest in relief. Phew, our exemption was a blessing. Beerus leaped up, fists pumping. Gohan, magnificent. 70 foes ejected in one stroke. Universe 7 shall prevail. His crowing drew glares from every rival deity. That insufferable glutton, Quitella snarled, whiskers bristling. The clownish destroyer of Universe 11 smirked, crossing his legs. Arrogance won't save you. Victory belongs to us. Though exempt from the tournament, the gods of Universes 1, 5, 8, and 12 observed from the stands. Witnessing an entire cosmos annihilated within the first minute, even they shuddered. The Grand Priest surveyed the momentarily still battlefield. Time flows onward, warriors. Resume your contest. With that, combat reignited, fiercer, more desperate than before. In his usual form, Sun Wukong charged into the encirclement of Universe 11. After enduring a fierce beating from the proud team, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, facing perilous circumstances. Vegeta confronted the apprentice destroyer, Topo. Upon recognizing the arrival of the 7th Universe warriors, Topo struck without mercy, leaving Vegeta disoriented. With a thunderous roar, a beam of blue light soared into the sky as Vegeta activated his super blue form, momentarily regaining some ground. Yet he remained at a disadvantage, continually retreating. Goku Black moved fluidly, coldly dispatching one contestant after another with effortless kicks. Majin Buu, with his hands on his hips, inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful gust, sending several opponents soaring into the sky. Damn you, gluttonous pig, he exclaimed, only to be sent flying by a kick from the proud team's dispo, narrowly avoiding a fall from the stage. Fortunately, Majin Buu's body was malleable like clay. He extended his arm to grasp the edge of the arena and leaped back. You annoying pest. Buu glared angrily at Dispo as a fierce battle between them loomed. Broly, with his mane of golden hair, descended like a god of war. Exuding an overwhelming aura, he charged into the fray, knocking away opponents with sheer force. A few misguided fighters targeted the stationary Trunks and Piccolo, mistakenly perceiving them as the weak link of Universe 7. The outcome was predictable. After a single exchange, they found themselves on the spectator platform, left in despair. The warriors of Universe 7 demonstrated their strength, proving to all that there were no vulnerabilities within their ranks. Each one was a formidable warrior capable of overpowering multiple foes. The gods of destruction and Kaioshin's watching from the sidelines were thrown into a panic. Universe 7 shone too brightly. If this continued, victory was merely a matter of time. Should Universe 7 clinch the championship, their own annihilation would follow. Cursed be it. Truly, this is Beerus' universe, and it is infuriating. On the arena, Gohan had just dispatched the fighters from Universe 10 and then set his sights on Universe 9. The participants from Universe 9 were peculiar in appearance, resembling various beastly forms. Among them were several burly werewolves, a few beast-eared maidens with elongated ears, and a massive purple warrior whose arms were disproportionately large compared to his body. They stood there, distinct in style, their eyes darting with mischief as they plotted to ambush any isolated opponents. Sun Wukong tilted his head, observing them, and then walked over, his fists clenched, producing a resounding crackle. The several werewolves, standing back to back, felt their hearts nearly cease as they witnessed Sun Wukong approaching them. Sun Gohan is undoubtedly a terrifying presence that they cannot afford to provoke. Just moments after the competition commenced, he eliminated the entire team from Universe 10 with alarming swiftness. Ah, he approaches. Please, do not come any closer. The rabbit-eared girl has even covered her eyes in fear. This is intolerable. We cannot remain passive any longer. We must confront him. The enormous, muscular warrior gnashed his teeth menacingly. Sun Wukong raised his hand slightly. The warriors from Universe 9 trembled, mistakenly believing he was about to launch an attack. However, Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Greetings, I have come to escort you." Was he actually toying with them? How outrageous. Beads of sweat rolled down someone's forehead, their back drenched in cold perspiration. A werewolf directed a wave of energy towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh. In an instant, the figure of Sun Wukong vanished from sight. The werewolves, perplexed, turned their heads in search, only to discover that Sun Wukong had inexplicably appeared amidst their ranks. The warriors of Universe 9 were taken aback and soon launched an assault on him. However, what truly terrified them was that despite their relentless punches and kicks, with 10 of them ganging up on one, they could not even graze the hem of Wukong's attire. It was utterly absurd. How dare this wretched fellow underestimate us from Universe 9? A colossal, purple-skinned warrior raised his fist, larger than his own body, and brought it crashing down towards Wukong. With a thunderous sound, the arena cracked, yet his fist struck nothing but air. Several werewolves grimaced in concern, still unable to spot Wukong. "I'm done playing with you." Wukong's voice rang out abruptly. Before the werewolves could even register his presence, they felt excruciating pain coursing through their bodies, sending them hurtling off the stage amidst their anguished cries. One by one, the warriors of Universe 9 were flung away, the scene dismal. A long-eared bunny girl was struck by a kick from Wukong. Blood spewed from her mouth as she soared towards the spectator stands, landing with a thud. At this point, Universe 9 had lost 9 contenders, leaving only one winged fighter who escaped into the air. Oh no, this is bad. Sweat dripped from the brow of the red-bearded god of destruction, who suddenly stood up in alarm. The average power level of their human fighters was the lowest among all universes, hovering just above 1 point, and it appeared they were on the verge of being the second universe to be eliminated. The Kaioshin, wiping the sweat from his forehead, remarked, "Lord Sidra, do not panic. There is still one contestant in the air." The red-bearded god of destruction retorted irritably, "Fool, what good is that height?" Indeed, in that moment, Wukong leaped into the air and, as if kicking a football, sent the last remaining fighter from Universe 9 flying off the stage. Even at such altitude, he could easily leap up despite not being able to fly. The red-bearded god of destruction covered his face in despair. The Grand Priest's voice echoed once more. "All warriors from Universe 9 have been eliminated. They shall be erased." The Omni King raised his hand. "Erase." All but the Angel Mojito from Universe 9 vanished in a state of shock. The Omni King exclaimed, "Wow, Wukong is incredible. He has single-handedly ended 2 universes." The Grand Priest smiled at the Omni King. "Indeed, Mr. Wukong acted decisively. Now only 6 universes remain. How many contestants are left on the stage?" The Omni King inquired. The Grand Priest waved his hand, and a massive screen appeared in the sky, displaying the status of each universe's fighters. He proceeded to explain, "Currently, Universe 7 and Universe 11 have yet to lose a contestant. Universe 2 has 8 left, Universe 3 has 6, Universe 4 has 7, and Universe 6 also has 7, leaving only 48 fighters on the stage. Wow, what a fierce competition. It seems that in such a brief time, nearly half of the contestants have been eliminated," the Omni King remarked. The Grand Priest chuckled, "Let us anticipate their more thrilling performances." In a short span, 2 universes had vanished, intensifying the atmosphere on the stage. Meanwhile, after sending a few opponents flying, Broly targeted Jiren. 138, Broly vs. Jiren. Jiren was watching Wukong flaunt his prowess and contemplated rushing over to knock this conspicuous figure off the stage. After all, Wukong in his current state was merely ordinary, his power not particularly astonishing. He could only surmise that the fighters from Universes 9 and 10 were exceedingly weak. Jiren believed that he could accomplish the same feat, perhaps even more effortlessly than Wukong. Just as he prepared to act, a colossal figure, larger than himself, charged towards him with a roar. Where did this brute come from? Jiren frowned and unleashed a straightforward punch. Would Broly retreat? Nonsense. In Broly's lexicon, there was only the concept of forward aggression. He too threw a punch. The 2 fists collided with a resounding boom, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The arena fractured around them. The ferocious shockwaves radiated outward, sending nearby contestants tumbling, nearly causing them to spit blood. What kind of monstrous strength is this? After the collision, Jiren's expression shifted. He had anticipated that a simple attack would suffice to deal with Broly, yet he found himself facing an opponent whose strength was formidable, feeling as though they were evenly matched. Though he had not yet unleashed his full power, this was undeniably troubling. This individual, if memory served, hailed from Universe 7. However, there was no time to ponder further. In the heat of battle, only the outcome mattered. Jiren roared, his power surging forth. Broly also let out a primal roar, his aura swelling once more. A crimson and emerald brilliance exploded, enveloping the entire arena. Almost all the fighters present were taken aback. Who is battling Jiren? Quincy from the Pride Troopers widened his eyes. Has Wukong encountered Jiren? Tora, engaged in a fight with Vegeta, turned to the source of the energy explosion but could not discern the scene clearly. Nevertheless, he sensed the aura. It's not Wukong. This energy belongs to that behemoth from Universe 7. Tora exclaimed, marveling at the injured yet increasingly tenacious Vegeta. Is Universe 7 comprised entirely of monsters? Hurry. Let us steer clear of them. Other fighters from different universes, sensing the ominous turn of events, hastily fled to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The overwhelming energy swept across the arena, emitting a haunting sound. The Grand Priest promptly reinforced the arena with an additional protective barrier, otherwise, the rampant energy would render it impossible to witness the battle properly. Boom. The 2 energies erupted once more. At the center of the explosion, Broly and Jiren seemed to have lost their minds, relentlessly clashing, their fists enveloped in formidable energy, rupturing the air and creating shockwaves that shook the entire arena. At this moment, Broly's green hair stood on end, his muscles bulging, approaching 3 meters in height, his robust form enveloped in emerald flames. This was his unique Ultra Super Saiyan form. Jiren, no longer composed, was taken aback by Broly's unexpected might, now fully unleashing his own aura. Jiren's body erupted with crimson flames, his muscles expanding, his energy shaking the very fabric of the void. The ferocity of their battle was so intense that even the god of destruction Quitella felt astonished. Are these two still human? It's akin to a confrontation between two gods of destruction. The ever-relaxed clown god of destruction straightened up, his expression turning grave. What is happening? Sun Wukong, the strongest contender from Universe 7? What is this situation? How can this fellow match Jiren blow for blow? The Kaioshin of Universe 11 remarked. Jiren has yet to unleash his full power, correct? The clown god of destruction wore a solemn expression and declared, there should be no doubt. We still have a chance of victory. However, the twin-tailed angel Makalita doused this optimism with a cold splash of reality, stating, Lord Belmont, I believe our opponent can still further enhance their energy. Instantly, the clown god became restless. Broly's frenzied demeanor was so fierce that it left many in utter shock. Jiren gritted his teeth tightly, engaging in a furious exchange of blows with Broly, causing his attire to split apart. I must win. There is no way I can be defeated by you. Jiren's eyes blazed with fury, driven by a compelling reason to triumph. His master, Jocko, had been slain by a monstrous being, and the only way to resurrect him was to emerge victorious in this competition and secure the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, losing was simply not an option for him. No, he would not concede. He was determined to win this battle, not only against Broly but against all opponents. Would he really lose to this behemoth without even facing Gohan? No, absolutely not. Jiren was not one to yield. With a fierce blink, waves of chaotic energy surged forth towards Broly, relentlessly battering his form. Broly bellowed as a verdant energy shield enveloped him, rendering Jiren's assaults entirely ineffective. Seizing the moment while Broly was forced into defense, Jiren leaped into the sky. Raising both hands to the heavens, a colossal orange-red energy sphere billowed in the wind. Reminiscent of Goku's spirit bomb, albeit with a different hue. Embrace defeat, warrior of Universe 7, Jiren proclaimed, swinging his arms forcefully as the massive energy sphere tore through the air, plummeting towards Broly. Oh no, this could be catastrophic. Some competitors frantically fled, seeking to escape Jiren's lethal range. Broly erupted in laughter as a gigantic green energy sphere ascended to confront Jiren's energy wave. The clash of orange, red, and green energies illuminated the entire void. Although the arena had initially restricted flight, the sheer force of their confrontation defied that limitation, allowing Jiren to hover in defiance of gravity. Meanwhile, Vegeta glanced back and laughed heartily at Toppo, exclaiming, is that truly the strongest force of your Universe 11? I assure you, your universe is doomed. Enraged, Toppo retorted, you insolent fool. I shall first cast you from the arena. With a mighty roar, his upper garments exploded, his form enveloped in dark red energy. His previously awkward physique transformed into a formidable stature, muscles bulging, with a peculiar symbol embossed upon his chest. Behold, the god of destruction form of Toppo. Humph, nameless warrior of Universe 7, prepare to lose, he declared as he lunged at Vegeta. Bang! Toppo's strike sent Vegeta hurtling backward. You scoundrel! How dare you call me a nameless warrior? Remember my name. I am Vegeta. Enraged, Vegeta charged back, only to be sent flying once more by Toppo's overwhelming strength. After assuming this form, Toppo's power surged. You cannot defeat me, he stated coldly. We Saiyans continuously break our limits in battle, growing ever stronger. Though you are formidable, this time victory shall be mine. Vegeta laughed heartily as his aura began to swell. A rich blue energy erupted forth, cascading skyward. In an instant, Vegeta's aura transformed into a deep blue, his physique becoming more robust, his hair and eyebrows shifting to match. Humph, spare me your bravado. You seem to have no significant changes, Toppo charged forward. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate the power of Super Vegeta. Vegeta grinned menacingly as he met Toppo's advance. Bang! Following their collision, Toppo staggered back, astonished by Vegeta's newfound strength. What is happening? This arrogant fellow has indeed enhanced his power. Toppo assessed Vegeta anew. Very well, I shall remember your name, Vegeta of Universe 7. With a scoff, Vegeta retorted, Humph. Now it is my turn. Do you truly believe that will suffice to defeat me? How Navi and Ludicrous. They both laughed, then fell silent as they charged at one another. Their hands intertwined in a fierce struggle, blue and dark red auras clashed violently. Even amidst the tumult of Jiren and Broly's confrontation, creating an exceptionally radiant spectacle. Broly roared, his muscles pulsating with newfound might, becoming even more formidable. As his muscles swelled, the energy erupting from his hands intensified. Damn it, I can't hold on. Jiren grimaced, feeling the pressure mount, unable to contain the explosive energy wave any longer. In a moment of desperation, Jiren utilized the recoil from the energy wave to pivot sharply, darting to the side. The intertwined orange, red, and green energies tore through the air, shattering the Grand Priest's protective barrier and soaring into the unknown depths of the cosmos. Erupting into a cataclysmic explosion, a blinding light sliced through the heavens, illuminating the previously dim void. As the explosion reverberated, Jiren plummeted from the sky, landing safely. Yet, before he could regain his composure, the formidable Broly materialized before him, delivering a crushing blow to his face. Jiren's visage contorted as he was sent flying, blood spilling from his lips. "You insufferable fiend," he growled as he rolled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. His anger flaring as he charged at Broly, unable to accept it. Completely unable to accept it at all. In this moment, the god of destruction, the clown, felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Perhaps, this time, Universe 11 is truly on the verge of defeat. The arena began to crumble. Compared to the beginning of the battle, a third of the arena had already been obliterated, pockmarked, and in a state of disarray, and merely 5 minutes had elapsed. One can only imagine the ferocity of the combat. In these few minutes, members of the Proud Team began to be eliminated. 2 assailants targeting Son Goku were swiftly cast off the stage by him. One individual who sought trouble with Trunks was met with a rapid counterattack, sending him back to the spectator area in a single blow. Witnessing Majin Buu being dominated by Tiz of the Proud Team, Piccolo bellowed, unleashing a golden aura that transformed him into an orange form as he rushed to aid Majin Buu. With Piccolo's support, Majin Buu immediately regained the upper hand. Tiz was compelled to defend, revealing signs of defeat. Saintly activated Majin Buu's abilities, deftly navigating the battlefield while casting restorative magic, revitalizing his teammates with a gentle touch. Android 16 faced off against the technological warriors of Universe 3. The technology of Universe 3 was indeed formidable. They had harnessed the power of technology to its utmost potential, employing many wondrous techniques. Although Android 16 possessed boundless stamina, he found himself at a disadvantage, having eliminated one opponent but now facing 2. Gula, meanwhile, was lurking in the shadows, and at this point, aside from Gohan, he had eliminated the highest number of opponents, tallying 9. Observing Android 16 struggle, Trunks came to his aid, engaging in fierce combat with the technological warriors of Universe 3, swiftly eliminating 2 more opponents from that universe. Thus, Universe 3 was left with only 3 warriors. The current status of the fighters in the arena is as follows: a total of 25 participants on the stage. Universe 7 has 10 remaining. Universe 11 has 5 remaining. Universe 6 has 4 remaining. Universe 2 has 2 remaining. Universe 3 has 3 remaining. Universe 4 has 1 remaining. Sun Wukong eliminated 21 individuals. Sun Wukong eliminated 2 individuals, while Vegeta removed 3. Trunks also accounted for 3 eliminations, and Piccolo eliminated 1. Broly claimed 6 victims, and Android 16 eliminated 1 as well. Gula achieved an impressive 9 eliminations, and Majin Buu eliminated 2. The remaining combatants from Universe 7 have yet to secure any eliminations. In total, Universe 7 has eliminated 48 participants, a staggering feat. This indicates that, aside from the eliminations from Universe 7, the combined total from all other universes amounts to merely 7. What a crushing dominance this is. The spectators from various universes are left in a state of disbelief. Universe 7 appears to be mercilessly overpowering their opponents. In such circumstances, how could Universe 7 possibly face defeat? Is it even conceivable? The god of destruction, Katra, wore a stoic expression, remaining silent. Having witnessed the last standing contestant from their universe being thrown off the stage by a member of the Proud Team, a sense of relief washed over him as he exhaled deeply, rendered speechless. As the final contestant from Universe 4 plummeted from the arena, the voice of the Grand Priest echoed once more. All members of Universe 4 are eliminated. They are to be erased. It was over. Everything had come to an end. Katra glanced at Beerus, sensing that there was little left to contest. Erasure. The voice of Zeno followed suit. In an instant, Universe 4 vanished without a trace, save for the guiding angel. Another universe had been obliterated. The expressions of the gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, and the eliminated warriors from the remaining universes turned grim. For they understood that without a miracle, it would not be long before they too would follow in the footsteps of Universe 4, vanishing completely from this realm. This sense of impending doom and suffocating despair permeated the entire viewing area. In the arena, Jiren had been relentlessly pressured by Broly for a full 10 minutes. Yet the confrontation showed no signs of conclusion. At that moment, the warriors from the other universes finally exhibited a shift in their demeanor, particularly from Universe 6, which currently retained 4 participants: Caulifla, Kale, Kaba, and the assassin Hit. Sun Wukong, with a heart full of goodwill, endeavored to teach the Saiyans how to transform into Super Saiyans. However, This noble intention inadvertently triggered Caulifla's berserk state. With her vibrant green hair standing tall, Caulifla became a striking spectacle on the arena, reminiscent of a youthful Broly in a state of rage. Yet, in this Super Saiyan form, Sun Wukong found himself on the receiving end of a fierce beating from Caulifla, compelling him to ascend to the Super Saiyan Blue form to match her power. Meanwhile, the ever-elusive Cooler finally confronted Hit. In a situation where Cooler was outmatched by Hit, he unleashed his golden form and retaliated against Hit with ferocity. Kale and Caulifla could not bear to watch Hit falter, and thus entered the fray, forming a 3-against-1 battle against Cooler. The remaining 2 fighters from Universe 2 were swiftly dispatched by Gohan, leading to the total eradication of yet another universe. The final 3 combatants from Universe 3 executed their ultimate technique, resulting in a fusion that created a gigantic creature towering several meters tall. Undeterred, Trunks surged forward, unleashing a torrent of energy. The fusion warrior Pepperoni from Universe 3, spotting Trunks charging in, laughed heartily, declaring, "Ha! Once I initiate the fusion, I am invincible. Do you dare to come and meet your demise?" Trunks, with a sardonic smile, teleported instantaneously to Pepperoni's chest, his right fist enveloped in blazing energy, striking with tremendous force. Despite Pepperoni's colossal size being many times that of Trunks, the latter's audacious assault felt akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Was it truly so? A resounding thud echoed as Pepperoni felt an excruciating pain in his chest, his massive form trembling as he staggered backward, quickly retreating to the edge of the arena. Trunks, unwilling to let Pepperoni escape, pursued him with incredible speed, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Pepperoni plummeting off the stage. As Pepperoni's enormous body fell, the fusion warriors disintegrated, appearing in the spectator area. "What?" gasped the Supreme Kai of Universe 3 in shock. The god of destruction, emerging from his robot, voiced his disbelief. How could this be? Pepperoni eliminated in just 2 moves? The announcement of the Grand Priest echoed, declaring the complete elimination of Universe 3. At this moment, only the warriors from Universes 7, 11, and 6 remained on the stage. Caulifla, in her berserk state, clashed fiercely with Sun Wukong, engaging in a titanic struggle. Sun Wukong became increasingly exhilarated as he recalled the scenes of his previous battle against Broly, where he had been utterly overwhelmed. Although Caulifla lacked the same invincible aura that Broly possessed, her style bore a remarkable resemblance, igniting a fervor within Sun Wukong. "Ha ha ha! Fortunately, I have grown significantly stronger myself," he exclaimed, deftly deflecting Caulifla's frenzied attacks. The speed of the Universe 11 fighter, Dispo, was truly remarkable. Despite being pressured by the likes of Orange Piccolo and Majin Buu, he had yet to succumb to defeat. His ability to amplify his speed 1,000-fold had saved him on numerous occasions. Meanwhile, the battle between the deep blue Vegeta and the god of destruction form of Topo was a chaotic stalemate, with debris flying and dust clouds swirling. Hit's time-skip technique proved to be a considerable headache. Initially, Cooler had struggled to grasp Hit's pattern and suffered some setbacks. However, Cooler's defensive capabilities were astonishing, enduring numerous strikes from Hit without faltering. After absorbing a few of Hit's moves, Cooler deciphered his technique, unleashing a brilliant surge of energy that forced Hit to retreat. As for Goku and Caulifla's interference, it had no significant impact, as the disparity in power was simply too vast. Their attacks felt like mere tickles to Cooler. He effortlessly dealt with them, focusing intently on Hit. At this moment, only Hit and the berserk Caulifla remained from Universe 6. Boom. Goku was struggling to withstand Broly's relentless onslaught. "Is this the best you can do?" Broly bellowed, his emerald hair billowing like a demonic presence. After intensive training with Whis, Broly managed to retain a semblance of rationality during his rampages, allowing for some communication, though his personality had drastically changed. "You scoundrel!" Dispo fumed in anger, witnessing the dwindling numbers on the arena. The pressure mounted as he realized Universe 7 was fully intact, while Universe 11 was severely diminished. "Are we truly going to lose?" Dispo repeatedly questioned himself. "No, I cannot allow this." Observing his comrades fall and rise again, the fire within Dispo blazed hotter. He must not fail. The outcome of this battle determined the fate of the entire universe and whether he could revive his mentor, Jiren. As he reflected on past events, Dispo erupted in a primal scream that eclipsed Broly's roar, resonating throughout the void. The Destroyer God, watching from the stands, felt a spark of hope. Marvelous. Dispo has surpassed his limits. There is still a chance. The deities watched in astonishment as Dispo's aura surged once more. At that moment, Dispo's hidden potential was fully awakened. His muscles expanded further, and the flames surrounding him transformed from a mere orange-red to an intricate dance of silver and rose, nearing materialization, with his power significantly amplified. The members of Team Pride felt a surge of excitement, as if victory was on the horizon. "I will not lose to you," Dispo roared, charging at Broly. "Ha ha." Broly laughed maniacally, meeting him head-on. A fierce battle erupted anew between the two. Boom, boom, boom. Dispo and Broly exchanged countless blows, energy radiating in all directions. As the arena crumbled beneath them, the breakthrough Dispo achieved allowed him to regain some semblance of control over the battle, no longer merely a passive target. However, Broly's madness and strength remained superior. The gap in power had narrowed, albeit slightly. Dispo leaped into the air, both hands crashing down onto the arena. Dozens of energy shockwaves cascaded downward, surrounding Broly in a maelstrom of explosive force. Amidst the swirling smoke, a brilliant green light erupted, illuminating the skies. Unscathed, Broly emerged from the explosion, launching a massive green energy sphere at Dispo. Dispo, with a fierce expression, raised his hands to block it, deflecting the energy sphere. Broly closed in, his colossal fist descending from above. Dispo was forced to defend, raising his arms to shield his head as Broly's punch struck his arms. Boom. The ground beneath Dispo exploded, the arena's collapse accelerating. As time passed, the enormous stone pillar measuring the battle's duration had descended significantly. Universe 11 lost 2 more fighters, leaving only Dispo, Toppo, and Jiren on the field. Hit from Universe 6 was also eliminated by Golden Cooler. The Berserk Caulifla proved no match for Super Saiyan Blue Goku and was kicked off the platform. Thus, only the fighters from Universe 7 and Universe 11 remained. Universe 6 has been completely eliminated, the Grand Priest's voice echoed. The Universe 6 fighters paused, accepting their fate with composure. Compa leaped up, making a face at Beerus and giving him the middle finger. Goodbye, brother. His figure blurred and vanished completely. Beerus sat in silence, staring blankly at the spot where Compa had disappeared, letting out a soft grunt. At this moment, the Destroyer God had relinquished all hope of victory. Even if the match continued until time expired, Universe 7 would still emerge victorious, as they remained at full strength while Universe 11 was down to just 3 fighters. How could they possibly compete? The 7th universe had a majority of its fighters watching with their arms crossed. What is this? Why fight? Is it for bonds? Whis. Are we certain to win? Beerus said with fervent eyes. Indeed, it appears so. Gohan hasn't even made a move yet, and the opposition is down to just 3. Whis chuckled lightly. Well done. Beerus clenched his right fist. The Omni King turned to the Grand Priest and inquired, Grand Priest, is Gohan and the others destined to win? The Grand Priest, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled. It is yet uncertain. There is still ample time remaining, with 50 packs to go. Wow. Does that mean there will be more thrilling battles? The Omni King's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, Orange Piccolo's arms elongated, lunging at Dispo. Breathless, Dispo was caught off guard by Piccolo's unexpected maneuver, and before he realized it, his right leg was ensnared tightly by Piccolo's arm. What the? Dispo exclaimed in shock. Struggling fiercely, he found it challenging to break free from Piccolo's grip. Meanwhile, Majin Buu charged forward. Hee. Majin Buu made a comical face, then unleashed a torrent of attacks on Dispo. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless punches rained down upon Dispo's form. Fortunately, although Majin Buu's abilities were peculiar, his strength remained within the limits that Dispo could endure, sparing him from a complete breakdown. Yet, was this not an affront to his dignity? Piccolo, even more excessive, raised his hand and swung Dispo like a hammer, striking him against the ground, leaving the arena's surface pockmarked and shattered. Those detestable too. It was no wonder I lost my composure. Aya! Dispo roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that finally freed him from Piccolo's lethal grasp. In that fleeting moment of liberation, Dispo activated his ability, multiplying his speed 1,000-fold, becoming but a blur racing across the stage, akin to a series of instantaneous teleportations. Piccolo and Majin Buu struggled to pinpoint his location. What astounding speed! Gohan, observing from the sidelines, marveled. Such velocity could easily be deemed the fastest in the universe. Certainly the fastest in Universe 11. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Toppo exchanged heavy breaths, neither willing to yield. When teammates attempted to assist in eliminating Toppo, Vegeta steadfastly refused, determined to conquer Toppo alone. This was the pride of the Saiyans, an oath he would never betray. Suddenly, Sabanli appeared, ready to offer Vegeta some restorative energy, only to be met with rejection. Sabanli fell silent, pondering whether to cast a healing spell on both fighters to ensure fairness. However, he ultimately dismissed the notion, deeming such an action rather foolish. On another front, the clash between Broly and Jiren had reached a fever pitch. Jiren fought with every ounce of his being, while Broly became increasingly frenzied and ferocious. The arena echoed with thunderous booms, accompanied by the roars of battle and manic laughter. The chaos rendered it impossible to discern the source of the cacophony. With a resounding thud, Broly's fist connected with Jiren's chest, sending him hurtling towards the edge of the arena. Desperately, Jiren unleashed a wave of energy from behind, yet it could not halt his trajectory towards elimination. Broly's strike was formidable indeed. Was this truly the end? As Jiren's body neared the precipice of the arena, his heart twisted with defiance. Since his ascension, he had never tasted defeat. Each battle had been a testament to his overwhelming power. Trained under the tutelage of the late Jiren, he had yet to graduate. A lingering regret that haunted him, compounded by the loss of his mentor to a monstrous fate. To resurrect his teacher, Jiren entered the Tournament of Power, determined to claim victory and acquire the Super Dragon Balls. He was prepared to risk everything, even his life, for triumph. Yet, the unfolding events were far from his expectations. The emergence of Broly loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating his resolve. The madness of Broly was unlike anything Jiren had ever encountered, igniting a mix of surprise and exhilaration within him. He yearned for the battle to continue, for he had not yet emerged victorious. But now, the edge of the arena beckoned ominously. Damn it, who can help me? For the first time, Jiren felt a pang of desperation, a longing for assistance that he had never entertained before. Even a fraction of support could bolster his strength and provide a chance to reclaim his footing in the arena. But it seemed all was lost. As his body teetered on the brink, Jiren let out a primal scream, channeling his fury and frustration. Just then, a flash of lightning surged forth, propelling towards him with astonishing speed. Suddenly, Jiren felt a force pushing him back. Jiren, return to the fray. Tispo's voice tore through the air behind him. Upon uttering those words, Tispo was struck by the powerful backlash, causing him to spit blood. Yet he succeeded in nudging Jiren back to safety. However, Tispo himself was eliminated from the arena, rendered out of the competition. Standing at the arena's edge, Jiren gazed at the fading silhouette of Tispo, fists clenched tightly. He knew Tispo was not dead, merely ousted to the viewing platform. Yet, a heavy heart weighed upon him. On the viewing platform of Universe 11, Tispo lamented, "What utter humiliation. Now I must rely on Jiren and Toppo. I never anticipated our proud team's strength would fall so low." He murmured softly. "Tispo." The voice of the clown god of destruction rang out. What is it?" Tispo looked up, puzzled, only to find the clown god giving him a thumbs up, offering his full endorsement. "Well done." Back in the arena, Jiren turned. His aura a dazzling fusion of silver and crimson, his power surging once more. Broly stood his ground, refraining from pursuing him relentlessly as before, choosing instead to respect the indomitable spirit of Universe 11. Even the wild Broly had calmed somewhat, eager for the surprises that Jiren might yet deliver. Their bond had formed through the tumultuous battle of the previous 20 minutes. The fighters from Universe 7, including Gohan, refrained from intervening in the ongoing contests. With the numbers now standing at 10-2, Universe 7 had secured an unassailable position. Even if Jiren were to unleash an explosive display of power, it was unlikely he could eliminate all 7 Universe 7 fighters within the remaining time. Thus, amidst the assurance of victory, the members of Universe 7 chose not to collectively target Jiren and Toppo, honoring the resilience of the final 2 warriors. Jiren cast a bewildered glance at the 10 fighters from Universe 7, his emotions a tumultuous tide. Thoughts rushed through his mind, some familiar, others foreign. The affirmation of Master Jiren, the solitude of battle, the power of teamwork, the respect for his adversaries. Everything weighed upon his heart. Why did he fight? Did victory or defeat truly matter? Important, yet trivial at once. What he craved now was a cathartic battle to unleash his pent-up emotions. If a fight was to be had, then let it commence. With an expression of perpetual stoicism, Jiren's eyes ignited with a brilliant light as he slightly nodded and addressed the assembled warriors of Universe 7, proclaiming loudly, from Universe 11, "The Pride Troopers, I am Jiren. I humbly request your guidance." Amidst this declaration, Broly erupted into laughter, his feet firmly planted as he unleashed a torrent of green energy, causing the arena to fracture as he charged toward Jiren. In response, Jiren's eyes blazed with fierce determination. His body enveloped in a swirling tempest of silver and crimson energy that warped the very air around him, meeting Broly's advance head-on. Both combatants, towering figures of muscle, had their attire torn asunder, resulting in a breathtaking clash that left onlookers in awe. The exhilarating bout stirred within Gohan a desire to procure some popcorn and seeds to savor, yet he hesitated, fearing that the Grand Priest might misconstrue his snacks as restorative items and deem him guilty of a foul. Sun Wukong stood beside Sun Wukong, exclaiming with admiration, "This Jiren is truly formidable. I long to engage in battle with him and test my abilities." Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, chuckled, "Haha, Dad. It seems you are merely captivated by novelty. Broly is indeed more formidable than Jiren. Why not engage in some sparring with him when you have the chance?" To which Goku retorted, "Then why not simply spar with you?" "Indeed, he surpasses Broly by a considerable margin," Gohan acknowledged. "However, the essence of such overwhelming combat lies in its lack of engagement. It's akin to exerting your utmost effort, pouring your heart and soul into the battle, only to find your opponent utterly unmoved, not even a whisper of resistance escaping their lips. What is the point of that? In short, the experience of battle is profoundly disappointing." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Father, Uncle Vegeta will always be your dearest companion. Please do not forget this bond." Although Sun Wukong did not fully comprehend the meaning of brother-in-arms, he understood the sentiment expressed by son Gohan and wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Vegeta is truly a formidable opponent. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Jiren and Broly raged on, each step accompanied by resounding explosions. By this point, the arena of the void had crumbled significantly, and the match was well past its halfway mark, with only 20 minutes remaining. At this moment, the Clown Destroyer could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Jiren, stop dawdling. You can't defeat that Broly fellow. You should eliminate the other contestants first." Beerus grinned, glancing at the Clown Destroyer. Yes, let him eliminate Son Gohan first. You fool. The Clown Destroyer glared furiously. Beerus provocatively raised his middle finger at him. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus is truly mischievous, was chuckled, covering his mouth. However, Lord Belmod's strategy is sound. At least their record won't be so embarrassing. Humph, they are bound to lose regardless, Beerus said, crossing his arms and tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky. Yet, Jiren on the arena paid no heed to the Clown Destroyer's words. Eliminate other contestants? Please. If he could not deal with the colossal figure before him, how would eliminating others serve any purpose? In the end, he would still be unable to win this match. What meaning was there in wasting energy on such futile actions? With this thought in mind, Jiren focused his gaze, creating distance from Broly as he steeled himself for a desperate gamble. He placed his hands on his forehead, channeling all his energy, preparing to ignite his very life force to unleash his power. As time passed, Jiren's stamina began to wane, and his combat prowess could no longer be sustained at its peak. Thus, he decided to take a risk that the power he would unleash by burning his life force could surpass Broly's, after which he would swiftly eliminate the remaining 9 contestants. This was his final opportunity and the only path forward. He had no other choices left. As Jiren began to burn his life force, Toppo broke free from Vegeta's attack range and rushed over, panting heavily. "Jiren, stop it!" Toppo cried out. However, the red glow in Jiren's eyes rendered him deaf to Toppo's shouts. He continued to fervently burn his life force, striving to push beyond his physical limits. Not enough. Still not enough. Far from it. I need even greater power. At this moment, Jiren's face contorted in fury, his eyes bloodshot. His muscular upper body exuding wisps of vapor, enveloped in a silver-red aura, while lightning crackled all around him. Yet, it was still insufficient. He required even greater strength. For this level would not suffice to defeat Broly. After battling Broly for so long, he was acutely aware of this fact. To gain greater power, he would risk his very life if necessary. Power. He craved immense power. Jiren's heart roared with determination. Just then, a surge of energy suddenly flowed into his body. Initially, Jiren believed it to be the result of burning his life force, but soon realized something was amiss. Toppo. This was Toppo's power. At that moment, Toppo stood behind Jiren, his right hand resting on Jiren's broad back. Toppo's body radiated a brilliant light that surged into Jiren. Jiren could faintly hear Toppo speaking. "Jiren, over the years, I have learned a new technique called fusion. I will lend you my power. With my strength, you will transform into an immensely powerful warrior, and no one will be your match. Jiren, survive, defeat everyone, resurrect Lord Jiren, and save our universe. The rest is up to you. Farewell, Jiren." Jiren's gaze gradually regained its brilliance. Toppo. Then, with a thunderous explosion, an intense light erupted, illuminating the entire void. Many spectators shielded their foreheads from the blinding radiance. "What is happening?" the Omni King exclaimed, unable to see clearly. The Grand Minister responded, "Your Majesty, the clown has imparted his power to Jiren. They have fused." The Omni King inquired, "Is that so? What do they look like now? Have they become formidable?" Curiosity filled the Omni King's expression. "Indeed, they have become significantly stronger," the Grand Minister replied. The blinding light gradually dissipated. On the arena, Jiren's figure emerged. With a whoosh, waves of energy swirled around him, lightning crackling in a symphony of sound. At that moment, Jiren appeared even more robust, his height increasing by 20 centimeters, his muscles brimming with unparalleled strength. The previously intertwined silver and rose-red aura transformed again, evolving into a deep purple. An indomitable wave of energy radiated outward from him in concentric circles. A column of black-purple energy pierced the heavens. Observing this version of Jiren, the crowd exhibited a myriad of expressions. In Son Gohan's eyes, a fervent light erupted as he tightly clenched his fists and exclaimed with exhilaration, "Has he actually fused? This is neither the Metamoran fusion technique nor the Patera earrings fusion. It resembles more closely the assimilation fusion of Namek. This is quite intriguing." Gohan felt the warrior blood within him begin to boil. Since the commencement of the Tournament of Power, he had yet to unleash his full strength, and now, witnessing Jiren's evolved form, he was impatient to engage him in battle. What immense power! Is Jiren some kind of monster? Piccolo remarked in astonishment. Jiren, at this moment, was significantly stronger than before. Goku's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Brother Gohan, the current Jiren gives me the impression of facing a god of destruction," Trunks noted. "Indeed, for he possesses the energy of a god of destruction," Gohan affirmed. Jiren's strength had already surpassed some gods of destruction, and with the mastery of their energy, He could be considered a true god of destruction. What shall we do? Trunks inquired, glancing at Gohan, who was brimming with battle intent. What can we do? We must defeat him, Gohan replied, his knuckles cracking with determination. You think you've won? Jiren's aura surged, transforming dramatically. The Grand Minister smiled silently from his seat. In Universe 11, the clown god of destruction abruptly stood, laughing heartily. Well done, Jiren. Quickly vanquish these foes. He continued, how remarkable. I had thought defeat was inevitable. But Torber had such a trick up his sleeve. The angel Margarita chuckled. This is not a rare technique. Many humanoids across the universes can perform it. I suspect Torber learned it during his missions over the years. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 excitedly proclaimed, yes. Let us swiftly defeat the warriors of Universe 7. The clown god of destruction laughed heartily. Heh, I doubt I would be a match for the current Jiren. Perhaps it's time for me to retire. Margarita giggled. Hehehe, Lord Belmont just wishes to take it easy. The 8 eliminated warriors from Universe 11 clenched their fists nervously, their eyes fixed intently on the arena, swallowing hard in evident tension. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of Universe 11, Universe 7's viewing area appeared desolate, with only 4 spectators. Beerus, Whis, Kaioshin Aizen, and the Elder Kaioshin. Sensing Jiren's overwhelming aura, Aizen spoke anxiously. Jiren's energy has become formidable. Gohan and the others will manage, won't they? Remain calm. The Elder Kaioshin replied nonchalantly. Yes, Ancestor. Aizen nodded vigorously. Beerus scoffed. Humph, don't let his progress inflate your confidence. Jiren may be stronger, but that is hardly remarkable. Whis remained silent, observing the arena with an amused expression. On the arena, Jiren gazed at his fists, gripping them firmly as he declared, with this power, I will not be defeated again. At last, he comprehended the essence of teamwork and redefined several concepts: trust, responsibility, and bonds. As he emanated confidence, Broly erupted with laughter and unleashed a mighty shout, amplifying his aura. A green energy sphere formed in his hand and hurled toward Jiren while he propelled himself forward at breakneck speed. Jiren also raised his energy, enveloped in a swirling purple-black aura. As the energy sphere approached, Jiren's eyes widened fiercely, unleashing an invisible shockwave that detonated the energy sphere mid-flight. However, Broly, undeterred, tore through the air, his colossal fist aimed squarely at Jiren's face, producing a thunderous sound as the air shattered. Jiren swiftly extended his palm, effortlessly blocking Broly's ferocious strike. Broly paused for a moment, retracting his fist before swiftly kicking toward Jiren, creating a rift in the air. Jiren raised his arm again, intercepting Broly's leg with a sturdy defense. The ground beneath him trembled and collapsed under the impact of their clash, debris scattering in all directions. Huh, Jiren shouted, the black-purple flames surging as he launched his first attack post-fusion against Broly. A punch landed squarely on Broly, who winced and was knocked back several meters. With the added destructive energy, Jiren's attacks were devastating. They bore the potency reminiscent of a magically empowered warrior, delivering true damage that bypassed defenses. Broly roared, channeling energy for another assault against Jiren, who recognized that time was of the essence and began launching fierce strikes, engaging Broly in a fierce contest. The arena reverberated with explosive sounds as purple-black and green energies clashed, thick smoke billowing upwards. The arena suffered further damage, erupting once more. Boom. The purple-black flames exploded as Jiren's form flickered like a specter behind Broly, delivering a knife-hand strike to the back of Broly's neck. Thud. Broly crumpled, eyes rolling back, collapsing into the dust. His vibrant green hair instantly darkened to black, and his robust physique shrank back to its normal state. Struck in a vital area, Broly lost consciousness in an instant. A cacophony erupted from the audience as they witnessed Broly's fall. The warriors of Universe 11 stood, cheering exuberantly. Jiren, splendid. Jiren, keep going. Swiftly dispatch the remaining 9. Knock him off the stage. Well done, ha ha ha. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted. Hey, what are you all doing? You don't think you've won, do you? Beerus stood, hands on his hips, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing Beerus's voice, the jubilant cheers of Universe 11 fell silent. Not out of alignment with Beerus's words, but due to the realization that such loud celebration could provoke the Grand Zeno's displeasure, leading to dire consequences. Phew. The excitement clouded our judgment. We got carried away, the clown god of destruction chuckled, less concerned than the proud warriors. Haha, Beerus. What difference does it make now if we VE1? He asked, pointing at Beerus, who was laughing uncontrollably. Haha, truly the essence of a jester. Who told you Broly was our universe's strongest warrior? Belmont, you are indeed a clown, ha ha ha. Upon hearing Beerus maliciously attacking him, Belmont's expression shifted drastically. But he soon grasped the underlying meaning of Beerus's words. What did you say? Is he not the strongest? He questioned, incredulous. Can you guess why they are all merely spectating and have not intervened? Ha ha ha, Beerus laughed unabashedly. Silence. Suddenly, the voice of the Grand Minister resonated. Beerus quickly fell silent, retracting his neck and settling back down. The clown god of destruction also straightened up, refraining from further comment. In the arena, Jiren lifted his foot, preparing to kick Broly out of the ring. Whoosh. However, he struck nothing but air. Broly's presence had vanished from the ground. Jiren glanced up and beheld Gohan gently lowering Broly. Gohan, is it? Jiren frowned. He recalled vividly how this Gohan had eliminated 2 universes at the outset, but had since refrained from engaging. Was he finally unable to contain himself? Regardless of who it was, none would impede his advance. At this stage, defeat was inconceivable for him, not even for Lord Belmont. With a stony expression, Jiren snorted, unleashing a surge of purple-black energy as he hurled a punch toward Gohan from a distance. Instantly, energy surged forth, and the skies over the void realm roiled ominously. 144. Beasts and Jiren, such an impressive aura. The crowd instinctively raised their arms to shield their foreheads against the fierce energy waves. The attack had not yet arrived, yet its momentum was palpable. The ferocious gusts of wind tore through the air, slicing at the warriors of Universe 7. The comparatively weaker fighters, Android 16, Majin Buu, and Kaba, were buffeted by the energy waves, unable to maintain their footing as they stumbled back, leaving a trail of footprints on the ground. Witnessing this, Gohan instantly transformed into his beast form and unleashed a powerful strike. With Gohan's metamorphosis, the pressure on his comrades diminished significantly. The 2 walls of energy collided violently, resulting in a terrifying explosion. The shockwaves rampaged across the entire arena. In the blink of an eye, the previously pockmarked and battered stage had sunk several meters, with large chunks of debris crumbling to dust. Gasp! The spectators inhaled sharply. The warriors in the observation area of Universe 11 erupted into a frenzy. This Gohan has transformed, they exclaimed. Unlike Broly's earlier transformation, it was evident that the warriors of Universe 7 possessed an array of transformations. What other colors remained? He seemed less formidable than Broly moments ago. Surely, he was not a concern? Fools. A mere gust from him matched Jiren's current strength. The clown god of destruction widened his eyes in astonishment, pondering, how many transformations does this individual possess? He was not like this during his match with Toppo. He recalled Gohan's Super Saiyan 4 transformation against Toppo, but now Gohan stood with silver hair standing on end, surrounded by a surging silver aura and crackling purple lightning, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Not only the warriors of Universe 11, but even Gula from Universe 7, who had always regarded Gohan as a rival, felt his pupils constrict. It was his first encounter with this form of Gohan, which appeared even more imposing than the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, radiating a powerful and sharp momentum. Upon witnessing Gohan's sudden surge of energy and transformation, Jiren momentarily froze. However, he quickly regained his composure, resolving to take the initiative and confront Gohan. He believed that if he could overcome Gohan, the match would truly come to a close. Jiren elevated his aura to its zenith, enveloped in a terrifying blaze of energy, resembling a rainbow piercing through the sun as he charged toward Gohan. As Sun Wukong observed Jiren swiftly approaching, he deftly manipulated his fingers, causing countless fragments of stone to rise from the arena and envelop Jiren's form, only to explode with a resounding blast. The fierce detonation engulfed the arena, halting Jiren's advance. This was a spectacle that left the god of destruction, Beerus, in awe. With a grin, Beerus remarked, "I knew this lad would employ that technique." Destruction is indeed the hallmark of a god of destruction's prowess. It is a technique that erases the very existence of an object from this realm. When an object is obliterated, it releases tremendous energy, resulting in an explosion. This fundamentally differs from the ki blast, which relies on external force for violent destruction. Destruction, on the other hand, annihilates from the very source, instigating internal chaos and unleashing colossal energy. This energy is, in essence, the very power possessed by the obliterated object, erupting in a final declaration of its demise. As stones flew with relentless speed, the explosions echoed mightily. Despite their small size, the energy unleashed during the detonation was formidable. Jiren was forced back. In a moment of desperation, he activated his energy shield and leaped into the air, his hands swiftly conjuring a barrage of dark purple energy spheres that rained down upon Sun Wukong with great force, a classic tactic of a prince. With a thunderous crash, the silver energy enveloping Sun Wukong erupted, causing the entire arena to tremble. He cast a glance at the deluge of energy cascading down upon him, and with determined precision, he swatted the energy spheres away. Each deflected sphere collided with the protective barrier set by the Grand Priest, resulting in a series of violent explosions that reverberated with astonishing intensity, wreaking havoc. Surprised, the Grand Priest raised his hand and enhanced the defensive properties of the barrier. The energy explosion generated from the battle between Sun Wukong and Jiren took him completely by surprise. This was no mere struggle between two humans. It was evidently a clash between two deities of destruction. Observing the ineffectiveness of his large-scale attacks, Jiren executed a sudden instantaneous movement, appearing behind Sun Wukong and delivering a swift chop. The technique was identical to the one he had used to defeat Broly moments earlier. The strike was aimed at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! The chop struck the nape of Sun Wukong's neck with precision. A sense of triumph surged within Jiren. However, Sun Wukong's figure abruptly blurred and vanished from sight. This was dire. Jiren silently cursed his miscalculation. At that moment, he sensed the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Was he truly behind him? Son Gohan was unaware of when Goku had appeared behind him. Jiren's body surged forward rapidly, attempting to create distance and evade Son Gohan's assault. However, a stone suddenly floated before him, exploding with a resounding blast. Simultaneously, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Sun Wukong had already delivered a powerful kick to his waist, leaving him trapped and with no means of escape. How formidable! Jiren thought to himself. The formidable strength of Sun Wukong surpassed even his own expectations, proving to be significantly more powerful than the earlier Broly. Attacked from both the front and the rear, Jiren found himself in a precarious situation at the epicenter of the explosion. Roaring in defiance, he unleashed a surge of purplish-black energy, forcefully repelling Sun Wukong. Yet, he bore the marks of battle, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. As the force of Jiren's energy wave pushed him back, Sun Wukong executed a graceful somersault, landing firmly on his feet before dashing once more towards the erupting Jiren. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch. Jiren, too, bellowed as he retaliated with his own strike. Both engaged in the simplest form of attack, distilling their combat into its purest essence. Their fists collided, unleashing waves of energy that erupted in a spectacular display. The clash of silver energy and purplish-black flames caused the arena to gradually crumble into chaos. The 9 warriors of Universe 7 swiftly retreated. Boom! The shattered remnants of the arena transformed into floating shards of stone in the air. Son Gohan and Jiren leapt upon the shattered stones, engaging in a fierce duel. Each step they took caused a fragment of suspended rock to explode, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. Observing the unfolding battle, the warriors from Universe 11 realized that Jiren would not be able to vanquish Son Gohan in the immediate future. This indicated that the outcome was all but decided. Victory was no longer within their grasp. The sheer numerical advantage of Universe 7 was sufficient to ensure their triumph. At this juncture, the tension eased, and they began to watch the fight with rapt attention, akin to revelry before the end. The silver and deep purple figures collided incessantly, moving at breathtaking speeds. The intensity of the combat reached unprecedented heights. Son Gohan raised his hand, channeling a powerful energy wave directed at Jiren. In response, Jiren unleashed an energy sphere of his own. The contrasting colors of the energy spheres collided, resulting in an explosive burst that visibly cracked the protective shield once more. The intensity of the explosion escalated yet again. Remarkably, Jiren's attacks, infused with genuine harm, were deftly blocked by Son Gohan. As time progressed, Jiren grew increasingly frantic in battle. Yet, the seemingly invincible Son Gohan appeared to grow more relaxed, reveling in a sense of fluidity akin to a fish in water. Jiren relentlessly sought opportunities for a breakthrough. But the more he pressed, the more he found Son Gohan seemingly flawless, impenetrable. How could it be? My current strength is sufficient to defeat Lord Belmont, yet I cannot prevail against Son Gohan. Could this individual truly be an anomaly? Jiren felt anguish as time slipped away from him. The stone pillar in the center of the arena continued to descend, dwindling to a mere fragment. The odds of victory grew increasingly bleak, and Jiren's heart became tumultuous. In desperation, he clasped his arms over his forehead, deciding to burn his life force for a final confrontation. Tope, he murmured, even with your power merged with mine, I have reached this point. This foe is unbeatable. With a fervent drive, he activated his life energy, self-igniting, his eyes transforming into a vivid crimson. Suddenly, a divine aura enveloped him. In that moment, Jiren transcended his limits, a purplish energy soaring skyward. Was this the divine technique, the ultimate self? At this juncture, Jiren's skin shimmered with an extraordinary glow. His previously expressionless face now bore angular features, exuding a chilling demeanor. His once jet-black eyes morphed into a scarlet hue, then shifted to a deep violet. The tangible purple flames enveloped him, immense and dense like a profound liquid. In that instant, he became the most luminous focal point in the arena, dazzling and resplendent. Observing this transformation in Jiren, Son Gohan could not help but be astonished. Jiren was burning his life force to forcibly shatter his limitations, fortuitously breaching his boundaries and entering a new realm, achieving the ultimate self. Truly, he was the protagonist of Universe 11. The author has granted him extraordinary powers once more. With an exaggerated aura erupting from him, Jiren, now in the state of ultimate self, underwent a radical shift in demeanor, descending into madness as he laughed uproariously. At this moment, Jiren brimmed with combat fervor, his energy surging skyward as he charged towards Son Gohan. The arena floor erupted, and Jiren's figure pierced through space at an unimaginable speed, arriving directly before Son Gohan. Bam! 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 His fists fell like a torrential downpour, crashing upon Sun Gohan and unleashing a tempest of force. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Sun Gohan lost count of how many blows he had absorbed from Jiren. This is bad. Gohan is being overwhelmed by Jiren. Trunks, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety. Let us join forces and eliminate Jiren together, he proposed. I shall not engage in such disgraceful acts, Vegeta countered, arms crossed. The first to dissent Trunks' suggestion. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta and proposed, Vegeta, why don't we fuse? This would surely enable us to defeat Jiren. Vegeta retorted vehemently, I would rather perish than merge with you, you insufferable fool. He continued, you two still fail to comprehend the situation, don't you? Although Gohan is enduring a beating, it is impossible that he has no capacity to retaliate. If it were a complete overpowering, Jiren would have sent him flying with a single blow by now. However, have you observed what is truly happening? That lad is merely on the defensive, perpetually retreating. Can you not see the issue at hand? What utter imbeciles! Piccolo nodded in agreement, stating, Vegeta is correct. Gohan must be waiting for something, or perhaps testing Jiren's strength. The current circumstances remain favorable for us. As long as Jiren cannot dispatch Gohan in an instant, we shall prevail when time runs out. That Namekian finally shows some insight, Vegeta commented, casting a sidelong glance at Piccolo. Broly, now fully awakened, stared intently at the clash between Jiren and Gohan, remaining silent. Guldo's expression shifted, realizing that his current state was severely lacking. Even if he were to resurrect after the match, he must bide his time and refrain from provoking Gohan for the moment. Indeed, the hyperbolic time chamber is an excellent place. Training within yields remarkable results. Perhaps I should contemplate dedicating several years to arduous training there. Once my strength has increased, I can confront Gohan at a more opportune time. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late, he mused. Sabin and Android 16 observed quietly, not uttering a word, while Majin Buu yawned, on the verge of falling asleep. Bang! Jiren's fist struck Gohan's face, sending him hurtling through the air, leaving a significant imprint on his visage. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Gohan crashed into the arena, debris scattering in all directions. Son Gohan extricated himself from the arena, rubbing his face to restore his appearance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and twisted his neck, producing a series of audible cracks. As he beheld the imposing Jiren striding toward him, he suddenly broke into a grin and remarked, Jiren, it seems you are running out of time. Jiren glanced at the timer and, with a frenzied expression, declared, it matters not. I wish only to fight. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then let it be as you desire. Son Gohan responded with a hearty laugh. In an instant, both combatants charged at one another, their fists poised to strike. Boom. They collided simultaneously. Son Gohan's fist struck Jiren's face with tremendous force. In retaliation, Jiren's fist collided with Son Gohan's chest. A terrifying shockwave erupted, causing both combatants to stagger backward several paces. An imprint of a fist appeared on Jiren's visage, while the upper portion of Son Gohan's attire disintegrated into dust. Undeterred, they charged at each other once more. Their assaults were merely the most rudimentary, as fists incessantly clashed and their legs thudded against one another. Both warriors endured numerous blows from their adversary. Son Gohan felt a surge of blood within him as he was struck by Jiren's knee, causing him to spit out blood. Ha ha ha, Son Gohan, you are no longer my match. My transformation possesses limitless power. I only grow stronger with each blow. Your attacks merely convert into my strength. This battle is mine. Surrender now. Son Gohan raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You are truly brazen. Accept your defeat, said Jiren, as he hurled an energy sphere towards Son Gohan. Gohan swiftly evaded to the side, yet Jiren had already materialized before him, delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. A torrent of deep violet energy erupted from Gohan's back, surging into the distance. The arena behind him bore a deep trench, wisps of smoke curling upwards. Gohan spat out a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing violently before collapsing onto the ground. It's over, Jiren declared, raising his foot to kick Gohan off the stage. Yet, to his astonishment, the bloodied warrior suddenly seized his leg with both hands, thwarting his plan. Damn it, let go! Jiren roared in fury, stomping his foot against the ground. Gohan, clinging to his leg like an unshakable weight, was hammered mercilessly into the fractured earth. The ground splintered beneath the relentless impact, yet Gohan remained steadfast, his grip unyielding. Ha ha ha. Jiren, you're losing your temper again. Gohan taunted, his voice laced with defiance. The mocking laughter of Sun Wukong echoed, utterly disregarding the severity of his injuries. After all, his body was continuously regenerating. He could not be defeated. Nor could anyone dare to extinguish his spirit, exuding an air of insolence, as if to say, what can you do to me? Sun Wukong, do not overstep your bounds. Jiren, in a fit of rage, unleashed a fierce aura from his feet, forcibly breaking free from Sun Wukong's strongman locking technique. Sun Wukong, soaring through the air, executed a graceful roll before gathering a swirling crimson energy into a formidable Kamehameha. With a powerful flourish of his hands, he hurled it towards Jiren. To Jiren's dismay, he had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would unleash such a potent attack immediately after being repelled. The relentless assault proved to be an exceedingly troublesome challenge. Jiren found himself unable to gather energy in time to counter the Kamehameha, with no means of evasion left. He was forced to brace himself against the wave crashing towards him. Boom! A crackling surge of energy enveloped the arena, illuminating the void with brilliant flashes. The Kamehameha pushed Jiren back several steps, carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. Humph! With a disdainful huff, Jiren's deep violet aura erupted once more, his power surging as he attempted to push back against the Kamehameha, inching it closer to Sun Wukong. Just then, Sun Wukong broke into a wide grin. Destruction, he proclaimed, as the Kamehameha detonated violently under Jiren's pressure. The explosion sent Jiren soaring into the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he was caught in the blast. How infuriating! To leverage destruction to trigger an explosion. Jiren's anguished cries echoed through the arena. Victory! The match concluded. Come on, isn't this called skill? Sun Wukong laughed heartily, tossing energy orbs into the sky, raining them down upon Jiren. You lack martial virtue. Jiren retorted angrily, swatting away Sun Wukong's energy spheres, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Despite his considerable power far surpassing that of Sun Wukong, the latter proved remarkably resilient to blows. Coupled with his myriad of peculiar techniques, Jiren found himself unable to gain the upper hand in a short span of time. Instead, he had been caught off guard by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. This detestable opponent was infuriating beyond measure. As Jiren continued to swat away the energy spheres, he successfully landed back on the ground. However, the relentless barrage of energy rain from Sun Wukong continued unabated. It seemed as though Sun Wukong possessed boundless stamina and energy, utterly unperturbed by the expenditure. In Jiren's eyes, he resembled a formidable anomaly. Jiren moved with remarkable speed, deflecting and evading the energy spheres while closing the distance towards Sun Wukong. Finally, he raised his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs in retaliation. The earth-shattering clashes of energy attacks erupted, shrouding much of the battlefield in thick smoke. Having deemed his techniques insufficient, Jiren resolved to rely on sheer power for the final confrontation. He clasped his hands together, conjuring a colossal energy sphere that loomed as large as half the arena, bearing down upon Sun Wukong and the 9 warriors behind him. Upon witnessing the massive energy sphere approaching, Trunks and the others felt their hearts race with trepidation. In an instant, Sun Wukong elevated his energy to its zenith, bringing his hands together at his waist, unleashing a Kamehameha wave in response. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong and the others could no longer remain mere spectators. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed simultaneously into their super blue forms, they unleashed the Kamehameha and final flash techniques. The orange-hued Piccolo re-emerged, channeling energy by pressing his fingers against his forehead, and unleashed the formidable special beam cannon with a resounding roar. A dance of purple and golden energy intertwined, surging towards Jiren's overwhelming shockwave. Trunks ascended to Super Saiyan 4, launching his own magical flash. Goku Black transformed once more into his golden form, retaliating with a triple supernova. Broly, with a mighty roar, activated his full power in the Super Saiyan Green state, sending forth a green energy wave. Android 16 and Sabinthly joined the fray, launching their own energy blasts. Meanwhile, Majin Buu appeared to have succumbed to slumber, peacefully drifting away with a large bubble forming at his nostrils, expanding and contracting rhythmically with his breath. 9 energy blasts clashed against Jiren's colossal explosive attack. In an instant, 10 distinct energy waves, each a different hue, intertwined and erupted into a blinding radiance. Accompanied by a cacophony of crashes, the arena hastened towards its inevitable collapse, teetering on the brink of a decisive moment. The spectators, filled with tension, were on edge. The stakes for Universe 7 and Universe 11 were undeniably critical, given that their very existence hung in the balance. Even the Kais and gods of destruction from the universes not participating in the tournament felt the intensity, captivated by the exhilarating spectacle. This included the Omni King, who, like avid viewers at a climactic finale, clenched their fists in anticipation. The shockwaves continued to clash, a remarkable stalemate of 9 against 1, underscoring Jiren's extraordinary might. The warriors exerted their utmost strength, veins bulging on their foreheads and arms. The air was filled with the battle cries of 10 fighters, mingling with the sounds of colliding energy. Jiren's muscles twitched violently, his expression fierce as he pushed his power to its limits. In that instant, he truly grasped the essence of teamwork. He pondered how different the outcome might have been had his teammates still stood on the arena. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he noticed Son Gohan, previously engaged in the energy clash, appear beside him in an instant. With a raised fist, Gohan struck Jiren in the side. What? Jiren's eyes widened in disbelief. A clone technique? The impact, delivered during such a critical moment, proved fatal. Gohan's punch sent Jiren hurtling through the air like a meteor, casting him off the arena. The anguished cry of Jiren echoed in the air. In that moment, a massive explosion of energy erupted, engulfing the entire arena in a powerful wave, obscuring the scene within. With the explosion's roar, Jiren and Topo simultaneously materialized in Universe 11's spectator area. Their fusion had been undone due to their descent from the arena, and their attire was miraculously renewed, courtesy of the Grand Priest's formidable abilities, akin to a reset. Jiren bowed his head, murmuring to himself, "I still lost." Topo remained silent, both astonished by Gohan's overwhelming strength, which even their fusion could not overcome. Suddenly, the voice of the clown god of destruction broke the tension. "Jiren, do you know why Jiren never allowed you to graduate?" "Why?" Jiren looked up at the clown god. "Because you placed too much trust in your own power, forever believing solely in yourself. He sought to teach you the significance of teamwork, to learn to rely on others. Understand? Teamwork," Jiren whispered, glancing at the arena which was beginning to clear. Just then, the Grand Priest's voice resonated. "Universe 11. All members are eliminated and will be erased." Subsequently, with the voice of the Omni King, everyone from Universe 11 swiftly faded into obscurity. Before vanishing, Jiren faintly heard a voice, whether it was the clown god or Jiren's. He could not discern, saying, "Jiren, you have graduated." On the arena, amidst the harsh sounds of coughing, the thick smoke gradually dispersed. Sun Wukong held a protective shield to safeguard everyone. Beneath their feet lay a mere stone slab of about 10 square meters. The colossal arena, along with the timing pillar, had been reduced to dust. A sigh of relief escaped as victory was apparent, joy radiating from the faces of the onlookers. On the spectator platform, Beerus and the two Kaioshins rose exuberantly, raising their arms in celebration. "Ha ha, we won. Finally victorious." Alas, few could partake in their elation. The Grand Priest ascended gracefully, proclaiming, "Congratulations to the 7th Universe team for winning this grand tournament." As his voice echoed, a magnificent staff materialized in his right hand. With a wave of his arm, the arena, which had been reduced to a mere foundation, restored itself to its previous grandeur, save for the timing pillar, which had vanished. "What a spectacular match indeed!" exclaimed the Omni King as he leaped from his seat. All warriors of the 7th Universe gazed up at the Grand Priest and the Omni King. The Omni King continued, "Grand Priest. As per the rules of the tournament, only the most exceptional contestant may receive the ultimate reward, the Super Dragon Balls. But among the 10 warriors of Universe 7, who is deemed the most outstanding?" The Grand Priest chuckled. "That, of course, is determined by the number of eliminations. The one with the most eliminations is the most exceptional warrior. Therefore, the honor should be bestowed upon Mr. Sun Wukong." "Ah, precisely as I surmised." The Omni King responded with a smile. "Very well, let us proceed with the awarding of the prizes. My disciple, where is he?" After a grueling battle lasting over 40 minutes, which felt as prolonged as several months, it seemed to be finally over. The warriors collectively exhaled, save for Majin Buu, who remained in deep slumber. His unique constitution necessitated periodic hibernation, lasting 1 to 2 months, coincidentally occurring at this moment, allowing him to triumph effortlessly. The Grand Priest, arms crossed, addressed the warriors of Universe 7. "You have astoundingly secured victory in full formation. His Majesty the Omni King is exceedingly pleased with this tournament and has bestowed additional rewards upon Universe 7. However, the specifics shall remain undisclosed for now. You will learn in due time." As the Grand Priest prepared to announce the most outstanding contestant's reward, he extended his right hand, and the staff reappeared. With another flourish, 7 Super Dragon Balls materialized in the void, encircling the arena. Each of these Dragon Balls was as immense as a small planet, glowing with an enigmatic orange red hue that left onlookers awestruck. The warriors of Universe 7 gasped in astonishment, contemplating the colossal size of the Super Dragon itself, truly unfathomable. The anticipation for the emergence of the Super Dragon was palpable, evoking a sense of wonder and enlightenment. After summoning the Super Dragon Balls, the Grand Priest turned to Whis, saying, "Whis, it is your turn to summon the Super Dragon." Whis promptly stood, bowing to the Grand Priest. "Yes, Grand Priest." He approached Sun Wukong and explained, "Summoning the dragon requires the divine language. Thus the Grand Priest has entrusted me with this task." The crowd understood. Whis then gazed at the 7 Super Dragon Balls surrounding the arena and invoked, "Arise, dragon, and grant my wish." As his voice resonated, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in radiant light, illuminating the entirety of the void in a golden glow. The thick, dark clouds above transformed into resplendent golden auspicious clouds, exuding nobility and sanctity. Although referred to as the void, it now resembled the realm of deities. Suddenly, a magnificent golden beam shot skyward, piercing the cosmos before swiftly coalescing into a colossal golden dragon. This immense dragon, undulating through the universe, was so vast that it defied description. Its eyes alone rivaled the expanse of the Milky Way. Adorned with countless stars, each representing a galaxy, it presented an awe-inspiring spectacle. One could only imagine the formidable entity that was the dragon god, Zalama, who created it. The onlookers in the void could not perceive the super dragon's form, only an overwhelming brilliance that obscured the sky. What they glimpsed were perhaps mere scales of its grand body. However, the super dragon soon cast a projection, revealing its magnificent visage to all. Upon completing this, it spoke with a resonant voice. "Hero who summoned me, please articulate your wish. I am capable of fulfilling any desire. Any wish at all." The similarity of its words to those of Earth's dragon and Namek's dragon diminished its grandeur momentarily. Whis turned to Sun Wukong, inquiring, "Mr. Wukong, have you decided on your wish?" "Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded, continuing, "Please restore the vanished universes, but exclude Zamasu from Universe 10. Is that feasible?" Whis glanced at the Grand Priest, who affirmed, "Certainly. As this reward is a product of your efforts, you may wish for anything. But are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? And why exclude Zamasu? He simply seems rather disagreeable." Sun Wukong replied dismissively, feeling no need to elaborate. "Well, how forthright of you," the Grand Priest chuckled. "Whis, proceed as Mr. Wukong requested." "Yes, Grand Priest," Whis acknowledged, then conveyed Sun Wukong's wish to the Super Dragon. The Golden Super Dragon's voice resonated once more. "Very well, this wish is quite simple. Please hold on." Moments later, its eyes shimmered with a red glow. Subsequently, those who had perished, warriors, Kaioshin, and gods of destruction, returned, each astonished by the miraculous restoration of their bodies, utterly incredulous. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." The Super Dragon proclaimed before swiftly dissipating, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls transformed into streaks of light, darting toward universes 6 and 7, evoking a sense of liberation and a hurried return home. In the viewing area of Universe 6, confusion reigned. What just happened? We were revived? Did we not perish moments ago? How remarkable. How could this be? "Ah, it seems the warriors of Universe 7 emerged victorious," one remarked. "But why have we been revived?" "That is because Mr. Sun Wukong of Universe 7 wished to the Super Dragon for everyone's revival," Bados explained with a laugh. Did that fellow truly do such a thing? Kefla gazed at the spirited Son Gohan on the arena, her heart racing with excitement and admiration. Upon closer inspection, it was undeniable that he was extraordinarily handsome. She had always held a deep respect for the strong, and to encounter someone so powerful and appealing was simply overwhelming, causing her eyes to twinkle with affection. Wow, he really did it, she thought. Kampa, unable to contain his delight, grinned widely. He turned to make a playful face at Beerus, who responded with a casual middle finger as a gesture of camaraderie. In Universe 11's viewing area, the Angel Makurita explained the events to the gathered crowd. When they learned that Son Gohan was responsible for their revival, a complex silence enveloped the audience as they regarded the figures on the stage, particularly Jiren. His heart experienced an unprecedented jolt. He pondered deeply. Had he won the match? His wish to the Eternal Dragon would have been to resurrect Master Jiren rather than the wish he had made, to restore a vanished universe and bring back a rival. What a remarkable display of character. In that moment, Jiren's admiration for Son Gohan transcended mere acknowledgement of strength. It became a profound respect for his noble spirit. He clenched his fists quietly, vowing to himself, "One day, I shall defeat you with my own power, Son Gohan. You are truly an extraordinary individual." Toppo, on the other hand, was candid in expressing his admiration for Son Gohan. Universes 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10 were all experiencing similar sentiments. The guiding angels were explaining the situation to their respective teams. Numerous female contestants cast flirtatious glances at Son Gohan, with some daring enough to blow kisses in his direction. Meanwhile, the god of destruction of Universe 10, Gaosu, upon hearing the explanation from Angel Kusu, realized the truth. Son Gohan had resurrected everyone. Yet, something seemed amiss. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly froze. Wait, what about my large disciple? Zamasu was not revived? Kusu, reading the situation accurately, smiled and replied, Zamasu was not revived. Why not? Gaosu asked, bewildered. Because Son Gohan stated he did not like Zamasu, Kusu explained. What on earth? Gaosu responded, astounded. All right, everyone, I shall return you all now, the Grand Minister announced. Thus, the Tournament of Power came to a successful conclusion, with the Grand Minister sending everyone back to their respective universes. In Universe 7, at the Capsule Corporation, the warriors gathered in celebration of their triumph. They reveled in camaraderie, indulging in fine food and drink. The euphoria of survival heightened their appreciation for life. Trunks, devouring a chicken leg, turned to Son Gohan and asked, Gohan, why did you wish for that? Sun Wukong smiled and remarked, how splendid it is that we are all alive. What would be the meaning of existence if only a few universes remained? Trunks chuckled in agreement, adding, indeed, we must not allow the Omni King to have his way. That arrogant fellow, seeking to erase this and that. Beerus's brow furrowed in agitation. Were these individuals emboldened by some audacity? Cooler, feeling quite uneasy, inquired, Sun Wukong, when will you resurrect me? After we finish our meal, there's no need to rush, Sun Wukong replied, engrossed in his food. With a light-hearted chuckle, Whis waved his staff, causing the halo above Cooler's head to vanish in an instant. Let this be a lesson for the future. Whis said, continuing to savor his dessert. Whis, you meddle too much, Beerus grumbled in discontent. Sun Wukong gazed at Gula with a grin, remarking, it seems I need not make an additional trip. Why are you all looking at me like that? Gula replied awkwardly, unaware of his own resurrection. You have returned to life, Piccolo stated calmly. Huh? Gula comically patted his round head. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amidst their joyous banter, the gathering came to a close, and everyone began to disperse. Beerus turned to Sun Wukong and said, once you've rested, hasten to find me at the God of Destruction's planet, before departing with Whis. Majin Buu, having entered a dormant state, was left under the watchful care of the Capsule Corporation. The two Supreme Kais were escorted away by Jebet. Gula uttered a fierce remark, abandoning his spaceship to soar into the sky, vanishing into the vast cosmos. Broly returned to visit Paragus, while Android 16 rejoined nature, safeguarding rare flora and fauna. As for the rather unique Cyberman, he was taken to the other world by Piccolo, who assured everyone he would diligently teach him the ways of humanity. After spending time together and forging bonds through shared battles, it became evident to all that the Cyberman's essence was not malevolent, resembling that of Android 16. With Piccolo's willingness to guide him, the others had no objections. Krillin, Yamcha, and the other retired Z-fighters resumed their ordinary lives. Son Gohan and Sun Wukong, accompanied by their lively and bustling family, returned to Baozi Mountain. The following day, Xiaowu and Xiaofang eagerly perched on the sofa, their hands resting on their laps, gazing expectantly at their parents' door. In their hearts, they fervently wished for their mother and father to awaken swiftly. The two children strained their necks in anticipation until, at last, the door creaked open. Son Gohan emerged, clad in his pajamas, and immediately spotted the two neatly dressed children seated on the sofa. Oh, what brings you two up so early? Son Gohan inquired. Sun Wu gently nudged his sister, urging her to speak swiftly. Xiaofang puffed up her cheeks and exclaimed, Father promised to take us to the amusement park. Has he perhaps forgotten? So that was the matter at hand. Son Gohan laughed heartily and said, of course. Father has not forgotten. Go and summon Uncle Goten to join us. Once we have satisfied our appetites with breakfast, we shall charge forth. Son Gohan clenched his fist, adopting a posture of charge. Dad has gone to wash up, he remarked before turning away. Xiaofang, I find Dad rather childish. Xiao Wu whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Brother, do not speak carelessly. But truly, do you not think Dad can be quite immature at times? Especially that charging gesture just now. I shall tell Dad, she replied. Ah no, I will summon Uncle Goten instead. After the family finished breakfast, Son Gohan and Videl took Xiaofang, Xiao Wu, and Goten to the amusement park, where they indulged in a day of exuberant fun. Upon returning home, they realized, phew, what exhaustion. This is even more tiring than participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Another day passed. Sun Wukong rose early. As Dilly rolled up in her blanket, she opened her bleary eyes, her face reflecting weariness, and asked, Gohan, where are you off to so early in the morning? After all, anyone who has graded assignments all night would surely feel fatigued and drowsy, wouldn't they? Sun Wukong, adorned in his attire, chuckled. Wasn't Lord Beerus asking me to find him the day before yesterday? Therefore, I shall make a trip to the God of Destruction's planet. Why not forego your visit to the police station today? After all, there is nothing pressing to attend to. That simply won't do. I must go, Videl insisted resolutely. Son Gohan chuckled. Very well, a single magical bean will suffice. As he spoke, he handed a bean to Bidalai. She paused momentarily, taken aback. Is it really that simple? Son Gohan chuckled. What else could it be? Do you think we are still normal humans? Indeed, that is a valid point. However, I shall defer my meal for a while longer. I still wish to sleep a bit more. With that, Biddy closed her eyes once again. Very well. I shall take my leave, Son Gohan said as he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her smooth cheek. After completing his morning routine, he instantaneously teleported to the God of Destruction's planet. At that very moment, Beerus was fishing by the lakeside, with a prophetic fish automatically accompanying a staff-like fish tank beside him. Whis was gazing up at the sky, contemplating whether to add more decorative planets. After all, the ornamental stars in the sky had been nearly obliterated during one of Lord Beerus's tantrums. Whoosh! Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared, sending the prophetic fish flying. Wow! The prophetic fish exclaimed, swiftly righting itself as the fishbowl and the spilled water magically returned beneath it. The fish landed back in the bowl, half its body submerged in water, and it let out a sigh of relief. Ho ho ho! Mr. Wukong has arrived, Whis chuckled as he approached. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at him and put away his fishing rod. Turning to Sun Wukong, he handed him an object. Take this. What is it? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled as he accepted it. Before he could examine it closely, Beerus explained, this is a symbol that grants the ability to wield destruction. He pointed to the earring adorning his ear. So this is what it is. Sun Wufan glanced at the earrings in his hand and, somewhat awkwardly, adorned his ears with them. He inquired with a hint of confusion. I noticed that Topo from Universe 11 doesn't possess these. Beerus chuckled dismissively. That fellow's skills are far too rudimentary to warrant such adornments. You, on the other hand, are more than sufficient. He then grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye, exuding an air of nonchalance mixed with a touch of wicked charm. So, young one, what do you think? Care to indulge in the role of a destroyer for a while? Sun Wukong raised his ears, believing he had misheard. He inquired, what? Is Lord Beerus planning to abandon his responsibilities and flee? Beerus raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap to his head. What manner of speech is this? Remarkably, knowing Sun Wukong's resilience, Beerus had deliberately enveloped his finger with destructive energy. The impact was surprisingly painful. Sun Wukong, holding his head, chuckled awkwardly and inquired, ahem. Are you contemplating retirement? To which Beerus responded, no, no, no. This is a strategic initiative to cultivate new talent. Are you certain it's not merely a desire to be idle? Sun Wukong continued, I have served as a god of destruction for quite some time, yet I have never taken on a disciple. Seeing that Jester Belmont has taken one under his wing has piqued my curiosity. So, let us be decisive. Will this apprentice god of destruction be appointed or not? Sun Wukong nodded and said, all right. If I were to become a god of destruction, I would undoubtedly feel some pressure. After all, my existence would be intertwined with that of the Kaioshin, and I would be subjected to various constraints, which would hardly be enjoyable. However, being an apprentice god of destruction is a different matter entirely. My primary responsibility would be to learn, with the occasional opportunity to practice, which is not too burdensome. Have you not observed? Lord Beerus can slumber for decades, even centuries, without a care in the world. It is well known that the deities in the Dragon Ball universe lead exceedingly leisurely lives. They sleep when they wish and roam freely wherever they please. A bit of training now and then merely serves to highlight the divine qualities and noble essence of such a being. Beerus grinned and declared, very well. From this day forth, you shall be the apprentice god of destruction of Universe 7. I will teach you the true application of destruction energy and bestow upon you the powers befitting an apprentice god of destruction. I hope you will study diligently and become as formidable as I am, thereby elevating the renown of our Universe 7. Son Gohan chuckled heartily, exclaiming, ha ha ha. It's a trivial matter. Son Gohan made an okay gesture, while was covered his mouth and chuckled softly, saying, ah, Lord Beerus has taken my disciple and yet speaks such grandiloquent words. How utterly unaccustomed I am to this. Beerus immediately placed his hands on his hips and declared loudly, who says I have taken your disciple? He remains your disciple. I merely impart some knowledge that you are unable to teach him. Whis smiled without replying. After a moment, Beerus inquired, Gohan, to what extent have you mastered destruction? Show me. Beerus was aware that Son Gohan possessed the ability of destruction, but he was uncertain of the limits of Gohan's power. Very well. Son Gohan responded, gazing up at the celestial spheres that adorned the heavens. He formed a sword-like gesture with his index and middle fingers, pointing towards a distant pink star. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted in the sky, accompanied by billowing black smoke. That pink star was obliterated, not by mere energy, but by destructive force. Beerus fell into a momentary silence. The level of destruction exhibited by Sun Wukong surpasses even his own expectations. This young man is undoubtedly a prodigy. Remarkably, he has managed to achieve such prowess without any formal guidance. Moreover, Sun Wukong is still under the age of 30, merely enough time for a brief afternoon nap. Given time, one can only speculate how much further this individual will develop. A century may seem insufficient. What about after a millennium, or even 10,000 years? In the distant future, after 100,000 or 1,000,000 years, can this world truly accommodate such a remarkable being? Sun Wukong remarked, at present, this is the best we can achieve. Cough cough. Beerus cleared his throat and responded, it's acceptable, albeit barely. Sun Gohan gazed at Beerus with a sense of confusion, sensing that his words carried a deeper meaning. Beerus continued, what I wish to convey is that angels possess their own unique combat styles, while we, the gods of destruction, have our own distinct methods of battle. Allow me to impart to you the ways of the gods of destruction, a subject of which you have already glimpsed the surface. Sun Gohan remarked, Lord Beerus is referring to Jiren's particular combat form, isn't he? Indeed, Beerus nodded in affirmation. However, Tao Po's level of destruction is lamentably inadequate, and Jiren has not engaged in any research. Even if they were to forcibly transcend to that realm, they would only be able to harness a mere 10 to 12% of their potential. Should they master that combat technique flawlessly, victory would be beyond your reach. Very well. Unleash your full power upon me, Beerus said, hands clasped behind his back. Understood, Sun Gohan replied, his expression turning serious. As Beerus had requested him to exert his utmost strength, it is inconceivable for Sun Wukong to recklessly employ a standard attack. Such an action would be excessively characteristic of Goku. Boom. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, his aura erupting violently. His silver hair stood on end as waves of shimmering silver energy surged around him, intertwined with crackling violet lightning. His eyes instantly transformed into a menacing crimson, radiating an ominous presence. True to his word, he attacked with full force. In a flash, Gohan materialized behind Lord Beerus, delivering a swift karate chop aimed at the deity's nape. Humph. Beerus snorted disdainfully, his right elbow snapping backward at an inconceivable speed, even faster than Gohan's movement. Yet the moment his elbow should have connected, he froze. An afterimage. Simultaneously, Gohan's true form appeared before him, a fist wreathed in blazing energy mere centimeters from Beerus' face. Boom. Energy exploded outward as Beerus' counterstrike, launched later but arriving first, clashed violently with Gohan's punch. The shockwave rattled planet destruction. Impressive brat. You nearly had me, Beerus admitted. A flicker of unease in his voice. Lord Beerus remains unfathomably powerful, Gohan grinned, retracting his fist and pivoting into a sweeping kick. Beerus raised an arm to block, their collision spiderwebbing the ground beneath them. When neither strike prevailed, Gohan backflipped to create distance, reassessing for another opening. Suddenly, Beerus' body ignited with violet crimson energy, suffusing the air with the terrifying pressure of divine might. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted swiftly, sensing that Beerus was somewhat different now. What is this? Whoosh. Beerus' power surged suddenly, moving at a speed that Sun Wukong could not fathom. Bang. A searing pain erupted in Sun Gohan's chest as his body was violently hurled backward. Beerus had delivered a devastating kick to his torso, tumbling through the air. Gohan planted his foot mid-flight, triggering a thunderous shockwave as he propelled himself back toward the god of destruction. Thud. Before he could regain momentum, a sharp agony twisted through his abdomen. Beerus had materialized with eerie precision, his fist striking Gohan's stomach from an impossible angle. Sun Wukong, clutching his abdomen, was propelled backward, colliding with a massive dead tree, which he managed to break as he finally halted his flight. Sun Wukong raised his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the distant figure of Beerus, enveloped in a swirling aura of purple and crimson. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Ah, this is the battle state of Lord Beerus. Truly formidable, in comparison. Jiren's self-mastery seems merely like a child's play. How does it feel, kid? Have you sensed it? Beerus grinned as he approached, each step resonating with a thunderous sound, as if he were treading upon Sun Wukong's very heart. As Gohan's blood surged with increasing velocity, so did the rapidity of his heartbeat. Suddenly, his eyes erupted with two blinding beams of light. With a thunderous crash, Gohan, enveloped in a silver aura, shattered the ground beneath him as he lunged towards Beerus. A relentless barrage of strikes ensued. Beerus raised his hands to parry each blow. Both combatants moved at a velocity so extraordinary that their actions were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Whis observed with a serene smile, serving as the sole spectator. His power far exceeded that of both Beerus and Gohan, allowing him to discern every nuance of their fierce battle. In that moment, Gohan unleashed a frenzied assault, while Beerus either deflected, evaded, or countered with precision. In the blink of an eye, Gohan had endured countless hits from Beerus. Initially, he would stagger back after each blow. But as time wore on, he seemed to grow more formidable, awakening a primal ferocity within him. Despite sustaining an unknown number of punches, his fighting spirit remained undeterred, relentlessly entangling Beerus in combat. Boom. The two exchanged an innumerable amount of strikes. Beerus, astonished, realized that Gohan was rapidly gaining strength amidst the fray. With a resounding thud, Beerus landed a punch squarely on Gohan's forehead, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Son Gohan rolled out and stood upon the surface of the lake. Immediately, he raised his arms before his forehead and shouted loudly. Huh! A column of purple energy surged skyward. In an instant, the aura of divinity permeated the air, enveloping Son Gohan in a tangible wave of purple energy. The surface of the lake erupted in tumultuous waves. The demeanor of Sun Wukong has undergone a remarkable transformation. Beyond the wildness of a beast, an air of sinister charm has been infused. His once silver hair has morphed into a captivating shade of silver purple. One eye gleams red while the other shimmers purple, exuding an indescribable peculiarity. His eyebrows have vanished, and his brow is pronounced, giving him an appearance reminiscent of a nefarious character. Enveloping Sun Wukong is an aura that is silver at its core, encased in a rich layer of purple. A stark contrast to his previous state. This represents the convergence of beastly ferocity and self-mastery. Beerus has finally compelled Sun Wukong to unleash his ultimate potential. The essence of the beastly state is one of frenzied combat. Self-mastery, in a more precise sense, resembles a higher realm, wherein one grows stronger and braver through battle, transforming emotions into power and converting the attacks of others into one's own strength. The beastly state and self-mastery are not at odds. Rather, they complement each other, allowing both forms to reach their zenith, unleashing even more extraordinary power. Witnessing this, was smiled, while a knowing grin crept across Beerus's lips. Ah! The figure of Sun Wukong darted forth with astonishing speed. The surface of the lake erupted in a tremendous explosion, with waves soaring into the heavens. Boom. A fierce punch was unleashed. Beerus, enveloped in a swirling purple aura, was eager to gauge Sun Wukong's attack and responded with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, causing the very fabric of space to fracture. Waves of energy radiated outward in all directions. Centered around them, the ground rapidly began to sink, and the entire God of Destruction's planet trembled precariously. In that moment, the two appeared as if they were masters of destruction, seemingly indifferent to the obliteration of the God of Destruction's realm. Whoosh! The two quickly separated, and the levitating stones were violently shattered. Bang! Beerus was struck, sent flying through the air. Boom! Sun Gohan was struck in the waist by a knee from Beerus, leaving him with a delightful sting. Bang! 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 The two leaped into the air, engaging in a fierce struggle. At their center, a purple-black energy sphere swelled in the wind, growing larger until it erupted with a deafening boom. Ha ha ha, the two collided once more with reckless abandon. Bang bang. This time, their attacks met with Whis' outstretched palm, as he suddenly appeared between them, blocking their onslaught. With a smile, Whis remarked, "That's enough, Lord Beerus, Mr. Gohan. Let us cease this for now." The two had no choice but to relent. Their energy fluctuations were so immense that the damage inflicted was considerable. The diminutive Destroyer-S planet had suffered severe harm in such a short span of time. The task of restoration would once again fall to Whis. Beerus regarded Son Gohan with unreserved admiration. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you, young man. You possess the makings of an excellent destroyer. With your current power, you could easily defeat a fused Jiren. To achieve such a breakthrough in such a brief period is truly remarkable." Sun Wukong smiled and remarked, "It is all thanks to Mr. Weiss and Lord Beerus for their excellent guidance." He chuckled heartily. Mr. Weiss then laughed, saying, "Lord Beerus, if I am not mistaken, Mr. Wukong must have long since discovered his opportunity for a breakthrough, but he chose to wait until battling with you to make that leap. This should surely astonish Lord Beerus. Is that true, young man?" Beerus inquired, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, retreating from his ultimate form and beastly state. "I had been attempting to harness this form during my battle with Jiren, but regrettably, the pressure he exerted upon me proved insufficient. Thus, it was indeed Lord Beerus who facilitated my evolution." Beerus remarked, "You truly have remarkable talent." Sun Gohan inquired curiously, "Lord Beerus, I have something that piques my interest." Beerus glanced at him and replied, "What is it?" Sun Gohan, "Just how much power did you use just now?" 70%, replied Beerus. 70%, really? When you first came to Earth and fought my father, you claimed to have used 70% of your strength. Yet the power you exhibited just now far surpasses that by an unimaginable magnitude. Ha ha ha, I truly did use 70%, Beerus chuckled. Gohan, let me be frank with you. You have already surpassed certain gods of destruction. However, do not let this inflate your ego, for you have yet to defeat me, Beerus stated, hands on his hips. Sun Gohan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. I shall double my efforts in training." A sudden jolt of concern surged through Beerus. Double efforts in training? This will not do. I too must embark on some rigorous training. Otherwise, I shall inevitably be surpassed by this lad, and I would have nowhere to hide my embarrassment. Having gauged Sun Gohan's current strength and his grasp of destruction, Beerus began to tailor a training regimen for him. This included the cultivation of divine energy, the mastery and application of destructive power, the authority and capabilities of a god of destruction, and the essential precautions a deity must observe. After expounding upon these matters for quite some time, Beerus concluded, "Whis, I leave him in your capable hands." And with that, he vanished without a trace. Sun Gohan embarked on a solitary journey of cultivation. Upon genuinely entering the realm of the god of destruction, he found himself in a vibrant and resplendent new world. This method of training diverged significantly from his previous forms of practice, as he began to grasp certain fundamental rules. Tasks that had once seemed insurmountable now became effortlessly achievable. For instance, the notion of collecting the Super Dragon Balls had once been beyond Sun Gohan's reach, as he was incapable of gathering such colossal orbs from planets. However, in his current state, such endeavors became remarkably feasible. Thus, a fortnight passed in this manner, and on this day, on the planet of the god of destruction, seated cross-legged atop a withered tree, Sun Gohan delved into meditation, honing his destructive prowess. Below, two figures engaged in a swift and fierce clash. One, towering and imposing, exuded a ferocious aura with each powerful strike. The other, though robust, was significantly smaller in stature and found himself retreating repeatedly, forced into a defensive stance. It was none other than Broly and Goku. Broly had transformed into his Super Saiyan form, yet his strength was formidable, even in his full-powered Super Saiyan Blue state. Goku was no match for him. With a single punch, Broly struck Goku on the forehead, sending him spiraling from his full-powered form back into his ordinary state. Sun Wukong pressed his forehead and rose to his feet. "Hiss, Broly, you truly show no mercy at all." Broly grinned menacingly. "No, I have indeed shown restraint." He spoke the truth. At least he had not yet unleashed his full power in his green-haired form. "Are you ready for more?" Broly inquired coldly. "Of course, why not?" Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, allowing his body to relax. In that instant, his aura transformed completely. "Huh!" Broly shouted, propelling himself forward with great speed. His fist aimed at Sun Wukong. Yet, astonishingly, Sun Wukong evaded the strike. At that moment, he breathed steadily, his entire being at ease. He seemed to become as light as a feather, drifting effortlessly, impervious to force, eluding both contact and comprehension. Broly expressed his surprise. He threw another punch. But once again, Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped the attack. Sun Gohan opened his eyes and gazed at the figure of Sun Wukong. Vegeta, arms crossed as he observed the battle, squinted thoughtfully. Whis wore a gentle smile. Whoosh! Broly unleashed a series of powerful punches. The silhouette of Sun Wukong danced within his clenched fist, successfully evading every strike. At this moment, Sun Wukong, with his ebony hair and dark eyes, was enveloped in a shimmering silver aura. A liquid mercury-like wave flowed over his hair and the surface of his skin. His pitch-black eyes glimmered with a hint of silver. This was the initial manifestation of the Supreme Instinct technique. Standing beside Whis, Beerus grinned and remarked that fellow Wukong has begun to grasp this divine technique. Whis replied, Wukong's mindset is indeed well-suited for the Supreme Instinct. I am not at all surprised by his ability to comprehend this divine skill. However, this is merely the first sign, and he has a long journey ahead. As they conversed, Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast punch, striking Broly squarely in the abdomen. The force of the blow surged through Broly's body, erupting from his back and generating a fierce gust of wind. Though his abdomen throbbed with pain, Broly remained undeterred, letting out a cold snort as his robust right knee collided directly with Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong's mastery of the ultimate freedom technique was still in its infancy, lacking maturity. Thus, there was no escape from the impending impact. He raised his arms to shield himself from Broly's knee strike. Yet his body was sent tumbling through the air by the sheer force of the violent blow. In that moment, he could no longer maintain his tranquil state of mind. The ultimate freedom technique instinctively dissipated. Sun Wukong reverted to his original form. Broly strode forward, his palm claw-like as it reached for Sun Wukong. In his normal state, Sun Wukong was entirely at a loss against him. However, he was not one to passively await his fate. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he executed an instantaneous movement to appear beside Vegeta. Broly's attack struck the ground, causing it to crack with a resounding noise, and a thick cloud of dust billowed into the air. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, breathless, crouched beside Vegeta, utterly drained of the will to continue the fight. Vegeta's pupils contracted, realizing that Broly remained as formidable as ever. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he charged forward. Broly, allow me to engage you in battle, Vegeta proclaimed loudly. Unfortunately, his power still paled in comparison to Broly's. After a brief struggle, it came as no surprise when Vegeta was swiftly defeated. Even the deep blue form he had mastered during the Tournament of Power proved insufficient against Broly. In the current 7th universe, Broly stood as the second most powerful contender beneath the God of Destruction. Days passed one after another. Every day, Sun Wukong and Vegeta engage in fierce battles with Broly, and the three warriors experience remarkable growth in their abilities. Since the moment he first grasped the Ultra Instinct technique, Sun Wukong has been able to activate it successfully in every confrontation. His mastery of Ultra Instinct has gradually evolved from its initial stage into a perfected form. With silver hair, silver eyebrows, and silver eyes, Sun Wukong, enveloped in a shimmering aura, stands invincible. In this form, he can suppress the Super Saiyan Broly. However, once Broly activates his green-haired full power form, the perfected Ultra Instinct of Sun Wukong can only match him evenly. Yet, Broly's endurance gives him the upper hand in prolonged battles. It remains uncertain how the outcome may change as Sun Wukong refines his mastery of Ultra Instinct. Witnessing Sun Wukong's command of this technique, Vegeta feels a sense of urgency. Yet, his temperament is ill-suited for mastering such an art. It is noteworthy that even Beerus has not achieved perfect control over Ultra Instinct, remaining in its initial stage. Thus, it is futile to expect Vegeta to succeed. If he forces himself to learn it, he would only achieve half the result with double the effort, leading to counterproductive outcomes. Clenching his fists, Vegeta wrestles with his thoughts for several days. One day, he finally exhales in relief, realizing that he has been misguided. Ultra Instinct is not meant for him. He must transcend Kakarot through other means rather than treading the same path. Otherwise, he would forever linger in Kakarot's shadow, unable to surpass him. Vegeta gazes thoughtfully at Gohan, reflecting on his true objectives. His aspirations have never been aimed at Gohan or Broly. Rather, his sole rival has always been Kakarot. As he ponders, Beerus calls out, Vegeta, come with me. Vegeta snaps back to reality and wanders over to Beerus. Lord Beerus, is there something you need? He inquires. Beerus, with a mischievous grin, strides up the slope, stating, I'm going to train. You can sneakily observe. Vegeta pauses for a moment before his astonishment transforms into delight. He is no fool. On the contrary, he is quite astute, thus comprehending Beerus's intentions. The Lord is subtly offering him some knowledge. This is splendid news. Vegeta quickens his pace to follow. In the days that follow, Vegeta spends several hours each day learning from Beerus atop the mountain, where explosive sounds of destruction occasionally resonate. Meanwhile, below, Broly and Sun Wukong engage in their own intense sparring sessions. Son Gohan sat by the lakeside, savoring the laws of nature. Not far away, Trunks had finally merged the essence of divinity with Super Saiyan Blue, achieving the transcendent form of Super Saiyan 4. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. The days of peace were tranquil and beautiful. Time flew swiftly. A year had passed. During this year, as a trainee god of destruction, Son Gohan obliterated 10,802 dead stars, averaging nearly 30 destroyed planets each day. His terrifying efficiency left Beerus feeling uneasy, unable to sit still each day. The labor undertaken by Sun Wukong in a single year is equivalent to the cumulative efforts of several million years. The intensity is simply overwhelming, bordering on the extraordinary. Even Whis, the guiding angel, gazes at Sun Wukong with astonished eyes, acknowledging the promising future of the seventh universe. Lord Beerus, we must not grow complacent. Our seventh universe harbors far too many Death Stars. Every day, Sun Wukong incessantly whispered into Beerus's ear, causing the god of destruction to question the very essence of his existence. Please, spare me, Lord Wukong, Beerus implored, his hands clasped together, his expression one of bewilderment. Feeling utterly drained, how could Lord Beerus utter such words? As the number of destroyed planets dwindled, the overall strength of our universe has indeed improved. And our destructive power has significantly increased, Sun Wukong stated with righteous conviction. Indeed, their destructive prowess grows in tandem with the increasing number of obliterated celestial bodies. This is one of the reasons why Sun Wukong is so fervently dedicated. With each passing day, as the count of destroyed planets rises, his strength continues to amplify. Son Gohan is utterly unable to resist such a fatal temptation, to the extent that even Beerus has suffered, being compelled by Gohan to engage in work daily. This endeavor is euphemistically termed as enhancing the overall caliber of the seventh universe. It is truly a manifestation of madness. With sighed, lamenting, if only Lord Beerus possessed Mr. Gohan's work ethic, our seventh universe would undoubtedly rank first. Oh, just let me perish, muttered Beerus, cradling his forehead. The pain. It is excruciating. On this particular day, after completing the destruction of 30 planets, Gohan returned to the god of destruction's realm and proceeded to fish by the lakeside. Today, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and the others were absent from the realm of the god of destruction. Beerus could not help but admire Gohan's ability to fish leisurely after such an immense workload. Unlike himself, who could fall asleep clutching a mere rock, one can only say that youth is indeed a remarkable blessing. At that moment, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens. Without turning his head, Sun Wukong recognized that it was Kampa and Vados from Universe 6 who had arrived. Over a year had elapsed since the Tournament of Power, and now Kampa and Vados had returned to Universe 7. Kampa scanned his surroundings and then dashed towards Sun Wukong. He circled around him and feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my, is that not the emblem of destruction? Sun Wukong, have you become a trainee god of destruction?" He pointed at the ear ornament adorning Sun Wukong's ear. Sun Gohan nodded with a smile and remarked, "Indeed, Kampa, it has been quite some time. What a pity. For I had hoped you would take my place in Universe 6, but it seems that Beerus managed to seize the opportunity first. Heh, yet I am, after all, a being of Universe 7. To assume the role of a god of destruction in Universe 6 would render me a traitor." Wait a moment, Sun Gohan said, placing his index finger to his lips, sensing that a fish was about to bite. He cast his fishing rod, and a blue fish leapt from the water, soaring toward Kampa and landing in his arms. Kampa fumbled to grasp the fish, his expression one of bewilderment. What is happening? A fish? As he observed the struggling blue fish in his grasp, Kampa swallowed hard. For reasons unknown, he suddenly had an overwhelming desire to devour this fish. A certain dormant gene within him began to awaken. Sun Gohan glanced at the sizable blue fish in Xiang Pa's hands and remarked with a smile, "It's quite large. Let us roast it for our meal." "Indeed, that sounds splendid," Xiang Pa replied, swallowing in anticipation. "But how shall we prepare it?" Despite his eagerness to indulge, he was utterly clueless when it came to culinary arts. "Leave it to me," Sun Gohan said as he took the fish, rewarding it with a swift knock that rendered it unconscious. He then proceeded to scale, gut, and clean the fish meticulously before placing it over the fire for roasting. Moments later, the fish began to sizzle and exude fragrant oil. After generously sprinkling a special blend of spices, an irresistible aroma filled the air, causing Xiang Pa to nearly salivate uncontrollably. Beerus and Whis were drawn by the enticing scent. "One fish will hardly suffice. We must continue fishing," Beerus declared. Sun Wukong cast his fishing rod into the lake once more. While they were fishing, Kampa remarked, "Beerus, I must confide in you something rather significant. I have restored the planet Earth of our universe." "Oh?" Beerus shot him an incredulous glance. He then scoffed, "Humph. You wretched fellow, have you been secretly gathering the Super Dragon Balls again? How audacious. You dare to pilfer wish orbs from our universe without my consent." Kampa snorted dismissively. "You wouldn't even utilize them, so why should we bicker over such trivialities? What is yours is inherently mine, and what is mine remains mine. Ho ho ho." "How shameless of Lord Kampa," the cunning Vados chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Beerus grumbled, "This foolish brother of mine should be squashed." Meanwhile, Vados inquired, "So, how does the Earth of Universe 6 compare to that of Universe 7? Kampa shook his head, laughing, "Haha, I have yet to find out." Vados continued to jest. "That is because Lord Kampa was too preoccupied with boasting to come and see it after restoring Earth." Sun Gohan skewered a fish over the fire and remarked, "I am quite curious about what Earth in Universe 6 is truly like." Kampa's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suggested, "Why don't we organize a trip to explore Earth in Universe 6? That sounds splendid." Beerus immediately raised his hand in agreement. He cast a sidelong glance at Sun Gohan, secretly thinking, "Hee, this could be a perfect opportunity for a little vacation." Kampa turned to Sun Gohan with an inquisitive tone, asking, "What do you think, Gohan?" It can be said that Sun Gohan is the savior of Universe 6. Had it not been for his wish to the eternal dragon to restore Universe 6, it would have ceased to exist. Kampa has always sought to extend the hospitality of his realm, and this presents an excellent opportunity to invite Son Gohan for a visit. Sun Wukong cast a glance at his two brothers and nodded in agreement, expressing his contentment. Very well, I have no objections. In his heart, Beerus silently celebrated with a triumphant gesture. What, one wonders, could the Earth of the Sixth Universe possibly be like? Sun Wukong was indeed filled with curiosity. Previously, the Earth of Universe 6 was annihilated due to a senseless war. Now, with the resurrection facilitated by the Super Dragon, one wonders what form it will take upon its restoration. Sun Wukong soon roasted another fish to perfection. The two destroyers, the two guiding angels, and Sun Wukong shared the meal together. After savoring the roasted fish, the five soared towards the Earth of the Sixth Universe. After a journey that lasted a full half-hour, a cerulean planet emerged in their sights. At long last, they had arrived. From a lofty vantage point, the view was one of deep azure. It was undeniably Earth, yet it bore little resemblance to the Earth of the Seventh Universe. Instead, it resembled the planet from Sun Wukong's past life, a blue orb laden with profound memories, the familiar contours of the land, the recognizable distribution of the oceans. Was this truly the Earth of the Sixth Universe? It felt like a dream, everything appearing so surreal. Sun Wukong and his companions descended upon the Earth, gazing around to admire the surrounding scenery. Sun Wukong sensed the atmosphere of this planet, both familiar and foreign. Indeed, the population is quite substantial, exceeding 6 billion. However, as anticipated, the vast majority of individuals possess negligible combat abilities. While there are a few with combat power in the tens or hundreds, they are exceedingly rare. It is likely that this represents the pinnacle of human potential on this Earth. Sun Gohan inquired with curiosity, Lord Zampa, what wish did you make? Zampa replied, to revert the timeline of this planet to a day before its destruction. Sun Wukong paused momentarily. Shall I take this to mean that this planet is about to face yet another cataclysmic disaster? He inquired. It appears that way, Kampa responded with astonishment. I thought we were here for a vacation, but it turns out we are here to save this planet. Beerus couldn't help but comment. Ha ha, Kampa chuckled, rubbing the back of his head, completely unperturbed by the situation. Sun Gohan turned to Vados with a questioning gaze. Senior, could you share the history of this Earth? Vados nodded gracefully. Of course, she replied, as the angel's staff materialized effortlessly in her right hand. With a gentle tap upon the ground, ripples of energy expanded outward. The obsidian orb atop her staff shimmered, radiating an emerald glow before projecting the chronicles of Earth. It was an extraordinarily lengthy tale spanning the birth of the cosmos, the formation of Earth from nothingness, its gradual evolution from simplicity to complexity, the shifting landscapes, the emergence of life and its ceaseless activities, the rise of intelligent beings, and the dawn of human civilization. With intelligence came conflict. Wars erupted, marking the beginning of humanity's turbulent history. In the Eastern realms, chaos reigned as warlords clashed, leaving the common folk displaced and destitute. That was, until the first emperor arose, unifying the fractured lands under his iron will. He established a centralized government with 3 lords and 9 ministers, abolished the feudal system in favor of prefectures and counties, standardized writing, unified axle widths for carts, and harmonized currency and measurements. The Great Wall was erected to repel barbarian invasions, while the Ling Canal connected the north and south for irrigation and transport. Under his rule, military and economic prosperity flourished like never before. Then, the first emperor embarked on an eastern expedition to the fabled Penglai Immortal Isle, seeking the elixir of immortality and succeeding. The Qin Empire thrived for millennia, dominating the Eastern world. Meanwhile, in the West, empires rose and fell amidst religious and racial strife, until the United States emerged as the dominant power. A fragile equilibrium settled, the mighty Qin Empire in the East, the ambitious United States eyeing it from the West. Though tension simmered, neither dared strike first. Yet war was inevitable. After millennia of military advancement, the Qin Empire unleashed cataclysmic force. Nuclear fire rained upon the United States, obliterating it. But victory was short-lived. A sudden, devastating plague swept across the globe, as if the Creator himself had intervened to purge civilization. Even the indomitable Qin Empire succumbed, and humanity vanished into the annals of history. Now, the timeline stood at the eve of war between the United States and the Qin Empire. Tomorrow, the great conflict would ignite, the spark that would lead to humanity's extinction. After witnessing Earth's tragic saga, Sun Gohan stood in stunned silence, words failing him. To the 2 gods of destruction and their attendant angels, however, it meant little. In their eyes, such events were fleeting, mere flashes in the endless expanse of time. Their lifespans were immeasurable, their power beyond mortal comprehension. A planet like Earth was but a speck of dust, unworthy of awe. Even the mightiest empires could be erased with but a thought. For beings of their stature, no action was needed, a mere glance could reduce Earth to ashes countless times over. And now, Kampa's desire to spare Earth was motivated not by noble ideals, but by his craving for its delicacies. Sun Wukong sighed and inquired of Kampa, Lord Kampa, what are your intentions? Given that this was indeed Kampa's territory, it was reasonable to seek his counsel. Kampa tilted his head, pondered for a moment, and then replied, let them engage in battle first. Once they have finished, we can disperse this plague. Would that be acceptable? Indeed, that seems feasible. Beerus nodded in agreement. But how do we intend to dispel this plague? Beerus questioned, for while he excelled in destruction, he was not adept at matters of salvation. However, the two guiding angels were also reluctant to intervene, as it pertained to the affairs of mortals, posing a dilemma. Kappa was taken aback, as a fellow god of destruction. He too lacked proficiency in this regard. What could they possibly do? At that moment, Sun Wukong smiled and said, I believe I have a method to eradicate this plague. Oh, really? Kappa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sun Wukong nodded slightly, of course. In our universe, there exists a substance known as ultra-divine water. Capable of purifying all things in existence, I am certain it can easily eradicate a mere plague. As he spoke, he produced a vial and handed it to Xiang Pa. This was the ultra-divine water that Sun Wukong had procured from Kalen Tower for emergencies, and he had not anticipated its necessity on this day. Oh, there's no need to give it to me. I shall not be using it. I leave everything in your capable hands. Xiang Pa waved his hand dismissively. Son Gohan, isn't this a matter concerning Universe 6? How is it that we have Lord Beerus, a god of destruction indifferent to everything, in Universe 7? And now, such burdens have also fallen upon him in Universe 6? Well, fine, but Lord Kappa, consider this a favor you owe me. Ha ha ha, no problem, no problem. Kappa waved his hands dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned. Sun Wukong quietly stowed away the super divine water, contemplating how to cunningly exploit Kappa. Hey, are we merely going to stand around here? Shouldn't we find something to eat? Beerus rolled his eyes. It's still quite early. Let us locate a place to indulge ourselves for a couple of days and nights, enjoying our meal while observing two ants engage in battle. Doesn't that sound delightful? Kappa chuckled heartily. Indeed. My brother Beerus speaks wisely. Let us seek out a place to feast. He licked his lips in anticipation. What did the impending conflict have to do with them? All right, then. Let us find somewhere to dine. Vados and Beerus agreed, fully endorsing the sentiments of Beerus and Kappa. The newly appointed apprentice destroyer, Sun Wukong, naturally conformed to the customs and seamlessly integrated into the group. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, vibrant signs, and neon lights, various flying vessels occasionally whizzed overhead. Warriors wielded laser swords and shouldered Gatling guns. This was the present-day Qin dynasty, a civilization that had flourished for thousands of years. Yet it bore little resemblance to what one might envision, instead brimming with a palpable sense of technology. The striking aesthetic of cyberpunk enveloped the surroundings. Sun Wukong and his companions successfully entered the city. As they meandered through the streets, they inquired about the most delectable food and the most picturesque sights the city had to offer. None of them were ordinary individuals, and their journey was remarkably smooth. Meanwhile, in the palace of the great Qin Empire, Emperor Qin Shi Huang sat majestically upon his throne. He was tall and imposing, with dragon-like eyes that exuded an aura of authority. Having long achieved immortality, the passage of time left no trace on his visage, preserving the vigor of his youth. Contrary to expectations, the emperor was not clad in a dragon robe but wore a casual suit. His long, dark hair was meticulously tied back, exuding charm and elegance. His presence embodied various extraordinary styles, a testament to the passage of time that had favored the progenitor of dragons. The formidable Great Qin Empire stood as the ultimate proof of his reign. Emperor Qin Shi Huang navigated through the documents on his tablet, reviewing memorials. In the Grand Hall, over 100 officials sat upright, maintaining a profound silence, anticipating the emperor's pronouncement. When he lowered his tablet and surveyed the assembly with his piercing gaze, it was impossible not to acknowledge the extraordinary gravitas he commanded. The imperial authority he had cultivated over millennia was unparalleled, a stature that these officials could scarcely rival. Furthermore, Emperor Qin was a powerful practitioner of qi manipulation. There were accounts of him obliterating a heavily armored tank with a mere gesture. His formidable presence was indeed awe-inspiring. Leaning back against the dragon throne, the emperor broke into a smile and asked, Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the recent incident where the United States has slandered us, accusing the Great Qin of launching an attack on their Nini Island? Your Majesty, one official rose and bowed deeply, continuing. The United States has grown complacent in their peaceful existence and seeks to provoke discord, testing our response. Another stood, asserting, moreover, in recent days, American drones and warships have repeatedly appeared at the fringes of our territory, brazenly probing our defenses. They are clearly contemplating war. This is a provocation against the Great Qin. The two great empires had harbored grievances for centuries, and the United States harbored ulterior motives. Your Majesty, the dignity of the Great Qin must not be tarnished. Those who invade our territory, regardless of distance, must be punished. At this moment, all the officials rose and knelt in unison, their voices echoing like thunder, Your Majesty. The Great Qin must not be humiliated. With a wave of his hand, the emperor commanded, Rise. I know what must be done. He spoke with conviction. The men of the Great Qin were all valiant and spirited. With the emperor's assurance, the officials resumed their standing. General, called the emperor. Present. A robust man, clad in military attire and adorned with numerous medals, stepped forward. Prepare the entire army for immediate combat. Understood, the general replied. And orders swiftly cascaded through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Finance. That afternoon, Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the President of the United States announced the failure of negotiations. The long-standing rivalry between the two empires had escalated, leading them to resolve their disputes through military might. An event deemed a foolish war by observers was on the verge of eruption. In an instant, a sense of foreboding enveloped the globe. The current era was drastically different. It was no longer a time of horseback battles. Now, the skies were filled with aircraft. And various nuclear and thermal weapons were at play, not to mention biological warfare. The destructive potential of an impending war was unimaginable. It had been over a century since the last conflict, and the common folk lamented, indeed, the United States has overstepped its bounds, believing itself invincible. It is time to confront them. Let us cast them into the depths of the sea. Our illustrious great chain, with millennia of heritage and accumulation, is not something the United States can rival. Boom. As Sun Wukong and his companions savored their culinary delights atop a towering skyscraper, an earth-shattering roar abruptly shattered the tranquility of the moment. The war between two great empires had ignited in full force. Every city of the Qin Empire radiated with brilliance as inverted energy shields emerged, safeguarding the densely populated families within. Airborne vessels soared into the sky, racing towards the horizon. Warriors rode upon wyverns, shouldering Gatling guns, while others, adept in the art of Qi manipulation, glided through the air on flying swords, leaving trails of shimmering light. Motorcycles zipped through the skies, stealth fighters darted by, and colossal robots charged recklessly into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The detonation of nuclear bombs reverberated, shaking the very earth beneath. Following a cacophony of explosions, the planet trembled slightly. Enormous mushroom clouds ascended, painting the sky in a somber gray. With hands on hips, Xiangpa laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, what a fierce battle. It appears rather entertaining." Beerus, savoring his strawberry pudding, remarked, "Humans are truly foolish beings. They could coexist peacefully yet choose to engage in conflict. It is no wonder the original Earth met its demise." Bardosh chimed in with a chuckle, "Indeed. There is a saying on Earth, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of their nature." Son Gohan gazed into the distance, observing the mushroom clouds rising in the sky, and sighed in resignation. It is not merely Earth. Wherever there are humans or animals, conflict is destined to arise. For it is in our nature. Whis nodded in agreement, affirming, "You speak the truth, Mr. Gohan." The Qin Empire unleashed a multitude of nuclear warheads upon the American Empire. Naturally, the American Empire retaliated, sending a barrage of precision-targeted nuclear missiles hurtling toward the land of Huaxia. At that moment, colossal robots surged forward to intercept the missiles, while practitioners of energy manipulation joined forces to resist. With protective shields in place, the casualties on the Qin Empire's side remained relatively low after half a day's battle. However, the American Empire was far less fortunate. They had underestimated the strength of the Qin. The Qin Empire's secrecy was impeccably maintained, and it was only after the onset of war that the Americans realized the Qin Empire's power far exceeded their expectations. They were no match for the Qin Empire. A rain of nuclear warheads reduced the White House to rubble. This was the consequence of misjudging an adversary's strength. In desperation, the American Empire resolved to unleash their ultimate weapon, a biological virus. Faced with defeat, they opted for mutual destruction. This was an act of madness. In mere hours, a crimson haze enveloped the entire Western world, spreading eastward. Where the red mist passed, the dreadful biological virus swiftly claimed the lives of living beings, transforming the landscape into a realm of death. The sky unleashed a rain known as super divine water. The red mist expanded at a terrifying pace, proliferating wildly like a rampant contagion. The once azure planet began to turn a blood-red hue. Warriors on the front lines of the Qin Empire received orders for a hasty retreat, but it was too late. Many were engulfed by the crimson fog. What is this ghastly substance? Ah, retreat. Retreat quickly. Biological weapons. Does the American Empire intend to annihilate all of humanity? The retreat was futile. Those enveloped in the red mist perished swiftly. Within the Qin Empire, panic ensued among its citizens. They witnessed horrifying scenes through satellite imagery. The red mist was terrifying. The authorities began deploying vast quantities of detoxifying smoke bombs, yet none proved effective against the encroaching fog. Subsequently, energy shields were deployed from above in an attempt to isolate the deadly haze, but to no avail. The red mist continued to seep in relentlessly. "Your Majesty." Within the Qin Palace, officials knelt in a massive despair. "Your Majesty, initiate the Earth evacuation plan. It is imperative to preserve the ember of human civilization. Please. Your Majesty, consider this carefully." The first emperor rubbed his temples, his expression grave. After a moment, he commanded, "Prepare the spacecraft. Select 100 distinguished individuals for priority evacuation." Even after millennia of development, sending 100 people into space was no simple task. For the current Qin Empire, 100 was already the maximum feasible number. And what of Your Majesty? Need I say? Your Majesty will accompany 99 distinguished talents into outer space to seek a habitable world. The first emperor rose from his dragon throne. "I shall share the fate of the Qin." "Your Majesty, you must not." Some officials were filled with dread. The first emperor waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute. "No more words. This is an order. Execute it swiftly." He surveyed the room and suddenly burst into laughter, a look of relief washing over his face. Many within the palace speculated that the emperor had lost his mind, while others believed he had transcended the desire for immortality. Indeed, the first emperor had lived for millennia, experiencing countless transformations and innumerable wars. He had even mastered energy manipulation, becoming the mightiest warrior of the chain, and indeed of the entire earth. His wife and children had long since perished in the annals of history, though he later found new companionship and fathered new children. They too met their demise. In the end, he relinquished it all. Palace officials came and went, yet he remained steadfast. He was immortal. Thus, is immortality a boon or a curse? Neither. It is a legacy, a gift, and a continuation, with all arrangements in place. The first emperor departed the council chamber like a gust of wind. He leaped into the air, surveying the realm from the highest point of the chain, a towering edifice over 2,000 meters high. As he beheld the encroaching deathly red mist, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. Many things are like this. Destruction is effortless. Yet creation demands immense effort. The Qin Empire possessed similar offensive capabilities, yet lacked the means for defense. This biological virus assault was akin to a natural disaster, impervious to human intervention. Several spacecraft descended, carrying the seeds of human civilization into the stratosphere, piercing the atmosphere, and launching into the vast cosmos. The first emperor gazed upwards as the vessels vanished, a smile gracing his lips. Come forth. Once I feared death, but now I embrace it. He spread his arms wide, as if to welcome the lethal red mist. This was to be his final battle. He was prepared to meet his end here. But just then, ominous clouds gathered overhead. The day transformed into night as bolts of blinding lightning struck from the heavens. Moments later, the roar of thunder echoed across the skies. A torrential downpour engulfed the globe. The rain struck the first emperor's face, leaving him bewildered. He wiped the droplets from his visage and tasted the bitterness on his lips. This rain was anything but ordinary. The sky had turned pitch black, and rain fell across the world. This was no normal downpour. At that very moment, Sun Gohan and the god of destruction from Universe 6, Fuwa, stood above the celestial expanse. Sun Gohan chuckled, fortunately, with Lord Fuwa's assistance. I would truly be at a loss regarding this global rainfall, ha ha ha. Fuwa promptly replied, Mr. Gohan, such modesty is unwarranted. This is indeed my duty. This Earth is inherently a planet with immense potential for development, yet it has been ravaged by an unforeseen war. Now that a means of salvation exists, it is only fitting that we pursue it. However, will this ultra-divine water truly yield results? Fuwa shook the empty bottle in his hand, still somewhat incredulous. Moments ago, Sun Gohan had summoned Fuwa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, and entrusted him with the bottle containing the ultra-divine water, requesting that he dilute it into the clouds to create a widespread rainfall. For Fuwa, such an operation was remarkably simple, merely a fundamental task. The real question now was the efficacy of the ultra-divine water. Well, Lord Fuwa, you shall see for yourself, Sun Gohan remarked. Fuwa focused his gaze upon the lower realm, and his eyes brightened. Although the entire earth was shrouded in darkness, one must not forget who he was. He was indeed a god of destruction. He observed as the originally purplish-red mist gradually lightened and ultimately vanished after being drenched by the rain. Ha ha ha, splendid. It works. It truly works. Fuwa could not contain his laughter. Truly, the seventh universe is remarkable. It abounds with wondrous phenomena, a cosmos that brings forth miracles. A mere bottle of ultra-divine water has astonishingly dispelled this dreadful calamity. Sun Gohan declared, once the crimson mist has completely dissipated, Lord Fuwa shall immediately cease this deluge. Otherwise, the earth cannot withstand such torrential rainfall. Indeed, that is a certainty, Fuwa nodded, indicating his understanding. A moment later, the torrential rain abruptly ceased, and the ink-black sky cleared. The disappearance of the crimson mist was swiftly noticed by the populace. This is divine, an act of miracle, they exclaimed. Surely, it is a deity who has rescued us. Only a god could accomplish such a feat yet. Does a true god exist in this world? Why not? The methods of the chi refiners are nothing short of extraordinary, akin to terrestrial immortals. Thus, what is so strange about divine beings in the heavens? Well, regardless, we have been saved. Laughter mingled with tears as joy enveloped the entire empire. Surviving such calamity brought an overwhelming sense of happiness. The first emperor gazed skyward, drenched in rain, yet his spirits remained unscathed. Thank you. Thank you for saving the subjects of the Qin Empire. He knelt, bowing thrice with resounding reverence, honoring the benefactor who rescued all the subjects of the Qin Empire. In that moment, his eyes glistened, unsure if it was tears or remnants of raindrops. Following this profound act of gratitude, he stood tall, resolving that these bows were for the billions of Qin subjects, for the sake of all humanity, and unrelated to any personal matters. While gods may be elusive, divinity resides within the heart. The first emperor resolved to commission a statue of a savior upon his return, for future generations to revere. Sun Gohan accompanied Fuwa to meet Beerus and the others. At that moment, Beerus and his companions were indulging in their meal, radiating an air of sheer contentment. Upon seeing several gods of destruction and angels, Fuwa greeted each one in turn. Oh, enough with the pleasantries, Fuwa. Come, partake in some of this delectable food. It is truly exquisite here. Kappa beckoned. Huh? Fuwa sat down in a daze. What do you mean, huh? Try this egg roll. It is absolutely divine. Kappa exclaimed loudly, enthusiastically recommending his favorite dish, as if showcasing a newfound treasure to a friend. Is this for real? Fuwa questioned, picking up the egg roll and taking a bite. To his astonishment, the flavor burst forth fresh and tender, devoid of any eggy aftertaste, rendering him speechless with delight. This is unbelievably delicious. Thao's eyes sparkled as he gave Kampa a thumbs up. Haha, have your horizons expanded? Kampa beamed with pride. Thao swallowed the egg roll and exclaimed, "It truly is delicious. Why had I never discovered such delightful food on Earth before? After all, the human civilization on Earth is fleeting in comparison to ours." "So it is quite understandable," Babidi chuckled from the side. "Indeed, you make a valid point," Thao nodded in agreement. Sun Gohan remarked, "The 6,000 to 7,000 years of human civilization appears fleeting to the god of destruction and the king of the worlds. To the angels and the Omni-King, what does it signify? Merely the blink of an eye? Well done, Gohan. I owe you a favor," Kampa added. "All right, then let me have that last egg roll," Sun Gohan gestured. Whoosh. Kampa swiftly snatched it away. "No," he declared, tossing it into his mouth. "Kampa, your sincerity pales in comparison to this egg roll. Did you think I genuinely desired it?" Sun Gohan scoffed disdainfully. Whoosh. He seized the roasted chicken in front of Kampa. "For the sake of an egg roll, you sacrificed a roasted chicken," Kampa exclaimed in despair. Haha. Beerus could not contain his laughter. Then he discovered that the strawberry pudding before him had also vanished. Beerus could no longer find humor in the situation. "Ho ho ho, how amusing, truly delightful." The cunning Bardos burst into laughter. Whis leisurely sipped his milk tea, relishing the spectacle. Fuwa was astonished. "Mr. Gohan dares to engage with the two gods of destruction like this?" However, recalling Sun Gohan's performance during the Tournament of Power, Fuwa felt reassured. His inherent strength was formidable. Already on par with the gods of destruction. Just look at the emblem adorning his ear. It signifies his ability to wield destructive energy. Thus, it was entirely reasonable, even expected. Before long, Kampa regained his confidence. "Ha ha. What do you think, Beerus? My Earth is not inferior to yours, is it?" Beerus scoffed. "Far from it. How dare you compare?" "Oh, pray tell, what makes it so inferior?" Kampa retorted, hands on his hips, clearly aggrieved. He longed to revive the culinary competitions held every few years. Beerus sneered, "Although the taste is decent, the variety is evidently lacking compared to our universe. Ha ha ha. And is Earth merely about food?" "Kampa, you are quite narrow-minded. What else shall we compare?" "Strength. We shall compare strength," Kampa proclaimed. He hesitated momentarily, glancing at Son Gohan. He recalled Broly, and then Son Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo. They all hailed from Earth, did they not? "Never mind, it is utterly meaningless," he conceded. His heart brimming with indignation, though outwardly he feigned dejection. The group continued their exploration of Earth for 2 more days, during which some intriguing events unfolded. For instance, the Qin Emperor notified the 100 exceptional talents that Earth was secure. However, instead of recalling them, he issued new orders for them to continue searching for new habitable planets in the universe. Additionally, the Emperor commanded the creation of a statue, intending for it to represent a water deity capable of controlling rain, yet the deity was depicted as female. Fuel was taken aback upon discovering this and hastily implanted Son Gohan's likeness into the sculptor's mind. Thus, the statue bore Son Gohan's visage. 2 days later, except for Fuwa, who returned to the King of Worlds planet, everyone else journeyed to Kampa's God of Destruction planet. Kampa's planet bore little distinction from Beerus's, as expected of sibling planets. Upon arrival, Son Gohan addressed Beerus, "Lord Beerus, having been away for so long, I must hasten to catch up on my work." Beerus bristled at the suggestion. "What? Do you wish for me to cease living? The workload you propose is equivalent to what I would accomplish in 10,000 years. He scoffed, refusing to respond. Kampa, perplexed, inquired, "What work? What do you mean?" He implored, "Oh, do not be in such a hurry. It is rare for us to gather. Stay a few more days and enjoy." "Ha ha ha, indeed. Stay a few days, Gohan. Revel in your time here." Beerus laughed heartily, pulling on Whis's sleeve and leaning closer. "Hey, Whis, let us depart quickly." He glared intently. "Huh? How frustrating. Let us go." Beerus urged. "Let Gohan remain here to enjoy himself for a few days. We shall leave for now. Is that acceptable, Bardos?" "Ho ho ho, absolutely." Bardos responded with a smile. Kampa nodded in agreement. "Wait, I say," Son Gohan interjected. "What is the meaning of this? He has not even spoken yet, and he is already being arranged for?" Enough, Gohan. You shall stay here and enjoy for a while. We are departing." Beerus insisted, firmly slapping Whis's arm. Whis resigned himself to the situation, often deferring to Beerus's wishes. "Mr. Gohan, farewell," he said, radiating light. Whis and Beerus transformed into a beam of light, shooting skyward. Sun Wukong faintly heard the joyful laughter of Beerus echoing in the air. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, expressed his exasperation. "Lord Beerus, you believe you can take advantage of my inability to traverse the cosmos? I shall learn. Is it not permissible for me to acquire such skills? Truly, relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. I shall take action." Sun Wukong glanced at Bardos beside him. "Part-time destroyer? Senior, could you teach me the ability to traverse the universe?" "I wish to learn this," Sun Wukong earnestly stated. The cunning Bardos cast a glance at him and chuckled. "Ho ho ho, this is not really a special ability, it is merely flight. In theory, as long as the speed is sufficient, Mr. Wukong could return to the 7th universe on his own." Sun Gohan inquired. How long do you think it will take for me to fly back to Universe 7 from here? It should take approximately a month, quite swift indeed, Bartis replied. A month? Son Gohan nearly choked in disbelief. Although it was indeed a rapid journey across the cosmos, the prospect of a month-long flight was difficult for him to fathom. Sigh. I might have to consider taking on a part-time job in Universe 6. After all, work is work, no matter where it is. As long as it enhances my strength, that is sufficient. Bartis seemed to perceive Son Gohan's thoughts as she glanced over at the slumbering Kappa, who was soundly sleeping while clutching a rock. A plan formed in her mind. She then declared loudly, Lord Kappa, dinner is served. What? Kappa jolted awake, his eyes widening in surprise. Dinner? Where? He spun his head around in confusion. Finding no food in sight, he felt deceived. His expression soured. Bartis continued, Lord Kappa, I wish to discuss a matter with you. What is it? Kappa approached. His demeanor sour. The insufferable Bartis had tricked him once again. It was becoming a tiresome routine. Why must I, such an innocent god of destruction, be plagued by such a cunning angel? Kappa felt a pang of injustice. Bartis chuckled. Lord Kappa, we have guests here. As the host, how can you simply sleep at such a time? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Gohan? Sun Wukong shook his head and said, It's all right. If Lord Kappa wishes to sleep, he may do so. He could slumber while embracing a stone or even pose as a mermaid at the bottom of a lake. Kappa replied. What kind of talk is this? It sounds rather peculiar. Vados, what exactly are you trying to convey? He turned his gaze towards Vados. Lord Kappa, did you not wish for Mr. Gohan to come to our universe as a god of destruction? Indeed, but he is currently serving as Beerus' apprentice god of destruction. Ho ho ho, but is Mr. Gohan not within our universe now? What does this imply? Kappa said, perplexed and still unable to comprehend. Vados continued, although Mr. Gohan is serving as Lord Beerus' apprentice god of destruction, he is indeed present in our universe now. Thus, he can also work here. He could also be the apprentice god of destruction of the 6th universe. Ah? Kappa raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. Son Gohan cast a knowing glance at Beerus, conveying an unmistakable understanding. Kappa interjected, Isn't this rather inappropriate? Aren't you effectively undermining Lord Beerus? Beerus replied with a hearty chuckle. Oh dear Kappa, are you actually afraid of Lord Beerus? How truly rare it is to witness such a spectacle. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Kappa promptly retorted, You are mistaken. How could I possibly fear Beerus? Then what do you call Son Gohan, who serves as an apprentice destroyer in the 7th universe yet also works within our universe? Indeed. What would one call that? Beerus pondered, furrowing his brow in contemplation, momentarily at a loss for a fitting descriptor. Son Gohan inquired, Part-time? A part-time destroyer? At that moment, both Beerus and Whis turned their gazes towards him. Son Gohan remarked, I am uncertain as to why, but this title sounds both cheap and ordinary. Has he, through his own efforts, diminished the prestige of the god of destruction? Beerus nodded repeatedly, affirming, Indeed, it seems quite fitting. Kappa also expressed his contentment with Son Gohan's assistance, primarily because it allowed him to compete for recruits, effectively annoying Beerus. This truly struck a chord with Kappa, filling him with uncontainable delight. Sun Wukong remarked, Have you overlooked something? What? What is it? Xiangpa was taken aback, wondering if he had indeed neglected some significant matter. Sun Wukong remarked, You did not seek my consent. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Xiangpa, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, awkwardly chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. Would you be willing to take on this part-time role as the god of destruction? Son Gohan flashed a smile, saying, I would be willing to take on a part-time role here, but I do have a minor request. As he spoke, he glanced at Beerus, gesturing with his fingers in a rather peculiar manner. What are you planning, Mr. Gohan? Your gaze is rather unsettling, Beerus replied, crossing his arms over his chest with a wary expression. Son Gohan chuckled, In my spare time, I would be grateful if you could impart your wisdom to me. Esteemed senior. Oh, is that so? What is it that you wish to learn? Bardock inquired. Son Gohan, I wish to learn everything. Beerus readily agreed. Of course. This is no problem at all. Very well, it is settled then. Son Gohan smiled with delight. Let us proceed and commence our tasks. He then remarked, Oh, are we in such a hurry? Kappa felt incredulous. Lord Kappa, allow me to impart a saying to you. It is called seize the moment. We must not allow laziness to corrode our spirits, for once bad habits take root, they become exceedingly difficult to rectify, Son Gohan stated. Indeed. That seems quite reasonable, Kappa nodded, momentarily swayed by the eloquence. Yes, yes, this is the sentiment we need. It was time for Lord Kappa to exert himself. And Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Ha ha ha, let us go. Beerus chuckled joyfully, gently striking his staff against the ground. In an instant, the three transformed into a beam of white light and soared into the sky, escaping the realm of destruction. Thus, on the first day of work, Kappa witnessed Son Gohan's industrious culture. He first set a target, to obliterate 50 dead stars. Failure to complete the task meant he would not return to Universe of Destruction. After a day of toil, Kappa felt utterly drained. By the time he completed his mission and returned, he was utterly exhausted. He finally understood why Beerus had fled. 50 dead stars daily was an unbearable burden. Look, it is merely the first day, and I, Lord Kappa, am already worn thin. Lying on the grass and gazing at the sky, Kappa fell into contemplation about life. Meanwhile, Sun Gohan began to learn the divine language from Beerus. In a daze, Kappa was roused again by Sun Gohan. Lord Kappa, it is time for us to work. Kappa's plump face twisted in discontent. In the 7th universe, South Galaxy, Gula was diligently performing one-handed push-ups in the training room, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He dared not rest at all. Having vowed to take revenge on Sun Gohan, he knew he must surpass him in strength, otherwise, it would be a mere pipe dream. However, Sun Gohan's current strength was formidable. Based on his performance at the power tournament, Gula realized he was still far from sufficient, definitely not enough, not by a long shot. Thus, he recognized he had a long road ahead to catch up to Sun Gohan. He needed to exert himself further to have any hope of achieving this. Yet, the reality was discouraging, as he felt his power growth had noticeably slowed. Unlike the initial stages of his training, when his battle prowess soared at an astonishing rate, progress had now stagnated. Therefore, he needed to devise alternative strategies to address this issue. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached the entrance of Gula's training room. It was Shaviza, a core member of the Gula Mecha Squad. Within the squad, Shaviza held authority second only to Gula himself, serving as the deputy commander. Kneeling on one knee, Shaviza proclaimed loudly, "My lord, we have obtained clues regarding Namek." "Oh, this is truly splendid news." Gula ceased his training, standing at attention, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Rise," Gula commanded, fixing his gaze on the kneeling Shaviza. "Thank you, my lord," Shaviza replied, standing up. "Speak," Gula urged. "It is as follows. We have gathered 2 significant leads that could potentially lead us to Namek. The first involves the Zeta group. If we provide them with sufficient remuneration, they will endeavor to procure the coordinates of Namek. We merely need to await their submission of the task," Shaviza explained. Gula furrowed his brow. "The Zeta organization? I am familiar with them. They were merely Frisia's lackeys in the past. Their leader is called Elec, correct?" Shaviza confirmed. "Indeed. The leader of the Zeta brothers is Elec, the second is named Oyer, the third is a female called Maki, and the fourth is Jas. These 4 brothers form the backbone of the Zeta group." Gula nodded. "Yes, that seems accurate. Elec appears quite detestable. I sense he is scheming something, a crafty individual indeed." "What is the second lead?" Shaviza continued. "The second lead was obtained from a galactic patrol officer. We purchased information from one such officer. He stated that there is an individual named Zuno, who possesses boundless knowledge and insight. He is a superhuman capable of revealing all secrets. If we encounter him, we can inquire about Namek's coordinates." "Oh, have we secured the coordinates?" Gula inquired. Shaviza nodded. "Yes, we paid a substantial sum. And the Galactic Patrol Officer provided us with the address, along with Zuno's peculiar requests. This Zuno requires no payment for his inquiries, only a kiss from others. A male's kiss allows 1 question, while a female's kiss permits multiple questions." "What a repugnant character," Gula exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "What about those lacking distinct gender traits?" "My lord, what course of action should we take?" Shaviza asked cautiously. Gula replied, "Send 2 individuals to the Zeta group to post a bounty, while dispatching another 2 to meet with this Zuno fellow. We shall see who acquires the coordinates first. The one who succeeds will be generously rewarded. Proceed with haste." Gula waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, my lord." Shaviza bowed respectfully and swiftly departed. Gula's intentions were quite straightforward. The Dragon Balls. He required Shinran to create a space akin to the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth. Only then could he hope to match Sun Gohan's strength. Currently, 3 sets of Dragon Balls were known. 1 set belonged to Earth, but acquiring them posed significant risks. Thus Gula dismissed that option. The second set was the Super Dragon Balls that had appeared during the power tournament. Despite his arrogance, Gula did not believe himself capable of collecting that set, hence it was also disregarded. Thus, he was left with the quest to gather the Namekian Dragon Balls, which presented the least difficulty. Meanwhile, on Beerus's planet, "Ah, what a splendid day," Beerus exclaimed, eyes closed and arms outstretched, savoring the warm, comforting air around him. It was a world devoid of alarms and work, simply marvelous, truly indescribable. Not far away, Whis was instructing Broly on the proper application of ki. Son Goku and Vegeta are locked in combat, while Trunks sits cross-legged on the ground, meditating and visualizing his battle against Gohan. Meanwhile, Beerus, having just awakened, resolves to return to slumber, determined to sleep undisturbed. He muses that he must rest, for when Gohan returns, he will surely find no peace. With this pleasant decision made, Beerus strolls back to his chamber, soon emitting the sounds of deep slumber. In the 6th universe, Bardock is leading the lethargic Kappa and the invigorated Gohan in the destruction of a planet. They hover above a desolate sphere, a lifeless world devoid of any hope for salvation. Son Gohan raised his hand towards the dying star. "Destruction," he uttered softly, and in an instant, the star disintegrated into particles, vanishing into nothingness. A strand of dark purple destructive energy coiled around his fingertips, granting him a sense of newfound strength. This feeling was undeniably intoxicating. The prospect of continuous enhancement was simply splendid. As the star was obliterated, the listless Xiangpa's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Haha. Today's work is finally concluded," he proclaimed, hands on his hips, shaking off his previous despondency. It was akin to the exhilarating relief of a student after class or an office worker clocking out. Let's go to Earth for a meal, Xiangpa suggested. As his appetite stirred within him. Just then, a beam of light shot down from the distant sky, halting a short distance away from the group. Son Gohan. It is indeed you. A voice resonated as a figure emerged from the radiant light. Son Gohan raised his eyes and beheld the approaching figure hit. The foremost assassin of Universe 6. Long time no see, Son Gohan greeted with a curious gaze and a smile. In truth, their acquaintance was scant, limited to a few fleeting encounters during the Tournament of Power. However, this did not diminish Hit's admiration for Son Gohan. Hit emanated an icy demeanor, exuding coldness and speaking little, yet he recognized the might of Son Gohan. In an era where strength reigns supreme, those endowed with formidable power often possess an inexplicable allure. Unsurprisingly, it had come for Son Gohan. Yet, he could not overlook the presence of Champa and Beerus, the god of destruction and angel of Universe 6, respectively. They represented the pinnacle of power and authority within their universe. Hit offered a subtle nod of acknowledgement to Beerus and Champa before turning his attention back to Son Gohan. Clenching his fists, a fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. Indeed, he yearned for a duel with Son Gohan. Champa regarded him with a furrowed brow and inquired, Hit, what brings you here? I wish to battle Son Gohan, Hit stated candidly, laying bare his desire. Regrettably, he had not had the opportunity to clash with Son Gohan during the Tournament of Power. He had been eliminated by Frieza, never having laid a finger on him. He understood the immense strength Son Gohan possessed and was acutely aware that he was no match for him. Nevertheless, he was compelled to test his mettle against him. This was the pursuit and yearning of a warrior for strength. Although he was an assassin at his core, he was first and foremost a warrior. Upon hearing Hit's words, Champa turned to Son Gohan, his expression one of inquiry. The decision to engage in battle ought to rest solely with Son Gohan. It was not for him to impose his will. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Sure, I was just eager to test your instant transmission technique. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's affirmation, Hit's face revealed a rare expression of excitement. Although he was puzzled as to how Sun Wukong knew about the instant transmission, it was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the opportunity to engage in battle with him. Observing the impending clash between the two, Champa and Beerus discreetly stepped aside to watch, clearing the area. They were firmly convinced that Hit could never be a match for Sun Wukong, yet they found some amusement in witnessing such a foregone conclusion unfold. Hit stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, a hallmark of his combat style, concealing the trajectory of his strikes. Such unexpected attacks often proved to be surprisingly effective, allowing him to defeat many opponents who possessed greater power. Fixated on Sun Wukong, and noticing that he remained unfazed, they could not help but inquire. Are you not going to transform? Son Gohan, not just yet, you may proceed first. Hit furrowed his brow. Not transforming? Does he consider himself unworthy to be my opponent? A flicker of anger stirred within Hit. Very well. Yet, he chose not to display it, instead uttering calmly, Since you wish for me to strike first, I shall oblige. Hit adjusted himself to peak condition, his focus unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Son Gohan, and then he made his move. Whoosh. A burst of high-speed movement. Of course, none of this could escape Son Gohan's keen eyes. Suddenly, time seemed to pulse. Merely a fraction of a second, 0.1 seconds to be precise. It abruptly materialized before Son Gohan, his hands previously tucked away now vibrating. The fabric of space began to warp. It was swift, exceedingly swift, reaching the pinnacle of speed. Yet, Son Gohan was even faster. Though Hit launched an assault directly before him, Son Gohan raised his hand and reached backward. A gasp of astonishment echoed. Hit's neck appeared to almost present itself to Son Gohan's grasp, firmly held, rendering him immobile. He was left bewildered. Why did Sun Wukong discern his movements? It was merely a fleeting moment of 0.1 seconds, during which time seemed to stand still. He crafted an almost flawless replica of himself through sheer will, launching a frontal feint. Yet, the true him had long been concealed within a transient parallel dimension, preparing to strike from behind. Such techniques are often enigmatic and difficult to counter. However, what enabled Sun Wukong to unveil his genuine position without even casting a glance backward? It was a momentary existence within a 0.1 second parallel realm, distinct from the mundane illusions and doppelganger techniques. Son Gohan smiled faintly and released his grip. Hit's countenance darkened slightly as he lowered his head with quiet dignity, murmuring, I am defeated. He acknowledged his loss with solemn grace. To think he had been vanquished in an instant, within what he had believed to be his invincible 0.1 second domain. Sun Wukong remarked, You are a killer. Direct confrontation is not your forte. Were you to strike from the shadows, your prowess would multiply several times over. Hitler responded, While your words hold merit, a loss is still a loss. Even in ambush, I would not stand a chance against you. I am merely curious. How did you discern the location of my true self? Son Gohan remarked, In the face of absolute power, all techniques are rendered futile, not to mention that my mastery over energy far surpasses yours. This assertion holds true. Without the cultivation of energy from planet Odrat, Son Gohan's victories would not have come as effortlessly as they do now. After a moment of contemplation, Hit responded, I understand. Indeed, Son Gohan is exceedingly formidable. It is only through personal combat that one can truly appreciate the unparalleled strength he possesses. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Son Gohan had yet to transform during their previous encounters. Absolute power, is it? Hit silently resolved to begin enhancing his own strength as well. Great power forms the foundation of all. Other techniques merely serve as adjuncts. Only through the harmonious interplay of both can one unleash a might that is truly extraordinary. Son Gohan addressed Hit. Everyone has their own path. I hope you can swiftly discover a method that suits you and become stronger with haste. I look forward to your next challenge. Indeed, Hit replied, turning away without a moment's pause, resembling a solitary swordsman. Assassins must surely embody such solitude, he mused. Observing the direction in which Hit's spacecraft vanished, Son Gohan remarked, that fellowship is remarkably swift. Lord Kappa approached with a hearty laugh. Indeed, that is to be expected. For it is a vessel I bestowed upon him. Bestowed by Lord Kappa? Son Gohan realized the implication. His thoughts were soon confirmed by the words of Beerus. During the Tournament of Power, Lord Kappa promised Hit a reward of the fastest spaceship in the cosmos to entice him into participating. Son Gohan chuckled. Lord Kappa. You seem quite generous, yet a tad stingy towards me. Kappa glared, fuming. Nonsense. How could I possibly be stingy with you? He continued. Look. Hit merely participated in the tournament, and you rewarded him with the swiftest spaceship in the universe. Yet what about me? I made a wish for Super Shinran to restore the entire universe. And what reward did I receive? Nothing, it seems. All I garnered was your furious glare. And I feel utterly wronged. Kappa, pointing an accusatory finger at Son Gohan, struggled to catch his breath, left speechless. Meanwhile, Beerus beside them was doubled over in laughter. Shaking uncontrollably, Son Gohan chuckled as he rested his shoulder against Kappa's. How about this, Lord Kappa? Why don't you tell me about your treasures? Just reveal one. And I shall make my choice. I possess no treasures. Your imagination runs wild, Kappa retorted with irritation. Ah, I see. Lord Kappa is rather stingy, Gohan teased, eliciting a hearty laugh from Beerus. This is dull. Let's head to Earth for a meal, Kappa declared, shifting the conversation. Very well, let this young man prattle on. He mused, curious to see what antics Gohan might concoct. Please, when you grow weary of talking or playing, you will cease on your own. What storms have I? Lord Kappa, not witnessed? Now, let us proceed to dine. Sun Wukong waved his hand. However, Lord Xianpa, let me make it clear, if you do not provide me with the treasure, do not expect to sleep tonight, Sun Wukong remarked with a cold smile. Ah, what a fellow, Xianpa exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on his tail, jumping up in surprise. He rolled up his non-existent sleeves, his temper flaring, and shouted. Are you looking for a fight? Oh, come on, I was just getting warmed up. Sun Wukong laughed heartily in response. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Xianpa bared his teeth, glaring at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong cast a piercing glance. In an instant, the surroundings erupted with thunder and lightning. What was once the calm of outer space was suddenly engulfed by a tempest, causing the edges of their garments to flutter wildly. Ah, it seems an exciting spectacle is about to unfold, giggled Bados, narrowing her eyes and covering her mouth, as she discreetly withdrew a short distance. The battle against Kappa is on the verge of ignition. Son Gohan, unable to contain his eagerness, faced off against Kappa, who was intent on teaching him a lesson. With a resounding boom, a fierce wave of purple energy surged forth. Kappa, having battled Son Gohan before, was not one to underestimate his opponent. In an instant, he activated his destructive energy and entered battle mode. Observing the swirling purple energy enveloping Kappa, Son Gohan grinned, feeling a profound transformation within himself. He entered his beastly form, enhancing it with his ultimate state of self-realization. The two rising waves of energy distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. Ha ha ha, come forth. Show me your progress. Kappa laughed heartily. During their last encounter, he had refrained from utilizing his destructive energy, but this time, he would not hold back. He recognized that Son Gohan had grown immensely stronger, no longer the same fighter he once knew, and thus, he could not afford to be lenient. Lord Kappa, I humbly request your guidance, Son Gohan replied with a hearty laugh of his own. With a thunderous crash, the two launched themselves towards one another at incredible speed. Their purple-black energies colliding with ferocity. A series of explosive sounds echoed as they were both propelled backward by the force of their clash. The power of the god of destruction was formidable. The energy unleashed was astonishing. In just the first round, the very space around them began to dissolve. As Sun Wukong and Kappa simultaneously landed a punch on each other, their vital energy surged. Humph! Kappa let out a cold snort, exerting his formidable aura upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong felt the surrounding space constricting relentlessly. His breaths became rapid, and the blood coursing through his veins surged as his heart raced, causing a flush to appear on his skin. The oppressive force was palpable. Yet, this was no challenge for the current Sun Wukong. With a resounding roar, he thrust his hands outward, instantly tearing apart the immense pressure. Thud. A muffled sound reverberated from his chest as his body staggered backward. This was the backlash of the overwhelming aura. Infuriating. The enraged Xiangpa summoned his strength, elevating his energy to its zenith, and swung his fist towards Sun Wukong. His fist, enveloped in violet flames, shattered the fabric of space, crashing down before Sun Wukong in an instant. However, Sun Wukong raised his hands to his forehead, conjuring an invisible energy barrier. Xiangpa's fist thundered against the barrier, yet could not breach Sun Wukong's defense. Instead, the rebound force left his fist tingling with pain. Destruction. Xiangpa resolved to unleash his ultimate move. He pressed a hand against the energy barrier and coldly uttered 2 words. As he exhaled, the energy barrier began to rapidly dissolve. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong unleashed a mighty roar, his aura erupting as he was enveloped in a swirl of silver and violet energy. He decided to shift from defense to offense. Whoosh. In an instant, he teleported, springing into action in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared before Xiangpa. Xiangpa's eyes widened in astonishment as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Sun Gohan's formidable fist had already struck his abdomen with tremendous force. A surging wave of energy erupted from behind Kampa, unleashing a terrifying storm of power. Ugh! A sharp, twisting pain shot through his stomach, paralyzing Kampa's entire body. Unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a violent cough. Rara! Kampa roared furiously, clenching his fists as he forcibly expelled the foreign energy invading his body. In the next instant, he shot skyward, glaring down at Sun Gohan with eyes ablaze with wrath. Sun Wukong raised his head and smiled at him, saying, Lord Shinpa, please do not underestimate the situation. Damn it! Shinpa, seething with rage, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed, his hands moving rapidly to unleash a barrage of energy spheres directed at Sun Wukong. The figure of Gohan flickered rapidly, darting through the energy spheres as he drew closer to Kampa. Kampa was secretly astonished. The current Gohan exerted an immense pressure upon him. Reminiscent of facing Beerus, it was almost unbelievable. This young man had grown at an astonishing rate. As Gohan advanced, Kampa unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The 2 fists collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that radiated outward in all directions. Planets were swiftly obliterated in the storm of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 clashed within the cosmos, causing numerous planets to explode under the strain, sending shockwaves toward Fuwa's vicinity. After a moment, Kampa stood in the void with his hands on his hips, panting heavily. In stark contrast, Gohan's aura soared like the midday sun, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. This left Kampa utterly speechless. It became evident to him that Gohan's strength had surpassed his own, although he was merely an apprentice destroyer. Gohan's power had already placed him among the ranks of true destroyers. Kampa, who considered himself to be of moderate strength among the destroyers, was astounded that Gohan had now eclipsed him. It was truly absurd. Meanwhile, the observing Beerus raised his hand and waved his staff, enveloping Kampa in a green restorative aura. Kampa quickly regained his former vigor. Son Gohan inquired with a smile, Lord Kampa, shall we continue? Kampa cast a glance in his direction, retorting gruffly, continue? Nonsense. Oh my. How rude Lord Kampa can be, chuckled Beerus, covering his mouth. I can't even face anyone now, having been bested by Son Gohan. Kampa could not help but rub his temples, dismissing Beerus's words entirely, yet he remained troubled by his defeat to Son Gohan. After all, he was a true god of destruction and required a semblance of dignity. With a glint in her eye, Beerus remarked, Lord Kampa, you can no longer afford to be idle. It is time to rally your spirits and endeavor to strengthen your physique. Just look at how portly you have become. Despite his persistent musings about exercising since the Tournament of Destruction, Kampa had not acted on them. He indulged in food and slumber, quickly forgetting his fleeting enthusiasm. Thus, Beerus seized this opportunity to admonish him. Ugh, exercising is truly dreadful, Kampa lamented, his head hanging low. Beerus continued, however, Lord Kampa, if you do not commence your training and persist in your idleness, today you may find yourself unable to defeat Mr. Gohan. In time, you might even struggle against Broly. With Jiren and Goku on the horizon, who knows, in a few millennia, even Hit may surpass you. What dignity will remain for you then? Let's discuss it tomorrow. Kampa replied, his hands hanging limply at his sides, his voice lacking vigor. Though his physical stamina had been restored, the weight of mental fatigue lingered still. Sun Wukong gently patted Kampa's shoulder and said, Lord Kampa, I shall forego your treasures. Starting tomorrow, I will accompany you in your training during my leisure time. Kampa silently regarded Sun Wukong for a moment and replied, Alas, I suppose I shall still give you the treasures. Ah, then it is settled, Sun Wukong chuckled. Is there to be a pleasant surprise as well? At that moment, Beerus interjected softly, I believe Mr. Wukong's suggestion is quite commendable. Beginning tomorrow, Lord Kampa shall train alongside Mr. Wukong. Ah, perhaps that is not necessary, Kampa lamented. It is decided then. For now, let us venture to Earth for a meal. Beerus proclaimed. That sounds delightful. Kampa perked up at the mention of food, his previous lethargy momentarily lifted. In the ensuing days, to encourage Kampa's training, Beerus requested that Sun Wukong reduce the number of planets he destroyed each day. The requirement shifted from a daily destruction of 50 lifeless planets to merely 20. Consequently, this adjustment afforded ample time for training. Kampa lamented, caught in a blend of despair and amusement. The challenge lay in the significant reduction of his sleeping hours, leaving him with a sense of lost freedom. Yet, there was joy in witnessing his once ample form begin to diminish as his body gradually regained its former agility. Destroying lifeless planets, training with Kampa, learning from Beerus. Sun Wukong's daily life is simple yet orderly. It must be said that his academic aptitude is exceptionally remarkable. Within merely 2 days, he mastered the language of the divine race. Next, Sun Wukong aims to learn the art of restoration, also known as healing. However, it diverges from the divine techniques employed by Jebet and the King of the Worlds, and it is distinct from the healing arts practiced by the angelic race. This skill is an evolved derivative, and in truth, Sun Wukong had previously encountered it on the planet Adralat. There, this technique was referred to as the Spirito Restoration, which pertains to the restoration of energy. It is one of the secret techniques most adeptly wielded by Dabura. Although it is termed energy restoration, its effects extend beyond merely replenishing energy. It can also rejuvenate physical stamina and mend injuries. This skill is capable of swiftly returning an individual to their peak condition. However, due to the urgency at that time, Sun Wukong only grasped the superficial aspects of the technique and did not delve deeply into it. Having now been granted time, and with Bardos's guidance, he has resolved to refine this skill. For him, possessing super recovery and self-healing abilities renders it somewhat unnecessary. Yet, one can never have too many skills. Moreover, restoration can be applied to others, making it a highly practical ability. Thus, Sun Wukong decided to pursue this knowledge. With the foundation laid on Adralat, his proficiency in restoration has progressed remarkably. Within a few days, the effects of his restoration have become indistinguishable from the results of consuming a Sinza bean. Gradually, in terms of work, Sun Wukong and Xiang Pa no longer operate as a duo. Now, Sun Wukong possesses the capability to independently analyze planetary destruction standards, allowing him to stand on his own. Bardos jokingly remarked that, as a result, Master Xiang Pa could no longer hide behind and be idle. This left Xiang Pa rather disheartened. While idling is indeed possible, it had been Xiang Pa's modus operandi for eons. However, with daily objectives set and under Sun Wukong's scrutiny alongside Bardos's oversight, Xiang Pa felt reluctant to be overly idle. In summary, there has been progress. Bardos could hardly believe that Xiang Pa's deeply ingrained bad habits, cultivated over millions of years, could be rectified so swiftly. It was nothing short of astonishing. On this day, while engaged in his work, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed several familiar auras. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the identities of their owners. These were the energies of Saiyans, specifically those of Kale, Caulifla, and Kaba, whom he had encountered during the Tournament of Power. Son Gohan felt a surge of delight as he realized he had arrived near the planet Salad. Well, I must take a look, he thought, promptly locking onto Caulifla's energy signature and teleporting there. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not curious about the Saiyan homeworld. Since he had come this close, there was no reason not to explore. At that moment, Caulifla was lounging comfortably on the sofa, indulging in grapes that Caulifla had fed her, exuding an air of a dominant leader. Following the Tournament of Power, the status of several participating Saiyans had significantly elevated. Caulifla was no longer the bandit queen she once was. Instead, she had been celebrated as a hero by the kingdom and was now well cared for. However, accustomed to her previous role, Caulifla still carried herself with the same bold demeanor, merely refraining from her former plundering ways. As for the planet Salad, it had once been desolate, but it had improved considerably. The Supreme Kai, Fua, had personally visited to enhance the planet's environment. The Saiyans, who once struggled for sustenance and warmth, now enjoyed a more comfortable life. Each emaciated Saiyan was elated and deeply grateful for the Supreme Kai's benevolence. Caulifla glanced at Caulifla, who was carefully peeling grapes, her mind awash with thoughts. Despite the time that had passed since the Tournament of Power, it still felt surreal. She could hardly believe that the previously timid and introverted Caulifla had unleashed such formidable power during the tournament. The vibrant green hair, the overwhelming strength, the indomitable presence, she seemed like a completely different person compared to the quiet girl before her. Each recollection of Caulifla's tournament prowess caused Caulifla's pupils to constrict. Returning her thoughts to the present, Caulifla smiled broadly at Caulifla and said, "Hee, I would like to ask you something." Caulifla looked up, puzzled, then quickly lowered her head, murmuring, What does the big sister want to ask? Are you now able to wield that power freely?" Caulifla inquired. That power? Caulifla's eyes darted around as she slowly grasped what her sister meant. She shook her head slightly, replying, "No," and then fell silent. Caulifla was familiar with Caulifla's reticence, yet she hoped her sister could be more cheerful and open. She had anticipated Caulifla's response, that terrifying power was not something one could easily control. Moreover, using it could lead Caulifla to lose control, potentially inflicting grave harm on her body, something Caulifla wished to avoid witnessing. Caulifla continued, "Speaking of which, there's a fellow from Universe 7 named Broly. He seems to share your kind of physique, yet it appears he has found a way to manage his power. It would be wonderful if we could communicate with him. If he could share his methods with us, we would be willing to offer any conditions. Unfortunately, with an entire universe between us, we may never have the chance to meet again." Huh? Caulifla, what's wrong with your face? Why is it so red? What's going on? Caulifla exclaimed in shock as she observed Caulifla. Is it really? Caulifla immediately covered her face. Her palms felt scorching against her skin, leaving her bewildered. Could this be an illness? No way. Saiyans can't get sick. Let me see, Caulifla said, prying Caulifla's hands away to inspect her face. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Aha. Caulifla, you're not having a crush, are you? The moment I mentioned that guy Broly, your face turned crimson. Come on, tell me, do you have feelings for him? And no, I don't. Caulifla protested, her voice rising in a rare display of defiance. Meanwhile, wisps of steam began to rise from her head due to her elevated body temperature. How intense can a person's nervousness be? Caulifla exemplified this as she literally steamed with anxiety. She herself could not fathom why she felt so flustered at the mere thought of Broly's imposing figure. Caulifla, reveling in the day's amusement, teased, "You can deny it all you want, but look at you. Your face is practically on fire. Yet, to be fair, I still believe that Son Gohan is more handsome. That long, fluffy tail of his radiates wildness, simply too cool." As she spoke, Caulifla found herself resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration, a true little fangirl. Caulifla disagreed with her opinion but refrained from voicing her thoughts. With steam still rising from her head, her mind was utterly blank. Just then, the space around them trembled slightly. Son Gohan traversed the fabric of space and time. Upon encountering Kale and Caulifla, he raised his hand in greeting, saying, "Hello, Caulifla and Kale, it has been quite a while." "Wait, Son Gohan?" Caulifla momentarily froze, then quickly regained her composure, leaping to her feet. She circled around him, poking his arm to confirm his corporeal presence. Gohan, caught between amusement and exasperation, felt the corners of his mouth twitch. Caulifla's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be in Universe 7? Do you possess the ability to traverse universes? How impressive." The barrage of questions left Gohan feeling somewhat uneasy. He preferred the rebellious demeanor Caulifla once exhibited. While he did not harbor disdain for this fiery Saiyan woman clad in a strapless outfit, neither did he feel particularly fond of her. Previously, he had anticipated that this dark-haired girl would provoke him without thought, leading him to deliver a decisive counterattack. To his surprise, however, she had transformed into an enthusiastic fangirl. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, awkwardly explained, "Due to the influence of Lord Parda, I have recently been active in your universe." He then glanced at the blushing Kyer and curiously inquired, "Miss Kyer, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" "No, I'm fine," Kyer replied, shrinking her head slightly. Meanwhile, Caulifla, with her hands on her hips, burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, we were just discussing Broly, and that made Kaya shy, which is why she looks like this now." Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he gazed at Caulifla. Indeed, he noticed that she appeared to be increasingly anxious. Could it be that this girl harbors feelings for Broly? Goodness, that would be quite extraordinary. Just imagining what kind of offspring could arise from their union fills me with excitement. How intriguing, truly intriguing. With this thought, Sun Wukong broke into a grin. "Hiki, this is wonderful. Broly has been a lone wolf for so many years, enduring solitude. Now that he has Miss Caulifla as a companion, I am certain he will be delighted." "Really? Truly?" Caulifla lifted her gaze. Son Gohan nodded. "Indeed. Although that individual possesses a rather reclusive demeanor, he is inherently kind-hearted. His words may be sparse, yet he undeniably embodies reliability. Such a person, while appearing aloof on the surface, likely harbors a profound yearning for companionship, does he not? Miss Kale, are you not also of a similar disposition? Am I correct in my assertion?" Kale hesitated, rendered speechless. However, the observant Caulifla, watching from the sidelines, nodded vigorously. Yes. You seem to understand Kale quite well. As if you have known her for ages." With a chuckle, she added, "Impressive, indeed." Caulifla gazed at Son Gohan with admiration. "Ah, it is merely my familiarity with Broly." Son Gohan replied modestly. "So, did that fellow Broly not accompany you?" Caulifla inquired. "Haha, he did not come. I am here alone this time," Son Gohan explained. "Oh, I see," Caulifla acknowledged with a nod. Upon learning that Broly was absent, Kale felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet simultaneously experienced a tinge of disappointment. This was an exceedingly complex emotion, one she herself struggled to comprehend. "Ha ha ha, stay for a meal. I shall summon Gabby as well," Caulifla declared with exuberance. Without awaiting Son Gohan's consent, she ordered her subordinates to prepare the feast. Shortly thereafter, Gabby arrived, piloting an unusual vehicle. He disembarked and, with a light-hearted gait, approached Son Gohan, greeting him warmly. "Mr. Gohan, it has been a while. How have you been?" "Haha, it has indeed been a while, and all is well." Son Gohan replied with a smile. "When I heard from Caulifla of your visit to our Salada planet, I could scarcely believe it. I never expected it to be true. Is Mr. Goku not accompanying you?" Gabby expressed, his respect for Goku evident. After all, it was Goku who had imparted to them the secrets of transforming into Super Saiyans. Gabby held deep gratitude for him, viewing Goku as a mentor and eagerly anticipating the opportunity for their paths to cross once more. Sun Wukong jested. "Father is preoccupied with his training. I have come alone this time. Is my solitary presence unwelcome?" Gabby exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, how could that be?" "Absolutely not. We are most delighted to welcome Mr. Wufan." Observing Gabby's flustered demeanor, Sun Wufan erupted into hearty laughter. Before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. There were compressed biscuits, a dish composed of leaves from an unknown plant, several large pieces of meat that appeared to be only partially cooked, the origin of which remained a mystery. Additionally, there were several hard dumplings and a few cups of an unidentifiable plant juice. Kelly and her companions warmly invited Sun Wufan to take his seat. With a furrowed brow, Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings, finding little appetite within him. Yet, he had already discerned the reason behind the emaciated appearance of the Saiyans from Salada planet. Given such a diet, it would be unreasonable for them not to be gaunt. He could not help but lament the rather primitive state of culinary culture in the Dragon Ball universe. It was no wonder that Lord Pardo would consider boiled dong-dong bird eggs as the pinnacle of gourmet cuisine. How tragic, indeed. Observing the enthusiastic Saiyans around him, Sun Wukong reluctantly took a seat. Mr. Wukong, I apologize for the simple fare, Gaby remarked. Among the group, only Gaby possessed the knack for flattery, which was one of the reasons Caulifla had summoned him. Ah, the food is truly difficult to describe, Sun Wukong silently scoffed, though outwardly he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I am not hungry at all. Please indulge yourselves. The Saiyans, undeterred by his words, enthusiastically feasted with great delight. It was evident that even such humble food was not something they could enjoy daily. This feast had been specially prepared in honor of Sun Wukong, a testament to their hospitality. How unfortunate for the Saiyans of Salada Planet. 163, Battle. Kale goes berserk. Gaby inquired, his mouth full. Mr. Wukong, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Son Gohan chuckled awkwardly yet politely, saying, hee, I truly am not hungry. Please, go ahead and eat. In an effort to alleviate the discomfort of the moment, he lifted the glass of olive green liquid, furrowed his brow, and took a sip, only to be met with an overwhelmingly spicy and bitter taste that sent a shiver down his spine. Sun Wukong stared wide-eyed, trembling hands unable to comprehend that this was something a human could consume. The amalgamation of pungency, bitterness, and an overwhelming spiciness surged through him, inducing a suffocating sensation that seemed to ascend to the very crown of his head. What sort of culinary abomination was this? His visage twisted in disgust. Yet, Sun Wukong was mistaken. This was not the juice of any plant, but rather the bile of a certain creature, known for its invigorating properties. Utterly terrifying. In truth, after the intervention of King Kaifuwa, the resources of Planet Salad had become less scarce. The primary issue lay in the rudimentary culinary culture and the lamentable state of culinary skills. Sun Wukong sat uneasily for half an hour. At long last, the banquet held in his honor concluded. A few Saiyans could clearly discern that Mr. Sun Wukong appeared rather uninterested in the meal. Having consumed only a sip of bile and a bite of a desiccated biscuit, his demeanor reflected a distinct lack of appetite. They never once considered that he might find their food distasteful. Having satisfied their own hunger, Kelly was brimming with excitement, eagerly exclaiming, Mr. Sun Wukong, could you possibly offer us some guidance on our martial arts? At that moment, Kelly wore a starry-eyed expression, filled with anticipation. The performance of Sun Wukong during the Tournament of Power is undeniably remarkable, although they did not witness the glorious moment of Sun Wukong battling Jiren. His astounding achievement of defeating two universes in an instant remains vividly etched in their memories. Furthermore, Sun Wukong was later honored with the title of MVP, receiving the reward of the Super Dragon Balls, which subsequently restored the erased universes. One can easily surmise that Sun Wukong's strength surpasses their wildest imaginations. What does it mean to be an MVP? It signifies being the most outstanding participant among all competing universes, a notion that carries considerable weight. Upon hearing Khalifa's words, Kale and Kaba's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to prove themselves. Their veins coursed with the warrior blood of the Saiyans. Although they exhibit a gentler demeanor compared to the Saiyans of planet Vegeta, their deeply ingrained genetic heritage remains unalterable. Combat is, and always will be, the unchanging melody of the Saiyans. The desire to engage in battle with formidable opponents is an aspiration they hold dear. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, broke into a smile and exclaimed with laughter, Aha, there is no need for guidance. We are merely engaging in mutual sparring. This delighted Kelly greatly. Son Gohan is indeed remarkably easy to converse with. Additional points must be generously awarded. In a desolate and barren desert, four figures stand upon the scorching grains of sand, gazing at one another. The air around them shimmers with heat waves, nearly distorted by the intense temperature. Even the occasional breeze carries a searing warmth. A gust of hot wind sweeps by, causing a slight movement in their hair. The environment is harsh, yet conducive to combat. They are all Saiyans, and such conditions pose little challenge to them. Observing the three opponents before him, Son Gohan raised a hand, his visage still adorned with a smile. You may come at me together. His words brooked no contradiction. Kelly, Caulifla, and Kale exchanged glances. Subsequently, Kelly declared, Then we shall not hold back. Kale added, Mr. Gohan, we certainly won't show mercy. Caulifla nodded in agreement. All right. Let us begin. Let us go, Son Gohan replied. Boom. 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 The atmosphere erupted with energy. Kelly, Caulifla, and Kale sequentially transformed into Super Saiyans, their golden auras surging forth, sending ripples of energy radiating outward. The surrounding winds howled violently, swirling uncontrollably. After a moment's contemplation, Son Gohan chuckled. Impressive, your auras have indeed strengthened considerably. He then turned to Kale and continued, Miss Kale, please assume your full energy form. Kale did not respond, her expression darkening slightly. However, she refrained from transforming into her green-haired full energy state. Caulifla, standing beside her, elucidated. Kale is currently unable to freely control that form. Understanding dawned on Son Gohan as he nodded. Noticing Kale's lack of intention to transform into a Super Saiyan, Caulifla couldn't help but inquire, Aren't you going to transform? Haha, there is no need for that, is there? Son Gohan responded with hearty laughter. Infuriated by his underestimation, Caulifla fumed. How dare you look down on us? Let me show you what I can do. With a powerful shout, her energy surged explosively. Instantly, the golden flames enveloping her intensified, and the upright strands of her golden hair became more intricate, adorned with streaks of blue lightning that crackled audibly. Son Gohan was taken aback for a moment. He turned to her and said, Super Saiyan 2? What? This is referred to as Super Saiyan 2? Caulifla was astonished. Yes. In our universe, the Saiyans refer to your current form as Super Saiyan 2. I never expected you to reach this stage so swiftly. It is truly remarkable. Son Gohan generously praised her. The group of Saiyans had first transformed during the Tournament of Power under the guidance of Son Goku. Astonishingly, in just over a year, Caulifla had progressed from Super Saiyan 1 to this Super Saiyan 2. Her talent was indeed impressive, although in Son Gohan's memories, her counterpart from the original timeline was even more extraordinary. He could not help but acknowledge her exceptional abilities as reality unfolded before him. Son Gohan assumed a defensive posture, laughing heartily as he exclaimed, Ha ha ha, come on, let me witness your progress. With a scoff, he added, Ha. X2. 3 young Saiyans surged forth with remarkable speed, charging towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan stood unshaken, poised and composed. Even without undergoing any transformation, his current strength was more than sufficient to handle the 3 Saiyans before him. Among the trio, Kale possessed the greatest power and swiftest speed. She was the first to charge at Gohan, her slender right leg lashing out in an instant. The air exploded with the sound of her whip-like kick breaking the sound barrier. As the supersonic leg swept toward him mercilessly, Gohan calmly raised his forearm to block. Boom. A deafening impact resounded as Kale's leg collided with Gohan's arm. A terrifying force surged through her powerful limb, crashing into Gohan's body. Yet, Kale's face quickly twisted in shock. Her own devastating strike had been met with an even more overwhelming counterforce. The backlash nearly shattered her leg bones, sending searing pain through her nerves. Damn it. Blood gushed from her mouth as she was violently flung backward, her eyes widening in disbelief. The gap in power is this immense? He has even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Witnessing Kale being sent flying with a single exchange, Caulifla, who followed closely behind, erupted in fury. Big sis. Ahawk. You heard her. I'll kill you. A monstrous surge of emerald energy shattered the shackles of restraint. Caulifla lost all reason, her body swelling with explosive muscle mass. In the blink of an eye, her once slender Saiyan frame morphed into a hulking berserker. Her verdant hair whipped wildly in the wind as an apocalyptic aura detonated around her. Thunder cracked across the sky, and the entire planet of Sadala trembled under her wrath. Miss Kale. Kaba screamed as a single punch from the rampaging Caulifla sent him hurtling away, his bones on the verge of fracturing. Consumed by madness, she no longer distinguished friend from foe. With a bestial roar, she shattered the air beneath her feet and lunged at Gohan, her face contorted in rage, her eyes devoid of reason. Ahab die. Her emerald energy detonated as her fist, wreathed in a tempest, hurtled toward Gohan with an ear-splitting shriek. As Sun Wukong frowned slightly, a protective energy shield materialized instantaneously, enveloping him within its embrace. At that precise moment, Kale's fist struck the energy shield with tremendous force. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Wild torrents of verdant energy surged outward, vaporizing the surrounding desert within a mile radius in an instant. The ground beneath him buckled, creating a vast chasm. An endless plume of thick smoke ascended into the sky, while a tempestuous wind spiraled violently, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Sun Wukong smiled broadly, exclaiming, Quite impressive strength. As he reminisced about his past battles with Broly, the Saiyan blood within him surged with excitement. At this moment, Kale had transformed into her full power form as a demon Saiyan, exhibiting a ferocity akin to that of Broly during their encounters. While her strength may not rival Broly's, it was enough to pique Sun Wukong's interest. The smile of Son Gohan incited fury within Kale. She screamed, her heavy fist relentlessly pounding against Son Gohan's protective barrier, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds that shook the very earth beneath her. The massive crater beneath her feet widened with each blow. Kale's pale eyes, filled with a glimmer of crimson, yearned to rend Son Gohan apart, yet she found herself utterly incapable of breaching his defenses in the short span of time. Her fists fell like torrential rain, unleashing bursts of green energy. Yet, at the heart of this tempest, Son Gohan remained unfazed, an indomitable presence as solitary as snow. Even without any transformations, he was a force that Kale could not hope to challenge, having truly transcended into the realm of deities. Son Gohan's base form exuded a terrifying strength. Let it not be forgotten that he now stood as an invincible entity, akin to a god of destruction. Not far off, Caulifla sat up abruptly. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression one of shock as she gazed at the clash between Kale and Son Gohan, her face betraying sheer horror. How terrifying. When Kale goes berserk, her attacks become indiscriminate, her power beyond belief. Yet even so, she cannot shatter Son Gohan's barrier. Just how formidable is he? Meanwhile, Kaba, clutching his chest, offered a wry smile. Their battle is too fearsome. I cannot intervene. The mere residual energy leaves me feeling utterly overwhelmed. The disparity is insurmountable, or perhaps I am simply too weak. He coughed, a dull ache radiating from his chest. A remnant of Kale's earlier strike, silently vowing to grow stronger. As the scene unfolded, Kale suddenly opened her mouth, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth as she unleashed a powerful green energy sphere. Boom. The attack struck Sun Gohan directly, enveloping him in a tempest of energy. Amidst the blinding light and explosive force, the void seemed to tear apart. The surging energy erupted, cleaving several mountain peaks as a bottomless chasm extended for miles, sending dust and debris swirling into the air, shrouding the landscape in thick smoke. The protective shield of Sun Wukong's sun cracked, transforming into shimmering starlight that dissipated into the ether. Witnessing this, Caulifla became increasingly exhilarated and volatile. She leapt high into the air, forcefully pressing her hands downward. A vibrant green energy sphere unfurled in the wind, instantly swelling into an overwhelming canopy that engulfed the surroundings. As Caulifla executed her movements, the colossal energy sphere plummeted with a thunderous roar. In that moment, the air in the vicinity was completely siphoned away, causing the space to warp. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the energy sphere hurtled towards Sun Wukong's sun with lightning speed, threatening the entire planet of Salad. Observing this, the onlookers Kale and Kaba could not help but turn pale with dread. Should Sun Wukong's sun evade, the consequences were all too apparent. The planet Salad would undoubtedly be reduced to mere cosmic dust. The irrational Caulifla had long since abandoned any consideration of the repercussions. As Sun Wukong lifted his gaze, a fierce wind rushed towards him. The cutting gust resembled blades, shattering the earth beneath, yet failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. He unleashed a powerful roar, advancing rather than retreating, soaring into the air as he charged towards the ever-approaching colossal sphere of energy. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's right leg propelled forward, striking the heavens with tremendous force. Whoosh! The colossal energy sphere was instantly compressed, contorting violently before ascending with a roar into the vast cosmos, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The radiant light ravaged the surroundings, enveloping the star system and extending into the distant void. The onlookers squinted in pain, gasping in trepidation, their hearts gripped by fear. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, Sun Wukong had already appeared behind Kale, delivering a swift chop to the nape of her neck. With a muffled thud, Kale collapsed midair, instantly losing consciousness, her form rapidly diminishing to its normal state before plummeting from the sky. Kale! Kelly cried out, soaring into the air to catch Kale's falling body. Kale, wake up! She shook Kale gently, desperately trying to rouse her. Sun Gohan soared through the air. She was unharmed, merely unconscious. In comparison, your injuries are considerably more severe, Sun Gohan remarked. As he spoke, he raised his hand and cast 2 restorative spells upon Kale and Caulifla. The verdant energy enveloped them instantly, rejuvenating their bodies. Within this cocoon, Caulifla felt a profound warmth and an indescribable comfort as her injuries healed in an instant, restoring her stamina and strength to their peak, leaving her somewhat astonished. The trio descended to the ground, followed closely by Gabe, who approached and said, "Mr. Gohan, your strength is truly remarkable. We stand no chance against you. I must admit, I embarrassed myself earlier." In truth, he had not even made a move before Kale's punch had sent him flying and injured him. What kind of sparring was that? Observing Gabe's wry smile, Sun Gohan cast a healing spell upon him, mending his wounds. Soon, Kale awoke as well, meeting the curious gazes of the others. Sun Gohan contemplated for a moment before speaking. "There is nothing extraordinary about this. My strength is not innate. I was once weak, so feeble that you could have easily dispatched me with a mere finger. The power I possess now is solely the result of my perseverance and dedication. It is worth mentioning that the Saiyans of your 6th universe possess far superior physical attributes compared to those of our universe. Despite the apparent strength of each Saiyan in our universe, you cannot fathom the trials we have endured. We initially aspired to transform into Super Saiyans, and each warrior underwent unimaginable hardships and challenges. However, your experience is vastly different. Attaining Super Saiyan transformation comes effortlessly to you. I have just assessed the environment of planet Salad, which is exceptionally suitable for Saiyan habitation. You hardly need to train to acquire significant power. This is a strength that our Saiyans fought for with their very lives and could not attain. To be honest, I find myself somewhat envious. This strength is truly deserving of you. You were once weak? Surely not," Gabe exclaimed, astonished. The notion that he could have been dispatched with a mere finger seemed utterly preposterous. Caulifla and Kale also wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to reconcile the past weakness of such a formidable individual. Sun Gohan, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "Do not presume that this tale has been woven to encourage you. In truth, I was once exceedingly weak. At the tender age of 4 or 5, I faced numerous life and death trials, and by the time I turned 9 or 10, I bore the immense responsibility of saving our planet alone, an ordeal that you likely cannot even fathom." Sun Wukong certainly did not speak falsely. From a tender age, he has encountered a myriad of challenges: Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, the Ginyu Force, Frieza, and later, the androids. Each encounter was fraught with peril. Such a life is undeniably exhilarating. There is no need for embellishment, is there? Certainly not. The words of Sun Wukong caused the 3 to draw in a sharp breath, their eyes brimming with admiration. Indeed, the life of every formidable warrior is nothing short of legendary, a truth that cannot be disputed. Kelly, brimming with excitement, inquired, "How did you become so powerful?" Immediately, she realized her impertinence. Many individuals consider such inquiries taboo. To question someone about the means by which they gain their strength is tantamount to prying into their secrets. an act deemed quite impolite. She quickly added, I apologize. I shouldn't have asked such a question. If it's inconvenient, please feel free to refrain from answering. No problem? Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. The potential of a Saiyan is boundless. Whenever faced with life and death situations, we inevitably surpass our limits and reach new heights. My strength stems from my relentless battles and challenges to survive. Each adversary I conquer only serves to amplify my power. However, such feats are irreplicable. An equally significant factor is training. Anyone can become stronger through diligent practice. For over 20 years, I have devoted myself to training, never once faltering. Remarkable. The others marveled silently. While it may seem simple to say, committing to a single endeavor for decades is truly admirable. They questioned whether they possessed such tenacity. No wonder Mr. Wukong has attained such formidable power. It is nothing less than what he rightfully deserves. Sun Wukong smiled, saying, I believe that through your training, you too will grow stronger. With your innate talents, the future is limitless. Perhaps you may even surpass me. Haha. Sun Wukong boasted with a cheerful demeanor, which significantly enhanced the fondness that the others felt towards him, causing them to overlook the harsh reality of his formidable combat prowess. Ha ha. How is that even possible? Gabe exclaimed, scratching the back of his head in laughter. Believe in yourself, Sun Wukong said, placing a hand on Gabe's shoulder, leaving him pleasantly astonished. You all ought to consume more meat. Each of you appears rather frail. Gabe, unable to articulate a response while gazing at the imposing figure of Sun Wukong, who was several times his size, fell silent. Kelly rolled her eyes at him and remarked, Are you suggesting that I, as a girl, should grow to resemble you? I believe I am quite content as I am, don't you think, Kyle? Indeed, Kyle responded, nodding absently. In his current dazed state, it was hard to imagine the wildness she exhibited during her rampages. Haha. Sun Wukong could not help but laugh, becoming like me isn't entirely out of the question. I refuse, Kelly declared, her hands on her hips, signaling her disapproval. A girl weighing 180 to 90 pounds? That is preposterous. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. Such devilish suggestions. However, it is true that male scions like Gabe should indeed develop a more robust physique. Being as slender as a girl lacks any aesthetic appeal. Son Gohan chuckled softly for a moment, his expression returning to one of solemnity. He continued. Since I have promised to guide your training, I shall impart some practical knowledge, such as the ways of cultivation. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Gohan, Gabby exclaimed. Overwhelmed with joy, Kelly Flora was so elated that she leaped up, wanting to rush over and embrace Son Gohan, but he deftly evaded her. Although Kier remained silent and motionless, his face mirrored the excitement of the moment. The desire for strength is an allure that few Saiyans can resist. Subsequently, Son Gohan engaged each of them in combat, skillfully controlling his power, and they sparred for quite some time. Following that, he imparted some wisdom regarding the art of training. In essence, apart from Trunks, Son Gohan was once again in the role of mentor. He had not anticipated that this time he would transcend the barriers of the universe to promote his martial arts in Universe 6. Reflecting on this achievement brought him a sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, as Son Gohan resided in Universe 6, experiencing various events, the inhabitants of Universe 7 were leading their own lives. On Earth, Piccolo and Sabin Slee lived in the otherworld, diligently training alongside Dandy. Majin Buu had settled into life at the Capsule Corporation, often accompanied by Trunks, resembling the corporation's mascot, and occasionally even babysitting Trunks' sister, Gula, at the foot of Mount Payas. Paragus enjoyed a leisurely retirement in his estate. On the summit, the Sun family thrived in harmony. 4-year-old Sun Goten had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. He spent his days emulating his uncle, teaming up with Sun Wu and Little Fong, playing games of heroism and punishing evil. Sun Wu and Little Fong, even more remarkably, at just 3 years old, could also transform into Super Saiyans, their strength astonishingly surpassing expectations, capable of defeating the androids 17 and 18, who had once plunged the world into nightmares. This placed immense pressure on Goten, who began to train in secret, while children of their age still played with mud and poked at dirt with sticks. The 3 youngsters of the Sun family were already capable of shaping planets with their bare hands, a truly terrifying feat. Sun Wukong, alongside Vegeta and Broly, frequently resides on the God of Destruction's planet, diligently receiving guidance from Whis, their powers soaring with each passing day. Boom, boom, boom. The air reverberates with a series of explosive sounds, emanating from the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Whis. Broly, Vegeta, and Beerus observe the spectacle with rapt attention. In this moment, Sun Wukong, his hair shimmering silver, is enveloped in a fluid, mercury-like energy, embodying the essence of the perfected Ultra Instinct. Yet, despite this formidable transformation, his assaults prove futile against Whis. The latter dances through the onslaught with grace and agility, evading Sun Wukong's every strike. As they spar, Whis chuckles and remarks, Mr. Wukong, I believe you understand now that although you have mastered Ultra Instinct, it does not signify that you have reached the pinnacle. In fact, it is merely the beginning. Even with the same technique, my prowess far exceeds yours, and the Grand Minister possesses an unparalleled mastery beyond my own. Sun Wukong joyfully remarked, So, does that mean I am the worst of them all? Whis playfully grasped his outstretched arm and replied with a smile, Indeed, which means you have ample room for improvement. Exciting, isn't it? Sun Wukong exerted himself, attempting to withdraw his arm, yet he remained utterly immobile. However, he did not mind. Instead, he grew increasingly exhilarated. Ha ha ha. I eagerly anticipate becoming even stronger. The prophetic fish had lost its slumber, and Weiss, with a smile adorning his face, remarked, I too am filled with anticipation. With that, he released Sun Wukong's arm. Sun Wukong swiftly retracted his hand, letting out a mischievous chuckle, and once again engaged in fierce combat with Whis. Meanwhile, Broly's eyes widened as he watched the battle unfold. The more he observed, the more exhilarated he became, inspired by Sun Wukong's fighting spirit. The Saiyan blood within him surged wildly, prompting him to clench his fists as an intense battle intent radiated from his body. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Vegeta, who was also spectating the clash. Feeling Broly's primal and fervent stare, Vegeta couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Furrowing his brow, he glared at Broly and coldly scoffed. Humph, what are you staring at? Broly's smile took on a sinister edge as he replied, Come, let us battle. Humph, come on. Vegeta, steeling himself, acknowledged with reluctance. He knew he was about to face a grueling fight. He was well aware of Broly's overwhelming presence. A beating was inevitable. Yet he saw this as an opportunity to test the fruits of his recent training. Recalling Lord Beerus's teachings on the essence of destruction, Vegeta felt a surge of determination. Though he had only grasped a fraction of this power, he believed his combat prowess had ascended to a new level. He was no longer the same Vegeta. Now, he was Super Vegeta. And then, he was promptly overwhelmed and soundly defeated by Broly. The following day, amidst their training, a minor incident occurred. The prophetic fish, which had always served as a mere background figure, found itself unable to sleep. Due to its insomnia, the inhabitants of the God of Destruction's planet were incessantly disturbed, unable to train or rest properly. Consequently, they decided it was time to remedy the fish's sleeplessness. Whis produced a large syringe and shook it slightly. Upon seeing the hefty syringe and the gleaming needle, the prophetic fish nearly panicked, fleeing in terror while crying for help. Wukong, go. Whis pointed towards the fish, which had turned a shade of blue from fright. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together and suddenly dashed towards the prophetic fish. His speed was astonishing. Before the fish could comprehend the situation, Sun Wukong's towering figure had already enveloped it. What? With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong extended his two massive hands, swiftly seizing the prophetic fish. Aha, I've caught it, he exclaimed. Oh, you brute. Release me at once. You are far too uncouth. The prophetic fish writhed and struggled desperately, but what strength could a creature the size of a carrot possess? Gripped tightly by Sun Wukong, it found itself utterly immobilized. Observing the fish's unruliness, Sun Wukong licked his lips and threatened in a booming voice, Hey, behave yourself and cease your wriggling, or I shall turn you into a delectable salted fish feast. Upon hearing his words, the prophetic fish trembled in fear, truly deterred from moving again. When the savage Saiyan spoke of consumption, he did not jest. The prophetic fish was genuinely terrified. Sun Wukong exclaimed towards Weiss, Mr. Weiss, seize the moment. With a swift motion, Weiss appeared instantaneously by Sun Wukong's side, deftly inserting the needle into the body of the prophetic fish. The syringe, filled with vitamins designed to combat insomnia, swiftly delivered its contents into the fish's system. In the next moment, the potion took effect, and the prophetic fish fell into a deep slumber. Sun Wukong gently returned the slumbering prophetic fish to its exclusive floating aquarium. Whis, retracting his syringe, remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, vitamins are truly the finest remedy for sleep deprivation. Vegeta, who had been observing with arms crossed, expressed his astonishment. How remarkable. The fish can actually suffer from insomnia. Broly stared wide-eyed, clearly perplexed. Whis smiled and replied, Yes, it is indeed quite rare. However, I must mention that this is not a favorable sign. The prophetic fish's insomnia indicates that misfortune may be on the horizon. What do you mean? The others gasped in surprise. Broly asked, A portent of impending misfortune? Sun Wukong, is a new formidable foe emerging? Ha, that is truly splendid. Vegeta, Beerus, with a single punch, knocked Wukong's head askew, his expression radiating fury. Nonsense. Have you not learned your lesson? I wish to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Do not trouble me. Lord Beerus, that really hurts. Honestly, I haven't caused any trouble. Wukong lamented while cradling his head. Beerus let out a disdainful snort. Humph. In any case, you all need to keep it together. With Gohan absent, I sense that you lot are rather unreliable, which is quite disconcerting. Far away in the 6th universe, Gohan had no inkling that Lord Beerus held him in such high regard behind his back. Whis blinked and continued, However, it is not certain. Perhaps no ill fate shall befall us. Sun Wukong, cradling his head, inquired, Mr. Whis, when will Gohan return? Ha, that's quite unclear, Whis chuckled, glancing at the silent Beerus beside him. So what exactly is Gohan doing in the 6th universe? Sun Wukong pressed on. Ha, I can't say for sure. Whis covered his mouth with a light laugh, his demeanor suggesting a delightful ignorance. Beerus, annoyed, delivered a light punch to Whis and coldly remarked, Kid, practice more and ask less. There was an air of arrogance about him. He would never admit that it was because Gohan was overly ambitious that they had sent him to the 6th universe for a vacation. Meanwhile, in another corner of the cosmos, a different tale was unfolding. Amidst a dense cluster of meteors floated a relatively intact celestial body, situated at the heart of this desolate starfield. The surrounding meteors formed a natural barrier, making it easy for those unfamiliar with interstellar routes to lose their way, unable to locate the central celestial body. The Zeter brothers had extensively developed this celestial body, transforming it into their formidable fortress. Deep within the fortress, Ilek, the leader of the Zeter clan, sat regally on his throne. His two brothers and sister were seated beside him, slightly lower in stature. As the eldest of the Zeter siblings, Ilek was also the tallest and most robust among them. Their clan possessed azure skin, each adorned with dreadlocks and dressed in crimson garments with golden trims, complemented by loose white trousers. Ilek donned a grand red robe, his gaze fixed upon his siblings. The second brother, Oya, was the most rotund, the only one among them with a hefty build, characterized by his straightforwardness and inability to conceal the truth. The third sibling, a sister named Maki, had a petite frame and an adorable visage, yet beneath her charming exterior lay a cunning nature, known for her ruthless methods. The youngest, Jiaz, was short in stature, adorned with a bone necklace, emanating a chilling aura. Among the brothers, Jiaz exhibited the most eccentric personality, yet he was also the most loyal to Ilek, never defying his commands and viewing him as a beacon of hope for their family's revival. Jiaz considered himself merely a peculiar creature who could lend his brother a small hand. Death is not the end. Oblivion is. On March 8th, I stumbled upon the obituary of Akira Toriyama while scrolling through Douyin. Initially, I found it hard to believe. After repeatedly confirming the news, I came to accept this heartbreaking reality. On March 1st, Akira Toriyama passed away, leaving this world behind. The legacy of Dragon Ball Super remains unfinished, and Dragon Ball Saga stands as his final work. A powerful essence has vanished. While there is a sense of regret and sorrow, I quickly found solace. Human life has an endpoint, yet the spirit of Dragon Ball endures. Though Akira Toriyama is no longer with us, his creation will forever thrive. He lives on in the hearts of countless Dragon Ball enthusiasts in another form, embarking on his own adventure alongside Sun Wukong, collecting Dragon Balls. Childhood, youth, passion, adventure, friendship, and battle. These memories linger, especially the moment when the Super Saiyan first emerged, casting a shadow over the entire anime realm. We shall eternally remember Dragon Ball. Eternally cherish Akira Toriyama. You have borne enough, and the eternal dragon has taken you to rest. Farewell. Now, allow me to share my journey of discovering and loving Dragon Ball. My first encounter with Dragon Ball occurred during my first year of junior high. I visited a friend's house, who was an avid manga collector, boasting an impressive array of titles, including King of Fighters, Naruto, Dragon Ball, and One Piece. Out of boredom, I randomly picked one and began to flip through it. It was Dragon Ball. I vividly recall it was the Namek Saga. Upon picking up Dragon Ball, I fell in love. I could hardly believe that a mere comic book had such enchanting power, captivating me utterly. I was immersed in Akira Toriyama's boundless imagination, adventuring alongside Sun Wukong, collecting Dragon Balls, time and time again saving the Earth. My friend's collection was incomplete, containing only the Namek Saga. My curiosity was piqued regarding the stories that preceded it and the adventures that awaited Sun Wukong thereafter. Thus, I began my quest to gather Dragon Ball, starting from the very first chapter where Bulma meets Sun Wukong, all the way to the conclusion of the Dragon Ball arc when Sun Wukong triumphs over the second generation of Piccolo and marries Chi-Chi. Then came the Dragon Ball Z arc, where the Saiyan threat looms, and the Z fighters face dire consequences, in a bid to resurrect their fallen comrades. I delved into the Namek Saga, where the most captivating antagonist, Frieza, made his entrance, heralding the arrival of the legendary Super Saiyan, illuminating the anime world with his golden aura, a light forever etched in the annals of legend, resonating within the hearts of all fans. As the story progressed to the Android Saga, the birth of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan emerged. The Majin Buu arc introduced Super Saiyan 3, the enigmatic Gohan, Gotenks, and Vegeta, all leaving an indelible mark on my memory. Following the defeat of Majin Buu, Dragon Ball Z came to an end. But that was hardly sufficient for me. I dove into the theatrical releases, watching them one after another until I had seen them all. After finishing the manga, I turned to the anime. Whatever aired on television, I watched. Whatever didn't, I rented VCDs, eventually purchasing a complete set of Dragon Ball Z discs for my home. Then, Starry Sky Television began airing Dragon Ball GT. Though sporadic, I managed to watch it all. At this juncture, I began exploring Dragon Ball-related games, from Dragon Ball, Xenoverse to Dragon Ball, Battle of Z, until I reached an MMORPG whose name escapes me now. Dragon Ball Z was lengthy and drawn out, prompting the release of the Dragon Ball Kai series, which optimized the animation style and condensed the storyline. Naturally, I watched that too. After Dragon Ball GT, Toei Animation remained dormant for several years, deciding to reignite the Dragon Ball franchise with Dragon Ball Super. Words cannot fully capture the excitement I felt at that time, suffice it to say. I watched Dragon Ball Super until the Tournament of Power arc concluded. Subsequently, I explored some game-derived narratives, such as Dragon Ball Heroes, and perused relevant manga about the post-Tournament of Power plotlines. I found myself contemplating, perhaps I should write a Dragon Ball fanfiction? Thus, I began to pen this book. To be candid, until I embarked on this endeavor, I had never earnestly perused any Dragon Ball fanfiction. My previous readings were predominantly centered around urban tales, cultivation narratives, and fantastical realms, making this a rather unconventional venture for me. I cannot ascertain the quality of my writing. I can only express my earnest desire to depict the stories that dwell within my heart and share them with all. Unsurprisingly, some have found joy in my work, while others have been less kind. To digress, Dragon Ball has accompanied me throughout my youth, a bond one shall not forget now or in the future. With that, I extend my best wishes for your journey ahead. May paradise be free of suffering, and may Dragon Ball forever reside in the hearts of its fans. In the castle of the Vegeta family, Elec ran his fingers along the bone chain secured at his waist, casting a glance at his three siblings, his expression darkening. Furrowing his brow, he spoke in a grave tone. The situation has changed. We must retract our operations and temporarily halt most of our business. His siblings fell into silence, sharing the weight of uncertainty. Who could have predicted that after finally outlasting Frieza, they would not ascend to universal dominance? Moments ago, they had received a visit from a messenger of Cooler, only to discover that Frieza had an older brother, rumored to be even more formidable than him. How infuriating. Elec continued, our operations have yet to reach the South Galaxy. The intelligence there is rather lacking, leaving us in the dark about Cooler's activities. Nonetheless, we must not be negligent. Marky pondered for a moment and voiced her concern. Elec, how can you be certain that what he said is true? What if he is deceiving us? Elec managed a slight smile, replying, caution is the mother of safety. Being prudent can only serve us well. I am not a fool like Frieza or the Saiyans, who rely solely on brute strength without employing their wits. It is better to err on the side of caution. He then cast a sidelong glance at the icy demeanor of Gas and added, what say you, Gas? Do you hold a different opinion? Though Gas remained silent. The bond of brotherhood forged over decades allowed Elec to discern their emotions through their expressions. Gas finally remarked, Frieza was never that impressive. I have already surpassed him. And I will not falter against his brother. He exuded an aura of unwavering confidence. Indeed, Gas, you are the most gifted among us four brothers, and the one most likely to eclipse Frieza. Your strength may indeed surpass that of the former Frieza. Yet many years have passed. Who can guarantee that this so-called brother has not grown even stronger? Elec cautioned. I believe it is wise to remain vigilant. Gas nodded, acknowledging Elec's words, though his true feelings on the matter remained known only to himself. Marky tapped her chin and spoke, setting this matter aside. The name Namek seems vaguely familiar. Oh, really? Elec responded with surprise. Yes, I must have heard it before, but I cannot quite recall when. Marky furrowed her brow in contemplation. Gas interjected, the Namekians were once a race residing on the planet Cyril. Yes, that's right. They cohabited with the Cyril people. Those green-skinned beings, Marky recalled, her memory sharpening with Gas's prompt. The second brother, War, chimed in. So are they not extinct now? No, I recall now. Elec shook his head and continued. There is an elder named Monito who is still alive. Monito? Yes, he is currently living with Granola. Thus, Monito is the only surviving Namekian we know. They pondered what Cooler could possibly want from Namek, speculating if there was a hidden secret to uncover. In that case, we must first seek out Granola, Elec concluded. The image of a green-haired youth appeared in Marky's mind, Granola, the sole survivor of Cyril. He was the last of his kind. As the other Cyril natives and the Namekians had been slaughtered over 50 years prior, the culprits were none other than the Vegeta family. Back then, they had set their sights on Cyril and conspired with Frieza to eliminate the indigenous populace, intending to sell the planet at a premium to the displaced Heaters. The Vegeta family provided intelligence, while the Saiyans, affiliated with Frieza's army, executed the brutal massacre, transforming into colossal, black apes that decimated the Cyril and Namekian races. Monito and Elec was exceedingly confident in his calculations. He believed he could manipulate both Gula and Granola at will. Hee. Let us await the good news from our elder brother, Maki said, her face adorned with a charming and innocent smile. Elec laughed heartily, haha. This matter requires careful consideration, as there are other pressing issues to attend to. Maki, you and Oyer must journey to Cyril Star, locate Monet, and find a way to extract information regarding Namek from him. Remember, now is not the time to confront Granola, so exercise utmost caution and prudence. Understood, Maki nodded. Hurrying away with Oyer. On Cyril Star, a young man with azure hair stood atop a mountain, gazing over the remnants of a once thriving city, now reduced to ruins with crumbling walls scattered about. This young man was Granola, the last surviving Cyrillian. He was one of the two survivors from a bygone era. Granola, tall and robust, exuded the stature of a formidable warrior. His striking features included azure hair, matching eyebrows, and piercing blue eyes, complemented by a sun-kissed complexion. A brown eye patch adorned his right eye, housing his most trusted companion and combat assistant, a powerful artificial intelligence that had rendered him invaluable support. The Cyrillians possessed a unique talent for enhancing their right eye, which significantly improved their shooting accuracy and enabled them to discern their enemies' weaknesses, making them an exceptional sniper race. Regrettably, such a remarkable lineage had dwindled to Granola alone. With eagle-like vision, Granola surveyed the distant, decaying city, his keen sight revealing massive footprints, the remnants of the invading Saiyan great apes. Farther afield, numerous half-circular energy shields lay inverted, housing vibrant small cities within, homes of the Hugu people. The current inhabitants of Cyril Star. Over 50 years ago, the Sita family had developed Cyril Star, which had been ravaged by the Frisia Force, and subsequently sold it at a premium to the wandering Hugu. The Hugu had restored the land and now resided within these energy shields. Cyril Star was no longer the Cyril Star of yore. Sighing heavily, Granola turned away from the desolate landscape and resolutely ventured into the depths of the forest. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. It was that of his eyeglass-shaped robotic companion, Odomir. Granola, why do you not choose to live among the Hugu? Granola replied calmly, that is a city established by the Sita for the Hugu, not a place for me. But is it not the planet of the Ceruleans? Odomir inquired. Puzzled. That was over 50 years ago, Granola sighed. Since the Sita family sold Cyril Star to the Hugu, it has belonged to them. Which is why my grandfather and I reside in this secluded mountain. Oh, I see. To coexist, one must maintain a necessary distance, correct? That is about right. Furthermore, from this mountain, I can view the city devastated by the Frisia Force, a constant reminder of their atrocities on this planet, Granola asserted. It ensures I never forget the crimes of the Frisia Force and compels me to grow stronger to protect what I cherish. Soon, Granola arrived at his dwelling and pushed the door open, calling out cheerfully, Grandfather, I'm back. Inside, the aged Monet sat in a chair, watching a performance by the Hugu on television. Upon hearing the door, a smile finally graced Monet's face as he slowly turned his head. Granola, it's good that you've returned. A flicker of barely perceptible sorrow shimmered in Granola's eyes. Grandfather, you've aged further. Even turning your head seems a daunting task now. Monet grasped his cane, attempting to rise and approach Granola. Granola's pupils narrowed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Allow me to assist you, Grandfather. Ah, I have truly aged. I'm of no use anymore, hardly able to move. Monet lamented with a sigh. Supporting Monet, Granola's gaze drifted toward the bookshelf, which prominently displayed a ping-pong ball-sized orange Dragon Ball. Grandfather, if we could find another 2-star Dragon Ball, wouldn't it restore your youth? Granola pondered aloud. At his words, Monet grew animated. Granola, I cannot permit you to recklessly use the Dragon Balls. How can this be deemed reckless? Besides, if we cannot find another Dragon Ball, the wish cannot be fulfilled. Can it? Granola released Monet and walked toward the bookshelf, cradling the orange Dragon Ball in his palm. Monet sighed. Indeed, it has been decades without finding one. It seems unlikely we ever will. Granola remarked, finding such a small orb on a planet this vast is indeed a monumental challenge. Leaning on his cane, Monet approached slowly. Imparting, Granola, listen closely. The Dragon Balls were originally ceremonial artifacts used by the Namekian warriors, not tools for selfish desires. Thus, do not entertain thoughts of using the Dragon Balls to restore my youth. But Grandfather, in my heart, you are undoubtedly the mightiest warrior, Granola insisted. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Grandfather, do you believe there are other Namekians on different planets? Certainly. Namekians inhabit Namek, but for various reasons. We left our home to settle on Cyril Star. Who could have foreseen the events that transpired? Of the dozens of Namekians who once resided here, I am now the sole survivor. As he reminisced, a flicker of unusual light crossed Monet's murky eyes. We Namekians originally migrated from another world into this universe, setting us apart from human beings, possessing many wondrous magical abilities. The creation of the Dragon Balls, which can grant wishes, is but one of them. When I pass away, all will conclude, and the Dragon Balls shall vanish as well. As he recounted these memories, Monet's voice remained tranquil. Yet Granola's agitation surged. This cannot be. I must find another Dragon Ball and wish for Grandfather's youth to be restored and for this planet to revert to its former glory. This must happen. Monet furrowed his brow, stating, I have warned you against the reckless use of the Dragon Balls. If you indeed wish for such things, the benevolent Hugu will be driven away. Grandfather, what time is it? You are still considering others. Your kindness is truly remarkable. If you think of others, who thinks of you? Who thinks of me? I only wish for you to regain your youth, and I long to see Cyril Star restored to its former glory. At worst, I shall work diligently to save money and find a suitable planet for the Hegarians to inhabit once more. Monet sighed and said, Granola, what do you hope to achieve with such actions? This will only invite more bloodshed. Very well, put down the Dragon Ball and forget it. It is far more important to enjoy the present life. All right, Grandfather, I understand, Granola replied, reluctantly placing the Dragon Ball back in its original spot. Suddenly, he turned sharply towards the door, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he shouted, Who is there? Step forward. With that commanding voice, Granola's right hand reached out, and with a swift pull, the door was wrenched open. Behind it were two astonished faces. Upon seeing them, Granola's brows knitted together. Maki, Oil, when did you two arrive? He questioned, his expression far from welcoming. He harbored no fondness for these two, or indeed for any member of the Sita family. Oh, we just got here. You startled me. Is this how you treat your guests? How rude. Maki retorted, her eyes darting playfully as she pouted. Humph, Granola grunted, turning to Oil. Well, what do you say? Is she telling the truth? Maki, what are you doing? Oil began, only to realize with a jolt that Maki had twisted his side, eliciting a gasp of pain. Hee, just testing your endurance, Maki giggled, her smile radiant. She then turned her gaze back to Granola. Granola, Must you always wear such a sour expression? Oil and I have a mission and happened to pass by Cyril Star, since you were here. We thought we'd drop in, but who knew you would shout so loudly upon our arrival? Are we not welcome? As she spoke, her eyes subtly glanced at the solitary Dragon Ball beside Granola. Hee, Monet, long time no see. She exclaimed cheerfully, greeting the old man. Without waiting for a response from the grandfather and grandson, Maki produced a bottle containing liquid. This is the freshest, highest quality drinking water. Please accept it. Thank you, she said. Bowing slightly, embodying politeness and charm, she then stood upright and walked into the room, carefully placing the bottle on the table. Water was a scarce resource on Cyril Star and a precious gift, often quite valuable in the market. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, especially when the other party is offered a gift. Monet, feeling obliged, said, "Thank you, beautiful miss." Meanwhile, Granola continued to glare at Maki, suspecting that the Sita siblings had ulterior motives for their visit. "Granola, your gaze is quite unnerving," Maki remarked. "Well, if you're so unwelcoming, shall I take my leave?" "Humph," Granola snorted, refusing to engage further. Monet sighed. "Ah, a guest is a guest, Granola. You should temper your temper." He offered an apologetic smile to Maki. Hee. "It's quite all right. I know Granola's temperament well. After all, we are old acquaintances," Maki replied with a smile. "Old man, seeing you well brings me peace." She then stepped outside and waved goodbye, stating, "Since Granola doesn't welcome us, we shall take our leave." "Really leaving? Want you stay a bit longer?" Monet inquired, surprised by their immediate departure. "No, I wouldn't want to linger where I'm not wanted." "Farewell," Maki replied cheerfully, tugging on Oil's sleeve and dragging her plump brother away swiftly. Once they boarded their spaceship and confirmed the surrounding area was safe, Maki sent a signal to Ilek. "Hey, Ilek, listen to me. I might know why Gula is seeking Namek. It's because Namek possesses a miraculous item known as the Dragon Ball. If we gather 2 Dragon Balls, we can make a wish." Granola mentioned that if the Dragon Balls were collected, they could restore Monet's youth and potentially revive Cyril Star to its former state. It sounds like one could wish for anything. How marvelous. On the other end, Ilek's excited voice came through, asking, "Maki, are you certain?" Maki nodded, "Of course. Oil and I overheard Granola and Monet's conversation quite clearly, and I even saw what the Dragon Ball looks like in their home. It is an orange orb, and one of them is right in Granola's house, while the other is still on Cyril Star, though not yet found. Locating it may prove quite challenging." Ilek exclaimed, "Haha. Maki, you've done splendidly. You are indeed my most trusted sister. This is a tremendous achievement. For now, you two should not rush to leave Cyril Star. Your next task is to collect the 2 Dragon Balls from Cyril Star. The primary objective is to borrow the Dragon Ball from Granola's home." Ilek. That annoying Granola is currently on Cyril Star. Won't it be difficult for us to act?" Fear not. I shall contact him and inform him of a new task. It pertains to the Science and Frisia, and knowing his character, he will be eager to depart Cyril Star to accept this mission." Ilek grinned, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Is there really such a task?" Maki inquired. My dear sister, whether there is a task or what kind of task it is, that is for the Sita family to decide. Just wait for my good news." Ilek assured her. "Truly, you are remarkable, brother, indeed wise and formidable." Maki timely bestowed a flattering compliment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 7th universe, Gula had obtained the location of the new Namek from the ultimate informant, Zuno. Without delay, Gula immediately boarded a spaceship and set course for New Namek, eager to grow stronger. Observing the striking resemblance between Gula and Frisia, the Namekians resolutely refused to hand over the Dragon Balls. Gula's subordinates, infuriated, were ready to teach these ungrateful Namekians a lesson, but Gula intervened before they could act. "Namekians," Gula declared, "although I am Frisia's brother, I am not one to act without reason. I merely wish to borrow your Dragon Balls to make a wish. Do not be foolish and let your ignorance lead to the destruction of your entire planet. If you have any conditions, feel free to express them. As I mentioned earlier, I can be quite reasonable. Consider this a business transaction. I will offer something of value in exchange for this wish. What do you say?" The Grand Elder of Namek scrutinized Gula, astonished that he was so agreeable. The previous visit of Frisia to Namek was marred by gruesome events. Was this a villain turning over a new leaf? Or was Gula, unlike Frisia, genuinely benevolent? After contemplation, he decided to inquire about Gula's desired wish. For the Dragon of Namek could only be summoned using the Namekian language. The initiative lay with him. "We Namekians cherish friendship but do not engage in trade. Perhaps you might share your wish so we can consider it," the Grand Elder suggested. "Very well," Gula replied, arms crossed nonchalantly. "I wish for a dimension where I can control the flow of time, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth. Is that feasible? What a curious wish. Is that truly all you desire?" The Grand Elder was taken aback, surprised that Gula's wish was not grandiose, such as seeking immortality or universal domination. What, indeed, had the former Frisia wished for? Noticing the Grand Elder's prolonged silence after stating his wish, Gula grew irritated, assuming the Elder was in disagreement. How ridiculous. I have bled for the 7th universe, battled for its survival, and now even such a simple wish cannot be granted? It seems there is no reason to remain on Namek. His anger surged, causing ripples of energy to sweep through the air, shaking the very ground of Namek. This terrifying spectacle exuded an intense pressure, leaving the Namekians wide-eyed with fear. Destruction it shall be. Gula raised his hand to the sky, conjuring a dazzling golden energy sphere that pulsated with terrifying power. Wait a moment. We can grant you that wish. The Grand Elder hastily exclaimed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Oh, is that so? Gula grinned, and the massive golden energy sphere dissipated, the fierce winds abruptly ceasing, restoring tranquility. Now, let us gather the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon, Gula instructed. Having witnessed with summoned the Super Dragon before, he assumed the Namekian Dragon Balls followed a similar protocol. Gula's comprehension of the situation impressed the Namekians, who exchanged glances filled with trepidation, and promptly complied with Gula's request. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, on the planet Salad, Sun Gohan lingered here for half a day, imparting some cultivation techniques to Kelphra, Jabekal, and others. Subsequently, he went to meet the king of Planet Salad. Upon seeing the ear cuff adorning Sun Gohan's ear, King Salad immediately fell to his knees, exclaiming in reverence before the god of destruction. This unexpected display left Kelphra and her companions utterly astonished. The god of destruction? Kelphra stumbled back a couple of steps, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Sun Gohan. When did Sun Wukong become the god of destruction? This is utterly fantastical. They had never even contemplated this possibility. It was only through the vast knowledge of Salad, who recognized the earring on Sun Wukong's ear capable of wielding the insignia of destruction, that his true identity was unveiled. Sun Wukong said, "Please rise, King Salad." "Thank you, Lord Destroyer," King Salad exclaimed with gratitude, then carefully got back on his feet. Sun Gohan chuckled heartily as he explained, "Ha ha ha. I am not actually a god of destruction. I am merely learning from the esteemed god of destruction. There is no need for such formality. No, I would never dare." "You are indeed a god of destruction," replied King Shalada, trembling with fear. It was merely a polite remark. Who would take it seriously? Please, no more jesting. A god of destruction who takes a life grants no opportunity for reincarnation. One is utterly obliterated from this world, erased from existence. Knowing this, how could King Shalada not be afraid? Subsequently, King Shalada extended the highest honors and etiquette in his hospitality. Naturally, Sun Gohan found their offerings utterly unappealing and was rather disinterested. As he prepared to depart from the 6th universe, Sun Gohan expressed his intention to invite Kale and Caulifla to visit the 7th universe, which ignited a gleam of excitement in Kale's eyes. Sun Gohan instructed them to engage in rigorous training, promising that their progress would be evaluated upon their next encounter. This instilled a sense of apprehension within them once more. Sun Gohan, already immensely powerful, now donned the aura of a god of destruction, which heightened both their anticipation and the pressure they felt. In an instant, Sun Gohan vanished, leaving the others on Salad Star exchanging bewildered glances. On Cereal Star, Granola hastily departed upon receiving information from Elec. Unaware that the long-expected departure of Maki and Oil had been delayed, as they lay in wait on Cereal Star, Granola boarded his spacecraft. Racing towards the base of the Seed of Family, his fury surging, eyes ablaze with intense hatred. "Ha, Frieza, those detestable Saiyan monkeys, very well. I shall exact my revenge with my own hands." He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, his body trembling with excitement. Granola, typically a rational individual, was consumed by hatred whenever Frieza and the Saiyans were mentioned, driving him to madness and irrationality. Soon, he arrived at the Seed of Family base. As he parked his ship, he dashed towards their castle. "Isn't that Granola? What's the rush?" A yellow-skinned alien obstructed his path. As a fellow mercenary of the Seed of Family, many despised Granola, including Sashal. Granola's aloof demeanor and impressive track record placed him firmly at the top of the least-liked list. Granola didn't even spare him a glance, continuing to stride forward. Infuriated by Granola's disregard, Sashal stepped in front of him once more. "Hey, do you have a promising mission? Share it with me, and we can tackle it together." "Please." Granola frowned, exuding a palpable aura of menace as he coldly retorted, "Get out of my way." Under Granola's icy gaze, Sashal felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively retreating a couple of steps, yet his resentment towards Granola deepened. "I wouldn't mind selling your head to Elec," he threatened, pointing a gun at Sashal's head. Energy crackling at his fingertips. Sashal's forehead beaded with sweat, feeling the deadly intent radiating from Granola. He recoiled, terrified, and wisely stepped aside. "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously," Sashal said awkwardly, wiping the sweat from his brow. Granola cast him a sidelong glance, his expression stern and silent. Yet the energy at his fingertips dissipated. He withdrew his hand and proceeded to the castle, with Sashal scuttling away in fear. Granola soon reached the heart of the castle, where he encountered Elec, the leader of the Sita organization, with Gas standing ominously beside him. Gas's cold gaze was fixed on Granola, who met his glare with equal intensity. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with unspoken animosity. Elec broke the silence with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, Granola, you've arrived swiftly. Truly commendable for the strongest mercenary of our Seed of Family." Granola turned to Elec, impatience evident in his voice. "Enough chatter. What is the mission?" "As far as I know, Frieza has been missing for decades. And those barbaric apes, didn't a massive meteor wipe out their planet?" "Granola, the information you possess is outdated. The latest intel is known only to the core members of our organization," Elec replied with a chuckle. Granola remained silent, his eyes fixed on Elec, awaiting further details. Elec continued, while it's true that Frisia has vanished, likely perished, he has a brother named Cooler who still lives. Cooler has gathered remnants of Frisia's army, including several surviving Saiyans who participated in the invasion of Cyril's star. Granola's breath quickened at Elec's words, his voice rising in urgency. Tell me, where are they? I will avenge my kin. Elec, pleased with Granola's fervor, grinned. What? You seek revenge? I advise against it, for Cooler's strength surpasses even Frisia's. And those Saiyans are formidable opponents. You cannot hope to defeat them. How can I know without trying? Tell me, where are they? Granola pressed, fist clenched, inching closer to Elec in a demanding posture. Seeing his brother threatened, Gas sprang into action. With a swift motion, he vanished, only to reappear behind Granola, executing a sweeping kick to his legs. A dull thud echoed as Granola stumbled forward. But Gas moved even quicker, ensnaring Granola's neck with his legs and executing a powerful throw. Granola crashed onto the floor of the hall, landing painfully. Gas, you wretched fiend! Granola roared, incensed. His earlier excitement had made him careless, allowing Gas to effortlessly ambush him, and he refused to accept this humiliation. Humph! Gas shot him a disdainful look, then charged at him once more, intent on delivering a thorough lesson. Anticipating Gas's attack, Granola slammed his palms onto the ground, propelling himself upward. With a resounding boom, he crossed his arms to block Gas's kick. The air crackled with energy as the two forces collided, shaking the hall. Granola managed to block the attack. Yet the pain in his arms was excruciating, threatening to shatter his bones. The power of Gas was formidable, far exceeding his own. Granola silently marveled at his opponent's strength, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. At that moment, Elec interjected, Enough, Gas. Stand down. Upon Elec's command, Gas immediately ceased his assault, coldly standing aside as if he had never engaged in combat. Elec regarded the disheveled Granola and said, Granola, can you now compose yourself? Granola rubbed his hands but remained silent. Elec continued, I understand your animosity towards them. The Saiyans and Frisia's army are indeed despicable. However, there is no need for such impulsiveness. Your recklessness will lead to utter defeat. We must wait for the opportune moment. The Sita organization will aid you. The Frisia force and the Saiyans are our common enemies. Their very existence poses a tremendous nuisance to our Heater organization as well. Understood? Elec inquired pointedly. After listening to Elec's analysis, Granola cooled his temper and reluctantly conceded, Yes, understood. Good, stay composed, Elec replied with a faint, knowing smile. Granola pressed. You didn't summon me just to deliver this news, did you? This isn't a mission request. Elec laughed heartily. Indeed. There is another task for you. That is the primary reason for calling you here. What I just mentioned was merely an appetizer. What is it? Granola demanded. Elec unveiled his fabricated mission. According to reliable intelligence, remnants of Frisia's army, 2 Saiyans, are conducting operations on a remote planet called Earth. Your objective is to capture them alive. The information in their minds holds significant value for us. Surviving Saiyans? On Earth? Granola's eyes widened. Can I just kill them? No. Their lives are worthless. But the intelligence they possess is invaluable. As I said earlier, defeating Cooler won't be simple. We must understand our enemy to secure victory. However, I promise this. Once we've extracted all useful information, you may dispose of them as you wish. And of course, the reward for this mission will be exceedingly generous. Fine. Provide me Earth's coordinates, Granola agreed. Excellent. Elec chuckled, transmitting the location data. Best of luck. We await your triumphant return. Little did Elec know that his fabricated mission would coincidentally lead Granola to a planet where Saiyans truly resided. The irony was almost poetic. His true motive, however, was to deceive Granola into leaving, allowing him to freely gather the Dragon Balls of planet Cereal. With the coordinates in hand, Granola departed swiftly, his anticipation for this mission surpassing decades of prior assignments combined. Watching Granola's retreating figure, Elec's eyes glinted with icy calculation. He then sent a message to Mackie and Oil, stationed on planet Cereal. Mackie, Granola has left for Earth. He won't return for at least a week. Proceed without hesitation. Mackie giggled. Big brother, you're a genius. Such a simple trick to rid us of that nuisance. Elec mused. The moment he hears Frisia force or Saiyans, he loses all reason. His hatred runs deep. Gas, standing nearby, remarked, understandable. The Frisia force took everything from him. Elec's smile faded. Lately, his power has surged dangerously. If he surpasses Gas, it would be problematic. Gas remained unfazed. I won't lose to him. Of course not. You are our treasure, Elec assured. But minimizing risks is the golden rule of business. Hence, I intend to eliminate him using Cooler's forces. Mackie giggled again. How cunning, big brother. Elec redirected. But that can wait. Mackie. Our priority is securing the 2 Dragon Balls on Cereal, and extract as much information as possible from our old friend Monito. Understood. Chapter 172. Granola's shock on planet Cereal. Emboldened by Granola's absence, Mackie and Oil acted swiftly. First, they crafted a counterfeit 1-star Dragon Ball. Then, they revisited Monito, slipping a control helmet onto him unnoticed. In an instant, Monito became Mackie's puppet, divulging secrets, Cereal's history, the Dragon Ball's mysteries, and more. Soon after, Mackie commissioned the Sagarians to issue a planet-wide bounty. Any leads on the 2-star Dragon Ball would be richly rewarded. A week later, Granola's ship neared Earth. Startled from cryosleep, he awoke drenched in cold sweat, another nightmare. His visor companion, Automil, inquired, Granola, another nightmare? Yes, Granola admitted, wiping his brow. The same vision of those savage Saiyans invading cereal. This recurring torment had haunted him for decades, each nocturnal resurgence of fresh agony. Where are we now? He asked, steadying his breath. Approaching Earth. Arrival in 30 minutes. Yet, as Earth loomed closer, Granola's unease intensified. With a fiery descent, his ship breached the atmosphere and crash-landed. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corporation, Trunks glanced upward, sensing an unfamiliar presence. Who? An alien? He paused. Well, I suppose I'm half alien myself. With a smirk, he vanished. Reappearing midair as Granola's ship carved a crater below. Arms crossed, Trunks observed with detached amusement. To him, this intruder seemed feeble, hardly a match for Gohan. Let alone a genuine threat. The hatch hissed open, and Granola emerged, immediately locking onto Trunks' hovering figure. His enhanced right eye strained. Yet found no exploitable weakness, only the chilling realization that his opponent eclipsed him entirely. Then, his gaze froze. A tail. Saiyan. This had to be one of the two Elec mentioned. Trunks descended, landing before him. I'm Trunks. And you are? Trunks surveyed the astonished figure before him with keen interest. Granola, the Saiyan, clenched his teeth in frustration, yet his body involuntarily recoiled a step back. Oh, you know of Saiyans? Trunks inquired with a smile, though to Granola. It appeared as the grin of a demon. Trunks discerned the intense animosity emanating from Granola's expression, which only seemed to intensify. Suddenly, Granola sprang into action. 2 beams of energy erupting from his fingertips. Die, Saiyan, he shouted. The 2 energy blasts zipped through the air towards Trunks with incredible speed, akin to lightning. However, to Trunks, such velocity resembled that of a sluggish crawl, devoid of any threat. He merely shifted his body slightly, allowing the energy beams to whiz past him, barely missing the hem of his clothing. Ah, so it's an enemy, Trunks mused, furrowing his brow before charging towards Granola. In Granola's perspective, Trunks' form rapidly expanded. And then he felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck. Before losing consciousness, a single thought crossed his mind. What astonishing speed. The adversary charged at him head-on but somehow managed to maneuver behind him, delivering a crushing blow to his neck. Granola fainted. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself tightly bound, resembling a caterpillar, and tossed onto a grassy expanse. He thrashed wildly. Let me go, you bastard. Release me, he bellowed. Writhing in a manner reminiscent of a squirming caterpillar, his furious eyes fixed on Trunks, who stood beside him. You disgusting Saiyan, release me. Yet his tirade abruptly ceased as Trunks unsheathed his sword, pressing it against Granola's throat. I'm not in the mood for idle chatter. Speak, where are you from? What is your purpose? Trunks demanded coldly. What is my purpose? You believe I would share that with you? Granola suddenly shut his eyes, tilting his head defiantly. Blame my lack of skill, just kill me. I didn't expect you to be so resilient, Trunks replied, delivering a swift kick that sent Granola flying. Yet, Granola remained silent, rolling away, mouthfuls of dirt spewing forth. Meanwhile, his robotic companion, Otomir, grew anxious. Granola, the target's power is overwhelming. Based on calculations, the probability of victory is 0. Reassessing. Second assessment, probability 0. Third assessment. Granola interrupted. Enough. Let me be. Trunks furrowed his brow as he approached. He scrutinized Granola before deftly tossing Otomir into the air, catching him in his other hand. Ah, the robot cried out, sprouting wings in a desperate attempt to flee. However, once ensnared in Trunks' grasp, escape was futile. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free. Trunks chuckled. How amusing, a robot. This will be interesting. I'll take you back for my mother to analyze your data. Granola felt a pang of despair. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. His power had long surpassed that of the legendary Frisia, yet here he was, unable to contend with the Saiyan. The Saiyans of old were mere lackeys of Frisia, yet now they had grown to such formidable heights. He remained oblivious to the severity of his own decline. Trunks, cradling the robotic glasses in one hand and lifting Granola like a deadweight in the other, instantaneously teleported back to the Capsule Corporation. With a thud, Trunks cast Granola onto the floor, the sound echoing throughout the room. Granola ground his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Damn Saiyan monkey. Bulma glanced at the intricately bound Granola, her brow furrowing in confusion. Trunks, what is going on? He is an alien, but he is quite stubborn. He refuses to divulge anything, though it's evident he harbors a deep-seated hatred for Saiyans, Trunks explained. Mother, this robot may possess some secrets. You should attempt to extract its data. Scrap metal, I warn you not to cause any trouble, or I will dismantle both you and your master. Trunks threatened before handing over Otomir to Bulma. An alien? Bulma pondered, her brow knitting tighter. At that moment, a fully mechanical android emerged to take the robot from Trunks' hands. Through years of research and refinement of Dr. Gero's android technology, Bulma had now created a fully mechanical android with combat capabilities rivaling that of Android 16. Boasting high safety measures against betrayal. After receiving Otomir, the android erupted in radiant light, swiftly engulfing the glasses-wearing robot. A hum resonated as the android's eyes emitted a blinding white beam, causing the air to quiver and materialize into a vast screen. Android, projector evolution. The immense screen began to showcase the memories shared between Otamir and Granola. Granola felt as though he were being publicly executed. Upon witnessing himself laughing atop a mountain while urinating in the wind, he turned his head away, eyes shut tight. Images flickered across the screen. Monet. Survivor of Planet Cyril. Destruction of Planet Cyril by the Saiyans. Frisia's army. The Vegeta family. Gula and his Saiyan subordinates. Mission. Dragon Ball of Planet Cyril. Keywords were extracted, causing Trunks and Bulma to furrow their brows deeply. Trunks finally grasped the reason behind Granola's profound hatred. This was the hatred born from the annihilation of his people. It was no wonder he felt such animosity. However, the memories within the glasses-wearing robot were far from complete. It seemed that this green-haired youth had been used as a pawn. The Vegeta family appeared anything but noble, and when had the Saiyans become Gula's subordinates? What was the significance of the two-star Dragon Ball from Planet Cyril? After the android completed extracting the data from Otamir, it spat the robot back out. Trunks seized Otamir, squatting before Granola. He scrutinized Granola and stated, "Granola, I am indeed a Saiyan, but I am entirely ignorant of the events concerning your planet. Surely, those are matters from my father's time, or even further back. I can comprehend your desire for vengeance, yet I too possess my own justifications for safeguarding this planet. I do not wish for my demise at your hands, nor shall I succumb. Your strength is insufficient to accomplish your retribution. Thus I advise you to take your leave of Earth post-haste." Trunks severed the bindings that restrained Granola and placed the eyeglass-like robot into his hands. Granola, gripping the robot named Otamir, experienced a momentary lapse in cognition. What does this imply? Is this Saiyan truly intending to release him? It is difficult to fathom that a brutal Saiyan would act in such a manner. This feels surreal. No, now is not the time for such thoughts. Granola shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure, and then abruptly stood. Are you certain you will not kill me? You shall regret this. Granola glared at Trunks. Trunks met his gaze with a scornful chuckle. Depart before I change my mind, lest you be the one regretting it soon. After perusing Otamir's memories, Trunks discerned that Granola's nature was not inherently malevolent. He was merely obstinate in his actions, which constituted Trunks' rationale for sparing him. Granola clenched his fists, seething with unspoken fury. Indeed, he was a savage Saiyan. Without uttering a word, Granola affixed the robot to his left eye and turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Bulma, who had remained silent for quite some time, called out, halting him in his tracks. He had no choice but to comply, primarily because he could not provoke Trunks. What is it? He inquired, glancing back at Bulma. Bulma responded, there is a listening device embedded in your eyeglass robot. Did you install it yourself? Granola paused, taken aback. What? A listening device? Given your reaction, it is evident you did not install it. Thus there is only one possibility. The Vegeta family has tampered with it unbeknownst to you. They are surveilling you. No, that cannot be true. Granola exclaimed, his shock palpable, as he removed the robot he had just donned. He then commanded Otamir, initiate self-diagnostic procedures immediately. Yes, the robot replied, its lights flickering as it commenced the self-check. After a brief interval, a grain-sized listening device was extricated by Otamir. Granola gazed at the device, a mix of astonishment and rage flooding through him. He pinched the device between his fingers, fuming, damn you, Vegeta. Damn you, Alec. You shall pay for this. With that, he applied pressure, reducing the device to mere dust. Granola, I apologize. Otamir quickly interjected, feeling a profound sense of shame as a robot that had unwittingly harbored a listening device. It is not your fault. It merely reflects Alec's treachery, which is difficult to guard against, Granola replied, lowering his gaze. Bulma interjected, what you hear is not necessarily the truth. Nor is what you see. Sometimes, even witnessing an event does not guarantee it aligns with your perception. The Saiyans are indeed vile, and thus they were obliterated alongside their planet. I assure you, the remaining Saiyans have no ties to your Cyril, for in my eyes, each one of them is a radiant hero. The annihilation of your kin may have deeper implications, perhaps connected to the so-called Vegeta family. Have you considered the possibility that the Vegeta family betrayed Cyril by leaking vital information, colluding with Frisia to execute its violent destruction, only to masquerade as saviors while reconstructing Cyril and subsequently selling the planet? Bulma speculated, her intellect shining through as she pieced together the events from Otamir's memories, reconstructing the facts from decades past with remarkable accuracy. Meanwhile, at the distant Vegeta family stronghold, Alec's gaze flickered with uncertainty. His downturned eyes narrowed, a chilling aura enveloping him. He had not anticipated that the remote Earth would harbor Saiyans, particularly one powerful enough to vanquish Granola in a single blow. This was indeed a troublesome development. He stroked his chin and broke into a grin. They say fortune favors the bold. It appears it is time to implement another scheme. Gather the troops and issue a new bounty. State that Granola has leaked the Vegeta family's secrets and betrayed the organization, deserving of the highest punishment. Any mercenaries or assassins who participate in his capture shall receive 1,000 empty coins, while the one who claims his head will be rewarded with 100,000 empty coins. On that day, all mercenaries and assassins under the Vegeta group were initially stunned, then elated, and soon after, they mobilized en masse to hunt down Granola. They had long viewed him with disdain. Now, with a justifiable cause and a financial incentive, they felt compelled to exact their vengeance. They were convinced that this individual, no matter how formidable, could not withstand the onslaught of so many mercenaries and assassins. These desperate souls did not concern themselves with the veracity of the bounty against Granola. They were solely focused on participating and claiming the 1,000 empty coins. Typically, the rewards for perilous tasks amounted to only tens or hundreds of coins, thus, a bounty of 1,000 coins was unprecedented. Meanwhile, Granola had experienced a setback on Earth. Trunks and Bulma had not overly harassed him, allowing him to depart the planet. However, after Bulma's analysis, Granola's favorable impression of the Sita family plummeted into negative territory. Although Bulma's conjectures were not necessarily accurate, the notion of the listening device could only lead him to suspect the Sita family. Thus, a seed of doubt was sown. As he regained his composure, Granola found himself increasingly troubled. Why did Maki and Oya suddenly appear on Cyril? Why did Alec reach out to him after their departure, claiming to possess information about Frisia and the Saiyans? Why had a listening device been implanted in Autumnare? Why was everything so perplexing? Surely, these occurrences could not be mere coincidences. No, it was impossible for them to be coincidental. Alec must be plotting something. What had caught Alec's attention regarding him? Calm down. Stay composed and think carefully. What could it be? The Cyrillin's enhanced left eye abilities? No, that couldn't be it. Grandfather Monet? As memories of Monet flooded his mind, Granola's eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce crimson glow. Ah, Monet, the old man. The Dragon Balls. It must be the Dragon Balls. This must be the case. Although he was unaware of the intentions behind Maki and Oyer's unexpected visit to Cyril's star, he was certain they had eavesdropped on the secrets of the Dragon Balls. Then that scoundrel, Alec, must have devised a plan to send me away. He knows my weaknesses and is aware of what I desire. Thus, it was all too effortless for him to deceive me into going to Earth. So now, this means that the Sita brothers are highly likely to be on Cyril's star. Monet is in peril. Granola was immediately consumed by anxiety. Otmil, quickly, alter our course and return to Cyril's star with utmost speed. Why, Granola? Otmil inquired, perplexed, yet proceeded to comply with the command, changing the spacecraft's trajectory. Granola clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he replied, because I have an inkling of Alec's intentions. Their goal is the Dragon Balls and Monet is in danger. Then we shall proceed at maximum speed. We should reach Cyril's star in about 4 to 5 days. Whoosh. Blue flames erupted from the bottom of the spacecraft, propelling it forward and hastening its journey through the cosmos. Yet, Granola remained oblivious to the peril that awaited him. 3 days slipped by in silence. On this day, Granola, filled with anxious anticipation, sensed a profound unease. Sure enough, it wasn't long before unusual events transpired. Otmil alerted him. Granola, it appears we are being followed. Look behind. Several spacecraft are tailing us closely. Granola turned to the display of the spaceship, which was now emitting alarming beeps. Indeed, there were 4 or 5 vessels relentlessly pursuing him. What shall we do now? Otmil asked. Granola furrowed his brow and said, these individuals are likely dispatched by Alec, with the intent of preventing our return to Cyril's star. We do not have the luxury of time to engage them. We must continue to accelerate. The spacecraft's speed surged once more, albeit at the cost of damaging the drive. A day later, Granola realized he had not shaken off those pursuing vessels. On the contrary, their numbers had increased. In just one day, the ships chasing him grew to over 10, and more kept appearing. Damn it. Granola clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. I shall eliminate these pests. Otmil, you take control of the ship. Understood, replied the robotic entity, detaching from Granola to assume command of the spacecraft. Granola raised his hand and pressed a button, causing the hatch at the top of the ship to open. He leaned out, his left eye widening fiercely. A supernatural red light flickered. The unique talent of the Cyril people, the enhanced sniper left eye. Granola formed his right hand into a gun and pointed it forward. Whoosh. A cerulean energy blast shot from his fingertip, detonating the nearest vessel into a dazzling explosion. The sudden blast sent ripples of chaos throughout the cosmic expanse. Most of the mercenaries trailing him were merely seeking the modest bounty of 1,000 for participation, and few were inclined to engage in actual combat. After all, they understood that Granola was not to be trifled with. However, the worst-case scenario unfolded. Granola struck first, obliterating one of the vessels, reducing its occupants to mere dust. Damn it, roared one of the mercenaries. At this juncture, they could no longer remain passive. The previous explosion served as the spark igniting the flames of war. Open fire. In an instant, every spacecraft unleashed fiery energy blasts directed at Granola's ship. Otmil deftly maneuvered the vessel, evading the onslaught of energy attacks. Granola retaliated with his own streams of green energy. Thus commenced a fierce battle among the stars. Many of the ships were downed by Granola, yet new ones continued to join the fray, just half a day into the conflict. The pursuers were no longer his only concern. Intercepting ships appeared ahead, blocking Granola's path. With heightened focus and relentless assault for half the day, beads of sweat began to form on Granola's forehead, and he gasped for breath. His stamina was waning, fatigue setting in. Moreover, his ship had sustained damage, with dark smoke billowing from the rear. At the Sita family base, Alex sat in a chair, resting his chin on his hands, lost in thought. Beside him stood Jas, silent as a statue, providing Alec with an overwhelming sense of security. Just then, Alec's communicator chimed unexpectedly, and he felt a surge of anxiety. Upon checking, he saw it was his sister, Maki. With a sigh of relief, Alec answered the call. "Hello, Maki, do you have any updates?" he inquired directly. On the other end, Maki giggled and replied, "Hee hee, brother, you truly possess foresight. We have finally located another Dragon Ball." "Really?" Alec exclaimed, leaping to his feet, excitement palpable in his expression. "Of course it's true. Oyer and I issued a global search notice with a hefty reward, and ultimately, we found it in the possession of a Shugu person. This person had found the 2-star Dragon Ball years ago and kept it as a trinket until he saw our notice and decided to return it." Alec's face lit up with joy as he paced the hall, laughing heartily. "Fantastic, Maki. You and Oyer wait there. Jas and I will head over immediately." "All right," Maki responded. Alec turned to the motionless Jas. "Let us go, Jas, to Cyril Star." "Oh," Jas replied, finally shifting from his statue-like stance. Upon their swift arrival at Cyril Star, Maki proudly presented the 2 Dragon Balls. Alec pinched the 1-star Dragon Ball between his fingers, holding it up to scrutinize. The Dragon Balls from Cyril Star were only the size of ping-pong balls, quite miniature, making it hard to fathom their capacity to grant any wish. At that moment, Alec was filled with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an unremarkable orange crystal. Could it truly grant any desire? Did it possess such extraordinary powers? Maki glanced at the still captive Monet and mischievously remarked, "Hee hee, whether it's real or not, we'll find out by trying." According to Monet's memory, one can summon the Dragon of Dreams from the Dragon Ball using a marvelous incantation, thereby fulfilling wishes. "Ah, that sounds truly exciting," Alec exclaimed, hands on his hips. Laughing heartily, "Alec, what kind of wish do you wish to make?" Maki inquired. Alec had long contemplated his wish and responded directly, "Of course. It is to make Jiaz the greatest warrior in the universe. In that case, our Sita brothers will truly ascend to become the supreme rulers of the cosmos. The Sita family will flourish under our stewardship as we reach the pinnacle of the universe." "Wow, what an extraordinary wish," Maki exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Even the usually reticent Oyo displayed a rare enthusiasm, as if he could already envision the glory of the Sita family. Only Jiaz maintained an air of composure, seemingly disdainful of using the Dragon Balls to enhance himself, though he did not oppose Alec's intention. "Well then, let us commence the summoning of the Dream Dragon. It sounds like a creature is about to emerge. We should perform this ritual outside," Alec suggested. "Yes, let us go outside. Bring along the old man. He is the only one who knows the incantation for the summoning." With 2 Dragon Balls in hand, Alec stepped outside, followed closely by Maki holding Monet, and then Oyer and Jiaz. Alec carefully placed the 2 Dragon Balls on the grass and turned to Maki, saying, "All right, let us begin." Maki nodded and turned to Monet. "Monet, summon the Dream Dragon." Under Maki's control, Monet, devoid of independent consciousness, began reciting the incantation to summon the dragon like a machine. Takara put, "Toto long pop pilai te paro." As Monet chanted the spell, the 2 Dragon Balls erupted with brilliant golden light. The Sita brothers, witnessing such a miraculous spectacle for the first time, widened their eyes in astonishment. At that moment, a spaceship billowing thick smoke pierced through the atmosphere of Cyril Star, descending towards the ground with an astonishing speed, pursued relentlessly by dozens of other similarly smoking ships. "What is that?" Alec mused, perplexed. Jiaz, who had been silent until now, raised his head and said, "It's Granola returning." Upon hearing this, Alec erupted in fury. How infuriating. A bunch of useless fools. So many of them could not capture Granola, allowing him to return to Cyril Star. "I will deal with them," Jiaz replied coolly, and in an instant, he shot off towards the fleet of ships with blinding speed. Oya remarked, "Jiaz is consistently decisive in his actions." Meanwhile, the golden radiance from the Dragon Balls intensified, suddenly coalescing into a thick beam of light that shot into the sky, darkening the surroundings. The golden beam quickly materialized into a water-blue dragon. This dragon did not possess the majestic presence of the Earth-esque dragon nor the robust stature of the Namekian dragon. Instead, it exuded an eerie aura, resembling a wild beast just roused from slumber. Its body shimmered with water-blue light, its horns prominent, and its eyes glowed with a sanguine hue as it writhed in the air. "Unbelievable, we have truly summoned a monster," Maki marveled. Alec wiped the sweat from his brow and stammered, "Is this truly the dream dragon that can grant wishes?" "Extraordinary." The dragon lowered its gaze upon the gathered individuals and spoke in a deep hum. "Those who have gathered 2 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Within my power, I can fulfill any one of your desires." "Wonderful, it is indeed real." Maki clapped her hands together and continued, according to Monet's memory, "We can express our wishes in our usual language." "Haha, splendid." Alec chuckled as he gazed up at the water-blue dragon. On the other side, Granola's ship crashed into the ground with a tremendous roar, exploding in a cloud of smoke. Fortunately, Granola had already burst forth from the ship before the explosion. Breathless and covered in wounds, he looked up at the pitch-black sky and noticed a distant, radiant point of light, the location of the dragon's summoning. Granola's pupils constricted as he realized that it was the direction of home. "Otto, what is that? A dragon?" Thanks to his racial gifts, Granola possessed extraordinary eyesight and could vaguely perceive the water-blue dragon even from a distance of several kilometers. Otto remarked, "It must be Alex summoning the dragon. This is bad. We returned too late. We don't know what has happened to grandfather." Granola fumed, soaring into the air to head towards the dragon. However, dozens of spaceships descended rapidly, blocking his path. How infuriating. Just a bunch of bothersome flies. Granola exclaimed, taking a deep breath, preparing to strike down these relentless pursuers. Yet, someone acted faster than he did. A flash of red light appeared in an instant, followed by a series of explosive sounds as several ships erupted in flames, claiming the lives of numerous mercenaries and assassins. Jiaz? Granola was taken aback upon recognizing the figure responsible for the attack. Is Jiaz helping him? However, in merely half a second, Granola dismissed this naive thought. How could Jiaz possibly assist him? This lunatic was simply unleashing indiscriminate attacks, aiming to eliminate everyone in his path. Such was Jiaz's madness. With a surge of determination, Granola unleashed a green aura and darted towards the direction of the dragon. Yet, before he could reach it, a subsequent flash of red light obstructed his way. It's Jiaz. Damn it, Jiaz, get out of my way. Granola's forehead pulsed with veins. Humph. Jiaz did not respond but merely scoffed before launching a fiery punch towards Granola, producing a series of explosive sounds. Granola's pupils contracted, forcing him to calm himself and confront this rampaging lunatic. Unfortunately, Granola's stamina had already diminished significantly, and within mere seconds, he found himself at a disadvantage, retreating in a panic from Jiaz's relentless assault. The scene shifted back to the dragon. Alec gazed up at the dragon and declared, "Any wish can be granted? Then let my fourth brother, Jiaz, become the greatest warrior in the universe." Ha ha ha. The water-blue dragon's eyes glowed red as it responded with a hum. The greatest warrior in the universe? That is the most powerful existence among all life forms, aside from the gods. Apart from the gods? Well, that is not impossible. Alec mused, realizing for the first time that gods existed. So, is it possible to grant this wish? I can indeed enhance humanity's strength. But power that exceeds human potential is beyond their capacity to bear. To become the strongest warrior in the universe is not a simple task. There are many powerful beings in this universe. Your brother Jiaz lacks the potential to surpass them. Alec was momentarily taken aback. Lacks potential? What do you mean? Jiaz, despite his eccentric personality, possesses the greatest talent in the history of the Vegeta clan. Are there truly so many formidable beings in this universe? Alec furrowed his brow tightly. If this wish cannot be fulfilled, what other wishes can be made? What wish could possibly assist him? How can the Zeta family be revitalized? Is it truly impossible to realize this wish? In other words, is it unattainable to become the strongest in the universe? Alec, unwilling to accept defeat, inquired with a tone filled with hope. The Cyril Star Dragon remained silent for 2 breaths before slowly speaking. However, if you are willing to accept a condition, it is indeed possible to become the strongest in the universe. What condition? Alec swallowed hard. For the sake of revitalizing the Zeta family, he would accept any stipulation. The Cyril Star Dragon replied, that would entail exhausting all latent potential of the remaining lifespan, which would exponentially amplify power, allowing one to become the strongest in the universe in a short time. Exhaust all potential of the remaining lifespan? What does that mean? Alec's pupils visibly contracted as he contemplated a certain possibility. Yet, if this could lead to becoming the strongest in the universe and revitalizing the Zeta family, then it would be worth it. All sacrifices would be justified. Maki, too, sensed something and, frowning, asked, "So, this means that Jas's lifespan would be shortened?" The Cyril Star Dragon affirmed, precisely, shortening his lifespan and exhausting his potential could potentially make him the strongest in the universe. How many more years could he live? Alec queried. 2 years. Alec, Maki, Oil. The group fell silent for a moment. Then Maki spoke first. Alec, stop it. Jas is our brother. We cannot do this to him. Oil remained silent. Alec grinned and turned to Maki. Hey, Maki, let me ask you, if it were you, would you be willing to become the strongest in the universe? For the Zeta family, for that unprecedented glory, to become the strongest in the universe. Maki, damn it. You're insane. I wouldn't want that. I don't want to die. Yet, her lips twitched as she begrudgingly replied, of course, I would be willing. Alec nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit. Everything is for the family, for our Zeta to ascend to the pinnacle of power. However, Maki, your combat talent is rather ordinary. Even if you receive the power of the strongest in the universe, you may not be able to fully harness it. Ha. Is that so? Maki wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. So, it would naturally have to be Jas, right? Oil. Alec then looked at his honest and simple-minded second brother. I will. Oil suddenly declared. Let me become the strongest in the universe. Oil gritted his teeth, having made a certain resolve. Don't be ridiculous with your foolishness. Even if you gain the power of the strongest in the universe, you might only be able to exert a fraction of it. Don't forget that Jas can unleash his combat instincts and enter a berserk state, exponentially increasing his combat power. With the power of the strongest in the universe, no one would stand a chance against him. Oil and Maki remained silent. Alec was right. Their combat instincts paled in comparison to Jas's, rendering them incomparable. Moreover, Even if they exhausted all their latent potential, they might not become the strongest in the universe. This was determined by talent. They had been deliberating for too long. The celestial dragon grew impatient and urged, "Have you made up your minds? What wish will you ultimately make?" Alec cleared his throat and looked up at the dragon, stating, "We have decided, according to the previous condition. Let Jas become the strongest warrior in the universe." "Very well, as you wish." The azure dragon's eyes flickered red, and a peculiar force of wish shot forth, infusing Jas's body in the distance. Crack! The sky darkened with rolling clouds, electric serpents slithered, and bolts of thunder descended. An immense and boundless power erupted from Jas's body. What is happening? Jas dropped the unconscious granola and suddenly looked up, bewildered. As he gazed skyward, the thunder ceased. Simultaneously, the Cyril Star Dragon faded away. A golden light soared into the sky, transforming into two Dragon Balls that shot off in opposite directions into the distance. The sky began to clear, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. Who would have expected that one of the Dragon Balls would head straight for Jas? Landing with a thud on Granola's head, then rolling around on the ground before coming to a stop? What is this? Jas was momentarily speechless. Suddenly struck on the head by a Dragon Ball, Granola winced and awoke from his unconscious state. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring at the Dragon Ball that had come to rest before him. A Dragon Ball? Granola was equally perplexed. However, he quickly regained his senses and opened his mouth to swallow the Dragon Ball whole. This time, no one is taking this Dragon Ball away. Yet, having seen them summon the dragon just moments ago, did this mean that Alec had indeed made his wish? What exactly did Alec wish for? As this thought crossed his mind, Granola felt a surge of power within him, struggling to sit up. Jas clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming and unparalleled strength coursing through him, remaining silent for a long while. Even if he were to think no further, he could already surmise that Alec must have wished upon the dragon to transform him into the strongest warrior in the universe. However, for some inexplicable reason, he felt an unsettling discomfort, as though his life was fleeting. Was it merely an illusion? This discomfort soon faded, as Jas became captivated by the myriad of extraordinary abilities that suddenly filled his mind. He sensed that he could effortlessly teleport to any living planet, perceive powerful presences from deep space, and believed he could obliterate anything, including life itself, with ease. He felt capable of splitting his body into multiple clones. The universe seemed to shrink around him. Even his innate manifestation ability appeared to have reached an invincible state. This newfound power was astonishingly formidable, beyond comprehension. Jas had never imagined that a human could attain such strength. In comparison, his former self seemed so insignificant and ignorant. Excellent, with this power, defeat is no longer an option. Alec will soon ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. The Zeta family will become the most formidable force in the cosmos. No, it should be the only force. The typically aloof Jas surprisingly broke into a rare smile. At this moment, the previously silent Oyer spoke up with a different tone. Alec, I wonder if we could once again gather the Dragon Balls and wish for an extension of Jas's lifespan? Alec's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he turned to Marky, asking, "Marky, could you inquire with Monet if the Dragon Balls can be used multiple times?" Without hesitation, Marky posed the question to Monet. Under the influence of the helmet, Monet responded truthfully, "As long as we collect 2 more Dragon Balls, it is possible." "Excellent," Alec exclaimed. "We shall gather the Dragon Balls while conquering the universe." Although 2 years seems tight, Jas has already become the strongest in the cosmos. That should suffice. Just then, with a whoosh, Jas appeared, carrying the unconscious Granola. He tossed Granola at Alec's feet, startling everyone with his sudden arrival. However, they quickly recalled that Jas, now the strongest in the universe, had acquired extraordinary powers. Alec kicked Granola lightly and laughed. "Haha, Jas, how does it feel to be the strongest in the universe?" Jas looked up slightly, responding, "Quite satisfying." Marky cast a glance at Granola, who resembled a defeated dog, and asked, "Jas, why didn't you just kill him?" "I wanted to bring him back alive for Alec to deal with," Jas replied. "Well done," Alec praised, patting Jas on the shoulder. Despite becoming the strongest, he remained the most trustworthy and supportive brother, a quality that had not changed. After encouraging Jas, Alec crouched down and delivered several resounding slaps to Granola's face. Granola stirred awake, feeling soreness throughout his body and a burning sensation on his face. Suddenly, he jumped up, surprising everyone. Remarkably, despite his earlier exhaustion and injuries, after consuming the 1-star Dragon Ball, his body underwent extraordinary changes. His recovery abilities had been drastically enhanced, and his strength was returning at an astonishing rate. Not only that, but Granola felt his power continually increasing, surpassing his previous limits. "Grandfather," Granola exclaimed, fully awake, as he spotted Monet under Marky's control. "What have you done to my grandfather?" he demanded, glaring at Alec and Marky. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Monet is just fine. He merely assisted us a little," Marky replied with a mischievous grin. "Let him go," Granola bellowed, channeling his energy and charging at Marky. Marky, unfazed, laughed gleefully. She suddenly spread her arms wide, her fingers releasing purple energy that transformed into sharp claws. With a cold smile, she rushed toward Granola, eager to test his newfound strength. In a flash, Granola appeared behind Marky, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the back of her neck. Marky's expression twisted in pain as she screamed, her body hurtling like a cannonball. crashing through several trees and embedding deep into the ground, dust flying everywhere. Alec's pupils constricted slightly at this display. Granola's strength was indeed alarming. Marky and Oyer hurried toward the cloud of dust. Jas stood with his arms crossed, remaining still, knowing that Marky was unharmed. Granola took no notice. He raised his index finger, unleashing a precise green energy blast that shattered the helmet controlling Monet without harming him. Thanks to Granola's enhanced left eye and energy control, Monet was freed from the helmet's grasp and woke up, regaining his freedom. Monet felt his legs weaken, and he stumbled to the ground. Grandfather, what happened? Granola quickly asked as he caught Monet's arm to steady him. Ah, the Dragon Balls. They controlled me, and they used the Dragon Balls, Monet replied, his head hanging low, appearing older and weaker. Fool, Granola exclaimed in frustration. Brushed off with dust, a battered Marky was assisted back by Oyer. Alec clapped his hands mockingly, laughing. What a touching scene of grandfather and grandson. I'm moved. You're scheming against me, Alec, Granola growled, glaring at him with venomous intent. Indeed, and what of it? Alec grinned, unperturbed. I will kill you, Granola shouted, aiming a green energy blast at Alec. Alec merely scoffed, remaining still. It wasn't that he dismissed Granola's attack. He was confident Jas would intervene. True to his expectations, Jas raised his hand and effortlessly deflected Granola's energy beam elsewhere. As the energy exploded, Granola's heart sank. Jas was an insurmountable mountain he could not overcome. He had never been this strong before. Why did he now feel so powerless? Was it the Dragon Balls? Granola harbored a disturbing thought as he turned to Monet. Grandfather, what wish did they make? Monet replied. Their wish was to make Jas the strongest in the universe. Alas, when will the cycle of vengeance end? The slaughter should have ceased long ago. Granola trembled at the realization. It was the Dragon Balls that granted Jas such power. And now, one Dragon Ball resided within him. He even felt a slight warmth in his abdomen. Grandfather, do you know? I saw a Saiyan on Earth. Granola began, but Monet did not catch his words. Granola raised his voice, demanding, Alec, why did you install a listening device on my glasses? Take a guess. Alec replied with a mocking smile. Then let me ask you this. Over 50 years ago, did you not betray the information of planet Cyril and conspire with Frisia to slaughter my people, only to pretend to be a good Samaritan rebuilding planet Cyril? Is that not true? The Scions were merely your pawns, while the true culprits are you. You alone are responsible for the state of planet Cyril now, are you not? Granola's rage intensified, each question ringing like thunder. The Sita brothers exchanged glances, astonished, pondering how Granola had unearthed the truth of the past. Having been exposed, Alex no longer pretended. His expression turned cold. It seems your journey on Earth has yielded quite the harvest. Indeed, it is our doing, so what? You scoundrels! You have caused me immense suffering. Granola trembled with rage, tears of crimson streaming down his face. Grandfather, they are the ones who have slain our kin. Despicable! Despicable! Granola's agitation escalated, veins bulging, his eyes weeping blood. Granola, calm yourself. You are no match for them, Manit urged, sensing Granola's transformation. Yet, it was to no avail. Grandfather, I shall take vengeance. I will avenge all our people, even if it costs me my life. They deserve to perish. Granola wiped away his blood tears and removed his eyeglass-like robot. After parting from Granola, Otmil floated in midair. Otmil, take care of Grandfather Manit, Granola commanded. What do you intend to do, Granola? If you wish to fight, I can assist you. You should not discard me, Otmil protested. There's no need for that. Just ensure Grandfather is well, Granola replied coldly. I am aware of the gap between myself and Jas. Even with your help, my chances of victory are slim. But I have no choice but to fight. At that moment, his fury reached a boiling point, blood tears continuing to flow, and his pupils turned a deep crimson. What is this? Alex was taken aback by Granola's appearance. Both of his eyes are mutated? Typically, a Cyril would only have one left eye mutated. It is unheard of for both to undergo such a transformation. Granola advanced step by step toward Alex, the wind whipping his cloak. A star-shaped Dragon Ball symbol appeared on his forehead, enveloping him in a green aura, never looking back. Manit's lips quivered, his age seeming to weigh heavier on him. This child has suffered so much, he murmured. Alex regarded Granola with a cold gaze. Granola suddenly accelerated, his form becoming a blur. Jas, save me. In a flash, Jas intercepted and stood before Alex. Granola's eyes blazed with fury as he struck with a right fist engulfed in flames. Boom. Granola's fist collided violently with Jas's chest, producing a thunderous sound. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Jas remained unmovable, while Granola was sent flying back, pallid and sweating profusely. Granola executed a mid-air roll, landing yet continuing to stagger backward. His right arm felt numb, as if the bones might shatter. Observing this, Alex breathed a sigh of relief. My brother is indeed reliable. Truly, he is the strongest in the universe. No need to attack. Merely standing still is enough to make Granola suffer. Impressive. Granola roared, his intensity surging. He swung his arms repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of green energy spheres that surged toward Jas and Alex. The dense rain of energy overwhelmed the air, leaving Alex apprehensive. Fortunately, Jas stood before him, providing a sense of security. Jas snorted, waving his right hand to conjure a massive shield of purple flames, intercepting the onslaught. The green energy rain crashed upon the shield, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Yet behind it, all remained tranquil, Neither Jas nor Alex inhaled even a whiff of smoke. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Moments later, Granola, panting heavily, ceased his assault. The sheer volume of energy expended had drained him significantly. Although his enhanced vision allowed him to direct every energy sphere to the shield without waste, he still could not breach Jas's defense. Despair began to creep in. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A spear of purple flame hurtled toward Granola. His pupils constricted as he stumbled back, yet the spear loomed larger in his sight, ultimately piercing his chest with a sickening thud. In an instant, Granola's chest was a gruesome sight, blood splattering everywhere. It's over. Granola felt his eyelids grow unbearably heavy before collapsing, completely losing consciousness. Witnessing Granola fall, blood soaking the ground, Manid's legs weakened, and he cried out, "Granola." But Granola remained still. How vile. Granola is dead. These devils. The centuries-old Manid could not contain his tears, memories of Granola's struggle flooding his mind. But now, he was gone. The stubborn child who had accompanied him in his later years was lost. Musli, forgive me, I did not care for your son as I should have. Musli was Granola's mother's name. Meanwhile, S.E.A. Very well. Marky nodded. Jas, let us depart, Alec said to Jas. All right, Jas replied succinctly, then approached Alec, grasping his sleeve. In an instant, their figures blurred and vanished, returning to the family base. Observing the spot where Jas and Alec had disappeared, Marky couldn't help but exclaim. Truly the best in the universe, they need not even board a spaceship to return home. Indeed, Jas is truly remarkable, Oya concurred, nodding in agreement. Marky cast a glance at the unconscious Monet and the seemingly lifeless Odomare, her gaze shifting to the bloody Granola lying on the ground. With a playful grin, she teased Oyer, hee, Oyer, you should go collect the Dragon Balls. After all, I'm just a girl and rather frightened. Haha, very well, I am a man. And I fear nothing. The good-natured Oyer lovingly glanced at his sister before walking towards Granola's body and squatting down. At that moment, a sudden sound erupted. Puff. Oya's head was propelled high into the air. In Marky's horrified gaze, Granola, drenched in blood, trembled and rose unsteadily. What is happening? Marky gasped in shock. However, merely a breath later, she reacted, launching a counterattack. At that moment, there remained a slender chance of victory. Hesitation would only lead to her demise. Damn it. This fellow was merely feigning death. Gazing at her brother's severed head, Marky felt a mix of shock and fury. Her fingertips erupted with 10 beams of energy, and she charged towards Granola with utmost speed. Granola, barely managing to lift his eyelids, caught sight of Marky recklessly rushing towards him. Instinctively, he swung his right fist. With a sickening puff, his fist pierced through Marky's chest. A bloody heart was clutched in his palm, emerging from her back. Simultaneously, Marky's 10 beams of energy struck Granola's chest, but something felt amiss. Why can I feel nothing in my chest? Marky wondered, lowering her gaze, only to see her pupils dilate in horror as she slumped, lifeless. Granola exerted a slight force, causing the heart in his palm to explode, showering blood everywhere. He then yanked his arm back. With no arm to support her, Marky collapsed to the ground, her body twitching momentarily as if to demonstrate the elasticity of her form. Granola waved his hand, shaking off the blood, equally astonished by his sudden revival. He had not merely feigned death, he had indeed perished, pierced through the heart by Jas's spear. Yet, he had unexpectedly revived, and not only that, but his strength had multiplied several folds. Fully lucid, Granola touched the scabbed wound on his chest, finding it utterly unbelievable. Could it be the one-star Dragon Ball? He pondered. The extraordinary healing and surge in power were undeniably linked to the Dragon Ball, especially after he had removed it. Thus, Granola was almost certain of this connection. With this realization, Granola became fully aware. He clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound, and tore away the tattered remnants of his upper clothing. Grandfather! Granola exclaimed, looking towards Monet, who lay unconscious in the corner. He kicked Marky's lifeless body aside and hurried over. Grandfather, awaken! Please wake up. He promptly sat down, resting Monet's head on his lap, attempting to rouse him. After a few calls, Monet finally stirred, slowly opening his eyes to see Granola's visage. Suddenly alert, he sat upright with agility, causing Granola to think his grandfather had experienced a momentary revival. Granola, you are not dead? Monet expressed in astonishment. After all, he had witnessed Granola being pierced through the chest and collapse into a pool of blood. I'm not dead, grandfather, Granola replied, a rare smile gracing his features. How wonderful it was that his grandfather was alive. Despite the tribulations they had faced, the outcome was ultimately favorable as long as his grandfather remained. Both were elated, grateful simply for each other's continued existence. Accepting the fact that Granola had not perished, Monet surveyed their surroundings, inquiring, where are the Zeta brothers? Just as he finished speaking, he spotted Oyer's headless body and the lifeless form of Marky, mirroring Granola's previous demise. Monet's eyelids twitched violently. Dead. As he adjusted the eyeglass-like robot Odomir back onto his left eye, he remarked, when I awoke, Alec and Jas had already vanished, leaving only Marky and Oyer, whom I subsequently eliminated. Well done, Monet stated, unusually approving. In the past, he had vehemently opposed violence, yet now he felt Granola had acted appropriately. Perhaps he understood that some individuals could not be reasoned with, and that only through force could problems be resolved. Granola then turned to Otamir, asking, Otamir, do you know where Alec and the others have gone? Otamir indicated ignorance, having powered down earlier, but ventured a guess, since Jazz has become the best in the universe. Alec's immediate priority would likely be to eliminate any threats posed by powerful adversaries. Therefore, I speculate they have either returned to the Zeta base or are en route to confront other strong foes. Granola nodded, acknowledging Otamir's conjecture, contemplating, indeed, that is quite plausible. As for Marky and Oya remaining here, they may wish to continue collecting the Dragon Balls to fulfill a second wish. Precisely, Monet agreed. Then turned his gaze to Granola's forehead, exclaiming in surprise, Granola, why do you have a one-star Dragon Ball symbol on your forehead? What is the meaning of this? His age had rendered his vision murky, and in his state of shock upon awakening, he had not closely examined Granola's appearance. Now, scrutinizing Granola's face, he noticed the distinctive one-star Dragon Ball emblem on his forehead. Granola was momentarily taken aback, for he too was unaware of this phenomenon. However, as a thought crossed his mind, he surmised it was related to his accidental ingestion of the one-star Dragon Ball. Grandfather, to be honest, I inadvertently swallowed the one-star Dragon Ball. Following my severe injuries, I revived suddenly, and the emblem on my forehead should be connected to that. Granola recounted truthfully. Is there such a thing? Monet exclaimed in astonishment. After all, no one had ever consumed a Dragon Ball before. Granola was a pioneer in this regard. The occurrence of such a bizarre phenomenon was beyond comprehension. It could only affirm the extraordinary nature of the Dragon Balls. Granola continued, now, there remains one question. If we were to find the two-star ball, could we still make a wish? Would anything unusual transpire? Monet frowned with concern. Granola, are you experiencing any discomfort? I mean, after consuming the Dragon Ball, have you noticed any adverse effects? Granola shook his head. No, none at all. Not only do I feel no discomfort, but my strength continues to grow, and my body has developed an extraordinary regenerative ability. It's astonishing. I can't help but wonder, what if I were to consume the two-star Dragon Ball as well? Might something even more remarkable occur? Don't be reckless. Let's observe for a while longer. I also need time to study this phenomenon. Besides, the two-star Dragon Ball vanished after granting its wish. It won't be easy to find. Monet cautioned. Understood, Granola nodded. Next, Granola approached Maki's lifeless body. He retrieved a communicator from the corpse, examined it briefly, then tucked it into his pocket. With a swift motion, he unleashed an energy blast, reducing the remains to dust. The headless oil met the same fate, obliterated without a trace. Thus, the Heater siblings were now reduced to just Gas and Elec. Meanwhile, within the Heater stronghold, Elec and Gas remained oblivious, engrossed in discussions of expanding their dominion. Chapter 180. The fall of the Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Heater stronghold. Elec and Gas deliberated on expanding their empire, strategizing to establish themselves as the supreme power in the universe. Though framed as a discussion, it was primarily Elec speaking while Gas listened in silence. Their plan was straightforward: eliminate any formidable threats to their ambitions. Submissive factions would be absorbed, defiant ones erased. Those who submit shall thrive, those who resist shall perish. At a certain level of power, all schemes and deceptions become irrelevant. Matters simplify into sheer dominance. Elec rested his chin on his hands. If we intend to conquer this universe and rise as the ultimate force, the Galactic Patrol must be eradicated. Those meddling officers have hindered the Heater's progress for years. Without them, our influence would have multiplied tenfold. Thus, our first strike shall be against the Galactic Patrol headquarters. We will obliterate their organization, liberate the Galactic Prison, and let chaos reign. Gas gave a faint nod. Agreed. Unbeknownst to him, his lifespan had dwindled to a mere 2 years. Elec shot him a glance. Gas, you should show more enthusiasm. Speak up. Understood, Gas replied flatly. Enough. Let us depart for the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Elec declared. You're coming? Gas raised an eyebrow. Obviously. This isn't just about destruction. We must recruit the prisoners. Left to you, you'd annihilate them all in a single blast. Our goal is domination, not annihilation. Very well. But you're weak. It's unsafe, Gas remarked, studying Elec with a contemplative gaze. Then he added, I'll grant you some power. Grant me power? Elec blinked. Gas placed a hand on him, and violet energy surged between them, flooding Elec's body with overwhelming force. His eyes widened. This is? Within moments, his strength skyrocketed. Your body is frail. This is all you can handle, but it should suffice, Gas said, withdrawing his hand. Elec clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. With this power. Who needs to fear Frisia? Who needs to fear Cooler? Gas corrected him. You've only grown marginally stronger. Marginally? To Elec. It felt like he had surpassed Frisia's prime strength. Yet, his physical limitations remained. Few knew that despite his imposing stature, Elec was the weakest of the Heaters. His disdain for raw power had warped into a delusion that intellect alone could conquer the universe. Now, intoxicated by newfound strength, his arrogance swelled grotesquely. Still unsettled, he pressed Gas. How do you possess such an ability? Gas answered simply, it is one of the privileges of being the universe's strongest. Had Gohan been present, he would have recognized the technique, stolen from the Demon Moro. To the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Elec commanded. Gas seized him and launched into the void of space. Ignoring the need for a ship, Elek's screams echoed like a slaughtered beast. Galactic Patrol headquarters, the two descended like harbingers of ruin. Unchallenged, they stormed the galactic prison. Any officer who dared intervene was slaughtered without mercy. Chaos erupted as thousands of criminals were unleashed. Among them was Sagambo, a Mohawk brute who recognized the Heaters. Heh, if it isn't the Heater brothers, Sagambo bellowed, slapping Gas's shoulder. Long time no see, you little pisspants. He mocked an old humiliation. Gas, as a child, once spilled water on himself, only for Sagambo to jeer that he had wet himself. Decades later, the taunt resurfaced. Smack. Gas backhanded him with such force that Sagambo crashed through a wall, unconscious. I told you it was water. Jazz's expression was terrifyingly cold. Sagambo and his lackeys were rendered speechless, too frightened to move. It was evident to anyone that Jazz was no longer the same. He could now knock out his own boss with a single slap. A feat beyond their daring. Go, wake that rascal Sagambo up, Alec instructed them. Sure, right away. Several lackeys nodded vigorously before rushing over to slap Sagambo awake. What on earth happened? Sagambo exclaimed, bewildered, as he jumped up, only to see the cold smirks of the Sita brothers staring back at him. Meanwhile, Gak hurried into the office of the Galactic King, panting heavily, bent over with his hands resting on his thighs, looking up at the Galactic King, gasping for breath. This is bad, my lord, something major has happened. The Galactic King shot him a disdainful glance, his frustration palpable. Gak, you mustn't be so impulsive. In times of crisis, remain calm and composed. Why are you always so fidgety? Speak, what is the matter? The Galactic prison has been breached, and all the criminals have escaped. Well, what? The Galactic King leapt 3 feet into the air, his voice cracking. What did you say? He thought he had misheard. Gak repeated. The Galactic prison has been breached. All the criminals have broken out. The prison has fallen. Who has the audacity to invade the Galactic prison? The Galactic King's tentacles quivered with shock. It was the Sita brothers and Alec, Gak confirmed. Indeed, they have shown their true colors. Boldly testing the limits of our Galactic Patrol for decades, and now they can no longer contain themselves. Indeed, my lord, now is not the time for discussion. We should flee, Gak urged. A wise man does not stand by a crumbling wall. It is prudent to escape when the situation is dire. No, Gak. We cannot cower from characters like the Sita brothers. We must retaliate and let them know the strength of the Galactic Patrol. But times have changed. They seem significantly stronger now, beyond our means to confront. Do not raise their spirits while diminishing our own. Relay my orders to gather all patrol officers to apprehend the Sita brothers and return all escaped criminals to the Galactic Inferno. The Galactic King's tone brooked no argument. The mere Sita brothers could not possibly stir up such chaos. He refused to believe it. Very well. Gak's face fell. He intended to issue the command and quietly slip away from this tumultuous place. By the way, where's Officer Males? The Galactic King inquired. Officer Males went out on a mission this morning and has yet to return. Ah, then hurry and summon him back. The Galactic King grew anxious upon hearing Males was absent. Understood. Gak bowed and turned to leave to relay the Galactic King's orders. At that very moment, many Galactic Patrol officers had already taken it upon themselves to engage in battle against the escaped criminals, without needing the Galactic King's command. However, most of those remaining were logistical officers, lacking the combat prowess to contend with the frenzied criminals. It should be noted that most of the notorious offenders in the Galactic prison had been apprehended by Males. Who was Males? He was an apprentice angel. Although he could not wield angelic powers on Earth, his physical prowess and combat skills positioned him among the pinnacle of T0 level strength in this realm. Of course, beyond Males. The Galactic Patrol also had several officers of commendable strength, but these officers spent most of their time executing frontline missions. Hence, the Galactic King's call to summon all Galactic Patrol officers for battle. Gak, with short strides, prepared to exit the Galactic King's council chamber. Just then, an explosive sound erupted. Gak felt the world spin around him, a wave of heat washing over him. The force of the explosion hurled him towards the Galactic King, causing them to collide and tumble together on the ground like rolling gourds. Ah, you rascal Gak, you've knocked over my little Gigi. Ah, I'm sorry. Who did this? Who caused the explosion? Gak and the Galactic King, bewildered, scrambled to their feet, still regaining their composure when they heard uproarious laughter from outside the door. Haha, long time no see, Galactic King. Alec's towering figure strode through the entrance, laughing heartily, his eyes shamelessly surveying the Galactic King and Gak. Following closely behind him was Jazz, inseparable from his side. The Galactic King's eyes widened, his voice rising in urgency. Males, help me. Gak felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was right beside the Galactic King, yet the call was for Males. It was too awkward, but previously, the Zeta family engaged in various marginal gray businesses, yet these activities did not constitute criminal offenses. The Galactic Patrol had been monitoring them closely, but lacked sufficient evidence to initiate any arrests. However, who could have anticipated that they would come knocking on the door today? The Galactic King gazed at Jazz, who stood silently before him, and in a fleeting moment, he seemed to perceive the figure of the Star Eater, Morrow. What do you intend to do? The Galactic King's throat felt parched. He had never envisioned that the situation would unfold in such a manner. Once a figure of great authority, The Galactic King now found himself akin to fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to the whims of others. It was an unbearable reality, yet one he could not escape. What shall we do? Quite simple, summon Mel's back to me. I have long wished to meet this legendary elite of the Galactic Patrol, Alec declared. The Galactic King replied. Very well. Initially, I had tasked Gak with notifying Mel's to return, but since you have eliminated him, I shall have to issue the summons myself. Alec was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his unintended actions had caused a delay. Meanwhile, on the God of Destruction's planet, Beerus, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly engaged in a fierce battle, the air resonating with deafening sounds of conflict. Beerus, languidly reclining atop a stone, leisurely licked his pudding, unaware that the energy waves from the trio's clash would whisk away his dessert. Enraged, he sprang to his feet, ignited by competitive spirit, and charged toward the fray, transforming the skirmish into a chaotic melee involving the three warriors and the God of Destruction. Meanwhile, Whis, holding his staff, intently observed the magical orb atop it, which glowed with an eerie green light. Within the orb, events unfolding at the Galactic Patrol headquarters were displayed. What is amiss? Whis murmured to himself. The prophecy of the sleepless fish was indeed tied to this. It became apparent that power had been acquired through the Dragon Balls. He continued to gaze into the orb, pondering the implications of this malice. At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the Sita brothers had enlisted all prisoners under their command, dispatching a significant portion to disrupt the major forces and organizations in Universe 7, proclaiming the Sita family's dominance over the cosmos. Shortly thereafter, Melis was summoned back to the headquarters. Upon disembarking from his ship, he furrowed his brow, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. Scanning his surroundings, he was met with the sight of bodies sprawled in pools of blood, the vast majority being Galactic Patrol officers, with only a scant few prisoners among the fallen. Silently, Melis made his way to the Galactic King's council chamber, acutely aware of the presence of numerous individuals within. He understood that by entering, he would uncover the truth behind the chaos. Unable to wield his angelic powers freely, Melis was merely a formidable human, lacking foresight or the ability to predict the future, rendering many of his abilities unexercised. Soon, he arrived at the chamber's entrance, where a hearty laugh echoed. Ha ha, it seems Melis has arrived. The voice belonged to Alec of the Sita family. Melis recalled Alec's visage as he stepped inside. Greeted by the sight of Alec, the Galactic King bound and gagged, and the stoic figure of Jas. Upon seeing Melis, the Galactic King called out, Melis, save me. Melis remained silent, offering a subtle nod before turning his gaze toward Alec, who stood with arms crossed, a smug expression adorning his face. Ah, Melis, Alec exclaimed, I've heard much about you. They say you are the finest elite in the Galactic Patrol. I value talent highly, and you are far too gifted to remain in such a position. Why not join me in conquering the universe? What do you say? Furrowing his brow, Melis replied, I have no interest in your schemes. Why did you kill those officers? Because the worthless do not deserve to live, Alec retorted. That title belongs to you, Melis countered. Conquering the universe, what a tiresome game. Yet, witnessing the deaths of those he knew weighed heavily on his heart. Alec smirked. It seems you are refusing my offer. Let us see if you possess the ability to leave here alive. Jas, attack. With that, Alec stepped back. Jas, his expression icy, advanced toward Melis. The Galactic King swallowed hard, uncertain of how to react, for Melis was the ace of the Galactic Patrol. If he were to fall, the patrol might be consigned to the annals of history. In an instant, Jas vanished, reappearing behind Melis, wielding a massive purple axe aimed at his neck. Melis, standing at a mere 165 centimeters, felt the weight of the axe as it cleaved through the air, tearing the fabric of reality itself. Yet Melis was swifter still. In the fleeting moment the axe descended, Melis' form blurred from existence. The colossal axe struck nothing but air, resulting in an explosion that obliterated the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Coughing through the smoke, Alec waved his hand to disperse the haze. Both Melis and the Galactic King had vanished. Soon, a spacecraft streaked across the cosmos, carrying the Galactic King, who found refuge in Melis' personal vessel. As the smoke cleared, debris from the wreckage floated in the void. Melis stood atop a fragment of the shattered headquarters. Alec, hovering above, regarded Melis with a grin. Impressive, you emerged unscathed. Truly remarkable, a pity nonetheless. On the other side, Jas stood upon another piece of rubble, his expression unreadable as he stared at Melis. Suddenly, Jas extended his finger toward Melis, unleashing a massive column of purple energy that roared forth, obliterating everything in its path. In that moment, Melis vanished once more, his footing disintegrating beneath him. Instinctively, Jas sensed a dangerous aura behind him. In an instant, a colossal shield materialized in his right hand as he spun around to block. At the same time, Melis reappeared, brandishing a specially crafted energy gun, aiming at Jas and firing a powerful energy blast. The blast collided with Jas' shield, igniting a brilliant display of sparks and electricity. Melis was taken aback, surprised by Jas' quick reflexes that had thwarted his assault. How bothersome, he thought. Jas coldly uttered a word, manifesting a massive spiked mace in his other hand, and suddenly swept it towards Melis. Melis, with his combat boots igniting in flames, retreated swiftly to avoid the mace enveloped in purple flames. How could Jas let him escape so easily? He relentlessly pursued, wielding the mace in a flurry of shadows, striking fiercely at Mel's. Despite being a mere apprentice angel, Mel's possessed a formidable combat instinct. Even without the ability to wield angelic powers, his innate fighting skills and instincts were sufficient to contend with a typical destroyer god. Therefore, even Jazz, now transformed into the foremost warrior under the gods, could not swiftly subdue him. However, a new problem arose. The specialized air gun in Mel's possession had limited power and could not inflict harm on the current Jazz. Thus, the battle unfolded as Jazz unleashed a torrent of attacks while Mel's relied on his high mobility to evade, neither able to inflict damage upon the other. Suddenly, Jazz retracted his mace and shield, then snapped his fingers. An invisible energy surged forth, causing Mel's combat suit to disintegrate into particles of light. Mel's momentarily froze, astonished. Destruction energy? He was shocked to realize that this Jazz had mastered some application of destruction energy, a mere mortal wielding such divine techniques. Had the godly art become so trivial? Yet, he recalled witnessing Sun Wukong utilize destruction energy to obliterate the planet Devourer Mortal. Seizing the moment of Mel's astonishment, Jazz struck, sending him flying with a punch. Yet, Jazz was equally astonished. I could not destroy his body, I could only dismantle his combat suit? Why is this? It seemed that the technique he wielded was immune to the opponent's physique, leaving him bewildered and unable to comprehend. However, if a destroyer god were present, they would surely scoff at his confusion. Our destruction energy cannot harm angels. What makes you think your meager skills could? Infuriated by the destruction of his combat suit and the forceful punch he had endured, despite not being injured, Mel's felt a surge of anger rising within him. The dormant angelic power within him stirred, on the verge of exploding. Yet, in an instant, his rational mind suppressed the impending outburst. An angel's stance is one of neutrality, to support their destroyer god. Recklessly utilizing angelic power in the mortal realm could lead to severe punishment from the high priest. The misuse of angelic power could result in 1,000 years of solitary confinement, or worse, complete erasure of existence. At that moment, Jazz attacks resumed. He unleashed purple, solidified energy blades from his hands, teleporting beside Mel's and slashing mercilessly, his intentions devoid of mercy. Unable to use angelic power, Mel's lacked offensive capabilities and could only rely on rapid movements to evade. The air erupted with thunderous sounds as massive boulders shattered. Energy surged forth, obliterating several nearby planets. Watching from a distance, Elec struggled to maintain his energy shield, barely holding on. Although Jazz had infused him with energy, significantly boosting his combat power, he found himself unable to participate in such a high-level battle. Just resisting the residual energy waves left him exhausted and in agony. In the midst of evasion, Mel's grasped at the void, summoning an unknown material long staff into his grasp. He swung the staff towards Jazz's face. Jazz was struck directly, stumbling and rolling in the air. Unfortunately, due to the lack of angelic power, Mel's physical strength failed to harm Jazz. Jazz's body erupted in purple flames as he leaped into the air, conjuring a spear engulfed in fire, hurling it at Mel's. The spear pierced the air with a shrill sound, racing towards Mel's at an astonishing speed, crackling with electricity as it approached. Mel's raised the long staff to intercept the incoming spear. The impact unleashed a violent explosion of energy. The overwhelming force jolted Mel's backwards, leaving a trail of ruptured space in its wake. Following that, a barrage of purple energy projectiles surged towards Mel's from all directions. As time passed, Jazz gradually adapted to his newfound power, becoming more adept in battle. Mel's, while astonished by Jazz's progress, focused on mitigating the relentless energy assaults and purple spears. Lacking angelic powers, Mel's felt severely restricted, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. For a moment, he found himself subdued by Jazz. In a critical moment, Mel's hair began to rise slightly. A faint trace of angelic power, barely perceptible, entwined around his arms. Huh, he bellowed, the sound resonating like thunder. In an instant, Jazz's purple spear shattered under his might. Subsequently, Mel swung the staff, deflecting the dense barrage of purple energy orbs. Explosions echoed throughout the cosmos, with energy storms cascading into the far reaches of space. Observing this, Jazz expressed his surprise. He still harbors hidden power? Meanwhile, Mel's decided against lingering in battle. His figure blurred and, in an instant, he vanished, reappearing on an unfamiliar planet. In simple terms, he had fled. However, there was no alternative. Jazz's strength had surpassed his expectations, rendering him nearly incapable of overcoming it with mere physical prowess. Prolonged combat would be exceedingly disadvantageous for him. To secure victory, he would have to employ angelic powers. But the cost of such an action was too great and not worth the risk. He had already been compelled to use a fraction of angelic power, hoping not to attract the high priest's attention, lest he face unknown repercussions. After escaping the battlefield, Mel's remained unsettled by his prior use of angelic power. Suddenly, he glanced towards the direction of the destroyer god planet, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Brother, have you been watching my battle all along? Ah, never mind. Things have come to this. If there are consequences, let them come. On the destroyer god planet, Whis observed the magic ball, merely smiling without uttering a word. Yet, he internally confirmed Mel's identity. It turned out this was his long-lost brother. What had transpired? Greetings. My eyes were too dry, and I blinked, seeing nothing. Never mind. The ruins of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Jas dispelled the thick smoke and appeared beside Alec. At that moment, Alec was gasping for breath, utterly disheveled. The aftershocks of battle had nearly claimed his life. It was truly fortunate he had survived. Jas raised his hand. A restorative spell enveloped Alec, instantly healing him and restoring him to his peak condition. Phew, that was a close call. Alec exhaled, appearing as if he had narrowly escaped death. Where's Males? He inquired. With his strength, he could barely discern the battle's outcome, leaving him unaware of Males' whereabouts. He must have fled, Jas replied candidly. Fled? What a pity. Nevertheless, this fellow is indeed formidable. Allowing him to remain would undoubtedly invite future troubles. If the opportunity arises, you must eliminate him, Alec asserted. Indeed, Jas nodded, continuing. He is truly powerful. That last strike of his effortlessly pierced through my attack. He must have concealed his strength earlier. Had he fought with such power from the beginning, I would likely have been unable to overcome him. It is puzzling why he suddenly chose to flee, Alec suggested. Perhaps it is a technique that allows for a temporary surge of power, likely unsustainable and possibly harmful to his body. He realized he could not defeat you during that burst of strength, so he escaped. That is a reasonable explanation, Jas agreed. Jas hesitated briefly before speaking again. Alec. For the upcoming battles, it may be best if you refrain from participating. I fear for your safety. Alec regarded his brother earnestly. Jas spoke the truth. Just like during the recent fight, merely enduring the residual energy had nearly cost him his life. It was indeed perilous. He had not anticipated Jas's concern would come so unexpectedly. If only he knew that his life was but 2 years away from its end. One could only wonder what thoughts would occupy his mind. Would he feel sorrow? In that fleeting moment, Alec found himself regretting the wish he had made. Yet, in just 2 breaths, he cast aside that sentiment. For the sake of the family's future, all of this is worthwhile. What is a mere life in the grand scheme? Alec nodded, saying, Very well. I shall return to the family headquarters and await your good news. Those dispatched will also return to report to me. You should proceed to Earth. Remember, eliminate all Saiyans. In the next moment, the visage of Bardock flashed through his mind, his fist clenched tightly, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, with veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a malevolent specter. Bardock, a long-standing adversary from decades past, was a man he had harbored resentment towards throughout his life, solely because he had been mercilessly defeated by Bardock on the planet Cyril many years ago. Over 50 years prior, the Sita family had conspired with the Frisia force to invade the planet Cyril. At that time, the vanguard of the attack consisted of Saiyans allied with the Frisia force, led by the highly esteemed legendary Saiyan, Bardock. Bardock earned the title of legendary Saiyan because, despite being a low-class warrior, he grew increasingly powerful through battle, surpassing the majority of elite fighters and ranking among the top 5 combatants on planet Vegeta. Many low-class Saiyans revered him as a role model due to his strength, and Bardock's team became renowned on planet Vegeta. In a world where strength was paramount, it represented far more than mere power. However, Saiyans were devoid of emotions. They were a brutal and bloodthirsty warrior race, known solely for their combat prowess. No matter how glorious one's achievements during prosperous times, when misfortune struck, the response would invariably be to kick one while they were down. This was the essence of the pure Saiyan nature. The battle on the planet Cyril propelled Bardock to a new pinnacle, establishing him as the mightiest among all Saiyans. Leading his team and numerous Saiyans, he became a weapon for Frisia and Sita, nearly annihilating the Namekians and Cyrilans living on the planet. When Bardock encountered Granola and his mother, he was struck by their fearful expressions, which reminded him of his wife, Jiren, and their newborn son, Kakarot. A flicker of compassion surged within him, prompting him to spare Granola and Muesli. Yet, this act of mercy would lead to a fateful battle for his life against Gas. After the Saiyans reported the completion of the cleansing of the planet Cyril, the 4 Sita brothers arrived to oversee and verify the operation. An unexpected confrontation ensued when they discovered the surviving Granola and Muesli, leading to an inevitable clash. Bardock possessed a strong sense of responsibility. Yet he was also a complex contradiction, though he was inextricably linked to the destruction of Cyril, with blood from the Cyrilans and Namekians staining his hands. He was willing to risk his life to protect Granola and his mother. Gas, the highest combatant of the Sita family, faced Bardock. At that time, Gas was still a youth but had already exhibited extraordinary combat talent and tenacity. Bardock was no match for him, and from the onset of the battle, he found himself on the defensive, perilously enduring relentless blows. However, in accordance with the classic Dragon Ball narrative, Saiyans typically experience a dramatic breakthrough in dire circumstances, ultimately reversing their fortunes and ruthlessly overpowering their foes. True to form, just as Bardock was on the brink of defeat, he experienced an explosive surge of power. The life-threatening predicament propelled him beyond his limits, breaking the shackles of his lineage, to claim the title of the strongest Saiyan warrior, thereby vanquishing Gas. In the chaos, Muesli sacrificed herself to shield Monito, allowing the young Granola to escape, but she was tragically pierced through the chest by Elek's gunfire, meeting her demise. Years passed, and upon Elek's next encounter with Granola, he found the boy had matured into a remarkable young man. Recognizing Granola's potential, Elec, After Monito assured him that the past would remain undisclosed, recruited Granola to work for the Sita family for several decades, during which they coexisted peacefully. However, the tranquility shattered when Elek's ambitions turned towards the Dragon Balls, reigniting their conflict. After being defeated by Bardock, Gas harbored an intense hatred towards him, viewing that solitary loss as a blemish on his life, an everlasting disgrace. For a time, Gas's sole desire was to encounter Bardock once more and exact vengeance. This obsession consumed him, but soon after, news of planet Vegeta's destruction by meteorites reached him, obliterating all Saiyans in a cosmic conflagration, erasing them from the annals of history. Gas believed his rage had dissipated with the explosion of planet Vegeta, yet upon hearing of Saiyan activity again, he realized he had underestimated the depth of his fixation. His anger and hatred had not vanished but had intensified, leading him to a singular conclusion: all Saiyans must perish. After escorting Elec back to the family base, Gas discerned the direction of Earth and soared into the sky, traversing the cosmos towards his destination. His proficiency with instant transmission was still lacking, making it impossible for him to teleport directly to Earth. The speed of a spacecraft paled in comparison to his own flight capabilities, prompting Gas to adopt this raw method of travel. Meanwhile, on Earth, within the Heavenly Temple, Piccolo floated in meditation, while Dandy patrolled the outskirts of the plaza. Mr. Popo stood silently beside him, resembling a piece of charcoal, while the ever-loyal Saiyans, Senzu, sat cross-legged, lost in thought. In West City, Bulma rode on Trunks' shoulders, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The rotund Bew lounged comfortably under a large sunshade, relishing the offerings from robots, indulging in creamy cakes and bouncy puddings with palpable delight. I darted like the wind to Trunks, snatching Bulma away with a hearty laugh. The youthful Bulma was engrossed in developing new products in her lab, her eternally youthful body seemingly brimming with boundless energy, resulting in a prolific output of innovations and enhancements to existing designs. At Bowsy Mountain, 3 boys engaged in a spirited skirmish, their movements creating gusts of wind and thunderous sounds. They were Goten, Smallwu, and Xiaofang. The winds howled around Bowsy Mountain, and Videl S had popped out of the window as she called out, "You 3 rascals, keep it down. Don't demolish the house." These 3 mischievous boys were far more rambunctious than the young Gohan, who had only ever been focused on his studies and avoided fighting. Perhaps Gohan's solitude and childhood contributed to this, Chi-Chi remarked. "I wonder when Gohan will return." Biddy cradled her chin in her hands, reminiscing about the visage of Gohan, a sweet smile blossoming upon her lips, reminiscent of a girl newly in love. "Our father is Son Gohan," she mused. From what Goku conveyed, Gohan had ventured to another universe, the meaning of which eluded her. Nevertheless, it was rather peculiar. Did he not think to send a message? Did he even remember that he had a home here? The 2 fathers had been absent day after day, and without them, this household would have long since disbanded. Though Chi-Chi's physical form eternally remained at 18, her mental age was quite different. She now embodied the essence of a woman experiencing menopause, incessantly voicing her grievances. Listening to her mother, Biddy could not suppress a laugh. "Mother, as long as they return safely, and our family remains healthy, everything will be well. They will come back." "Ah, if only you could maintain such optimism," Chi-Chi replied resignedly. At the foot of Bowsy Mountain, the elderly Paragus gazed skyward, lamenting the relentless passage of time. In East City, the Krillin family nestled together, radiating warmth and joy. Now in his 50s, Krillin sported thinning hair that had turned gray, with fine lines forming around his eyes. His wife Marin, of similar age, maintained her appearance remarkably well. Her complexion was rosy, her figure ample, adorned in the attire of a noblewoman, still exhibiting an alluring charm. She seemed almost ethereal, having absorbed Krillin's vitality to sustain her youth. Within the Xian martial arts school, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were diligently instructing their disciples, committed to the propagation of martial spirit. The fitness coach Imucha remained single, flirting with various female students daily. His motto was simple: if you have a girlfriend, you have but one. If you remain unattached, you may have countless. On Turtle Island, Master Rashi emulated the alluring yoga instructors from television, practicing diligently each day. Oolong often exchanged insights with Master Rashi, while Poor found himself painfully bored, with little more to do than frolic with the giant turtle. Life as a cat was indeed dull. Android 16 resided deep within the forest, surrounded by flora and fauna, fully embracing the wonders of nature. Whenever unscrupulous merchants attempted to capture rare creatures or plants, they would inevitably receive a sound thrashing from the hulking figure before being launched skyward like a rocket. As Jaz drew closer to Earth, the first to notice was the North Kai, who had just ceased his racing. The North Kai, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief that seemingly appeared from nowhere, sipped the coffee Gohan had gifted him, reclining comfortably upon his sofa, gazing at the sky. "Ah, what a relief," he sighed, his antennae twitching, a divine radar for receiving signals from the lower realms. "Wait, who is that? Someone is flying through the cosmos?" The North Kai was taken aback, spotting Jiaz darting through space at an astonishing speed. Is he heading towards Earth? Such a terrifying aura, what a formidable being. The North Kai swore he had only sensed such a powerful presence before in Gohan. However, Gohan typically did not emanate a menacing aura, only unleashing his full power in times of dire need. As for Goku, Vegeta, and others, the North Kai believed that this brute traversing the void was even more formidable. Moreover, the Z-fighters seldom released their energy. Yet this individual radiated like a blazing sun, unabashedly exuding his energy and aura, as if fearful that others might not perceive him. Could it be that he lacks control over his own energy? The North Kai pondered. Is he perhaps seeking vengeance on Earth? This visitor does not bode well. When did such a dreadful powerhouse emerge within the universe? Confusion clouded the North Kai's mind. Ah, it is him. I remember now, he is the fourth son of the Zeta family. Years ago, the North Kai had secretly observed Frieza. Thus he was familiar with the Zeta brothers who conspired alongside him. However, decades had passed, and Jiaz had undergone such a transformation that the North Kai failed to recognize him immediately. I must swiftly alert Gohan and the others. As he muttered to himself, the North Kai suddenly recalled that Gohan was not on Earth. Thus, he contacted Piccolo. Upon receiving the North Kai's message, Piccolo dismissed it as an overreaction. Although Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were absent from Earth, he and Trunks were not to be trifled with. Not to mention, the few Saiyans left on Earth were among the strongest in the universe. Who would dare to invade? Such audacity, Piccolo thought, somewhat admiring the courage of this unfortunate soul heading towards Earth. It was no wonder Piccolo felt such confidence. During the Tournament of Power, Lord Beerus and Gohan had assessed the strength of the seventh universe. The top-tier warriors in this universe were all known to them. How long had it been since that tournament? Could a new threat capable of endangering them arise so soon? It was inconceivable. Furthermore, with his golden form and Trunks' ultra instinct, aside from those few he recognized, who could pose a challenge? However, in an instant, Piccolo's expression turned grave as a colossal aura enveloped the vicinity of Earth, akin to sunlight. What dreadful energy is this? Piccolo ceased his meditation, leaping from the air, unable to maintain his calm demeanor. Not only him, but all Z-fighters on Earth also fell into a state of alarm. Trunks donned his combat jacket, hefting his heavy sword, his expression chillingly resolute. He instructed Mai to care for Bulma and Bra before summoning Bu, swiftly making his way to the heavenly temple. I know not what will transpire next, but brother Gohan, allow me to safeguard this world on your behalf. His handsome visage appeared even more determined as he quickened his flight. One by one, the Z-fighters donned their long and used martial arts uniforms, soaring into the sky from all directions towards the heavenly temple. Their strength may have been modest, but they never shied away from confrontation. Even in death, what was there to fear? At Baozi Mountain, several young Saiyans wished to join the fray, yet were halted by Babidi and Chi-Chi, who adamantly refused to allow them to go. Mother, please let me go, Sun Wukong pleaded with Chi-Chi. No. She firmly held on to him. Mother, we want to help. Something terrible is about to happen. Please let us go. We can be of assistance. Sun Wu gazed at Babidi, his eyes pleading. Babidi resolutely denied him. No, I will not consent. Does this Earth lack defenders? Do you truly believe it requires the likes of you children? Do not even entertain such thoughts. Remain at home and do not stir up trouble. Mother, we are not ordinary children. Xiaofang shook her head. Our father is Sun Wukong. So what if Trunks has been defeated? I said you cannot go, and that is final. Even if the sky were to fall, the adults will bear the weight. Your father and grandfather will not allow you to go. The three children wore expressions of discontent, unable to overturn the adults' insistence. In the Divine Palace, the warriors arrived one by one. Upon seeing Trunks and Bu descend from the sky, Piccolo let out a slight sigh of relief. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shin followed suit. Once everyone had gathered, Piccolo recounted the words of King Kai of the North. The atmosphere grew heavy, as they sensed the formidable and terrifying aura without needing further confirmation from King Kai. They still vividly recalled the despair they felt when Frieza had come to Earth seeking vengeance. At that time, Goku was absent. Fortunately, in their direst moment, Goku had arrived just in time to save the Earth from destruction. Piccolo remarked, now that Gohan is not here. King Kai said he would also notify Goku and Vegeta on the Destroyer planet. Our task is to buy time until they return. Piccolo, renowned for his intellect, had pinpointed the crux of the matter, buying time. After communicating with Piccolo, King Kai of the North reached out to King Kai of the East, who in turn contacted Whis. However, Whis's response left King Kai of the East momentarily stunned. I'm already aware and observing. Good, understood. King Kai of the East replied. Whis turned his gaze back to the four combatants still locked in battle, deciding to let them continue for a while longer. On Earth, a terrifying aura shattered the atmosphere. A flash of red lightning appeared above the Divine Palace. Jazz hovered over the Divine Palace, surveying the gathered Z-fighters with a cold, indifferent expression, as if they were mere ants. Tension filled the air, everyone fixated on Jazz, not daring to blink. Piccolo, looking up, spoke first. Who are you? Regardless of your intentions, please leave swiftly. Earth does not welcome you. Jazz clearly bore malicious intent, his aura and demeanor indicating he was no benevolent figure. Nevertheless, Piccolo sought to engage in dialogue to buy precious time for Goku and Vegeta's arrival. Jazz scoffed, responding with disdain. You ants knew I was coming? It appears you were waiting for me. The term ants darkened the expressions of the Z-fighters. You are the Saiyan who defeated Granola, aren't you? You don't appear too formidable. Jazz's gaze fell upon Trunks, continuing, It's easy to identify a Saiyan. Granola? Trunks furrowed his brow. Recalling the green-haired youth he had spared some time ago. Is he coming for me? Is he a companion of Granola seeking revenge? Trunks ascended to face Jas. Indeed. I defeated Granola. You may as well prepare to die. Jas replied nonchalantly and suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a purple energy beam that shot toward Trunks. Everyone was startled by this abrupt attack, Trunks included. This man was indeed no good. Fortunately, Trunks could instantly transform into Super Saiyan 4. With a resounding explosion. Golden energy erupted from Trunks, his physique swelling and becoming more robust, his dark purple hair radiating primal ferocity. Super Saiyan 4. Jas's purple energy beam pierced the air like lightning, reaching Trunks in an instant. Yet Trunks reacted swiftly, bringing his hands together to confront the energy beam. The impact was explosive, sending Trunks flying. Ah! Trunks' cry echoed as he harnessed divine energy to stabilize himself midair. At that moment, the golden energy surrounding him morphed into a shimmering pink hue, signifying his attainment of divine essence, Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break. Trunks realized that his ordinary Super Saiyan 4 form could not withstand Jas's onslaught. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Trunks' arms tingled, feeling as if his bones would shatter. His shock reaching an indescribable level. This foe was far too strong. Trunks felt an eerie resemblance to the pressure he had faced against Broly and Gohan. Even Goku had not instilled such fear. This adversary was exceptionally formidable. Trunks locked his gaze on Jas, his mood plummeting. Although the Saiyan blood coursing through him ignited a thrill, the weight of concern was heavier. To withstand my attack, no wonder you could defeat Granola, Jas remarked. How does that compare? Your attack could send Granola to reincarnation 1,000 times over. Trunks could not help but scoff internally. Realizing Jas lacked a clear understanding of his own strength. In the Divine Palace, the others began to panic. From their initial confrontation, they discerned the vast gap in power. While they were not as strong as Trunks, they possessed enough insight to gauge the situation. Trunks' Super Saiyan 4 form could not withstand Jas's assault. Only in the limit break state did he stand a chance. However, even that seemed grim. Trunks recognized he was no match for Jas, and neither was Piccolo. The only hope lay in the swift arrival of Goku and the others. In the sky, Trunks suddenly relaxed his brow and smiled. Your strength is impressive. It seems I am indeed no match for you, but you are not invincible. At the very least, I know there is someone who can undoubtedly defeat you. Jas's brow twitched as he coldly retorted, Humph, that person you speak of cannot possibly exist, for I am the strongest warrior in the universe. Huh, the strongest warrior in the universe? To me, you are merely a frog in a well, Trunks replied. Trunks burst into uproarious laughter. His entire aura erupting violently as he charged toward Gas. Worries were futile now. Even if he couldn't win, he would fight with all his might. His only goal was to stall this foe. A shift in mentality overtook him as he launched a ferocious assault. Whoosh. Bam. 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 Fists and kicks rained down like a tempest, his attacks dense as a curtain of steel, merciless and omnidirectional, striking from every angle. Yet Gas swayed like a leaf upon turbulent waters, evading every blow with eerie precision. Silence. Gas roared, his right fist lashing out with blinding speed. Connecting squarely with Trunks' mid-movement. A thunderous impact followed as Trunks plummeted like a meteor, crashing through the sacred temple's plaza, smoke billowing in his wake. Gasping for breath. Trunks emerged from the haze, sweat beading on his brow. Gas glared venomously. Still believe anyone can defeat me? Of course. My brother Gohan could obliterate you with one hand. Trunks sneered. Bold words. Then where is he now? Gas snarled, his purple energy coalescing into a massive axe. He lunged, the weapon cleaving downward. Trunks drew his sword in a flash, meeting the strike head-on. Clang. The blade shattered. A crimson blossom erupted from Trunks' chest as he plummeted from the sky. Blood trailing behind him. Had even his Super Saiyan 4 limit break been so effortlessly crushed? Pain. Excruciating pain. The axe had carved deep into Trunks' chest, fracturing bone and flesh. Staining his torso crimson. Blood loss weighed his eyelids down as he spiraled toward the earth. Trunks. Piccolo's voice rang out as he darted forward, catching the falling warrior. Are you all right? Piccolo demanded. Cough. Not dead yet, Trunks managed, blood trickling from his lips. Here. A Senza bean. Gratefully, Trunks swallowed it, his wound sealing instantly. His strength surging back to its peak. Gas's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Such a treasure exists? He resolved to seize it later. In a blur, he reappeared before them. Fists already in motion. Bam. Bam. Trunks staggered, chest heaving. Piccolo barely registered the impact before his right arm, raised in defense, exploded into mist. This power. Horror dawned on Piccolo. Had Trunks faced this all along? Uncle Piccolo, fall back. Trunks roared, charging again. Piccolo, though shaken, summoned his regeneration. A new arm sprouted. But exhaustion seeped in. Meanwhile, Trunks was battered relentlessly, wounds reopening under Gas's onslaught. Piccolo clenched his fists. Enough. With a deafening roar, his body swelled. His emerald skin shifting to radiant gold. A luminous halo materialized behind him, Golden Piccolo, his ultimate form. Trunks. I'm with you. He surged forward, a blazing comet of power. Boom. Trunks and Gas collided, shockwaves rippling outward, shaking the temple. Din struggled to stabilize the structure, retreating from the storm. Piccolo forced his way through the maelstrom. Only to witness Trunks coughing blood, his spirit dimming. Die, filth. Piccolo unleashed a devastating kick straight into Gas's neck. Yet Gas didn't flinch. Instead, Piccolo's leg shattered. The disparity was monstrous. Even Golden Piccolo was nothing. Gas's energy detonated, hurling both warriors back. Insects remain insects, he sneered. No matter how strong. You are but slightly sturdier ants. Unworthy to face me, the universe's mightiest. Trunks panted heavily. Piccolo dripped with sweat. The temple spectators could no longer watch. Tenshinhan and the others prepared to join. Trunks' eyes widened in alarm. What are you doing? Stay back. We fight with you, Tenshinhan declared. Piccolo agreed. Leave. This battle is beyond you. Numbers meant nothing here. A single stray energy wave would reduce them to dust. Gas smirked. You dare challenge me? Foolish. Then perish together. He spoke, raising his hand toward the crowd. Boom. In an instant, a tempestuous wave of energy surged toward them. Damn it. Stop. Trunks' eyes blazed with fury. Nearly on the brink of madness. Whoosh. He swiftly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, arriving before them in a flash, extending his hands to shield against Jas's energy storm. Boom. The energy erupted violently. Trunks took the brunt of the attack, instantly becoming a gruesome sight, his body marred with countless wounds. He was gravely injured. Jas crossed his arms, a cold smile playing on his lips, reveling in the spectacle. Ha! What a touching scene. I never expected such an unexpected gain. Trunks. The others stared in horror. Run. Trunks' voice emerged from his throat, deep and terrifying, like a beast's mournful cry. He was right. They had no place in this battle. Remaining would only weigh him down. Their eyes reddened, but they had to acknowledge this grim reality. Trunks, you can do it. We believe in you. Krillin choked out, extending his hand, his meager energy flowing toward Trunks. Yes, Trunks, we all believe in you. Take my feeble strength. Yamcha also reached out, releasing his energy. Then came Tien and Kaiatsu, each contributing their own energy to Trunks. Meanwhile, Majin Buu trembled with rage. He glared at Jas. His eyes filled with malice, steam hissing from the vents atop his head. You vile creature, how dare you harm Trunks? I will kill you. Enraged, he charged at Jas. Over the years spent with Trunks, Majin Buu had come to regard him as his closest companion. In that moment, Majin Buu was truly furious. Damn it, I'll kill you. He bellowed, launching energy blasts as he rapidly approached Jas. Humph, another fat pig comes to play, Jas scoffed, swinging an energy-infused mace that resembled Kaido's thunderous attacks. With a loud bang, Buu was smashed into a mass of quivering flesh. Meanwhile, the silent Sabansley instantly transformed into Majin Buu's form, casting a restoration spell on Trunks before dashing toward Jas, without a glance back. 188. Demon Cannon. Sabansley, having copied Buu, fought in a nearly identical manner. However, in just one exchange, he was reduced to a pulp by Jas.